Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1507 to Chapter 1572. Icy Snow frowned. I've already said that this is my late husband's legacy. How can I give it to you? In order to avenge her husband, she had been traveling all over the country to search for Murong Jingyue. Not long ago, when she passed by Xianxia, she paid her respects to Hu Yidao and deliberately dug out the icy moon saber buried in her husband's grave. She planned to use this saber to kill her enemy and avenge her husband. Moreover, the Hu family's saber technique would be even more powerful when executed with this saber. Hu Fei was also growing up, so how could she give this saber to someone else in the future? Then don't blame me. The man in black sneered. He had already made up his mind. As the saying goes, the sky is high and the emperor is far away. No matter how high Song Qingshu's martial arts were, it was impossible for him to know what happened thousands of miles away. At most, he would kill them to silence them. The man in black's figure flashed and instantly attacked the two women. Icy Snow and Xia Qingqing were already prepared. They raised their sabers and swords and faced him. Icy Snow had already learned ancient Tomb Sect's supreme martial art, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, and also learned a part of Nining Sutra. Xia Qingqing had been by Song Qingshu's side for a long time and received several pointers from him. Her martial arts improved even more, and the two women were already among the top experts in the world. If it weren't for the fact that the man in black's martial arts were close to the 5 ultimate skills, they would have long defeated him if they worked together. The more the man in black fought, the more alarmed he became. One saber technique was upright and imposing, while the other sword technique was abnormally strange. When the two of them worked together, they learned from each other's strengths to make up for each other's weaknesses. Their might was more than doubled. Although his martial arts were far higher than any of them, he would need at least hundreds of moves to win against them when they worked together. At that moment, the man in black suddenly knitted his brows. He jumped out of the battle circle and stopped attacking. Instead, he looked to the west. Icy Snow and Xia Qingqing stood back to back and watched in that direction with rapt attention. They saw a slim girl with a veil over her face leading a group of fierce-looking people on horseback. They were obviously the people from Class 1 Hall led by Li Qinglu. Huh? Seeing that mysterious man in black, Li Qinglu couldn't help but frown. She learned about Icy Snow's whereabouts from Yelu Sui, then she went all the way to the east side of the city. Who would have thought that there would be another expert here? At this time, the black-robed man was also bewildered. He stood in the same place with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't attack anymore. Although he was proud of his high martial arts skills, he wasn't stupid enough to be the fisherman who benefited from the fight between the sandpiper and the clam. He had made up his mind not to attack until he had figured out the origin of this group of Xianxia people. Song Qingshu, who was far behind Li Qinglu, also recognized Icy Snow and Xia Qingqing. He couldn't help but be surprised and overjoyed, especially Icy Snow. It had probably been more than a year since they last met. However, he was not in a hurry to greet them. This time, he had come to Shangjing City in secret. Now that there were too many people, it was not convenient for him to show himself. Let's see what the Xianxia people are up to first. When he thought that Li Qinglu and the others were obviously here for Icy Snow, Song Qingshu became even more puzzled. You guys can continue, we are just passing by. After the initial shock, Li Qinglu smiled sweetly and pretended to leave. Humph. Whether it was the black-robed man or Icy Snow, no one believed her nonsense. Seeing that she couldn't fool the other party, Li Qinglu stopped and said to the black-robed man, "May I know why you are here?" She could tell that the black-robed man was very strong, so it was best not to provoke him. "May I know why you are here?" the black-robed man asked in a low, muffled voice. Li Qinglu smiled and said, "This lady has just bullied a friend of mine. My friend is magnanimous and forgave her, but I have to bring her back to apologize to my friend." She recognized Icy Snow's hairstyle and knew that she was married. Moreover, she couldn't call her little girl like the black-robed old man because of their age. Song Qingshu curled his lips. What magnanimous? It was obvious that Yelu Sui couldn't defeat Icy Snow. As for asking her to apologize, it was just an excuse. Only a ghost would believe it. But why does Li Qinglu insist on looking for Icy Snow? Song Qingshu pondered and said nothing. The black-robed man snorted coldly. It seems that we are here for the same purpose. Why are you hiding? He naturally didn't believe Li Qinglu's nonsense. Li Qinglu smiled sweetly and didn't feel offended. First come, first served. Since you came first, then you should go first. She could tell that both parties were fighting just now, so she obviously didn't want to get involved. The black-robed man sneered. I'm old and need to rest. Let you young people do it. Xianxia was furious when she heard the two of them treating them like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. However, although she was angry, she wasn't stupid. She knew that both parties were experts in martial arts, so she couldn't use force. She could only use her wits. We are from the Golden Snake Camp, and this is the wife of the Golden Snake King. If you dare to offend her, the Golden Snake Camp won't forgive you. On the side, Icy Snow was embarrassed. She thought, I'm nominally the widow of Big Brother who. Why did you say that I'm Song Qingshu's? Xia Qingqing stuck out her tongue. She was too embarrassed to say that she was related to Song Qingshu, so she had to push Icy Snow out. Good sister, I'll come to you to ask for forgiveness later. Xia Qingqing hurriedly whispered in Icy Snow's ear. Icy Snow bit her lips, but she couldn't get angry at her. She knew that this was the wisest course of action. Now, she could only hope that Song Qingshu's name could intimidate the other party. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, felt as satisfied as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. He thought, Qingqing is a good girl. She knows how to use her man's name at the critical moment. The black-robed man's eyes flickered. Previously, he decided to take action because he was confident that he could completely subdue the two women and that the news wouldn't spread. However, with such a large group of people from Western Xia present, he knew that he didn't have the ability to deal with all of them. Therefore, he decided to temporarily retreat. Golden Snake King? Is he the newly conferred Prince of Qi? Li Qinglu suddenly snorted coldly. She recalled the scene where she was played by the opposite party outside Linen City. Even though her face was covered, one could still see a layer of redness on her cheeks. It was unknown whether it was because of shame or anger. He's just a king of a mountain. Why would my Western Xia country be afraid of him? Li Qinglu snorted coldly. Guards, capture these two women for me. She had always looked calm and collected. However, she became impatient the moment she heard Song Qingshu's name. So, she directly ordered them to take action. Unexpectedly, Duan Yanqing and the others looked at each other. They didn't move. Instead, they stepped forward and whispered to her, Princess, the man surnamed Song isn't someone to be trifled with. Why don't we just let it go? The four evildoers had fought with Song Qingshu several times. In the beginning, they were still able to exchange blows with each other. But later on, the opposite party had left them in the dust. Now, they couldn't even see Song Qingshu's taillight. So, they naturally couldn't bring themselves to oppose him anymore. What are you afraid of? Li Qinglu said angrily. The Western Xia country and the Golden Snake Camp are thousands of miles apart. There are also several countries in between. Are you afraid that he will lead his troops to attack us? Beside her, Yi Ernyang said with a wry smile, I'm not afraid of him leading his troops. But his martial arts are superb. What if he comes to Western Xia alone to take revenge? Li Qinglu snorted coldly. Then he will walk right into the trap. Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of Western Xia, there are also countless masters of Class 1 Hall. Moreover, there is also the matchless old princess. Why should we be afraid of him? Beside her, Yunzhong he opened his mouth but didn't say anything. He cursed in his heart, although the old princess's martial arts are high, she may not be a match for the man surnamed Song. Of course, the old princess was omnipotent in the eyes of the Western Xia people. So, he didn't dare to say this in public. If you don't take action, do you want me to do it myself? Li Qinglu finally couldn't hold back. There was a hint of coldness in her tone. Duan Yanqing and the others looked at each other. After all, they worked for Class 1 Hall. They had no choice but to take action against the two women. In the dark, Song Qingshu frowned. He picked up a few stones and was ready to help secretly. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked back not far away. Everyone in the field clearly sensed that something was amiss. They all turned around and heard the hurried sound of hooves. A group of Khitan cavalrymen rushed over and surrounded them in the field in a few breaths' time. The leader of the cavalry was a handsome young knight. He had a scholarly air about him, and he didn't look like a general who had fought on the battlefield. Instead, he looked more like an elegant and modest gentleman. Song Qingshu had already recognized that the leader of the cavalry was Ye Luqi. He recalled the conversation between Ye Luisan and Xiao Xiaomu. It seemed that Ye Luqi had been promoted to be the commander of all the palaces. At such a young age, he was in charge of the emperor's personal army. His future was really limitless. "General, what do you mean?" Li Qinglu hadn't seen Ye Luqi before, but she recognized that they were Liao's cavalry. Therefore, she didn't panic at all. "Who are you?" Ye Luqi asked with a frown when he saw the strange clothes of this group of people. A member of Class 1 Hall came forward and answered, "We are the envoys of Western Xia. This is Princess Yinchuan." "Western Xia's envoys?" Ye Luqi frowned and said, "According to what I know, the Western Xia envoys should be in the insignia courtyard. Why are they here?" This. Li Qinglu and the others were speechless. They had deliberately returned to the insignia courtyard and then sneaked out to capture icy snow. They didn't expect so many things to happen. Ye Luqi continued to observe. He was shocked when he saw the man in black. Judging from his attire, he could tell that he wasn't a good person. When he saw Xia Qingqing and Yinchuan, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Madame Yuan." "Young Master Ye Lu." Xia Qingqing also returned the greeting. Ye Luqi and Xiao Feng had helped the Golden Snake Battalion to resist the Manchurian Qing's encirclement. At that time, they had interacted with each other and naturally recognized each other. Ye Luqi wanted to say something, but after some hesitation, he waved his hand and said, "Guards, take these people back." Li Qinglu and the others were immediately furious. "We are the Western Xia envoys. How dare you arrest us? Aren't you afraid of affecting the diplomatic relations between the two countries? We are in a critical period now. Someone will investigate whether you are the Western Xia envoys when you return." Ye Luqi paused and seemed to be explaining to Xia Qingqing, "Now that the Song Kingdom's envoys have been robbed and killed, the emperor is furious. He has dispatched all the imperial palaces to investigate this matter. During this time, all suspicious people inside and outside the city must be arrested and interrogated. Please forgive us." Surrounded by a group of cavalrymen, Li Qinglu looked at the crossbows in their hands and snorted. In the end, she gave up resisting and said, "Humph, I will definitely make you give me an explanation later." Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow looked at each other and didn't resist in the end. After all, in the face of so many fully armed cavalrymen, it was useless to resist. Moreover, with their relationship with Ye Luqi, it might not be a bad thing to be taken away by them. However, what surprised everyone was the man in black. Judging from his attire in broad daylight, it was obvious that he was a criminal. They all thought that he would rush out with his martial arts. Therefore, at least half of the attention of Liao's cavalrymen was focused on him. However, no one expected that he didn't resist at all and calmly allowed them to put shackles on him. Song Qingshu didn't plan to make a move now. Although Liao's cavalry was a little troublesome, it was just a little troublesome for him. The reason why he didn't make a move now was that the commotion would be too big. Unless he killed everyone present, he wouldn't be able to hide his identity. He didn't want to see a series of chain reactions after that. He sighed inwardly. Sometimes, he couldn't help but envy the online novels he read in his previous life. Which of the male protagonists didn't conquer the world with a single sword? They didn't need to care about any conspiracies at all. It was really embarrassing for him to be restrained in this world. However, Song Qingshu also understood that his goal was to unify the world and not to defeat all the experts in the world with a sharp sword in his hand. There were many times when he had to make choices and weigh the pros and cons. In his opinion, it wasn't a wise choice to rescue Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow under the watchful eyes of the public. Instead, he would wait until they were brought back to the prison and rescue them in the dead of night without anyone knowing. Anyway, the leader of this group of cavalry was Ye Luqi, and both sides had a friendly relationship. Presumably, he wouldn't make things difficult for the two girls during this period. After everyone was taken away by Liao's cavalry, Song Qingshu quietly followed them all the way to the official residence where all the palaces were stationed. The relevant officials examined everyone one by one. Li Qinglu and the others naturally claimed that they were Xixia's diplomatic delegation, while Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow said that they were here for a vacation. As for the man in black, he didn't say anything. It could be assumed that the most suspicious person was this man in black. But when his mask was removed, only an ordinary face was revealed. Even the relevant officials who were deployed by the imperial palace couldn't tell who he was. Finally, after a round of discussion, they decided to put these people in prison first and investigate their backgrounds. In particular, they didn't dare to slight the group of people who claimed to be from the Western Xia country's diplomatic corps. Song Qingshu took this opportunity to sneak into the prison. He knocked out a jailer and impersonated him. Not long after, the group of people was brought in one after another. After all, the people stationed in the summer palace were worried that they were really envoys of Western Xia. Xia Qingqing's and Icy Snow's rooms were the next best, and Yaluqi was the one who took good care of him. As for the black-cloaked man, he was thrown into an ordinary cell. However, he didn't seem to mind at all. He was very calm. Hiding in the dark, he thought, this person is really strange. I wonder what his trump card is. Song Qingshu was now dressed in the uniform of an ordinary prison guard, and his face was purposely smeared with dust. These were all important people, so why would they pay attention to a prison guard like him? Except for the black-robed man's unexpected calmness, Li Qinglu and her companions were also calm and composed. After all, they were envoys of the Xixia country. The only trouble was to explain why they sneaked out of the Xianhui courtyard. On the contrary, Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow were the most apprehensive. Although Yaluqi had told them in private that they would be released quietly after the commotion died down, they were always worried that something might happen while they were in prison. Song Qingshu was secretly amused. He thought that after nightfall, he would rescue them as soon as possible so that they wouldn't be worried. Not long after, an official stationed in the summer palace respectfully released Li Qinglu and her companions. Obviously, they had verified Li Qinglu's information. We are very sorry for offending Your Highness this time. Please forgive us, Your Highness, considering that this was an accident. Where's Yaluqi? Why didn't he come in person? Li Qinglu snorted coldly. She was a dignified princess. Naturally, she was angry to be locked up here. The official said awkwardly, Lord Yalu has entered the palace to meet the emperor. He really can't split himself, so he asked me to convey his sincere apology to Your Highness on his behalf. Hearing their conversation, Song Qingshu, who was in the dark, almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect a gentleman like Yaluqi to also learn to play tricks. Li Qinglu was obviously aware of this, but unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. She could only leave with a gloomy face. At this time, various sounds came from the prison where the black-clothed man was. Song Qingshu looked in the direction of the sounds and saw several officials beginning to interrogate the black-cloaked man. After all, no matter how one looked at it, he was the biggest suspect. Unfortunately, no matter what the officials asked, the black-cloaked man closed his eyes and kept his mouth shut. This made the officials angry. Stubborn fool. Torture him. Let's see if your mouth is stubborn or your bones are stubborn. At this time, the black-cloaked man finally opened his eyes and looked coldly at the official. I advise you not to do this. I'm someone you can't afford to offend. The official was so angry that he laughed. You're just a prisoner. How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Beat him up. A cold light flashed in the black-clothed man's eyes, as if he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. In the dark, Song Qingshu was suddenly shocked. From the beginning to the end, the black-cloaked man's expression didn't change. At first, he thought that he had this kind of poker face, but now that he looked at it carefully, he guessed that the black-cloaked man had changed his appearance. The art of disguise was actually very common in Jianghu. However, in the whole world, only Azu and Song Qingshu could disguise themselves as whoever they wanted. Because Song Qingshu's internal energy was divine, he could also use qi to change his body shape, physical characteristics, smell, and so on. Therefore, he could be said to have surpassed his master. As for other people in Jianghu, the art of disguise was very crude. Often, they could only change their own appearance so that the enemy couldn't recognize them, but they couldn't disguise themselves as the person they wanted to. This person can't be Morong Jingyue, right? Looking at the black-clothed man, Song Qingshu felt that it was more and more possible. Now that the jailer was about to execute him, he could take the opportunity to test him. Stop. At this moment, the door of the cell opened, and a group of people walked in. The person in the lead was wrapped in a cloak, but from her slender body, it was obvious that she was a woman. Although the cloak covered most of her face, her smooth and round chin was revealed. Her fair skin matched with her delicate red lips, and it was obvious that she was an extremely beautiful woman. However, Song Qingshu's attention was not on her at all, but on the person behind her who looked like a guard. This person had a square face and wide eyes, and his eyes were bright and full of expression. It was obvious that his internal energy had reached an extremely high level. What the hell, why is it him? Song Qingshu originally thought that after experiencing so much, he had already cultivated to the realm of being able to remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. But now, his expression still changed drastically. However, he couldn't be blamed. After all, anyone who saw a long-dead person standing in front of them, alive and well, would be shocked to the extreme. This person dressed like a guard was Yuan Qingji, who was killed by Dongfang Muxue on the peak of Mount Tai. What Dongfang Muxue said last time was true. Song Qingshu originally thought that Dongfang Muxue only said that to dispel Xia Qingqing's desire for revenge, using an illusory possibility to make her search. Who knew that Yuan Qingji would really come back to life? Moreover, from his pace and breathing, Yuan Qingji's martial arts had not weakened at all. Instead, it had improved by a whole level. This must be the effect of the art of origin nirvana that Dongfang Muxue had mentioned. This is going to be troublesome. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He clearly remembered how much Xia Qingqing loved Yuan Qingji back then. In order to avenge him, she had thought of all kinds of methods, even sacrificing herself to feed the tiger. If Qingqing knew that Yuan Qingji was still alive, what would she choose? Although his relationship with Xia Qingqing had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 years, reaching the stage where their spirit and body were one, Song Qingshu still felt uncertain when he thought about how Xia Qingqing had always been loyal to him. What if she chooses Yuan Qingji? Song Qingshu secretly made up his mind. If he did not secretly kill Yuan Qingji and pretend that he had never come back to life, then Xia Qingqing would not have to be so conflicted. Although Yuan Qingji's martial arts were not what they used to be, Song Qingshu was confident that it would not be difficult to take his life. However, this thought only flashed through Song Qingshu's mind. After all, things were different now. His own pride would not allow him to do such a thing. Let Qingqing choose again. Could it be that I am inferior to a mere Yuan Qingji? Song Qingshu snorted coldly. If she really chooses Yuan Qingji, it will prove that she has never belonged to me. What is there to be sad about? However, thinking of that possibility, he still felt a little sour. He secretly made up his mind that if that happened, he would use force to keep her by his side. Although it was not very kind, at least he would give her the right to know, hey. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of a very important matter. These years, the Golden Snake King's name has been very famous. It is impossible that Yuan Qingji has not heard of him. Why hasn't he appeared? Did he watch me get his wife and foundation? Of course, it would be useless even if Yuan Qingji came back. The current Golden Snake Camp was more than 10 times stronger than the Golden Snake Camp of the past. The entire Golden Snake Camp had been beaten into an iron plate. Now, the people in charge of the various forces under his command were only a small part of the old members of the Golden Snake Camp, who would still recognize him as the former leader. While Song Qingshu was in a daze, the mysterious woman and Yuan Qingji had already turned around and walked out. The man in black was also released and leisurely followed behind them. Hey, who is this woman? How could she take away the suspicious man in black so easily? Seeing the respectful attitude of the officials, Song Qingshu was even more puzzled. Big brother Yuan? At this moment, Xia Qingqing's trembling voice suddenly rang out. When Yuan Qingji came in, he had walked on the other side. Now that he was going back, he would pass by the room she was in. When she saw Yuan Qingji's appearance, Xia Qingqing couldn't believe it at first. When she rubbed her eyes and confirmed that she was not seeing things, she finally couldn't help but call out. Her voice was particularly abrupt in the silent cell. The group of people couldn't help but stop. Yuan Qingji turned around, puzzled. "Miss, are you calling me? Miss?" Xia Qingqing was startled. "You don't recognize me?" Yuan Qingji carefully looked her up and down, puzzled. "Are we supposed to know each other?" Xia Qingqing opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a moment. The joy of their reunion was instantly shrouded in ice. Why did he pretend not to know her? Was it because of the woman beside him? Or was it because he knew about what happened between her and Qingshu that he didn't want to recognize her? At this time, the woman wrapped in a cloak spoke. "Guanan, we should go." The woman's voice was crisp and sweet, but Song Qingshu had no time to praise her. Instead, he thought to himself, "Guanan? This name sounds so familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before." Unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out even after thinking for a long time. Xia Qingqing was also dumbfounded. She muttered the two words Guanan, wondering if she really recognized the wrong person. However, she quickly denied this thought. She was once Yuan Qingji's wife, so how could she recognize the wrong husband? Unfortunately, the other party had no intention of staying. When he heard the woman's words, he nodded and followed her. However, he clearly had some doubts in his heart. When he walked out of the door, he subconsciously looked back and looked at Xia Qingqing. He felt that this woman seemed a little familiar. Song Qingshu secretly frowned and quietly followed her out. He had too many doubts in his heart. Whether it was Yuan Qingji, whether the man in black was Murong Jingyue, or even the identity of the woman in the cloak, he was still a mystery. Does he really not recognize me? Sensing the confusion in his eyes, Xia Qingqing stood there in a daze. Icy Snow, who was at the side, walked up to support her and asked softly, "Is that man Yuan Qingji?" "That's right." Xia Qingqing nodded. "But why doesn't he recognize me? Maybe he has his own difficulties." Even though Icy Snow's first reaction was to think of Song Qingshu, she was kind-hearted. In addition to the fact that she was in the same boat as Xia Qingqing, she didn't say anything else and just comforted her softly. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu followed behind the group of people. When he saw them walking toward the palace, he couldn't help but wonder, who are these people? Did Yuan Qingji really lose his memory, or is he pretending not to know Xia Qingqing? Can't you just send someone to pick me up? Why did you come personally? Seeing that they had left the prison, the old man in black reprimanded the woman angrily, "You have a noble identity. How can you step into the prison?" "Huh?" Song Qingshu was even more puzzled. One must know that from the reaction of the people in the prison, this woman clearly had a noble identity. He didn't expect that the old man in black, who was just a prisoner, would dare to reprimand her like that. Could it be that his true identity wasn't from the pugilistic world but from the imperial court? At first, Song Qingshu was a little puzzled as to why Ye Qi and the other officials didn't recognize him if he was from the imperial court. Later, he recalled that he had disguised himself and quickly understood. This is no small matter. The Southern Song's diplomatic mission was killed. His Majesty is extremely furious. He even bypassed the Great Secret Service and the Ilibai court and ordered all the imperial palaces to deploy troops to investigate this matter. "If I just send someone over, I'm afraid I won't be able to rescue you," the woman explained in a crisp voice. On the surface, the Secret Bureau was an agency of the Liao Kingdom that was in charge of the affairs of the royal family, but in fact, it was a secret spy agency similar to the Imperial City Bureau of the Southern Song Dynasty, the Cleaning House of the Jin Kingdom, and the Flying Guillotine of the Qin Kingdom. The Ili Monastery was similar to the Ministry of Justice of the Han Dynasty. After all, Liao was a country established by the Khitans, so the names of some of its institutions were different from the Han Dynasty. The black-robed old man also understood the stakes. He sighed and said, "But in the eyes of others, it's not appropriate." The woman chuckled and said, "Don't worry. With my current status, no one would dare to say anything if I wanted to protect someone. You mustn't lower your guard. I don't know how many people in the palace are waiting for you to make a mistake," the black-robed old man advised with a stern look on his face. "I was too careless this time. Moreover, I was hindered by the Xianxia people. That's why I fell into Ye Qi's trap." In the dark, Song Qingshu's heart moved. Listening to their conversation, this woman was indeed someone from the palace. But was she a palace maid, a princess, or an imperial concubine? After chatting for a while, the two of them suddenly parted ways. The woman and Yuan Qingji walked together in the direction of the palace, while the black-clothed man turned around and left in another direction. There were people patrolling the vicinity of the palace. When they saw someone approaching, a group of soldiers immediately ran over to ask. As a result, the woman raised her hand and revealed something that looked like a gold medal. Then, the soldiers respectfully saluted and let the two of them enter the palace. Song Qingshu took a deep look at their backs. But in the end, he still chased after the black-clothed man. After all, the most important thing in his mind was the whereabouts of Murong Jingyue. As for the mysterious identity of the woman, and even the news about Yuan Qingji, it was far less important. "Your Excellency, who are you? You've been following me for so long. It's time for you to show yourself." The black-clothed old man suddenly stopped and snorted coldly. Song Qingshu walked out of the darkness. But he didn't want to reveal his identity, so he wore a silver mask on his face. The black-clothed old man's expression changed. In fact, he didn't feel anyone's aura at all. It was just that his decades of cultivation had given him a faint impulse. So, he deliberately stopped and shouted. He didn't expect that someone would really come out. "This person's martial arts are so high that I can't feel his aura at all." He clearly saw that the other party was not far in front of him, but the black-clothed old man was shocked to find that there seemed to be no one in that place. Song Qingshu didn't know that the black-clothed old man was tricking him. But even if he knew, it didn't matter. He was already prepared to show himself. "Your Excellency, who are you?" The black-clothed old man's hair stood on end. He was on full alert, defending while preparing to escape. Song Qingshu didn't answer. His figure flashed and directly grabbed at the black-clothed old man's face. As long as he took off the disguise on his face, he would know if he was Murong Jingyue or not. The black-clothed old man only saw a blur in front of him. The other party's hand was already less than 3 inches in front of him. He couldn't help but feel his soul leave his body. But after all, he had decades of pure martial arts. At this critical moment, he hurriedly raised his palms. He didn't hope to repel the other party, but only hoped to move the other party's hand 3 feet away. Then, he would take the opportunity to escape. "Eh?" Song Qingshu casually brushed away the other party's hands. But in his heart, he was shocked. The other party's internal energy seemed to be somewhat familiar. It seemed to be mixed origin qi. The black-clothed old man didn't expect that the attack that he had gathered decades of martial arts would be so easily resolved by the other party. Seeing the other party's hand falling down, he felt despair. Forget it, who knew that the other party's hand didn't penetrate his head. Instead, it only tore off the human skin mask on his face. Noticing that the other party was staring at him in a daze, the black-clothed old man didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately retreated and fled into the darkness. But he didn't feel happy at all. After all, with the martial arts that the other party had displayed, if the other party wanted to chase him, he wouldn't be able to escape. But what made him wild with joy was that the other party actually stood there in a daze. The other party didn't have the slightest intention of chasing him. How could he dare to stay any longer? With a few leaps, he had already disappeared into the night. Song Qingshu didn't chase after the other party because he knew that he wasn't facing Murong Jingyue, but another acquaintance, Jinyang hero Xiaoban. Both parties had crossed paths during the Golden Snake Convention. Xiaoban had also participated in the competition for the Golden Snake King, but they didn't fight against each other. However, because Blood Knife Ancestor had kidnapped Xue Xing, Song Qingshu had exchanged blows with Xiaoban on the way to rescue her. Thus, he knew that Xiaoban had some relations with the Xue family. "I'll let you go for Xing'er's sake," Song Qingshu muttered to himself. But he was getting more and more curious. Xiaoban's identity was getting more and more mysterious. Everyone in the Jianghu thought that he was the famous Jinyang hero. But now that he thought about it, his various actions were a little strange. It seemed that he was plotting something big. "Forget it. I'll save Icy Snow and Qing Qing first." Song Qingshu realized that it had been a long time since he came out of the prison. He was worried that something might have happened over there, so he gave up on the idea of investigating further. When he changed back into the jailer's uniform and was about to return to the cell, he was suddenly stopped at the periphery. "Buddy, the prison has been cleared. Let's wait outside." Song Qingshu slightly furrowed his brows. He thought that since the diplomatic corps of the Xixia country had left and Xiaoban had been rescued, there were only two women, Icy Snow and Xia Qingqing, except for some prisoners who were already in the prison. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. "Is there any big shot inside?" Song Qingshu asked in a deep voice. "The son of the Northern Privy Council has come to interrogate the prisoners," the jailer answered casually. But Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. Because the Northern Privy Council ambassador, Yelu Renxian, was far away in the northwest, and Yelu Isan was acting as the Northern Privy Council ambassador. Of course, the Northern Privy Council ambassador they were talking about didn't refer to Yelu Renxian, but the king of Wei. He had seen what kind of person Yelu Sui, Yelu Isan's son, was. Moreover, Yelu Sui was beaten up for trying to flirt with Icy Snow. Even a fool would know that Yelu Sui had come back for revenge. Song Qingshu couldn't hold back anymore. The jailers were about to turn pale, but their acupoints were quickly sealed. "Beauty, you didn't expect that you still couldn't escape from me in the end, did you?" Yelu Sui was looking at Icy Snow with his head held high. At the same time, he looked at Xia Qingqing greedily. As the Han people say, a misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. I already have a great beauty, but now I have another charming beauty. TSK, TSK, TSK. God is really kind to me. Xia Qingqing was already in a bad mood. Hearing his words, she got even angrier. But he seemed to know Icy Snow, so she took her hand and asked, "Who is this bastard?" Icy Snow's voice was as cold as ice. "He's just a playboy who flirts with innocent women." Xia Qingqing rolled her eyes and changed her previous anger. She said in a soft and charming voice, "I think this gentleman is extraordinarily handsome. Besides, he can come and go as he pleases. Obviously, he has a high status. I think it'll be easy for him to get us out." When she was roaming in Jianghu, she was a seductress who didn't play by the rules. Now, she could easily get them with some tricks. Icy Snow looked at her strangely. She couldn't figure out why she was acting coquettishly. Could it be that she had given up on herself because of Yuan Qingji? But she was a smart person. She quickly realized that Xia Qingqing probably wanted to trick this playboy into prison and then take the opportunity to escape. "Of course. As long as you obey me, not only will I get you out, but I'll also live a luxurious life from now on." Yelu Sui also patted his chest proudly. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he had a good family background. In order to curry favor with his father, many small families sent beautiful women to throw themselves at him. When he saw Xia Qingqing's appearance, he subconsciously thought of how those beautiful women used to curry favor with him. For a moment, he couldn't help but enjoy it. From Yelu Sui's point of view, the two women had no choice but to hug his thighs in order to get out of prison. He had always loved to do such good deeds. Not only could he save the two beauties, but he could also enjoy their alluring bodies in return. Xia Qingqing pulled Icy Snow's sleeve. "Big sister, young master is actually willing to save us. Why are you still angry over the previous misunderstanding?" Icy Snow couldn't bring herself to feign civility with this person. However, she couldn't disregard Xia Qingqing's face, so she could only reply vaguely. Xia Qingqing also gave Yelu Sui a look. "Young master, my big sister has actually agreed in her heart, but she can't bring herself to do it. After all, you have offended her before. Why don't you persuade her and move her with your sincerity?" Okay, Yelu Sui rubbed his hands together. He thought of the two charming beauties throwing themselves at him, especially Icy Snow's cold and arrogant attitude. She even beat him up. But what's the use of having high martial arts? In the end, didn't she still come to his crotch to have fun? When he thought of how the high and mighty Icy Snow was ravaged by him, Yelu Sui felt a surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen. He couldn't wait to open the cell door. "Little lady, I'm coming." Ouch! Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Xia Qingqing punched him in the eye, causing him to fall backward. Xia Qingqing didn't stop at all. She sealed his acupoints and kicked him, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I'll beat you to death. Seeing her beating Xianxia up, Icy Snow couldn't help but be dumbfounded. As if she hadn't gotten used to the contrast between before and after, she pulled her back after a long time and said, "Forget it, he will die if you continue beating him." Xianxia clapped her hands, "Big sister, you're so kind. I've killed so many lechers in the past." Although she said so, she didn't continue beating him up. When Song Qingshu arrived, he saw Xianxia on the ground, who was beaten up like a panda. He couldn't help but have a strange expression. Although these women are as docile as kittens in my place, they're all formidable tigresses in the martial world. Just now, because Xianxia thought that he could use his power to make the two women bow down to him, he purposely dismissed the people in the cell, so when Xianxia beat him up, no one helped her. At that moment, Song Qingshu was wearing a jailer's uniform and had changed his appearance. When Icy Snow and Xianxia saw him, their expressions changed slightly. They knew that if he shouted and alerted the guards outside, they would be in trouble. Without any verbal communication, the two women attacked him from the left and right as if they had planned it beforehand. Song Qingshu was startled, but he quickly realized that they didn't recognize him. When he thought of this, he wasn't in a hurry to acknowledge them. He directly leaned to the side, easily dodging the two women's attacks. Eh? Be it Icy Snow or Xianxia, they were extremely surprised. After all, the person opposite them was dressed like a foot soldier and was the kind of cannon fodder that could be easily dispatched. The reason why the two of them teamed up was to prevent him from making any noise and alerting his companions. But who knew that the two of them would misjudge him? This person's martial arts was surprisingly high, and he easily dodged their joint attack. Icy Snow and Xianxia tacitly attacked again. This time, they didn't hold back because they knew that the other party was probably an expert. Unfortunately, as soon as they raised their hands, their bodies suddenly went limp, and they were embraced by the person on both sides. You! The two women were horrified. They didn't see anything clearly and yet they were captured by the other party. It was simply unbelievable. Today, there was a fortune teller who said that I'm destined to be in love, and I didn't really believe it. I didn't expect that there would actually be two beautiful ladies throwing themselves into my arms. My luck with women is really not shallow. Song Qingshu said as he kissed the two women's cheeks from both sides. The two women's skin is so tender and smooth. Song Qingshu couldn't stop praising them. You! Icy Snow was ashamed and indignant. Just as she was about to risk her life, Xianxia laughed and said, "Don't panic, big sister. Apart from Qingshu, who else in this world has such a high level of martial arts and such a bad taste?" Compared to Icy Snow, who had been tracking Morong Jingyue's whereabouts all these years, Xianxia spent more time by Song Qingshu's side, so she naturally knew more about his bad taste and hobbies. Besides, she could feel a very familiar aura when she was hugged by Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu was stunned and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You can even recognize me?" Upon hearing his real voice, Icy Snow sized him up in disbelief. "Qingshu, is it really you?" Song Qingshu took off the mask on his face and smiled gently. "It's really me." Icy Snow was pleasantly surprised at first, then she blushed. "You're really a bastard." Upon seeing her angry look, Song Qingshu's heart softened. "Icy Snow, it's been hard on you all these years. Was there anything warmer than a lover's comfort in this world?" Icy Snow suddenly felt that all the hardships and fatigue she had been through all these years were swept away. Just as she was about to lie in his arms and rest, she suddenly remembered that there was someone else beside her. Embarrassed, she hurriedly tried to push him away. However, Xianxia seemed to know what she was worried about. She giggled and said, "Big sister, why are you so flustered? There are no outsiders here anyway." Based on Xianxin's character, she wasn't willing to let her man hug her left and right. However, there were two exceptions in this world. One was Audiobook, who was her rival in love, and the other was Icy Snow, who was in the same boat. Apart from these two, Xianxia wasn't willing to let Song Qingshu hug her left and right like other women. Upon hearing Xianxin's words, Icy Snow's face turned even redder. She thought, "You've just met your husband, and you're suddenly in the mood to make such sarcastic remarks." However, she was considerate and didn't say it out loud. At this moment, Song Qingshu said, "This isn't a place to chat. Let's talk after we get out." The two women nodded secretly and stayed by his side. When the door of the cell was opened, because the acupoints of the guards at the door had just been sealed by Song Qingshu, they easily walked out. Before alerting the surrounding soldiers, Song Qingshu hugged the two women and disappeared into the night sky. Not long after they left, Yelu Sui gradually woke up in the cell. As he crawled up, he cursed, "You two bitches, wait until I catch you and see how I'll press you under my body and humiliate you." Suddenly, he felt the light in front of him dimmed. He raised his head in confusion and found that someone was standing in front of him. Just as he was about to say something, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes. Yelu Sui also looked at the other party with a look of disbelief while holding his neck that was splattering blood. He wanted to say something, but blood kept coming out of his mouth. He couldn't speak at all. In the end, he unwillingly fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. "Boss." When the prison guards finally came in, they found that Yelu Sui was also lying in a pool of blood, dead. They couldn't help but be shocked, especially when they thought that he was Wei Wang's only son. Many of them were so scared that their bodies almost melted. However, no one had the ability to hide such a big thing, and no one dared to hide it. Soon, it was reported to the upper echelons, instantly shocking the officialdom of Shangjing City. It was said that even the emperor was furious. Song Qingshu and the others naturally didn't know what happened here. He left with Icy Snow and Xia Qingqing. He originally wanted to go to Zhao Min's place, but after thinking about it, he gave up. When the women met, it would most likely be like Mars colliding with Earth. Even if there was an explosion in the unknown, the turbulent waves in the dark would be unbearable. Song Qingshu shuddered just by imagining a few scenes. It was rare that Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow had a good relationship, so there was no need to add another person to make trouble. Song Qingshu decisively gave up the idea of going to Zhao Min's place, and then brought the two women to another house in the south of the city. The Mongols had a secret stronghold in Shangjing City, so did the Jin Kingdom. This was one of the secret industries of the laundry brothel in Shangjing City. Song Qingshu had the highest authority in the laundry brothel, so he easily took over this house. After settling down, the three of them sat around a table. Xia Qingqing was slightly younger, so she said with some excitement, "Qingshu, why are you here?" "It's a long story. I came here to deal with the Liaosong alliance, and to find the whereabouts of Murong Jingyue," Song Qingshu answered. Hearing his words, the dignified Icy Snow's eyelashes fluttered, and a trace of tenderness appeared in her eyes. "Qingshu, I didn't expect you to help me find Murong Jingyue when you're so busy." Song Qingshu was startled, but he reacted quickly. "How could I forget about this?" Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to say that he was looking for Murong Jingyue to cure Zhao Min of the 3-corpse divine pills poison. Moreover, half of it was for Icy Snow's sake. Upon hearing his words, Icy Snow's eyes grew softer and softer, as though tears were about to seep out of her eyes. "Then how did you appear in the prison so coincidentally?" When Xia Qingqing noticed how affectionate the two of them were, she smiled and didn't feel the slightest bit of disgust. "Icy Snow must be different from other women. I followed the Xixia people here." Song Qingshu then described what had happened earlier. "I didn't rescue you in the woods. You won't blame me, will you?" "How could that be?" "That kind of situation wasn't suitable for saving people," said Icy Snow with a gentle smile. Song Qingshu lamented, "Sister is really considerate." Xia Qingqing, who was at the side, teased, "What sister? She's clearly your sister-in-law." She knew the story of how she met Song Qingshu when she talked to Icy Snow previously. However, as soon as she said that, Icy Snow and Song Qingshu looked at each other awkwardly. After all, the two of them had already gotten to the point of rolling around in bed. It was strange to hear Icy Snow address her as sister-in-law. Upon seeing their expressions, Xia Qingqing also realized that something was wrong. She quickly changed the topic and said, "All right, Brother Song. Since you've already mixed in with the prison guards, why didn't you come out to rescue us after seeing us being molested by that good-for-nothing rich kid?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "There's no need for me to do anything. Didn't the two of you already beat him half to death?" Xia Qingqing stuck out her tongue. Clearly, she felt a little embarrassed when she thought of letting him see her tough side. Actually, the reason why I didn't do anything was because I went after the man in black who was in the same cell as you, Song Qingshu explained. Xia Qingqing let out an ah because she suddenly realized that since Song Qingshu was pretending to be a prison guard, he must have seen how she looked when she called for Yuan Xingji. Would he have any thoughts about this? At the thought of this, she began to worry about her gains and losses. Icy Snow glanced at her and secretly held her hand to comfort her. Is there anything wrong with the identity of that man in black? Is he worthy of your attention? Her question resolved Xia Qingqing's awkwardness to a certain extent, earning her a grateful glance. Song Qingshu explained, because I suspected that he was Murong Jingyue. This time, it was Icy Snow's turn to exclaim in surprise. However, she soon noticed the meaning behind Song Qingshu's words and sighed softly. It seems that he isn't. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. I went to test him and took off his mask. I found out that he was actually the hero of Jinyang, Xiaoban. Xiaoban? Xia Qingqing exclaimed. Xiaoban had participated in the Golden Snake King's election, so she had a deep impression of him. However, she could not connect the hero of Jinyang with this man in black. That's right. I didn't expect it to be him either. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. By the way, Qingqing, did you come from Beijing? Yes. Xia Qingqing knew what he was going to ask. Miss Shui is knowledgeable and decisive. She has already taken control of the 8 banners aristocrats in Beijing. She's gradually gaining the upper hand in the war against Wu Sangue. I'm afraid she'll be able to get rid of him completely in less than 2 years. By then, she should be able to help you. When Xia Qingqing found out about Dongfang Mushua's true identity, she hated her to death. However, when she found out that Yuan Xingji was still alive, this hatred disappeared and was replaced by deep admiration. After all, as a woman, Dongfang Mushue had accomplished many things that men could not. Still 2 more years? Sensing the pressure from Mongolia, Song Qingshu increasingly felt that there wasn't enough time. However, he also understood that it was impressive enough for Dongfang Mushue to turn the situation around and pacify Wu Sangue in such a short period of time. One must know that the 3 border rebellion in history lasted for 8 years and almost overthrew the Qing dynasty. If Wu Sangue hadn't died midway due to the passage of time, it would be hard to tell who would be the final victor. Knowing that there were no results in the Qing dynasty for the time being, Song Qingshu collected his thoughts and turned to ask, Icy Snow, why did that Xiao Ban attack you? Icy Snow was also at a loss. I'm not sure either, but it seems like he wants the saber in my hand. Your saber? Song Qingshu was startled. It should be your big brother whose cold moon saber. Icy Snow rolled her eyes at him with some hidden bitterness. After all, what happened between them made her feel guilty to her late husband. Back then, after Big Brother who died, this saber was buried with him. Not long ago, when I passed by Xangzhou, I thought that I might be able to find Murong Jingyue to avenge Big Brother who, so I deliberately took this saber out. Song Qingshu secretly pondered. Wasn't the Cold Moon saber owned by Nan Lan's father? The father and daughter were robbed and killed by a group of mountain bandits. Miao Renfeng passed by and saved them, and they got married. Then, Miao Renfeng went to Hu Yidao's grave to pay her respects and buried the saber in the grave to honor her good friend. However, this world was very chaotic, so there might be some errors. Song Qingshu didn't dwell on it. What's so special about this Cold Moon saber? Why does Xiaoban want it? Moreover, the Xixia princess heard that you brought a saber with you, so she hurriedly came to capture you. I don't know either. Icy Snow's beautiful eyes widened. Maybe it's because the Cold Moon saber can cut iron like mud. Although it's not as famous as the dragon saber in the pugilistic world, I think it's not much worse. However, Song Qingshu didn't think so. Although a saber that could cut iron like mud would make people in the pugilistic world fight for it, what kind of divine weapon couldn't a country find? Unless there was a big secret like the dragon saber, why would the country care about it? Where's the saber now? Let me see. Thinking that both Xiaoban and the Xixia people came for the Cold Moon saber, Song Qingshu faintly felt that there might be some secret hidden in it. Unexpectedly, Icy Snow looked worried. The saber was taken away when I was thrown into prison. Oh? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and quickly stood up. It's probably still in the evidence room in the prison. Let's go back and look for it. He certainly couldn't let such a crucial saber go missing. Okay. Icy Snow also stood up. This saber was Hu Yidao's relic, and it was related to her son's saber technique in the future. She was more anxious than anyone else. I'll go with you. Xia Qingqing didn't want to stay here alone. When she thought about Yuan Qingji, she felt that only staying by Song Qingshu's side could give her a sense of security. Song Qingshu nodded. Because of what had happened with Yuan Qingji, he was worried about leaving Xia Qingqing here alone. He did not want her to overthink things. As for how to deal with Yuan Qingji's matter, the two of them would discuss it when they were free. Worried that the cold moon saber would be taken away, Song Qingshu brought the two girls along and quickly returned to the prison. However, to their surprise, the 3 floors of the prison were filled with guards. It was obvious that the security was tight. It's probably because we escaped and that foppish young master was beaten up, so this place is under martial law, Icy Snow said softly. She didn't know that Yelu Sui was also dead. This is going to be difficult, Xia Qingqing said with a frown as she looked at the heavily guarded guards not far away. Don't worry, this won't be a problem for your husband. Song Qingshu kissed her on the cheek and laughed. Wait for me here. I'll go in and get the treasured saber and come out. This person is really... Xia Qingqing stood on the spot with a flushed face while holding her cheek. Icy Snow held her hand and said with a smile, Little sister Qing this proves that Qingshu likes you a lot. Xia Qingqing bit her lip and stomped her feet. Even big sister is teasing me. Icy Snow said softly, I just want to tell you that since you're so happy now, why are you so obsessed with the past? Xia Qingqing knew that Icy Snow was reminding her about Yuan Qingji. She sighed faintly. I've already made up my mind. It's just that Big Brother Yuan used to be me. If Big Brother Hu came back to life, would you still be as carefree as you are now? Icy Snow was taken aback and didn't know how to answer. Yes, if Hu Yidao came back to life, what would she choose? Just as the two girls were feeling lost, a tender shout suddenly sounded in their ears. So you two demonesses are here. Return my brother's life. This book's official account, Monk Lu Ru today, the official account promoted a game. In order to thank the readers for downloading, the monk will organize a red packet activity on the weekend. The total number of downloads will be doubled. For example, if there are 5,000 downloads, I'll give 10,000 yuan. Of course, I'm sure it won't be as many as 5,000 downloads, it'll be difficult to break 1,000. The specific number of red packets and the method of snatching the red packets will be decided by the brothers voting tomorrow. But compared to the sunny red packets, I'm more inclined to have fewer red packets and more money per red packet. That way, it'll be more interesting. In addition, in order to thank the gentleman for downloading, the monk will release more chapters tomorrow. In view of the previous lesson, I won't link it to the number of downloads. I'll directly add 4 chapters. If there's any spare time, I'll add more chapters. If you haven't seen it, welcome to the monk's official account, Monk Lu Ru. You can download the game in the latest tweet. Of course, you can also see the female characters' pictures in the monk's official account, as well as some other benefits. A tall woman suddenly rushed out from the shadows, her beautiful face now flashing with hatred. Yelu Nanxian? Xia Qingqing cried out in surprise. Although the two of them didn't know each other, they had met at the Golden Snake Gathering before, so they recognized each other. Yelu Nanxian ignored her, the sword in her hand glinted with a cold light, stabbing straight at the two women. It turned out that after receiving news of her brother's death, she came to the prison to investigate. From the description of what happened, she knew that the biggest suspects were Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow, who escaped from the prison. She felt uncomfortable seeing her brother's miserable state, so she came out for a breath of fresh air, but who knew she would run into these two women? Icy Snow's expression changed. She pushed away Xia Qingqing, who was still in a daze. The belt in her sleeve shot out to meet Yelu Nanxian. Yelu Nanxian snorted coldly, changing her swordsmanship, easily parrying the ribbon coming at her, instantly arriving 3 feet in front of Icy Snow. Yelu Nanxian's martial arts was already one of the best among the younger generation, and with this sudden attack, Icy Snow was forced to face the enemy in a hurry, falling into a disadvantageous position in an instant. Fortunately, Xiaoqingqing had already reacted. With a wave of her hand, a golden snake all shot towards Yelunanxian. Her golden snake sword had also been confiscated in the prison, but there were still a few golden snake alls left on her. Yelunanxian's eyes narrowed. In truth, in terms of martial arts, both Icy Snow and Xiaoqingqing were on par with her. Facing this golden serpent all, Yelunanxian didn't dare to be careless. She quickly twisted her waist in midair, dodging the golden serpent all's strange attack. Icy Snow took the opportunity to increase the distance between them again, admiring the flexibility of her waist while using the white python whip skill with her ribbon, preventing Yelunanxian from getting any closer. At this time, Xiaoqingqing spoke, "Miss Nancian, why did you suddenly attack us? Is there some misunderstanding?" Although the two of them weren't close friends, due to the golden snake gathering, they could be considered friends. Xiaoqingqing didn't understand why they would attack each other as soon as they met. Yelunanxian harumphed coldly, "You know what you've done." Finishing her words, Yelunanxian stepped out with a mysterious movement technique, approaching the two women. Noticing the hatred in her eyes, Xiaoqingqing's expression changed. She didn't dare to be careless anymore. She quickly picked up the golden snake awl and fired it from time to time to force the other party to retreat. However, she was secretly worried. Her and Icy Snow's weapons had been confiscated previously. Now that they had lost their weapons, Icy Snow could still use the ribbon to replace the silver bell and golden lock to perform the white python whip technique. On the other hand, she couldn't perform most of her martial arts without the golden snake sword. While she was distracted, Yelunanxian suddenly took out a crossbow from her waist and shot an arrow at Icy Snow. At the same time, she leaped up and stabbed her sword at Xiaoqingqing. Icy Snow's expression changed. She had been focusing all her attention on Yelunanxian, so how could she have known that she would suddenly take out a crossbow? It had to be known that crossbows were a powerful weapon used by the government to deal with the people in the world of martial artists. They were fast and powerful, and normal martial artists would not be able to dodge them. In fact, if a 100-man squad fired their crossbows at a close distance, even the 5 ultimate martial artists would die if they were not careful. It was precisely because of the existence of crossbows and armies, as well as some hidden experts worshipped by the government, that the countries in this world had enough deterrence against all kinds of pugilistic world experts. Otherwise, whoever had the highest martial arts would become the emperor. Yelunanxian's sudden arrow was 3 times faster than an ordinary crossbow arrow. Not to mention, there was no warning at all. On top of that, the two women were only about 10 feet away from each other. How could Icy Snow dodge it? She could even see the cold glint of the arrowhead. Icy Snow sighed in her heart, forget it, forget it. I didn't expect to be separated by life and death so soon after I reunited with Qingshu. Just as Xiaoqingqing was about to lose her life, a gust of wind suddenly shot out from the side, forcibly knocking the arrow to the side. Icy Snow had just escaped death. She looked to the side with joy, but before she could rejoice, she saw that Yelunanxian's sword had already pierced into Xiaoqingqing's chest. Ah! Icy Snow cried out in alarm, but it was too late to save Xiaoqingqing. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out and grabbed Xiaoqingqing. The other hand raised, catching the sword that was inches away from Yelunanxian. Yelunanxian's lightning-fast sword instantly stopped. Yelunanxian was shocked and angry at the same time. In this world, there were only a few people who could catch her sword with 2 fingers. Looking up, it was indeed the person she guessed. Biting her lips, she angrily shouted, "Song, get out of my way." This person was indeed Song Qingshu. He had just come out from the prison to find something, but he didn't expect to run into the scene of 3 women fighting. Why are you fighting? He even secretly guessed that it couldn't be because of jealousy, right? But he immediately denied this speculation. After all, the Yelunanxian he knew was usually calm and collected, but deep down in her bones, she was incomparably proud. She would never do something like this. Why don't you ask them yourself what they did? Yelunanxian looked at the 2 women, her anger still lingering. Song Qingshu was startled, turning to look at Xiaoqingqing. What did you do? Xiaoqingqing was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Adding to the fact that she was attacked without rhyme or reason and almost lost her life, she was even angrier. She coldly snorted, "We were just having a nice chat here," but the moment she came, she pulled out her sword and attacked us. who knows what happened? You. Yellow Nanxian's almond-shaped eyes widened, but unfortunately, her sword was caught between Song Qingshu's fingers. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it out. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Everyone calm down, speak slowly, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Yellow Nanxian's eyes reddened, tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. My older brother went to the prison to interrogate them, but who would have thought that the two of them would take the opportunity to kill my older brother and escape from the prison? Not only that, they even beat my older brother to such a miserable state, he must have suffered great torture before he died. Although she didn't like her older brother's bullying and tyrannical ways, they were siblings after all. Ever since they were little, her older brother had always taken good care of her, so their relationship had always been very good. Now that she saw Ye Sui's tragic death, she was naturally extremely sad and angry. That person is dead? Xia Qingqing was surprised. Although she didn't know Ye Sui's identity, from his description, she knew he was the same person who had come to the prison and harassed them. You sure know how to act. Yellow Nanxian sneered. Knowing her brother was dead, Xia Qingqing didn't want to argue with her anymore. She softened her tone. That man came to the prison and tried to take advantage of me and Sister Bing Shui'er. I did teach him a good lesson, but he left after beating him up. Could it be that he suffered internal injuries? That shouldn't be the case, I know how much strength I used, it's just some superficial wounds. Yellow Nanxian trembled. What internal injuries? My brother died because someone slit his throat. Thinking of her brother's tragic state, she felt a chill run down her spine. That's impossible, it wasn't us. Xia Qingqing hurriedly said. The prison was heavily guarded, only the two of you escaped. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Yellow Nanxian angrily retorted. Song Qingshu finally understood the whole story. He didn't expect Ye Sui to also die. No wonder the prison was so heavily guarded. It was only because of the prison break. Nanxian, they aren't lying. Yellow Nanxian didn't believe him. They're your women, of course you'll speak up for them. Although she wasn't sure, she noticed the way the two women looked at Song Qingshu. As a woman herself, how could she not see the relationship between them? Thinking of this, she felt even more annoyed. Hearing this, Xia Qingqing and Bing Shui'er's faces turned red. After all, they were widows living alone, they had husbands in name. Now that an outsider had exposed their relationship, it was no wonder they felt awkward. I'm not speaking up for them, I was there too. Song Qingshu said in a low voice. You were there too? Yellow Nanxian was surprised. That's right, Song Qingshu nodded, I was the one who rescued them from the prison. Yellow Nanxian's face suddenly paled, so you were the one who slashed them. In that instant, all her hopes turned to dust. Song Qingshu knew at a glance that she was thinking the wrong thing. He snapped, what nonsense are you thinking? Your brother wasn't killed by them, nor was I the one who killed him. Yellow Nanxian bit her lip, I know my brother's character, he must have been tempted to bully your two lovers, and you saw him. How could the world-renowned Golden Snake King tolerate another man offending his forbidden woman, so he killed him. In any case, he's just a hedonistic son of a rich family, why would he care about you? She knew her brother's daily habits, and could more or less guess what he was doing in prison. Although it was shameful, it wasn't a crime worthy of death. Hearing her call him lover and forbidden woman, both Xia Qingqing and Bing Shui'er felt extremely embarrassed, but there was a strange feeling in their hearts. They could indeed be considered Song Qingshu's lover. Your imagination is quite strong, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I know Ye Sui, how could I kill him? Although my brother is the son of Wei Wang, you don't have to care about him, do you? Yellow Nanxian still didn't believe it. Song Qingshu looked at the sparkling tears on her face and said softly, I don't really care about the son of Wei Wang, but he's your brother, why would I kill my brother-in-law? As soon as he said this, Xia Qingqing and Bing Shui'er's expressions instantly became extremely strange. Bing Shui'er had a faint smile on her face, while Xia Qingqing secretly spat, I knew it, none of the beautiful women around this bastard can escape from his palm. Last time, I already felt that they were flirting with each other. Next time when I return to Shandong, I'll have to remind Audiobook to control her husband, so that he doesn't fool around all day. Because of her identity, it was not convenient for Xia Qingqing to say anything about Song Qingshu, but the jealousy gene in her bones inevitably flared up, so she subconsciously thought of finding Audiobook. At this time, Yelu Nanshan's originally pale cheeks instantly turned red. She was ashamed and angry. What brother-in-law? Unexpectedly, crossbows were not only weapons of mass destruction in ancient times, but also prohibited in modern times. With our relationship, how could I kill your brother? Song Qingshu reached out to wipe the tears off her face and said pitifully, "My condolences, I will help you find the murderer." Noticing the two women's strange gazes, Yelu Nanxian couldn't stand it anymore. She stomped her feet, turned around, and ran away. Before she disappeared, she said, "Who needs your help? I will check again to see if what you said is true or not." Although she said that, she actually believed it in her heart. Seeing Yelu Nanxian almost running away, Xia Qingqing walked over and said with a faint smile, "Prince Song really has a lot of female friends in the world." Icy Snow also frowned slightly. It was obvious that she was having a headache about this fickle man. Faintly sensing the murderous intent in the air, Song Qingshu hurriedly changed the topic. "Ahem, I just checked inside and only found Qingqing's golden snake sword and Icy Snow's silver bell golden lock. As for the cold moon saber, it's gone missing." As he said that, he handed the stolen golden snake sword and soft rope to the two women. Gone missing? Icy Snow's beautiful face turned pale when she heard that the cold moon saber was missing. "I was confused before, but now it seems that the person who took the cold moon saber is most likely the mysterious person who killed Yelu Sui." Song Qingshu analyzed. "Could it be the Xiaoban you mentioned before?" Icy Snow asked hurriedly. After all, Xiaoban also came for the cold moon saber. "No," Song Qingshu shook his head, "I have been following Xiaoban, so he didn't have the chance to come back to kill and take the saber." "Then could it be the people from Western Xia?" Xia Qingqing also analyzed. "That's possible," Song Qingshu thought for a while and said with uncertainty, "but they just need to take the saber. There's no need to kill Yelu Sui. After all, Yelu Sui is Yelu Isen's only son and Yelu Nanshan's brother. The Western Xia crown prince is about to marry Yelu Nanxian. Why would he kill Yelu Sui?" As he was analyzing, he suddenly saw the two women's strange gazes. He heard Xia Qingqing mumble in a low voice, "Why do you always like to find other people's wives?" Song Qingshu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "She and I have been together for a long time. It's just that she interfered in our marriage." Even though he explained, the two women still looked as if they knew what his hobby was. Song Qingshu was also very helpless, so he simply did not explain. Could it be that someone in the Western Xia doesn't want to see this marriage succeed? Xia Qingqing raised another conjecture. She had followed Ajiu and Dongfeng Muxue for the past few years, so her vision was no longer comparable to that of the pugilistic world woman of the past. "That's not impossible. We need to investigate further," Song Qingshu said in a low voice. However, the clamor of soldiers soon came from not far away. It turned out that the battle here had alerted the guards over there. "Let's go back first and think about it at length." Song Qingshu hugged the two women with each hand and left before the soldiers arrived. After returning to the secret hideout of the laundry yard, Song Qingshu said to the two women, "It's getting late. You two must be tired after being tossed around for the whole day. Take a rest first, and we'll go and find out more information tomorrow morning." Icy Snow and Xia Qingqing nodded. They had fought several battles today, and they were also captured and imprisoned. They were indeed exhausted. Fortunately, Song Qingshu had already thoughtfully instructed the servants to prepare hot water in advance. The two women then found their clothes and went to take a bath. On the other hand, Song Qingshu began to organize his next thoughts. Apart from looking for Murong Jingyue, he now had to find the murderer and the cold moon saber. However, these two tasks could probably be combined into one. After finding the saber, he would most likely find the murderer. According to various information, this cold moon saber was most likely related to the Mandarin duck saber, and he could start from this aspect. Tomorrow, he would go to the Western Xia diplomatic corps to check if they were the ones who did it. In addition, he could ask Xiaoban to see if he knew any secrets about the Mandarin duck saber. There was also Yuan Qingji's matter. After thinking for a while, he felt dizzy. Song Qingshu simply stopped thinking and decided to peep first. Ah, pooh. How could a scholar's matter be called peeping? He would think about it after seeing the two women bathing. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to his wishes. The two women each had their own worries and obviously didn't have the mood to take a leisurely bath today. Soon, they finished bathing. When Song Qingshu was about to sneak in, the door was already opened from the inside. "What are you trying to do?" Icy Snow asked in puzzlement when she saw his sneaky behavior. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. He lifted his hand that was about to open the door and touched the back of his head. That's nothing. I'm just here to see if you have enough hot water." Haha. Icy Snow had a strange expression on her face. She faintly felt that he was up to no good. Xiaoqingqing, who was at the side, laughed and said, "Sister Icy, don't believe his nonsense. He just wants to come in and steal." Icy Snow's expression became even more strange. After all, when she knew Song Qingshu, he was still an upright and aloof person, although he was also a little lecherous. Song Qingshu also felt a little embarrassed. Icy Snow was different from other women. She had accompanied him during his darkest times. Therefore, he always wanted to leave a perfect impression on her. It's getting late. You should rest early. I'll be going back to my room first." Xiaoqingqing pushed him to Icy Snow and said with a smile, "You haven't seen each other for so long. You must have a lot to talk about. Spend some time with Sister Icy." As she spoke, she winked at Song Qingshu. Her eyes were exceptionally bright and charming. Then, she ran back to her room with a grin. Song Qingshu was so angry that he wanted to smack her, but he didn't expect her to send him such an assist. His previous gloominess was instantly swept away. He indeed had a lot of things to talk about with Icy Snow. Of course, he wanted to sleep with her more. However, he only dared to think about it. He loved and respected Icy Snow and was afraid of offending her. Besides, Xiaoqingqing had solemnly said that she was only willing to accompany him with Audio. He couldn't even think about other women, so he could only give up on this idea. "This Qingqing." Icy Snow stomped her feet. A layer of redness appeared on her snow-like skin. Although she was close to Song Qingshu, they were far from being an old married couple. In addition, they had been separated for many days, so the shyness in her heart grew stronger. "Have you been well these days, sister?" Song Qingshu held Icy Snow's hand and asked affectionately. Icy Snow smiled sweetly, "Of course I've been well." Song Qingshu sighed, "When I met you this time, I realized that you've lost weight. I think you must have suffered a lot of hardships in the past 2 years." Hearing his gentle voice, Icy Snow felt that the hardships she encountered over the years were nothing. "When I saw you, all the hardships in the past disappeared without a trace." Song Qingshu didn't expect Icy Snow, who had always been arrogant, to say such touching words of love. For a moment, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and hugged her in his arms. Just like that, the two hugged each other without the slightest desire, only the closeness of two souls in the mortal world. After a long time, Icy Snow pushed him away and said softly, "Qingshu, go and see Qingqing." After seeing her today, her emotions are a little unstable. Seeing that she wanted to say something but hesitated, Song Qingshu knew that it wasn't convenient for her to talk about Yuan Qingji behind Xia Qingqing's back, so she could only remind him like this. "Okay." Song Qingshu didn't refuse. He was really afraid that Xia Qingqing would be stubborn again. Back then, he was tormented by her decisions in the Qing kingdom. Just now, Xia Qingqing pushed Song Qingshu into Icy Snow's arms and returned to her room with a smile. After closing the door, her smile disappeared and was replaced with a face full of sorrow. Lying on the bed, she thought about Song Qingshu for a while and Yuan Qingji for a while. All kinds of pressure from secular ethics overwhelmed her, making it hard for her to breathe. Tears flowed down unknowingly. "Young lady, why are you crying?" At this moment, a teasing voice suddenly rang in her ears. Xia Qingqing turned around in surprise and was already sitting on the edge of the bed. "Why are you? I'm here to accompany you." Song Qingshu smiled and scratched her nose, saying with some pity. Xia Qingqing's expression was a little strange. "Why are you done so quickly this time? Don't tell me someone is impersonating you." As she spoke, she pulled his face to see if there was a face-changing mask or something. Song Qingshu was speechless. "You've really learned bad things after being with me for a long time. Your thoughts are getting dirtier." Xia Qingqing exclaimed. Only then did she realize that she was thinking in the wrong direction. Song Qingshu laughed. In that case, I'll let you personally see if I'm impersonating you. As he spoke, he turned to her bed. Feeling his claws of Lushan, Xia Qingqing blushed. While dodging, she said, wait a moment. I have something to tell you. Go ahead. I'm listening. Song Qingshu didn't intend to stop at all. Hey, you, I really have something serious to tell you, Xia Qingqing said somewhat bitterly. Seeing that he still had no intention of stopping, she could only say, I met Big Brother Yuan today. She thought to herself, you should stop and listen to me. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu seemed to be indifferent. So what? I'm talking about Yuan Qingji. My husband, he's not dead. Xia Qingqing was worried that he didn't understand, so she explained with a trembling voice. As expected, Song Qingshu stopped and put his hands on the bed. I know. I've been waiting for you to tell me. You know? This time, it was Xia Qingqing's turn to be stunned. Yeah, I was disguised as a prison guard. I saw him, Song Qingshu answered. Xia Qingqing bit her lip. Qingshu, what do you think I should do? That's easy. Song Qingshu patted her leg. Open up. Xia Qingqing was a little dazed, but she instinctively did as he said. Song Qingshu lowered his waist. Let's do that. Second update, thank you gentlemen for downloading the game on the official account, Monk Lu Ru Ah. Xia Qingqing finally reacted and exclaimed. She looked at him shyly and angrily. You. Song Qingshu smiled. What's wrong? Feeling the pressure from him, Xia Qingqing blushed and turned her head away. You know. Song Qingshu chuckled. I'm just helping you make a choice. Xia Qingqing's eyes were misty, and her face became even redder. She bit her lip. You call this helping me make a choice? Of course. Song Qingshu raised his head proudly. Xia Qingqing clenched her fist. I'm really conflicted. What's there to be conflicted about? Of course you're going to choose me, Song Qingshu said rudely. Xia Qingqing was both angry and amused. Are you that confident that I'll choose you? Of course. Song Qingshu changed the topic. Even if you don't choose me, I'll just run to Yuan Qingji and tell him all the positions I've unlocked on you. You two won't be able to be together then. Xia Qingqing said angrily, how can you be so despicable and shameless? So what if I am? Song Qingshu said as he moved. In the face of love, what's the big deal about being despicable and shameless? Xia Qingqing's soul almost came out of her body. She looked at him with her watery eyes and finally sighed. I know you're saying this on purpose. You're putting all the blame on yourself to reduce my guilt. Thank you, brother Song. Song Qingshu was stunned. The domineering expression on his face changed to a gentle smile. Our Qingqing is becoming more and more understanding. Xia Qingqing looked at the man on top of her and smiled bitterly. I don't know what's wrong with me. I didn't want to be someone else's wife. Instead, I wanted to be your secret lover. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He whispered in her ear, not only are you becoming more and more understanding, but your words of love are also becoming more and more touching. Xia Qingqing laughed and scolded him. She patted his chest. I'm talking to you seriously, but you're making fun of me. Song Qingshu chuckled. Since you've made up your mind, you should be obedient. Be good and turn around. Xia Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, hesitated for a moment, and finally leaned over. Early the next morning, Xia Qingqing crawled out of bed because she remembered that icy snow was next door. She was too embarrassed to sleep for too long. Looking at Song Qingshu, who was still snoring away, Xia Qingqing rubbed her burning cheeks. She was really going to die. Yesterday, she had actually discussed Big Brother Yuan with him in that kind of situation. However, she had to admit that the other party's domineering way of doing things was decisive and decisive, resolving the conflict in her heart. She had already realized that she couldn't go back to the past with Yuan Qingji. After all, she couldn't easily open her legs to another man and return to being Mrs. Yuan. That's good too. Xia Qingqing sighed and suddenly realized that her whole body was relaxed. When she went out, she happened to bump into Icy Snow. Icy Snow was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Looking at the graceful figure among the flowers and her soft and graceful figure, Xianxia, who was also a woman, was stunned. Icy Snow was extremely beautiful to begin with. In addition to the graceful martial arts of the ancient Tomb sect, they complemented each other and made her look like a fairy dancing among the flowers. That bastard really has a lot of luck with women. After Xiaoqingqing made up her mind to be Song Qingshu's woman, her jealousy began to surface again. However, when she recalled that Xiaoqingqing was Icy Snow, she didn't feel anything. At this moment, Icy Snow also noticed her. After stopping her practice, she walked over with a smile. "Younger sister, you look rosy and radiant. You must have gotten rid of the knot in your heart?" "Ah, yes, yes." Xiaoqingqing stammered with a red face. At the same time, she secretly cursed Song Qingshu. She thought to herself that everyone knew what had happened last night, and it was really embarrassing. When Icy Snow saw her hesitant and blushing face, she couldn't help but be taken aback. Why was she so nervous? However, Icy Snow was an experienced person, after all. She suddenly understood something. When she mentioned the rosy and radiant face, she must have misunderstood something. This time, Icy Snow also blushed. She was just saying it naturally and didn't refer to what happened between them last night. Looking at Xiaoqingqing's blushing cheeks and sparkling eyes, Icy Snow couldn't help but feel that her little uncle was really lucky. She and Song Qingshu got to know each other through hardships. During that period of time, they depended on each other. Now that he was successful and surrounded by beauties, not only did she not feel jealous, but she also felt happy for him. "What are you two talking about?" Song Qingshu's voice came from not far away. It turned out that he had also woken up. "We're talking about you." Icy Snow smiled tenderly. Her graceful bearing made Xiaoqingqing fall in love with her. "Let's go to the street and have breakfast. Then, we can pay a visit to the diplomatic corps of the Western Xia country. Let's find out whether they are the ones behind this." Song Qingshu jumped in between the two women. Then, he held their hands and walked outside. The two women blushed at once. Although they could do whatever they wanted with Song Qingshu in private, they still felt a little embarrassed to be hugged by him in broad daylight. The two women stole a glance at each other and found that the other party was also looking at them. Their faces became redder and redder, and they tried to pull their hands back like frightened rabbits. Song Qingshu didn't allow them to say anything. He firmly grabbed their hands and walked out. Seeing that they couldn't get rid of him, the two women sighed inwardly and finally let him be. In a restaurant, a group of diners was eating breakfast. From time to time, their eyes would sneak a glance at the man sitting at the table by the window. All of them revealed looks of envy. Of course, it wasn't because of his dignified appearance, but because the two female companions on his left and right were too beautiful. They watched as the man intimately fed a pastry to the mouth of the woman dressed in black on the left. The woman's red lips parted slightly, and not only did she put the pastry in her mouth, but she also seemed to lick the man's fingers intentionally or unintentionally. The group of men at the side stared blankly and wailed in their hearts, "This is really immoral, immoral." However, when the man took out a piece of pastry and handed it to the woman in white on the right, the group of people were all stunned. Isn't this guy too daring? He's actually seducing another woman in front of his female companion? Because the two women were both heavenly beauties, both of them looked like they had walked out of a painting. Their temperaments were also worlds apart from those maidservants of noble families. No one thought that either of them was willing to be a concubine. They only thought that a man had brought his female companion and her close friend out. As expected, the woman dressed in white looked at the pastry in front of her with a troubled expression. The group of onlookers laughed in their hearts, "This man's methods are too clumsy. If he came out with the woman dressed in white in private, he might really be able to hook up with her." However, in front of her female companion, even if the woman dressed in white was willing, she wouldn't dare to say it. However, what made the group of men's eyes pop out was that although the woman dressed in white's face was red, after hesitating for a while, she finally opened her mouth and bit the pastry. Seeing the man put his finger into her mouth, the surrounding group of diners couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Then, they immediately looked at the woman dressed in green, thinking that she might fall out on the spot. However, what made the group of diners want to vomit blood was that not only was the woman dressed in green not angry at all, but she was also watching all of this with a smile on her face. Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or are they crazy? How can there be such a magnanimous woman in this world? I don't know what kind of dog *t luck this man has to have two fairy-like women at the same time. And he even has two fairy-like women on his left and right. The three people at the table by the window were, of course, Song Qingshu and the others. Sensing their murderous gazes, Song Qingshu was secretly pleased. No wonder the male protagonists in the online novels in my previous life often brought a few stunning female companions to show off their love. This kind of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes is really intoxicating. Don't be like this. They're watching. Icy Snow was a little shy, so she sat there with a red face and felt uneasy. Just let them watch. Song Qingshu smiled and continued to pick up a pastry and stuffed it into her mouth. Eat more, you've become thinner. Icy Snow was helpless. She could only lower her head and eat, not daring to look at the gazes of the people around her. Ahem, do you guys know how many major events happened last night? There was never a lack of people who talked loudly in the inn. Moreover, there were many people in the inn and they were well informed. Most of the time, some rumors in the streets were not far from the truth. What major events? The group of people was instantly attracted. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was still someone else's. It was more interesting to listen to gossip. The current king of Wei, the legitimate son of Yelu Isin, the privy secretary of the northern courtyard, Yelu Sui, was also killed. What? The group of people exclaimed, who was so bold to kill King Wei's only son? Yelu Sui was also a well-known figure in Shangjing City. Everyone knew that he was Yelu Isin's only son. Even Xiaoqingqing and Icy Snow pricked up their ears. After all, judging from last night's situation, the two of them were the most suspicious ones. Seeing that the two fairies' attention was attracted, the person showed off even more and said, after the news spread, His Majesty was extremely furious. He sent Li by courtyard to investigate this matter thoroughly. After a night of interrogation, there's a preliminary result now. What's the result? The surrounding people were very cooperative. The person glanced at the window. Seeing that Xiaoqingqing and Icy Snow were also listening attentively, he then continued proudly, I heard that Yelu Sui was also killed because he accidentally heard that Yelu Qi and Xiaoban were plotting a rebellion. What? How is that possible? The group of people instantly burst into an uproar. Even Song Qingshu and the others looked at each other. How did this involve Yelu Qi? Speaking of which, how did Xiaoban become the emperor's father-in-law? Someone asked the same question. All the imperial palaces are in charge of His Majesty's personal army. He is His Majesty's most trusted confidant. Yelu Qi is a well-known upright gentleman. Why would he rebel? When the Duke of Zhou is afraid of rumors, when Wang Mang is courteous and modest, who can say for sure whether he is a gentleman or a villain? The person spoke frankly with assurance. Moreover, think about it. Yelu Sui also died in the imperial palace's prison. How could Yelu Qi, the chief official, escape responsibility? Third update, after listening to the suggestions left by many readers, I will set up a QQ group and only allow friends who helped download and register to join. When the time comes, red packets will be snatched in there. This will be fair to those who actually downloaded and registered the game. Previously, I was worried that there would be too many people and that the QQ group's limit wouldn't be enough. Currently, 258 people have downloaded. I believe that 500 people should be more than enough. I will announce the group number later. When the time comes, you can bring a screenshot of your game character to the group to verify it. Then, you can send red packets in the group on the weekend. When the time comes, the number of red packets will be as small as possible. This way, the money in each red packet will be more meaningful. For example, 1,000 yuan into 20 red packets or 10 red packets. Everyone will compete on their luck. That's right. The murder happened in the territory of all the palaces. Who would believe that Yelu Qi didn't know about it? A group of people echoed. Icy Snow couldn't help but ask in a low voice, is it really Yelu Qi who did it? I don't think so. Xiaoqingqing said with a frown. She knew Yelu Qi and knew that he was a modest gentleman. She couldn't believe that he was an ambitious and unscrupulous person. Song Qingshu also nodded, it shouldn't be him. He recalled the conversation he overheard between Yelu Isan and Xiaoxiama. It seemed that Yelu Isan had planned to use Xiaoxiama to ruin Yelu Qi's reputation. He didn't expect Yelu Qi to take advantage of the news of his son's death so quickly. He was really ruthless. No wonder he was a traitor of the Liao kingdom. By the way, who is that Xiao Ban? Someone asked curiously. You don't even know him? Xiao Ban used to be a famous swordsman of Jinyang in Jianghu. But later it was said that he was from the Xiao family of the fifth branch of the emperor. His daughter, who was as beautiful as a flower, also entered the palace to participate in the election. Although she wasn't chosen as the empress in the end, she was given the title of concubine Wen. She was favored and trusted by the emperor. His father was also given the title of the emperor's father-in-law. The fifth branch of the emperor's father-in-law? Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. The power of Liao was jointly controlled by the royal Yelu family and the Xiao family, and all the concubines were from the fifth branch of the emperor's father-in-law. I didn't expect that Xiao Ban would become the father-in-law of Liao. Xia Qingqing was secretly shocked. The last time she saw him, he was still a man in Jianghu. She didn't expect that he would become the emperor's father-in-law in such a short time. Yelu Qi and Xiao Ban are the emperor's henchmen and the emperor's father-in-law. Will the emperor believe that they are plotting a rebellion? Someone asked. The person who had disclosed the news before replied, His Majesty is wise and powerful. Of course, he won't believe it so easily. He has sent people from the Ili courtyard to investigate this case. I heard that the people from the Secret Service of the Great Intelligence are also involved in this case. He has even summoned people from the Western Xia country's diplomatic corps to inquire about this case. Now, it all depends on the final outcome of the trial. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu spread out his hands and said, Well, it seems that we don't need to go to the diplomatic mission of the Western Xia country this time. Neither do we need to look for Xiao Ban. Icy Snow knitted her brows. Although she really wanted to retrieve the Cold Moon saber, a few key figures were currently being investigated and they couldn't come into contact with them. Noticing that some of the diners would glance at her from time to time, Icy Snow lowered her voice and said, Let's go. I don't like this place. Alright, let's go. Song Qingshu thought that the descendants of the ancient tomb sect all liked to be quiet. He wasn't sure if it was a coincidence or not. Maybe they had noticed this when they were choosing their descendants. Seeing that the two beauties had left, the person who had been chatting with confidence and composure lost most of his interest in an instant. Faced with the questions of the people around him, he only replied half-heartedly. Qingshu, I want to. After returning to their residence, Xia Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Song Qingshu smiled and said, Do you want to see Yuan Qingji again? You. How did you know? Xia Qingqing's face turned pale. She hurriedly explained, I don't mean anything else. I just want to figure out what's going on with him and put an end to it completely. Otherwise, I'll always be thinking about this matter in the future and it won't be fair to you. Song Qingshu reached out and held her shoulder. He quietly looked into her eyes and said, You don't have to explain so quickly. I understand what you mean. I also saw his appearance yesterday. He probably didn't deliberately refuse to acknowledge you. He most likely lost his memory. Lost his memory? Xia Qingqing blinked. That's right. Song Qingshu had heard Dongfang Muxue mention the possibility of Yuan Qingji's survival before. Since he's still alive, it proves that the 9 transformation primeval chaos art that Dongfang Muxue speculated about really exists. However, no matter how powerful this divine art is, he was still struck in the head by a fatal blow. It's already very fortunate that he could come back from the dead. It's reasonable that his memory was damaged and has disappeared. Is that so? Xia Qingqing muttered to herself. However, she also felt that this speculation was reasonable. But I still want to see him and clarify things with him face to face. Xia Qingqing raised her head and looked at him with a pleading expression. Song Qingshu frowned. However, when he thought about it again, he remembered that when he first met Xia Qingqing, she was a loyal and unyielding woman. He admired her persistence very much. Now that she was so benevolent to Yuan Qingji, It further proved that if anything happened to him in the future, she would do the same to him. Tui Tui, how could he think of such inauspicious words? Xianxia, forget it. I don't want to see him anymore. Seeing that he was silent for a long time, Xianxia was suddenly shocked. Since she had already chosen him, she was still thinking about Big Brother Yuan. This should be a taboo for men. Xianxia laughed. Silly girl, I'm not such a petty person. How about this? I'll bring you to the palace to find him. However, we have to wait until nightfall. It'll be safer that way. Thank you, Big Brother Song. Xiaoqingqing's heart warmed when she felt his pampering. She excitedly threw herself into his arms and kissed his cheek. However, she immediately remembered that Icy Snow was still at the side. She quickly pushed him away. Her blushing face looked extremely cute. You two sisters should rest here first. I'll go out and investigate the relevant information. I'll bring you to the palace at night, Song Qingshu said softly. Okay. Xia Qingqing was still immersed in extreme happiness. She would listen to whatever Song Qingshu said. It's a special time in Shangjing City now. Be careful on the way, Icy Snow said. Song Qingshu laughed. Don't worry. With my martial arts, no one in the world can keep me here. On the contrary, you two should not go out for the time being. Otherwise, you'll be recognized. We got it. After coming out of the mansion, Song Qingshu hurried in the direction of Zhao Min's house. After all, there was no news from him after he left yesterday. She must be waiting anxiously. Along the way, he secretly sighed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he couldn't split himself. Wouldn't it be wonderful if he could split himself and leave one with each of his confidants? Wait, does this count as cuckolding myself? Song Qingshu suddenly had an extremely strange expression. Time passed by while his imagination ran wild. Soon, he arrived at Zhao Min's house. Originally, he was worried that she had gone out. However, when he entered the courtyard, he found that she was burning incense and playing the guqin in the pavilion. Song Qingshu clapped his hands and praised, Your Highness, you're really amazing. It's like an immortal's music that lingers in the air for 3 months. Zhao Min ignored him and continued to play the guqin. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He knew that she was angry, so he didn't dare to disturb her. He just listened quietly at the side. The distant sound of the guqin gradually calmed his anxious heart. In addition, he could also appreciate her white and slender hands. It wasn't a difficult thing to bear. After the song ended, Zhao Min put away the guqin and stood up. She rolled her eyes at him. You're using some nonsense idioms. Do you know anything about music? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I don't know. He was really a layman in this aspect. Why? You're willing to come back from the land of tenderness? Zhao Min's next words made him anxious again. Song Qingshu was shocked. He hurriedly sniffed his clothes. Was it because he didn't change his clothes and she smelled the fragrance of Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow? But she could smell them from so far away. Was she born in the year of the dog? I don't need to smell to know. Zhao Min seemed to have guessed his thoughts. She snorted. Yesterday, the imperial palace deployed to capture 2 beautiful women. From the strange weapon of one of them, it's easy to determine that she's Xia Qingqing of the Golden Snake Camp. I don't know who the other woman is, but she's most likely your confidant. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and didn't know how to respond. Zhao Min walked past him and continued, when our eldest young master Song learned that his little lover was in trouble, he naturally rushed over to save them. Coincidentally, he ran into Yelu Sui in the cell who had lustful thoughts towards your 2 little lovers. In a rage, you killed him with a knife and then ran away with your 2 little lovers. It's just that poor Yelu Qi and Xiaoban he became your scapegoats. Although Xia Qingqing was foreign yuan in name, how could her relationship with Song Qingshu be hidden from Zhao Min's penetrating eyes? As for Yelu Sui's character, there was no one in Shangjing who didn't know about it. He appeared in a cell with 2 stunning beauties in the middle of the night. Even if one used their toes to think, they would know what he wanted to do. The inference that followed was logical. A trace of astonishment flashed across Song Qingshu's face. Then, he smiled and said, Princess is really a female Zhuge Liang. With just a little bit of information, you were able to restore the whole thing so accurately. Unfortunately, you guessed the most important point wrong. Oh? A strange expression appeared on Zhao Min's face. Clearly, she was also very curious about where she had gone wrong. Song Qingshu said, I didn't kill Ye Lu Sui. Although I did have the intention to kill him, his identity is a bit special. In addition, he had already been beaten up, so I let him go. I didn't think that he would still be unable to escape death in the end. Special identity? A Liao Wei Wang shouldn't be able to scare our eldest young master Song, right? Zhao Min was puzzled. But she reacted quickly, oh, so it's because he is Ye Lu Nanxian's brother. Eldest young master Song really is merciful. Hearing her keep calling him eldest young master Song, it was clear that she was extremely angry. Song Qingshu broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, actually, the reason why I came back so late last night was because I found someone suspected to be Murong Jingyue. Oh? Hearing the news about Murong Jingyue, Zhao Min's attention was indeed attracted. Only then did Song Qingshu tell her about his pursuit of Xiaoban. Of course, he tried his best to minimize the presence of Xia Qingqing and icy snow. Xiaoban? Zhao Min was silent. I guess he is most likely after the secret of the Mandarin duck saber. But now that he and Ye Lu Qi are involved in the rebellion, I'm afraid he can't even protect himself. Unfortunately, we still haven't found Murong Jingyue's whereabouts. Song Qingshu said apologetically. Seeing that he was still concerned about her, Zhao Min's expression softened a little. Don't worry, the more he hides, the more his fox tail will be exposed. The promised 4 chapters have been completed. Thank you for your continued support. What do you mean? Song Qingshu asked in confusion. Zhao Min stood with her hands behind her back and looked at the vague outline of the palace in the distance. If he had disguised himself as a normal court official, we would have found him long ago. Now that we have investigated a few more suspicious people, we still can't find him. There are 2 possibilities. Either he is not in Shangjing at all, or his status is higher than the people we found before. Only then would he have enough resources and ability to hide his tracks. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but think of the detective dramas in his previous life. Ordinary people would leave behind a lot of clues and traces when they committed crimes, but some experts would not leave any traces or clues for the police. But this would expose their identities to a certain extent. Such a brilliant anti-investigation awareness was most likely someone from within the legal system. Now that he thought about it, Murong Jingyue's matter was similar. The more perfect the concealment, the more a fox's tail would be exposed. Who do you think killed Ye Luisen's son? Song Qingshu suddenly thought of this matter. He wanted to see if he could get any information from Zhao Min that he didn't know. Zhao Min also frowned slightly. Of course it's not Ye Lu Qi or Xiaoban. I thought it was you who did it. Since you say it's not, then it's worth thinking about. Ye Luisen has political enemies in Shangjing, but I can't think of anyone who would dare to kill his only son and do something so irreconcilable. Yes, the waters in Shangjing are getting muddier. Looking into the distance, Song Qingshu's expression was also grave. Zhao Min muttered to herself for a moment and suddenly said, I haven't been able to find any news of Murong Jingyue. I suspect that he might be hiding in the Imperial Palace. Tonight, you and I will go to the Imperial Palace to investigate. Ah? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He remembered that he and Xia Qingqing had agreed to go to the Imperial Palace to look for Yuan Qingji that night. If the girls met up at that time, although they might not end up fighting, that kind of scene would not feel good. Why? You don't want to? Zhao Min frowned slightly. That's not it. Song Qingshu reacted quickly and quickly found an excuse. After all, the palace is heavily guarded. It's fine if I go in and out alone, but if I bring someone with me, the probability of being discovered will be greatly increased. It would not be good if I act rashly and alert the enemy. Zhao Min looked at him indifferently. After a long time, she nodded and said, What you said is not unreasonable. How about this, you can go and investigate by yourself. The palace is so big, and it will be faster for you to go alone. When the time comes, you can search carefully to see if there are any clues. Song Qingshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhao Men did not insist. Otherwise, he really did not know how to deal with the situation. I'll go check on the Xianxia diplomatic mission first to see if they have anything to do with this murder case. I have a feeling that the murderer this time is inextricably linked to Murong Jingyue, Song Qingshu said. That's good. Anyway, we don't have any clues about Murong Jingyue for the time being. It's easier to analyze with more information. Zhao Men agreed. Although she was smart enough, she couldn't speculate where Murong Jingyue was hiding without enough information. When Song Qingshu was about to walk out of the pavilion, Zhao Men suddenly said, "If you don't come back at night, remember to inform me in advance. I waited for you all night yesterday." Song Qingshu looked back in surprise. Zhao Men had already picked up a cup of tea and drank it as if she hadn't said a word. Song Qingshu suddenly felt very soft. What she said just now was like a wife saying to her husband who didn't come back at night, "What are you waiting for? Go and check." Zhao Men didn't know why she said that. She had to hide the blush on her face by drinking tea. But when she found that he kept staring at her, she couldn't help but become angry. "Okay, I'll go." A smile gradually appeared on Song Qingshu's face. He walked a few steps and then turned back. "By the way, there are so many places to check in the Imperial Palace today. I probably won't come back." Zhao Men snorted coldly. "It's none of my business whether you come back or not." Song Qingshu's breath caught in his throat, but he liked her tsundere look very much. After Song Qingshu came out of the small courtyard, he went all the way to the announcing emblem courtyard. The people of the Western Xia country's diplomatic corps were settled here. The one who killed Yelu Sui was neither Yelu Qi nor me. Maybe someone in the Western Xia country didn't want to see the marriage succeed. Thinking of the possibility that Xia Qingqing had mentioned before, Song Qingshu's eyes became sharp. He tiptoed and snuck in silently. He found that the soldiers of the announcing emblem courtyard were almost twice as many as usual. Maybe too many things had happened in Shangjing recently. First, the Southern Song dynasty's diplomatic corps was robbed and killed. Then, Yelu Sui was also killed. They were worried that something might happen to the Western Xia country's diplomatic corps, so they sent more people to protect them. As he snuck in, he found that the people of the Western Xia country's diplomatic corps were gathered in a study. There were also Western Xia soldiers guarding outside. But this was not a problem for Song Qingshu. He quickly found a gap between the guards and cut in. Then, he hung upside down under the beam outside the window and began to eavesdrop. With his current skills, even if there was a wall between them, the conversation inside could not be hidden from his ears. "There are more and more Khitan soldiers outside." Duan Yanqing's voice was very distinctive. "Humph, they keep saying that they are here to protect us. We have so many masters here. Why do we need them to protect us? I think they are here to monitor us." Yun Zhonghe's shrill and feminine voice was also very obvious. "Well, it's none of our business whether they are protecting us or monitoring us. There's no need to shout." Princess Yinchuan's clear voice rang out. Yes. Although Yun Zhonghe was lustful, he did not dare to have any disrespectful thoughts in front of this incomparably beautiful Princess Yinchuan. How could he dare to say no after hearing her words? "I'm curious about who killed Yelu Sui this time. Was it because of Yelu Isin, or did they want to ruin the marriage between our Western Xia and Liao?" Li Qinglu stood up and opened the window. She said with a frown. Fortunately, Song Qingshu sensed that she was coming to the window. He curled his abdomen in advance and tightly clung to the roof beam. Today, Li Qinglu was wearing a traditional Western Xia dress. She wore a red dress and her hair was combed into countless delicate braids. She really looked like a fairy in flames. However, Song Qingshu had no time to appreciate her beauty. He was worried that she would suddenly raise her head. If that happened, he would have nowhere to hide. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu understood that Yelu Sui's death was not caused by the Western Xia's envoy. Is it possible that Prince Liang is behind this? Yi Ernyang said hesitantly. Li Qinglu glanced at her and said lightly, Prince Liang is the pillar of our Xia kingdom. How could he do this kind of thing that is detrimental to the national interests? Don't mention this kind of thing again. Yes. Being glanced at by her, Yi Ernyang felt a chill in her heart. She hurriedly bowed and said yes. Outside the window, Song Qingshu secretly thought that the Prince Liang mentioned by Yi Ernyang was the younger brother of the Western Xia Emperor. It seemed that he was also interested in inheriting the throne. Naturally, he did not want to see the crown prince get strong support through the marriage. Li Qinglu immediately stopped her from continuing. This was also a common practice. She was probably afraid that there were spies in the room, so she deliberately said such words to numb him. Is it really a power struggle within the Western Xia kingdom? Song Qingshu frowned. He always felt that it was not so simple. Suddenly, Li Qinglu said, relatively speaking, I am more suspicious that it was done by the Jin kingdom. After all, the Jin kingdom and the Liao kingdom are enemies. Destroying the marriage between the two countries is the most beneficial for the Jin kingdom. Outside the window, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. This time, the Jin kingdom did want to destroy the marriage between the two countries, but they sent me. The branch of the washing clothes brothel in Shangjing City is under my control. They did not do it at all. Li Qinglu then said, also, in the southern Song dynasty, I saw traces of the Imperial City Department in Shangjing City not long ago. You should know that the Imperial City Department is full of the Shui family, and the Shui family is Jia Shidao's ally. If the marriage is successful, then the Jin kingdom and the other countries will be doomed. Han Xingzhou, who presided over the southern Song dynasty's northern expedition, will also rise. I am sure that Jia Shidao will not want to see this situation. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Shuiyi's people had just killed the southern Song dynasty's delegation. According to Qin Keqing, they were here for the Mandarin duck knife. This time, it was very likely that he was the one who killed Yalu Sui and stole the knife. With a plan in mind, when Li Qinglu turned around, Song Qingshu took the opportunity to leave the announcing emblem yard and then went to the place where Shuiyi's people were staying. When he found the place, he was surprised to find that Qin Keqing and the others were already gone. What surprised him even more was that they did not change places voluntarily. The room was in a mess. Many tables, chairs, and windows were broken. Obviously, there had been a fierce fight. There was a lot of dark red blood on the floor. He did not know whether it was Qin Keqing's or the attackers. I wonder if Qin Keqing is okay. Song Qingshu did not care about the others, but he had a relationship with Qin Keqing after all. But then he thought about it. Shuiyi's people were very good at martial arts, and Jiazhen's martial arts were also good in the martial arts world. It should not be difficult for him to protect his companions. Who attacked them? Song Qingshu felt more and more clearly that there was a mysterious force in Shangjing City that was like a giant beast that chose people to devour. Unfortunately, he still knew nothing about it. After looking around again, he still could not find any valuable clues. Song Qingshu could only return to the washing clothes yard stronghold and go to the palace with Xia Qingqing to solve Yuan Qingji's matter first. Upon seeing him return, be it the lively Xia Qingqing or the cold icy snow, both revealed a hint of delight. Did you find anything? Song Qingshu roughly told them the information he got from the Xisha diplomatic mission and what he saw in the stronghold of the imperial city. Of course, he did not mention the matter with Zhao Min. Now it seems that the clues are broken again. Icy Snow sighed softly. She blamed herself for losing her husband's treasured saber. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her, don't worry, I will find the cold moon saber. Thank you, Qingshu, Icy Snow said softly. Song Qingshu smiled mischievously. Sister-in-law, how do you plan to thank me? Noticing Xia Qingqing's playful gaze, Icy Snow blushed. You are always so frivolous. Song Qingshu laughed. Sister-in-law, take your time to think about it. When Qingqing and I come back from the palace, we will look for you. After saying that, he left with Xia Qingqing. This person Icy Snow stamped her feet and blushed as she watched the two disappear. But no matter how cold her temperament was, she was still a young and upright woman. When she thought of what happened that night, her heart could not help but beat faster. After they went out, Xia Qingqing suddenly frowned and said, Brother Song, the palace is so big. Where are we going to find her? That's simple. Song Qingshu smiled. Since Xiao Ban and the identity of the country's father-in-law has been exposed, it's clear that the one who came to save him that night was his daughter, Xiao Zhonghui, who is now Wenfei. This also explains why the people in prison were so respectful to her. At the same time, he thought to himself, Xiao Ban and Xiao Zhonghui are both characters in Mandarin Duck Saber. He didn't expect that coming to Shangjing this time would trigger the plot of the book. However, her identity was very different from the original work. Xiao Zhonghui actually became the imperial concubine, and according to the previous information, concubine Wen seemed to have given birth to a son for the emperor. The circle of nobles is really messy. Song Qingshu could only complain like this. They had spent a lot of time on the Xixia diplomatic mission and the stronghold of the imperial city department. Now that night was gradually falling, it was a good time to sneak into the palace. Song Qingshu had already forgotten how many times he had sneaked into the imperial palace. Although he had Xia Qingqing with him this time, he was still very familiar with the place. He avoided the layers of patrolling imperial palace guards as if he had foresight. "Brother Song, you are so amazing." Xia Qingqing couldn't help but feel stars in her eyes when she saw Song Qingshu casually walking in and out of the palace, which was regarded as a dangerous place by the people of Jianghu. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "You said this more than once last night. You are so annoying." Xia Qingqing blushed and punched him a few times in embarrassment. Song Qingshu laughed and held her slender waist as they flew toward the inner palace. On the way, he subdued a palace maid and asked for the location of concubine Wen's palace. Then he used the soul transfer technique to erase her memory. Seeing him do all of this with ease, Xia Qingqing said sourly, "You're really too capable. If you use this trick, it'll be easy for you to get any woman." Song Qingshu pinched her cheek and said, "So if you choose Yuan Qingji, I will use this trick to take you back." Bah. Xia Qingqing spat and didn't take it to heart. Although they were not husband and wife, they were closer than husband and wife. They were familiar with each other's jokes. Soon, they found concubine Wen's palace. Although there were many palaces in the inner palace, many concubines had to share a courtyard with other people. Those who had their own palace were all concubines with high status. Concubine Wen's palace was in a very good location and it was magnificent. It was only second to the empress's palace. It was the empress concubine Xiao. Song Qingshu brought Xia Qingqing to the back of the roof. This time, the two of them had specially changed into black clothes so that it would be hard for them to be discovered if they hid on the roof at night. The roof of the imperial palace was made of glazed tiles, and the structure was ingenious. Naturally, it couldn't be taken down as easily as it was in a normal house. However, this wasn't a problem for Song Qingshu. He used his internal energy to break two tiles. At the same time, under the protection of his internal energy, the broken pieces wouldn't fall and alert others. Looking down through the gap, he saw a group of palace maids helping a woman take off her daytime clothes and jewelry. Although Song Qingshu had only seen half of her face the last time, he still recognized her at a glance as the woman in the prison that night. Although she couldn't be called an outstanding beauty, her skin was white, and she had almond eyes and cherry lips. She was a beauty. Song Qingshu wanted to look again, but Xia Qingqing covered his eyes. "Don't look. I have to change clothes." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't object. If he was here alone, he would naturally follow the creed that it would be a waste not to look. However, now that he was with his female companion, it was naturally inconvenient for him to look. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Xia Qingqing let go. Song Qingshu looked down and found that Xiao Zhonghui had changed into a set of home clothes. She was holding a baby in her arms, looking like a good wife and loving mother. "You can all leave." Xiao Zhonghui waved her hand to the palace maids in the room. "But Prince Jean." A servant next to her pointed at the baby in her arms, wanting to say something but hesitating. "So her son is Prince Jean. It seems that Xiao Zhonghui is really favored." On the roof, Song Qingshu secretly thought. It should be known that a prince would only be conferred the title of prince when he came of age. There were very few who were conferred the title of prince at such a young age. This was enough to prove how much the emperor liked the mother and son. Xiao Zhonghui said lightly, "I'll take care of them for a while. I'll call you later." Yes, the servant didn't dare to say anything else. After bowing, she left with the other palace maids. Xiao Zhonghui went over and locked the door. After confirming that everyone had left, she said, "Big brother Yuan, come out." Just as she finished speaking, a man flashed out from behind the screen. It was Yuan Qingji. Xia Qingqing looked at Song Qingshu in shock. What surprised her was not only seeing Yuan Qingji again, but seeing him in the palace of an imperial concubine. It should be known that the imperial palace was always guarded against men. If there was nothing important, even imperial guards and imperial physicians were not allowed to enter the inner palace. Now, Yuan Qingji appeared in the palace of an imperial concubine in the middle of the night. A man and a woman alone couldn't help but make people think. Song Qingshu also had a playful look on his face. It could be seen that the relationship between the two was very good. This Yuan Qingji was really lucky with women. Everywhere he went, there would be beautiful girls. Little Ao is really cute. After Yuan Qingji came out, he looked at the baby in her arms. His eyes were full of love. Seeing him, the child giggled. Xiao Zhonghui's face was filled with the glory of a mother. Little Ao, this is your Uncle Yuan. Hearing her call him Big Brother Yuan, Xia Qingqing's face darkened. Before, she thought that Yuan Qingji lost his memory. She didn't expect that he just didn't want to recognize her. Yuan Qingji picked up the child and raised him to the sky to tease him. One big and one small, the two smiled one after another. Obviously, they were really happy. On the roof, Song Qingshu had a strange look on his face. He thought that they were happy as if they were a family. This Prince Jin wouldn't be Yuan Qingji's son, right? As if she heard his thoughts, Xiao Zhonghui suddenly sighed faintly. Ai, it's a pity that little Ao is not your son. Yuan Qingji walked over with the child in his arms and comforted her. Little Hui, why do you say that? Since he is your son, what's the difference between him and my son? Big Brother Yuan. Xiao Zhonghui was touched. She walked over and gently hugged him. On the roof, Song Qingshu's expression became more and more strange. This scene reminded him of the TV series Wind and Cloud in his past life, where Bu Jingyun and Jianchen shouted "I'm a father" at the same time. He couldn't bear to look at it. On the side, Xia Qingqing lightly bit her lips. Even though she had made up her mind to cut off all ties with Yuan Qingji, seeing her husband hugging another woman so intimately, she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Suddenly, Xiao Zhonghui raised her head and bit her lips. She looked at Yuan Qingji and said in a small voice, Big Brother Yuan, I actually don't need to keep my virginity for Yelu Hongji. If you want, I can. Yuan Qingji's expression turned serious and he quickly pushed her away. Little Hui, how could I do that to you? On the roof, Song Qingshu looked like he was about to give in. He said to Xia Qingqing, this Yuan Qingji, the girl has already taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms, but he's still pretending. Xia Qingqing blushed and said, Big Brother Yuan is a gentleman. Do you think everyone is like you? Song Qingshu smiled nonchalantly and pulled her into his arms. If I don't do this, how can I be with you? Xia Qingqing's heart was beating like crazy. She quickly tried to push him away. After all, her husband was still down there. No matter what choice she made, in the eyes of the world, she and Yuan Qingji were still husband and wife. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu's hands were like iron hoops, holding her tightly. She couldn't push him away at all. Suddenly, she felt a strange warm current enter her body. She was stunned at first, then embarrassed. Don't use the joyful internal energy. Song Qingshu retracted his fingers and whispered in her ear, it's just a little joke. Even though it was only a touch, the internal energy of joyful was so overbearing that Xia Qingqing's body already had some reaction. Her eyes were watery, and she stared at him seductively. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. She had been with Song Qingshu for so long that she naturally knew of some of his indescribable habits. She wanted to push him away, but her body was very soft now. Instead, she leaned into his arms. Don't do this. Xia Qingqing was really panicking. She was worried that he would be so bold as to do something here. Song Qingshu kissed her cheek lightly. Don't worry, I'm not that ridiculous. However, he couldn't help but think of what happened with Huang Rong in the Jin Kingdom. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He really had the urge to do something. Fortunately, his willpower was not the same as before, and he finally gave up on that evil thought. In the room, Xiao Zhonghui spoke again. Guannan, I've let you down. Previously, you wanted to take me far away, but I was worried that I would implicate my family, so I refused to elope with you. Now, you're staying in the palace for me, enduring such torment. How can I bear to do this? Guanan? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The male lead of Mandarin Duck Saber, Yuan Guanan. This wasn't the first time he had heard this name. He had felt it to be somewhat familiar before, and now he finally understood. Is he not Yuan Qingji, but just looks a little like him? Song Qingshu's heart was filled with doubt. He looked at Xia Qingqing in his arms, and saw that she also had a puzzled expression. Xiao Hui, don't say that. Yuan Qingji finally spoke. If you hadn't saved me back then, I would have died in the wilderness. I don't remember anything, but you didn't despise me at all. Not only did you give me a name, but you also took me to travel the world with you. Hearing him mention the past, Xiao Zhonghui giggled. I was just soft-hearted for a moment, thinking that I had picked up a big idiot. Who knew that in the end, my heart would be unknowingly stolen by you? Xiao Hui Yuan Qingji's eyes were full of tenderness. Song Qingshu finally understood. It seemed that Yuan Guanan was Yuan Qingji. Back then, Yuan Qingji had been killed by Dongfang Muxue, but because of the miraculous 9 transformations immemorial art, he had come back to life. However, his brain had been damaged and he had lost his memory. He had probably been rescued by Xiao Zhonghui when he was wandering the world, and the two of them had quickly fallen in love. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhonghui had been chosen to enter the palace as an imperial concubine. Yuan Qingji wanted to take her away, but she was worried that she would implicate her family, so Yuan Qingji had no choice but to follow her into the palace. Speaking of which, Yuan Qingji in this world is a bit bitter. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. First, he died at the hands of Dongfang Muxue. Then, he took over his wife. Now that he had found a new lover, he could only watch her being doted on by another man. However, on second thought, in this world where imperial power was supreme, Xiao Zhonghui was still able to maintain her true feelings for him. She was even willing to risk death by 1,000 cuts to have a rendezvous with him. There were probably not many men in this world who were as lucky as her. Big brother Yuan. Xiao Zhonghui raised her head. A trace of determination suddenly appeared in her eyes. She directly untied her belt. Her outer clothes gradually slid down, revealing her round and fair shoulders. Xia Qingqing's face turned red. She hurriedly reached out to cover Song Qingshu's eyes. This made Song Qingshu both angry and amused. It's just a shoulder. If you see the girls in bikinis in my world, you'll dig my eyeballs out. Xia Qingqing spat and said in a low voice, I don't care. You can't look. Song Qingshu looked at her with a playful expression. Speaking of which, you're the one who shouldn't look. Your husband is flirting with another woman down there. Xia Qingqing glared at him. She was obviously unhappy that he deliberately mentioned the word husband. Let's go. Go? Song Qingshu was startled. Didn't you want to see Yuan Qingji? Xia Qingqing smiled. It's better to forget each other than to help each other in difficult times. Since Big Brother Yuan has found his true love, why should I disturb them? Won't I add to everyone's troubles? Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. I didn't expect you to be so clear-minded now. Let's go. Xia Qingqing tried to pull him away. She glared at him. Do you still want to eavesdrop here? Song Qingshu sighed. I do want to eavesdrop, but your big brother Yuan is a blockhead. He may not be so understanding. Xia Qingqing was startled. She looked down and saw that Yuan Qingji was making excuses again. She couldn't help but feel angry and amused. What a blockhead. She had already taken the initiative to this extent, but he was still making excuses. It really made people anxious. Let's go. There's no point in being anxious about their relationship. Song Qingshu held Xia Qingqing's hand. Okay. Xia Qingqing nodded. She looked at Yuan Qingji one last time. Since he had found his happiness, she should completely let go. Just like that, the two of them walked out of the imperial palace. At that moment, Xia Qingqing felt as if the boulder that had been weighing down on her heart had been lifted. Her entire body was incomparably relaxed. Along the way, she talked and laughed with Song Qingshu. Occasionally, she would even act spoiled in his arms. It was as if she had returned to her youth. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed, and he pulled Xia Qingqing to hide in the shadows of an artificial mountain. Xia Qingqing's heart jumped. She thought that he was going to do something there, and her face instantly turned red. Big Brother Song was becoming more and more preposterous, but at the same time, she faintly felt some anticipation. Very quickly, there was a hubbub of voices. Xia Qingqing paused, and only then did she realize that there was a large group of guards jogging towards the inner palace. Only then did she realize that she had been thinking wrongly. She couldn't help but secretly stick out her tongue, secretly rejoicing that Song Qingshu didn't know what she had been thinking. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "From the direction they are running, they are most likely going to consort when." Ah? Xia Qingqing was still immersed in embarrassment and hadn't reacted yet. Song Qingshu explained, "Xiao Ban was accused of participating in the rebellion. I'm afraid his daughter, Xiao Zhonghui, has been implicated." Ah, then they are in danger. She thought about how Xiao Zhonghui and Yuan Qingji were having a rendezvous in the room. If these guards went over, wouldn't they run right into them? She wanted to go back and warn them, but then she thought about how she had just said she would let go. If she heard that her husband was in danger and rushed back, what would she do to Song Qingshu? For a moment, she couldn't help but freeze where she was. Song Qingshu seemed to know what she was thinking. He said with a smile, "Let's go back and take a look." "Thank you, Big Brother Song," Xia Qingqing said, choking with sobs. She knew that Song Qingshu and Yuan Qingji didn't have any friendship. To a certain extent, they were enemies. Back in Jinling, Yuan Qingji's group had set up a trap to kill him. At the Mount Tai conference, he had gathered experts from various sects to attack him. Right now, Song Qingshu had saved him completely because of the gathering. Song Qingshu wiped away the tears on her face. "All right, I don't want you to cry for another man." Xia Qingqing pursed her lips. "I'm crying for you." Song Qingshu laughed. "It's worth it for you to say that." With that, he held her soft waist and rushed to where concubine Wen was. But when they arrived, they discovered that they were still a step too late. It turned out that there were a few groups of guards that came from a few other directions and rushed to surround Wen Fei's bedroom. Now Yuan Qingji was protecting Xiao Zhonghui behind him and was confronting a group of guards. Song Qingshu thought to himself, "I wonder how far the two of them have progressed in the room. Could they have been interrupted by these palace guards while they were in the midst of their infatuation? That would be terrible." Back then, Zhao Go was in the middle of pampering his concubine when the Jin soldiers suddenly came and scared him to death. However, when he looked carefully, he found that the two of them were dressed neatly. It didn't seem like they had dressed in a hurry. His admiration for Yuan Qingji rose in his heart. Although he had lost his memory, he was still a noble gentleman. "Yuan Guannan, how dare you sneak into the concubine's palace? Do you know that this is a crime punishable by execution?" The leaders of the guards looked at each other. This time, they were ordered to capture concubine Wen. Who knew that they would run into such a thing? It should be known that the less people knew, the safer it was in the palace. Now that there was a scandal about the palace, how could they not be shocked? If it wasn't for the fact that there were enough people present, they might even be worried that they would be killed by the emperor. Xiao Zhonghui's face was extremely pale. At this time, her delicate body was slightly trembling in the cold wind. On the contrary, Yuan Qingji was calmer. He replied in a clear voice, reporting to Commander Xiao, "This subordinate accidentally saw a man in black sneaking into concubine Wen's palace. I was worried that concubine Wen was in danger, so I hurried over." Song Qingshu, who was hiding not far away, gave Xia Qingqing a thumbs up and said with a light smile, "The one surnamed Yuan might be a blockhead when it comes to relationships, but his reaction isn't slow. There aren't many people in the world with this kind of adaptability." Of course, in the past, Brother Yuan led a motley crew to contend with the Manchurian Qing for many years. Xia Qingqing's expression was faintly proud, but she quickly became dispirited. But the present situation, I'm afraid it isn't something that can be explained with just a few words. The leaders of the guards exchanged glances and said in a cold voice, "Did anyone else see that black-cloaked person?" Yuan Qingji's breathing stopped. In the end, he slowly shook his head. "The situation was urgent and I didn't have time to notify my companions." In the distance, Song Qingshu made a light sound of surprise. From their conversation, Yuan Qingji's identity on the surface is a guard of the imperial palace. That's right, that's the only way he can stay in the imperial palace for a long time and live together with concubine Wen. At the side, Xia Qingqing anxiously pulled on his sleeve. Brother Song, what should we do now? Song Qingshu patted her hand. Don't panic. Let's first see how the situation develops. We didn't have time to notify our companions. One of the leaders of the guards snorted. This is only your side of the story. Right now, we don't see the black-cloaked person. We only see that you are in her ladyship's palace. Yuan Qingji had a troubled expression on his face. He had been too careless today. He hadn't expected so many guards to suddenly charge at him, making it impossible for him to leave. Looking at the current situation, he could only kill his way out. However, this would harm Xiao Hui, and he didn't know if she would be willing to leave with him. You have nothing to say, right? The leader of the guards snorted. Just as he was about to give the order to capture him, a black shadow suddenly flashed not far away. A black-cloaked person suddenly appeared and fled in another direction. There really is a black-cloaked person? Not just the guards present, even Yuan Qingji and Xiao Zhonghui were dumbfounded. Split into a small group to chase that black-cloaked person. The leader of the guards quickly ordered. Very quickly, a group of guards chased in the direction that the black-cloaked person had fled in. However, there were still 100 or so guards left behind. Yuan Qingji frowned. What is the meaning of this? Why aren't you chasing after the assassin? There are still so many people here. The leader of the guards sneered. Because this time, we are under orders to capture consort Wen Yangyang. As soon as these words came out, Yuan Qingji and Xiao Zhonghui's expressions changed. Xiao Zhonghui stepped forward and said, May I know what crime Bengong has committed that requires the generals to come here? She had been a Guifei for more than a year. Every movement she made had a graceful and luxurious aura, causing many of the guards to lower their heads. We are under orders from Zhuili Darren. There is a case that requires her ladyship to investigate. Another small leader of the guards replied. Yuan Qingji snorted and stood in front of Xiao Zhonghui. Preposterous, consort Wen is of noble birth and noble status. Emir Zhuili Bai, what right does he have to control her ladyship? To say the least, even if her ladyship really did commit a crime, there is the Great Secret Bureau. How could Emir Ili Bai Court intervene? Ili Bai Court was Liao's Ministry of Justice. The Great Secret Bureau was in charge of the affairs of the imperial family and the empress. Therefore, Yuan Qingji felt it was strange. How could he allow these people of unknown origin to take Xiao Zhonghui away? The leader of the guards waved a gold medal in his hand. This is the emperor's personal order. Ili Bai Court has full authority to handle this matter. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be killed. In addition, Yuan Guanan has been in and out of the empress consort's bedroom. He is suspicious. Arrest him and send him to Ili Bai Court. I wish all readers a happy National Day. When Song Qingshu came back and saw the tense situation, he couldn't help but be startled. What's going on? It turned out that the man in black just now was him in disguise to help Yuan Qingji out. After he led the pursuers around, he used his qinggong to shake off the people behind him and quietly circled back. As soon as he circled back, he saw the scene in front of him. It seems that these guards want to capture Wen Fei. Xia Qingqing frowned and told him what had just happened. Song Qingshu also felt that it was strange. Even if there really was a case involving Wen Fei, she was of noble status. Logically, the Ministry of Justice shouldn't be involved. At this time, the group of guards was closing in. If they took a few more steps forward, no matter how high their martial arts were, they would be cut to death in a flurry of swords and spears. Although Yuan Qingji lost his memory, he still had the instincts of a master. He quickly realized this and hurriedly said to Xiao Zhonghui behind him, Xiao Hui, now that things have come to this, I will take you to kill your way out. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zhonghui shook her head. No, if I leave, I will implicate my parents and family. The main reason why she married the emperor even though she loved Yuan Qingji was mainly because of this. Yuan Qingji hurriedly said, but I heard that your father was involved in a case of rebellion. Originally, we didn't think it was a big deal, but now that people are directly sent to capture you, I think the destruction of your family is a foregone conclusion. At this time, if one can leave, then one can leave. Xiao Zhonghui still shook her head. After all, I gave birth to the emperor's son. For Xiaoyao's sake, the emperor won't do anything to me. Instead, if I escape, then it will be hard to explain. Not far away, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. After all, Yuan Xingji used to dominate a region. In this short period of time, he had already seen through the interests of the situation. On the contrary, Xiao Zhonghui was still a bit soft-hearted. At this time, she still fantasized about using her son to clear the injustice of the family. It was really a bit ridiculous. Big brother Yuan, why don't you leave first? Xiao Zhonghui also understood that she might be able to use her son to avoid punishment, but not Yuan Xingji. If something happened to him, it would be too late for regrets. Yuan Xingji had a conflicted look on his face. Clearly, he didn't know whether he should forcibly take her away or leave on his own. While he was hesitating, the soldiers around him had already surrounded him. The spears in their hands were about to pierce his body. He instinctively waved his hand and broke the long spear that was reaching in front of him. However, this instantly poked the hornet's nest. The guards no longer held back and swarmed towards him. Yuan Xingji's expression changed, and he waved his palm to deflect the dozens of spears on his left. Then, he leapt onto the spears on his right and jumped out of the encirclement. Before those people could react, Yuan Xingji's palms kept slapping those people to the north. More than 10 imperial bodyguards on the right immediately fell to the ground, heavily injured. Although they didn't die, they lost the ability to fight. Song Qingshu inwardly nodded. Martial arts experts were most afraid of being surrounded by soldiers and having no space to display their skills. At that time, even the most skilled martial artist would be chopped into meat paste. Yuan Xingji borrowed the force to jump out of the encirclement in the nick of time. Whether it was his eyesight or his qin gong, they were both top-notch. Moreover, looking at the strength of his palms, it seemed that he was a realm higher than when he was on Mount Tai. Those imperial bodyguards cried out. Unfortunately, Yuan Xingji had the upper hand. He didn't give them the slightest chance to catch their breath. He grabbed a knife and instantly killed more than 10 people. Those imperial bodyguard leaders could no longer sit still. One by one, they pulled out their knives and rushed forward. Unfortunately, Yuan Xingji had learned the lightning changes of interchangeability, one of the world's top qin gong. His whole body was like a loach in the water. They couldn't surround him at all. Instead, with a flurry of attacks, another 10 or 20 people fell to the ground. Even a few of the imperial bodyguard leaders were injured. Big brother Yuan's martial arts have actually improved so much. Xia Qingqing, who was not far away, was pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect that he would be able to easily deal with this 100-man team. The 9 transformations art of origin is quite interesting. Song Qingshu secretly nodded. Previously, Yuan Xingji could be considered a top-notch expert in Jianghu with the Huashan Sect's martial arts, the lightning changes of interchangeability, and the golden snake sword technique. However, compared to a grandmaster, he was still a little lacking. Now, Yuan Xingji was not afraid of a grandmaster at all. In fact, in terms of inner power alone, he was even stronger than many grandmaster experts. However, in this world, the higher one's inner power was, the more powerful one would be. Of course, this time, the reason why Liao's team of imperial bodyguards lost so miserably was because they were not prepared at the beginning. Originally, they were only here to capture a concubine. Sending a few dozen people was already a huge effort. They didn't expect that Yuan Xingji was actually an expert among experts. If they had brought bows and arrows, shields, and the like, they wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Seeing that Yuan Xingji was about to deal with this group of imperial bodyguards, suddenly, an angry roar rang out. A tall and sturdy figure rushed out from the side and attacked Yuan Xingji. Before the person arrived, the strong wind that he brought with him made the faces of many imperial bodyguards hurt. Feeling the other party's aura, Yuan Xingji was secretly shocked. He didn't dare to be careless and let go of the imperial bodyguard leaders, focusing all of his attention on dealing with this person. The two of them fought, and the surrounding imperial bodyguards who couldn't dodge in time were either sent flying or had their bones and tendons broken. Very quickly, the group of imperial bodyguards hurriedly retreated tens of feet away. Even some of the people who were injured earlier struggled to crawl out of the battle circle, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. It's actually him? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be a little surprised. This expert who suddenly joined in was none other than Xiao Yuanshan, whom he had met before. Why is he in the palace? Just as Song Qingshu was feeling puzzled, he heard the words of the imperial bodyguards and roughly understood. It turned out that Xiao Yuanshan was now Liao's imperial inspector, the head of the imperial bodyguards. After disappearing for tens of years, as soon as he returned, he took on such an important position? Song Qingshu was a little confused about Liao's official position arrangement, but when he thought about how Xiao Yuanshan was the head instructor of Liao's Shan army before the incident, and how he was now promoted to imperial inspector, it made sense. Perhaps it's more to rope in the king of the southern courtyard, Xiao Feng. Song Qingshu guessed. The current emperor of Liao, Yelu Hongji, favored Xiao Feng incomparably. The king of the southern courtyard was originally not among the top 5 in terms of power in Liao, but because of this emperor's favor, the common people forcefully regarded Xiao Feng as the second most powerful person in Liao. In this short period of time, the two of them had already fought for tens of rounds. Even Song Qingshu, who was so far away, could feel the wind from their fists and kicks. Big brother Song, who will win and who will lose in the end? Xiao Qingqing, who was at the side, could not help but ask. The two figures exchanged blows, and in the end, it was impossible to see who was who. Xiao Qingqing could not help but ask. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, after Yuan Qingji underwent nirvana with the 9 transformations immemorial technique, there are few in Jianghu who can match him in terms of internal energy. However, he has lost his memories after all, and in the past, he could only use many of his martial arts instinctively. In addition, he could not use the golden snake sword technique, which has the highest attack power. If they only fight with fists and kicks, I'm afraid he is not Xiao Yuanshan's match. Right now, he is only relying on his incomparably vigorous internal energy to fight evenly with Xiao Yuanshan. In another 200 or 300 moves, if his internal energy is slightly lacking, I'm afraid he will lose. Ah! Xiao Qingqing exclaimed. Even though she had already said that she had completely severed ties with Yuan Qingji, he was still her husband. Seeing him in danger, she could not help but worry for him. Song Qingshu continued, actually, even if he has the golden snake sword in his hand, it will not help. Right now, with Xiao Yuanshan holding him back, and an endless stream of guards rushing over, I'm afraid he will not be able to leave today. Just as he finished speaking, a large group of guards had already jogged in. The person in the lead was Xiao 11th Lang, whom they had met before. With a wave of his hand, the guards under him spread out, vaguely surrounding the two people in the center, ready to step forward and help at any time. There's actually such an expert among the guards in the palace? Seeing Yuan Qingji make his move, Xiao 11th Lang could not help but feel a little excited at the sight of his prey, as if he had an urge to draw his sword. As the deputy inspector of the front palace department, he had naturally seen Yuan Qingji before. It was just that he had not expected the other party to have been hiding his strength all this time. The one with the surname Yuan, if you don't stop now, don't blame us for being impolite. A vicious voice rang out, mixed with the shocked cry of a woman. Yuan Qingji turned his head to look, and saw a minor commander holding a sword to Xiao Zhonghui's neck. With just the slightest bit of force, Xiao Zhonghui would die. Xiao Hui. Yuan Qingji could not help but be shocked and angry. After the initial panic, Xiao Zhonghui gradually calmed down. In a cold voice, she said, Saba, how dare you? A mere commander of the palace guards dares to hold me hostage? Saba? What a lousy name. In the shadows, Song Qingshu criticized incessantly. However, judging from the other party's attire, he should be a mid-level officer in the palace guards. As for that strange name, Liao was, after all, a country established by the Khitans. Many of the Khitans' names were very different from the Han people's naming conventions. Hearing Xiao Zhonghui's words, Saba laughed sinisterly and said, Your ladyship, why continue putting on airs here? After today, you might not even be the ladyship anymore. Xiao Zhonghui's heart sank, and she could not help but feel frightened. What did his words mean? Could it be that he had obtained some inside information, and her father's case was developing in a disadvantageous direction? However, even so, she was still not very flustered. After all, she had Prince Jean as her trump card. As long as she saw the emperor, he would remember their past kindness. Saba, however, no longer paid attention to her. Instead, he looked at Yuan Qingji, who was not far away. The one with the surname Yuan. If you don't surrender now, this sword of mine will no longer recognize you. Yuan Qingji looked over and could clearly see that there was already a shallow bloodstain on Xiao Zhonghui's fair neck. He could not help but be shocked and angry. He did not understand why Saba dared to be so impudent. Moreover, seeing that neither Xiao 11th Lang nor Xiao Yuanshan had any intention of stopping the other party, he did not know what to do for a moment. With hesitation in his heart, his movements naturally slowed down. In a battle between experts, there was only a thin line. Xiao Yuanshan found an opportunity and struck Yuan Qingji's chest with his palm. Then, he instantly used Formless Finger of Disaster to seal several major acupuncture points on Yuan Qingji's body. Even though Yuan Qingji had true energy protecting his body, he was still beaten until he violently vomited blood. At this time, the imperial guards who had been waiting at the side all rushed forward and brandished their swords at his body. In the blink of an eye, he would be chopped into meat paste. Ah! Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhonghui cried out. On the other side, Xia Qingqing also grabbed Song Qingshu's hand tightly, so nervous that she couldn't speak. Song Qingshu frowned, thinking that if she saw the scene of Yuan Qingji being hacked to death, she would probably be traumatized for the rest of her life. He raised his hand and prepared to secretly save him. At this moment, another voice rang out, "Stop." The owner of the voice seemed to have some prestige. The guards all stopped and looked at the other party in confusion. Saba said in a low voice, "He appeared in the back palace late at night. This is no small matter. It's better to carefully investigate all the rights and wrongs." Both Xiao Yuanshan and Xiao 11th Lang secretly nodded. If they let him die like this, then the news of consort when meeting a man in the middle of the night would spread like wildfire. Without a witness, even if nothing happened, there would be trouble because of the rumors. Seeing that Yuan Qingji wouldn't die for the time being, Song Qingshu gave up on the idea of helping. Watching the guards detain Yuan Qingji and Xiao Zhonghui, Xia Qingqing couldn't help but ask, "Qingshu, what do we do now? Even if we want to save him, we can't do it in the palace. It'll cause too much of a commotion." Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Now that the guards of the palace had been completely mobilized, there were imperial guards everywhere. If they went to save him now, it would be a direct confrontation with thousands of palace guards. Even if they were lucky enough to save him, they would then have to go into escape mode. Song Qingshu had secretly come to Shangjing this time. Now that he hadn't accomplished his mission, he naturally didn't want to lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Xia Qingqing clearly understood the stakes. She knew that making a move now was no different from throwing an egg against a rock. Although she wanted to save Yuan Qingji, she didn't want to see Song Qingshu in danger because of this. "Don't worry. After they've been thrown into Ili Courtyard's prison, it'll be much easier to save them." Seeing her worried expression, Song Qingshu comforted her gently. "Thank you, big brother Song." Xia Qingqing wanted to say something but stopped. She knew that Song Qingshu had no need to save Yuan Qingji at all. He had only helped out because of her. She was filled with gratitude, but she didn't know what to say. "There are more and more guards. Let's leave this place first." Song Qingshu rubbed Xia Qingqing's hair and pulled her away. After leaving the imperial palace, Song Qingshu said to Xia Qingqing, "Qingqing, you go back and meet up with Icy Snow first. I'll go and inquire about the relevant information. After all, it's really strange that the dignified consort one was captured by the Ili Courtyard. We'll discuss how to rescue her after we get enough information." "All right." Xia Qingqing nodded with a heavy heart. After taking 2 steps, Song Qingshu turned back and called out to her, "Qingqing, go back and wait for my news. Don't act rashly again." Seeing his serious expression, Xia Qingqing giggled, "Don't worry. I'm no longer the woman who would run off to be a princess. Right now, you're the most important." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, "So you know what I want to say." Xia Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, "I've been with you for so long. How could I not know what you're thinking? Don't worry, I'll wait for you in the courtyard. I won't act on my own." that's good. Song Qingshu finally relaxed. I'll come back to find you as soon as possible. After the two of them separated, Song Qingshu went straight to the Ruyang residence's secret hideout. Now that he was wandering around blindly in the middle of the night, it was more useful to ask for information from Zhao Min. Although the laundry yard also had a certain level of intelligence-gathering ability, they lacked a powerful leader. The speed and accuracy of obtaining information was much worse than the Mongolian side. Why are you back so soon? Zhao Min was organizing all sorts of clues in the study. She was a little surprised to see Song Qingshu come. After all, he had told her before that he might not be back tonight. You don't want me to come back? Song Qingshu teased. A hint of red flashed across Zhao Min's fair face, and she spat, "You're always so frivolous. No wonder people in the Jianghu always have a bad reputation for you. That's all a misunderstanding of me," Song Qingshu said seriously. However, when he thought of his reputation in the Jianghu, to put it nicely, he was dissolute, but to put it bluntly, he was lustful, so he felt a lot of pressure. Zhao Min could not be bothered to argue with him. She snorted, "Speak. You're back so early. You must have something to talk to me about. It's hard for a woman who's too smart to get married." Song Qingshu did not know how many times he had complained. "You don't have to worry about that," Zhao Min replied calmly. Song Qingshu had to tell her what happened in the imperial palace, especially mentioning Yuan Qingji. Zhao Min snorted, "No wonder you ran out in such a hurry. You wanted to make a beauty smile." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He knew that with Zhao Min's intelligence, it would not be difficult for her to guess Xia Qingqing's existence. "I'm very curious as to why the dignified Wen Fei would be captured by the Ili courtyard." Song Qingshu was worried that she would get to the bottom of it and hurriedly asked. Zhao Min answered, "It's not surprising. According to the latest information, the Ili courtyard has the latest clue. The case of Yaluqi and Xiaoban's rebellion is almost certain." "What clue?" Song Qingshu could not help but ask. After all, he did not believe that Yaluqi would rebel. "This is not clear at the moment," Zhao Min replied, "it will take time to confirm." No matter how resourceful she was, it was impossible for her to get all the information so quickly. It was already very rare for her to know the latest development of the rebellion. Song Qingshu frowned, "But Wen Fei is a noble. Even if she is involved in the case, it should be handled by the Taiyan division. Why would a place like the Ili courtyard handle it?" This was what he was most confused about. How could a dignified and favored imperial concubine be investigated by the Ili courtyard like ordinary criminals? Zhao Min looked at him in surprise. "So you still don't know? The current leader of the Taiyan division, Xiao Pidi, and Xiao Ban he are cousins. In order to avoid suspicion, the emperor naturally does not allow the Taiyan division to participate. From this point of view, the fate of Wen Fei and her father is not optimistic." Song Qingshu vaguely remembered that Su Yin used to be the leader of the Taiyan division. How did it become Xiao Pidi now? He did not know where Su Quan was now. "Other than asking about Wen Fei, I'm afraid you came here because you can't decide whether to save him or not," Zhao Min suddenly said. Song Qingshu was startled and finally sighed, "It seems that nothing can be hidden from you." Zhao Min stood up and chuckled, "Not only are you not friends with Yuan Qingji, but they used to be enemies. What's more, he is Xia Qingqing's husband. Instead of taking the risk to save him, it is better to let nature take its course and let him die in the hands of Liao's people. Xia Qingqing can't blame you for anything." Song Qingshu's expression changed. "In the end," he said, "I'm not a saint. I'm indeed unwilling to take such a great risk to save an unrelated person. Besides..." Although he didn't finish, his meaning was clear. "So you came here to ask for my opinion?" Zhao Min said with a smile that was not a smile. Song Qingshu nodded, "I am in this situation and it is really difficult for me to make a rational judgment. The princess is unparalleled in wisdom. I believe you can give the most suitable suggestion. You are a cunning person, pushing everything to others." Zhao Min smiled, but the expression on her face showed that she did not mind. "My suggestion is, of course, to save him." "Oh?" Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. Her answer was really unexpected. Zhao Min paced back and forth in the study with her hands behind her back. She slowly analyzed, Yuan Qingji is not only Xia Qingqing's ex-husband, but he also has another troublesome identity. He is the former Golden Snake King. If Liao finds out about this identity and uses him as a bargaining chip to threaten the Golden Snake camp, even if you control the Golden Snake camp like an iron board, it will inevitably cause great turmoil in the Golden Snake camp. Therefore, you need to save him and not let him be controlled by Liao's people. Song Qingshu nodded slowly. He had to admit that her analysis was very reasonable. Zhao Min continued, of course, the risk of saving him is too great. In comparison, the best choice is to pretend to save him but actually kill him in prison. This way, you can not only solve your worries but also get Xia Qingqing's gratitude. It is really a good plan to kill two birds with one stone. Song Qingshu shook his head, although I am a little hesitant, I will not do such a sinister thing. Don't mention it again. Soft-hearted. Zhao Min looked angry at his incompetence, but in her heart, there was a trace of relief. Although he lacks the boldness of a person who does not care about trifles, it is precisely because of this magnanimity in his bones that I can be assured to get along with him. If he is really that kind of ruthless and ambitious person, I think I will not. Zhao Min blushed and then continued, not killing him is not a bad thing. On one hand, there will be another kind of harvest. On the other hand, Yuan Qingji is an honest person. If you have saved his life, I think he will not make irresponsible remarks about the Golden Snake camp. Even if he regains his memory, because he has a new confidant like Wen Fei, he will most likely not hate you for stealing his wife. Song Qingshu was speechless. What do you mean by stealing my wife? Don't make it sound so bad. At that time, we all thought he was dead. Moreover, Qingqing and I also went through all kinds of hardships. But Zhao Min did not care at all. Humph, no matter how you explain it, it can't change the fact that you stole his wife. Song Qingshu opened his mouth, but the words he wanted to explain finally turned into a helpless bitter smile. Zhao Min continued, on the other hand, now that we have lost the clues about Murong Jingyue, Wen Fei and her father, after all, are in high positions. Maybe they will have some clues. She paused and then continued, even if they do not have any clues, at least they know about the Mandarin duck knife. We have always been curious about the secret of the Mandarin duck knife. After listening to her words, Song Qingshu stood up. Since you have said so, then I will go and save him. Zhao Min stood beside him and said with a smile, in fact, you have already made a decision in your heart. I just gave you a reason. Song Qingshu was startled, and then a smile appeared on his face. If I want to play my thoughts to the zither, there are few bosom friends. Who will know when the string is broken? I did not expect to find a bosom friend like you in the world. Two bright red peach blossoms appeared on Zhao Min's white face. Bah, who is your bosom friend? After leaving Zhao Min's place, Song Qingshu returned to the laundry yard. Xia Qingqing was already waiting there. Song Qingshu was worried that something might happen if he waited too long, so he didn't have time to rest. He waved at her and said, let's go save Yuan Qingji. Icy Snow, who was at the side, roughly knew what happened from Xia Qingqing. She knew that Song Qingshu disregarded the past and went to save Yuan Qingji. She was even more impressed and felt that she didn't misjudge him. Seeing that they were about to leave, she hurriedly reminded, be careful. Song Qingshu laughed heartily and said, don't worry, sister-in-law. A Mirili courtyard is nothing to me. Icy Snow's face was still a little flushed as she watched the two of them disappear. When she thought about the word sister-in-law, she was a little shaken. She secretly spat, tell this kid not to call me sister-in-law anymore. Her snow-white skin flashed with a blush, which was even more captivating. When Song Qingshu and Xia Qingqing arrived at the Ili courtyard, they realized that even though the place was heavily guarded, it was the second half of the night. It was obvious that the guards weren't increased because of the arrival of Wen Fei and the others. They quickly knocked out two guards, changed into their clothes, and snuck in. After all, the latter half of the night was the time when people were the most sleepy. Many of the guards inside were dozing off. Song Qingshu and Luo Binghe managed to sneak in safely. Other than knocking out a few guards when they couldn't dodge, they didn't do much. When they arrived at the room where Yuan Qingji was locked up, they found him heavily injured and lying on the bed. Xia Qingqing hurriedly lowered her voice and shouted, Big Brother Yuan, Big Brother Yuan? After all, Yuan Xingji had a strong foundation in internal energy. Even though he was heavily injured, he didn't faint. When he heard someone calling him, he looked up blankly. When he saw Xiaoqingqing, he couldn't help but be stunned. "It's you?" He remembered that she was the woman he met in the palace. At that time, she acted very strange when she saw him. Xiaoqingqing was delighted to hear his words. She thought that he had regained his memory. However, when she saw the blank look in his eyes, she realized that he was probably only recalling what happened in the prison. She felt a little sad and answered, "Big brother Yuan, we are your old friends. We're here to save you." "An old friend?" Yuan Xingji was stunned, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. He had no recollection of what had happened before, but now he had no time to ask about it. He hurriedly said, "Since you are my friends, can you help me save Xiao Hui, the woman in the cell over there?" Hearing his words, Xiaoqingqing's heart ached. However, she suddenly realized that since she had already decided to follow Song Qingshu, it would be even better if Yuan Xingji and Xiao Zhonghui had a happy ending. Thinking of this, she actually became a little happy. "Okay, we'll help you save her. Thank you for your righteousness." Yuan Xingji cupped his hands and said excitedly. "Gaoyi? I'm still Bai Jia." Song Qingshu criticized endlessly in his heart. With a raise of his hand, a strand of sword qi sliced open the shackles on Song Qingshu's hand. "Come with us to save her." Looking at the smooth fracture on the handcuffs in his hands, Yuan Xingji was shocked. As he walked out, he said in admiration, "Your martial arts are so high that I really admire you. Brother Yuan, you flatter me." Song Qingshu smiled faintly. He thought that if Yuan Xingji knew about the various positions he had put his wife in, he would probably be even more shocked. However, he quickly realized that these thoughts of his were a little unbearable and hurriedly swept them out of his mind. The three of them arrived at Xiao Zhonghui's cell. After all, she was a dignified imperial concubine. Naturally, she was not in a messy cell like other prisoners. Instead, she was in a 5-star hotel. The windows were bright and clean, and there was even a silk quilt on the bed. Xiao Zhonghui was originally sitting in front of the window in a daze. When she suddenly heard movement, she turned around and saw the three people outside. She could not help but be surprised and happy. "Big brother Yuan? Xiao Hui?" Yuan Xingji was also a little excited. If it were not for the iron bars blocking his way, he might have already rushed in. "They didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" Xiao Zhonghui had already run over and held Yuan Xingji's hand through the bars. "No, they were still quite polite to me." Seeing the young couple confess their feelings to each other, Song Qingshu could not help but cough and interrupt them. "This is not the place to talk. If you have anything to say, you can say it outside." "Big brother Yuan, they are?" Xiao Zhonghui asked in confusion. "They are my old friends." Yuan Xingji was about to introduce the two to her when his expression suddenly became awkward. "I'm sorry, I did not have the time to ask for your names. My surname is Song." Song Qingshu's identity was sensitive at the moment, so it was not appropriate for him to reveal his real name. "I am." Xia Qingqing opened her mouth and in the end, gave a brief introduction. "My surname is Xia." She was worried that if she said her name, Yuan Xingji would think of something. That would be bad. "Big brother Song, Miss Xia, you two are truly a match made in heaven." Yuan Xingji could see that the relationship between the two was not ordinary and was incomparably close, so he subconsciously complimented them. Who knew that when these words fell into the ears of the two, their expressions would become extremely strange? Song Qingshu smiled. "She and I are indeed in love." Being said like this in front of her husband, even if she knew that her husband had lost his memory and the relationship between the two was over, Xia Qingqing was still so embarrassed that she wanted to hide in a hole. At this time, Xiao Zhonghui had already understood why the two had come. She shook her head and said, "I appreciate your good intentions, but I cannot leave yet. If I leave, I really won't be able to clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. At that time, my father, mother, brothers and sisters, and even my entire family will be implicated by the emperor because of me. I cannot harm so many people for my own selfishness." Song Qingshu's eyes moved. He didn't expect Xiao Zhonghui to be such a saintly person, However, he thought about it again. In this era, the concept of family was very important. Especially when the emperor had a disagreement, he would execute 9 generations of the family. Her considerations were not unreasonable. But Yuan Qingji still wanted to dissuade her, but Xiao Zhonghui continued to say, "Don't worry, big brother Yuan. Although the emperor is temporarily deceived by villains, I gave birth to Prince Jin for the emperor. Because of this kindness, he will not do anything to our family. When the case is investigated, we will naturally be able to give justice to our family." Song Qingshu frowned his eyebrows. This case involved many forces. It was not simply a case of rebellion. However, he didn't have any strong evidence. He estimated that Xiao Zhonghui would not believe it. "What should we do now?" Xia Qingqing looked at him with a worried face. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "It depends on them to decide. We came to save them, we can't just tie them up and take them away." At this time, Xiao Zhonghui said, "I won't leave for the time being, but big brother Yuan is different. You can go with them first." Yuan Qingji shook his head, "No, I'll stay here with you." Xiao Zhonghui was anxious, "My identity is special, they won't embarrass me, but you." She didn't finish her words, but the meaning was already obvious. Yuan Qingji was still firm, "As long as I recover in 2 days, this cell can't hold me at all. At that time, I can leave whenever I want." Seeing the two of them affectionately being a pair of Mandarin ducks, Song Qingshu couldn't help but look at Xia Qingqing on the side. Who knew that she was also looking at him? "Since they have made up their minds, let's go." Seeing that the two of them had such deep feelings, Xia Qingqing was relieved. "I still have something to ask them." Song Qingshu remembered the purpose of coming this time. He stepped forward and asked, "Miss Xiao, do you know a person named Morong Jingyue?" "Morong Jingyue?" Xiao Zhonghui looked confused. "I've never heard of him." This answer was not unexpected. Song Qingshu continued to ask, "Then have you noticed that anyone in the palace has been acting strangely in the past 2 years?" He and Zhao Min analyzed that if Morong Jingyue wasn't hiding in the court, then it was very likely that he was hiding in the palace. Acting strangely? Xiao Zhonghui frowned in thought and suddenly thought of something. "Speaking of which, there really is such a person." "Who is it?" Song Qingshu was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. Xiao Zhonghui opened her mouth and was about to answer when there was suddenly an alarm not far away. "We found the body of a prison guard. Someone has snuck in. Hurry, 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 go in and see the situation." As soon as the voice fell, a flurry of footsteps rushed in. "Brother Song, let's go, or else it'll be too late." Xia Qingqing hurriedly pulled on Song Qingshu's arm. Song Qingshu wanted to ask again, but Xia Qingqing hurriedly said, "They're still here. We'll have the chance to ask again in the future. Let's leave this place first." Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed. If they continued to delay, they would come face to face with Liao's soldiers. At that time, it would be hard to avoid a battle. Although he wasn't afraid, the chain reaction would lead to martial law in Shangjing. If they alarmed Morong Jingyue who was hiding in the dark, it would be terrible. After all, that fellow was as sly as a fox. It wasn't easy to catch his tail, but if they scared him away, who knew where they could find him next time? After analyzing the pros and cons, Song Qingshu hurriedly bade farewell to the two and ran out with Xia Qingqing through a wooden window. Yuan Qingji took the opportunity to return to his cell and put on the shackles again. As Song Qingshu attracted most of the attention, no one noticed that he had left. Icy Snow had been waiting at the secret base of the laundry yard. When she saw that only the two of them had returned, she couldn't help but be startled. "You didn't rescue him?" "Yes and no." Xia Qingqing shook her head and roughly explained what happened just now. Icy Snow listened enviously and said, "The two of them are willing to live and die together. This relationship is really stronger than gold." Song Qingshu snorted in dissatisfaction. "If you were captured, I could do it too." Icy Snow shook her head slowly. "I understand your feelings for me, but to live and die together." She paused for a moment before continuing, "If you really live and die together with me, what will happen to all your female friends? I'm afraid even Qingqing won't let me go." Sister Snow Xia Qingqing stomped her feet in embarrassment after being teased by Icy Snow. Song Qingshu was also a little embarrassed. He was shouldering too many responsibilities now, and it was indeed difficult for him to live and die together with a woman. However, when he saw the faint smile on Icy Snow's face, he felt a little angry. He walked up to her and carried her horizontally. "We have been separated for too long. Our love has faded a little. It seems that we need to do something to replenish it. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all readers. Warm up your relationship with your little girlfriends." Icy Snow really didn't expect him to launch such a sudden attack, especially in front of Xianxia. For a moment, she was embarrassed and annoyed. She subconsciously struggled, but she was hugged horizontally in his arms. Apart from kicking her legs, she couldn't break free at all. "Ching, it's getting late. Have a good rest first. I'll bring you to find someone to help you tomorrow," Song Qingshu said to Xiaoqingqing while carrying Icy Snow. Icy Snow didn't dare to look at Xiaoqingqing at all. She buried her face in Song Qingshu's chest like an ostrich. Looking at the two of them, Xiaoqingqing's worried eyes couldn't help but turn into a teasing expression. "Big brother Song, accompany big sister Icy Snow tonight." Upon hearing her teasing, Icy Snow's teeth were about to shatter. She thought that this girl really wanted to see the world in chaos. Song Qingshu smiled and carried Icy Snow back to her room. When she heard the door close, Icy Snow couldn't hold it in anymore. "Qingshu, how can you fool around like this?" "Sister-in-law, how am I fooling around?" Song Qingshu sat on the bed with her in his arms and looked at her playfully. Icy Snow blushed. "Don't call me sister-in-law." Song Qingshu moved closer to her cheek and gently kissed her smooth, jade-like ears. "But you are clearly my sister-in-law. If Big Brother who was here, he would definitely kill you for seducing his widowed sister-in-law," Icy Snow said deliberately with a straight face. Icy Snow deliberately said with a straight face, but it was a pity that her voice trembled violently, betraying her cowardice. "Big Brother who can't beat me." Song Qingshu's nose moved back and forth on her hair, smelling the fragrance of her hair bun, and said somewhat jokingly. "Big Brother whose knife skills are godly and he specializes in killing lecherous people." Icy Snow's eyes were filled with a layer of misty light. Under the candlelight, it was as if ice and snow had just melted. "Big Brother who isn't here anymore. I'm taking good care of sister-in-law on his behalf. How can I be a thief?" Song Qingshu laughed. Icy Snow looked down at the big hand that reached into her lapel and rolled her eyes at him resentfully. "Is this how you take care of me? Did you take care of her to bed?" Song Qingshu did not seem to mind at all. "Sister-in-law is still young, how cruel it would be to let her grow old with such a good body. Sister-in-law will inevitably feel lonely in the dead of night and needs someone to accompany her. If she takes advantage of an outsider, she might ruin Big Brother whose reputation. Since that's the case, it's better to keep the goodies to herself." A trace of disappointment flashed in Icy Snow's eyes. Although he was spouting nonsense with a straight face, some of his words hit the nail on the head. After all, she was still young and in the prime of her life as a woman. Sometimes, it was really lonely and unbearable to be alone in the dead of night. Of course, even so, she could overcome it with her perseverance. She originally planned to keep her husband's chastity for the rest of her life, but unfortunately, she met a devil like Song Qingshu. Suddenly, she felt her body sinking. It turned out that Song Qingshu had pressed her down on the bed while she was in a daze. Feeling the man's masculine aura that was full of oppression, her skin became redder and her eyes were about to tear up. She couldn't help but plead softly, "Extinguish the lights." Song Qingshu shook his head. "How can I appreciate sister-in-law's beauty if I extinguish the lights?" Icy Snow had always been incomparably aloof and always had a gentle and calm look like a good-natured big sister. At this moment, her eyes were misty, exuding a completely different kind of charm and beauty. Moreover, there was a hint of embarrassment and panic between her brows. Song Qingshu enjoyed the process of her transformation very much. "Don't call me sister-in-law at this time." "Okay, sister-in-law. I told you not to call me that." "Yes, sister-in-law. I told you, yes, sister-in-law and uncle." Red waves were flipped over, and tears were dripping from the red candles. Only the mirror on the dressing table silently witnessed everything. The next morning, Xiaoqingqing was waiting in the courtyard. When she saw only Song Qingshu coming out in high spirits, she couldn't help but be taken aback. "Where's Sister Snow?" Song Qingshu answered with a smile, she's been too tired recently. Let her have a good rest. Unexpectedly, a strange expression flashed across Xia Qingqing's face. Big brother Song, Sister Snow has been alone for so long. Don't you know how to take pity on her? Song Qingshu was startled and immediately knew that she had misunderstood. The main reason why Icy Snow didn't come out was that she was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to face Xia Qingqing. Thus, she simply stayed in the house like an ostrich. Who knew that Xia Qingqing would think in that direction? But Icy Snow was a mother after all. How could she be tormented so easily? Knowing that Icy Snow was most likely eavesdropping on their conversation behind the door, Song Qingshu was worried that he would agitate her again. He laughed and pulled Xia Qingqing away. Let's go. Perhaps it was because they were in the same boat, Xia Qingqing complained along the way, Big brother Song, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you don't even know that you're like a raging bull sometimes. You just like someone else's wife. Don't you feel sorry for her? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He held her soft little hand. Don't you like it? Thinking of some wonderful memories, Xia Qingqing blushed. She didn't dare to discuss this topic with him anymore. She could only change the topic. Big brother Song, who are you bringing me to see today? Speaking of serious matters, Song Qingshu put away his mischievous smile. Yesterday, I heard from concubine Xiao Zhonghui that she doesn't want to escape on her own. Instead, she wants to clear her name. Since that's the case, we need an important official to help push this matter forward. Xia Qingqing nodded. She naturally knew how dark the yamen was now. If there was no one to secretly protect and escort them, even if Xiao Zhonghui and the others were fine, they would still be in trouble. I wonder who Big Brother Song is looking for. Just as she finished asking, her heart suddenly lit up. Could it be the Southern Yard's king, Xiao Feng? Previously at the Golden Snake Camp, Xiao Feng had specially come to help. At that time, Yelu Qi and the others were also there. Moreover, Xiao Feng had always been an upright person. He definitely wouldn't sit idly by when it came to an obvious case of false accusation. That's right. Song Qingshu nodded. At this time, the two of them had already arrived near a magnificent mansion. That's the Southern Yard's king's mansion. In fact, Xiao Feng had been overseeing the south for many years on behalf of Liao. The real Southern Yard's king's mansion wasn't in Shangjing City. However, because of his distinguished status, the emperor had built a king's mansion for him in Shangjing City. Previously, Xiao Feng had received news from a laundry brothel that he had hurried back to Shangjing City last night. This time, my identity is a little more sensitive, so I won't show myself. You can go in by yourself. I believe that with my friendship with Xiao Feng, he will definitely lend a helping hand. After dealing with the matters here, you can go back to the king's mansion by yourself. I still have other matters to deal with. Song Qingshu quietly instructed Xia Qingqing. Xia Qingqing nodded. She also knew that Song Qingshu had come here in secret. If he met with Xiao Feng publicly, the news definitely wouldn't be hidden. Then I'll go in? Song Qingshu waved his hand. Looking at Xia Qingqing's departing figure, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The ancient times are good. Even with Xia Qingqing's strong personality, she won't get to the bottom of things. If it was in my previous life, my girlfriend would definitely ask me everything I have to do. Not long after, he once again returned to the Ruyang Mansion's stronghold. To his surprise, he found that Zhao Min was still sitting in the pavilion playing the guqin. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Princess, you're really in a good mood. You wake up early every morning to play the guqin. When there's a knot in one's heart, playing the guqin relieves it, Zhao Min replied indifferently. Song Qingshu felt a bit guilty. He didn't dare to ask her what her knot was. After all, he had to deal with a few women. Men naturally felt more guilty about this. He could only obediently sit at the side and listen to her finish playing the guqin. Did you gain anything last night? After she finished playing the guqin, it was actually Zhao Min who spoke first. Only then did Song Qingshu answer, last night, I wanted to rescue Wen Fei and the others. Unfortunately, she didn't want to carry the crime and escape. She wanted to wait until the trial was over to prove her innocence. Childish. Zhao Min sneered. She obviously didn't think much of it. In fact, Song Qingshu deeply felt the same way. He continued, last night, I asked her about Murong Jingyue. She said that there's a person in the imperial palace who has been acting strangely for the past 2 years. Maybe it's Murong Jingyue. Oh? Zhao Min finally became interested. She subconsciously sat up straight. Who is that person? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. When I was about to tell me, the guards outside broke in, so I didn't have time to say it. Zhao Min frowned her eyebrows. That's troublesome. What's the trouble? Song Qingshu was startled. When it's dark, I'll sneak into Ili by Courtyard's prison to ask her. Zhao Min stood up and walked to the pavilion with an elegant fragrance. She looked at Shengjing in the morning mist. According to the latest news, Ili by Courtyard has gotten a confession overnight. They found out that Wen Fei, Xiao Zhonghui, and Yuan Guanan are lovers. They also found out that Prince Jin is the illegitimate child of the two. How is that possible? Song Qingshu was shocked in an instant. Although the two do love each other, there is no improper relationship. And Prince Jin is 100% the emperor's son. He overheard their conversation before, so he naturally knew the truth. Zhao Min nodded her head. I guessed so. It seems that someone is deliberately framing them. Not only that, weren't you curious about why the dignified imperial concubine was imprisoned by the people of the Ili courtyard? My men found the latest news, Zhao Min continued. It turns out that the Grand Protector Yelu Chela reported that Yelu Qi and Xiao Ban he colluded to rebel, intending to make Prince Jin the emperor. Before, Yelu Hongji only thought that the two were conspiring to rebel was nonsense. But now that the chain of evidence is complete, how can he dare to take it lightly? What's more? Zhao Min paused and showed a faint smile, being cuckolded by his own woman, or the throne is threatened. No matter which one it is the emperor's reverse scale. If you touch it, you must die. Now, the people involved may be secretly executed by Yelu Hongji at any time. At this time, in the imperial palace, Prime Minister Xiao Pidi of the northern mansion and King Xiao Feng of the southern courtyard were protecting Yelu Qi and Xiao Ban he from rebelling. Unfortunately, the two kept talking, but Yelu Hongji kept a gloomy face and didn't say a word. In the end, both Yelu Hongji and Yelu Hongji realized something wasn't right. They stopped talking and looked at each other, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Only then did Yelu Hongji say in a cold voice, someone from their group has already surrendered, revealing all their plans, yet you two are still speaking up for these traitors? May I ask who surrendered? Xiao Feng asked with a frown. Prince Consort Xiao Shama, Xiao Ban and Yelu Qi, these two traitors, to think that we trusted them so much. How dare they kidnap the people closest to us, they deserve to die. Yelu Hongji smashed the expensive teacup in front of him with a slap. Hearing Yelu Hongji's words, Xiao Feng and Xiao Pidi were rendered speechless. Both of them understood Yelu Hongji's personality very well, and hearing the cold tone in his voice, they understood that if they continued to persuade him, they would only invite trouble to themselves. At this time, Song Qingshu also learned from Zhao Min that the situation had gone out of control. He couldn't help but frown. It's really troublesome now that it's come to this. Zhao Min chuckled. Actually, this matter may seem troublesome on the surface, but it's actually an opportunity for you. What do you mean? Song Qingshu was confused. Zhao Min stood with her hands clasped behind her back, indifferently saying, our prairies dynasties are different from your Han dynasties. We don't believe in bullshit like if the ruler wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. Your Han dynasty's power comes from the emperor, so you naturally have no ability to resist. However, our country's power comes from its own tribes. In a large tribe, there are many loyal warriors. Yelu Qi, as the commander of all the palaces in Liao, holding such a high position at such a young age, he has at least 1,000 private soldiers under his command. How could he watch as he is wrongly killed? Song Qingshu was taken aback. Then why do you say this is an opportunity for me? Zhao Min explained, right now, the Golden Snake Battalion is like the sun in the sky, but it's a pity that most of the Golden Snake Battalion's leaders started out as mountain kings. They can rob and pillage, but they can't do anything to conquer the world. Right now, other than a bunch of women, you don't have many subordinates who can take charge. Yelu Qi is a rare talent of the younger generation. Not only is he skilled in both the pen and the sword, but he's also a rare gentleman. If you can subdue him, you'll have one more right-hand man. Yaluqi is indeed a rare talent. When Song Qingshu and Zhao Min were chatting, they subconsciously did not mention Song Qingshu, Zhang Wuji, and the others. After all, they were all nature-defying existences. Their strength was enough to talk and laugh with the giants of the previous generation in the martial arts world. It was difficult to lump them together with the younger generation. But he has always been loyal. Why would he turn to the Golden Snake Battalion? Of course not under normal circumstances, but this is a great opportunity, Zhao Min replied. If they are convicted of rebellion, not only will Yaluqi not be able to escape death, but his family will also not be able to escape misfortune. These emperors of the grasslands are merciless when it comes to killing people. Considering that the surrounding Manchurian Qing and Jin kingdom are old enemies of the Khitans, and our main force is now on the western expedition, we may not be willing to offend our ally Liao for him. Western Xia is also too far away. At this time, if you extend an olive branch to them, they will most likely agree. Zhao Min paused and smiled. After all, the Golden Snake Battalion is their best choice now. What's more, the territory controlled by the Golden Snake Battalion is not only no weaker than Liao, but even slightly stronger. They have no reason not to choose you. Song Qingshu's eyebrows moved. Originally, I thought that the Golden Snake Battalion was somewhat unpresentable. I didn't expect the princess to think so highly of them. I am somewhat flattered. You don't have to belittle yourself. Zhao Min looked back at him. In the past 2 years, the Golden Snake Battalion has been the most famous in the world. They can compete with all the countries in the world. Who in the world would dare to treat them as bandits? Hearing her words, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel heroic. Then I'll see if I can subdue Yaluqi. However, Song Qingshu quickly realized a problem. I have met Yaluqi a few times before. Although we can't be considered as deep friends, we are still on equal footing. Now that he has become my subordinate, he may not be able to get used to this change. Don't worry, leave the matter of persuading Yaluqi to surrender to me. A confident glow flashed across Zhao Min's cheeks. Admiring the incomparable elegance of the woman in front of him, Song Qingshu suddenly said with a faint smile, for the sake of Mongolia's interests, shouldn't the princess persuade Yaluqi to surrender to Mongolia? Why would you persuade him to bring people to surrender to the Golden Snake Battalion? Zhao Min snorted. Mongolia is now in the honeymoon period of their alliance with Liao. If we accept him, it is tantamount to publicly embarrassing Yalu Hongji. At that time, we will lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Is that really the case? Song Qingshu smiled meaningfully. Zhao Min frowned and said, what else? Speaking of which, why are you smiling so strangely? Song Qingshu laughed mischievously. I thought the princess was preparing her dowry. After saying that, he used his lightness skill and ran outside. Zhao Min's white-as-jade face instantly flushed red. You bastard. But looking at his gradually disappearing figure, the anger in her stomach finally dissipated unknowingly. Instead, she chuckled and her eyes became incomparably gentle. Standing there, she became even more charming and charming. Meanwhile, after Song Qingshu came out from Zhao Min's place, he happened to run into Xia Qingqing, who had just returned from the southern courtyard's king's mansion. Little girl, what is it that makes you so depressed? Xia Qingqing was startled, but when she saw that it was him, she let out a sigh of relief. She lightly patted her chest and replied, you scared me. I thought I met some blind playboy again. Look at your frosty face. If any playboy dared to flirt with you, wouldn't he be thrown into the river to feed the fish? Song Qingshu teased. Xia Qingqing blushed. Am I that scary? Song Qingshu smiled. Although Xia Qingqing was gentle and pleasant in front of him, she was still a demoness who killed without blinking an eye. Back then, Governor Ma's son had only flirted with her, and in the end, he lost his life in vain. Brother Song, I just met with King Xiao. King Xiao knows about my relationship with you and received me warmly. When he heard why I came, he said that this was also the reason he came back to the capital. He will immediately leave to meet the emperor. Unfortunately, Yalu Hongji has already made up his mind to kill them. What should we do now? Xia Qingqing said with a face full of worry. In her view, even the great king of the southern courtyard would not be able to save them. Unless there was a miracle, Yuan Qingji and the others were dead. I already know the latest developments. Don't worry, I have other ways to save them. Song Qingshu comforted her. Xia Qingqing's eyes lit up. What way? It's not time to tell you yet. You will naturally know when the time comes. Because Zhao Min had not succeeded in persuading Ye Luqi to surrender, Song Qingshu did not dare to make any promises. He did not want Xia Qingqing to be disappointed the more hopeful she was. After the two returned to the base of the laundry yard, Song Qingshu ordered the spies of the laundry yard to find a topographic map of the vicinity of Shangjing. Because this was a military secret, it was impossible to have a complete map. He could only look at the map while asking the spies who had been lurking in Shangjing for many years for relevant information. He sketched a rough sketch in his mind. Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow also helped him organize the information of the passes and cities along the way to the Golden Snake Camp. Unknowingly, several hours had passed. Suddenly, someone outside sent a message. After reading the note, Song Qingshu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He got up and said to the two women, "Wait for me here. I'll go out for a while." Then, he changed his clothes and asked along the way until he came to an extremely lively courtyard. Looking at the three words "Red Leaning House" on the signboard, the women standing at the door, and the thick smell of cosmetics in the air, how could he not know where this place was? Song Qingshu walked in with a strange expression on his face and found the private room indicated on the note. He pushed the door open and saw Zhao Min, who was dressed as a man, drinking while leisurely listening to a courtesan play the zither. Song Qingshu coughed to show his arrival. "You seem to be living a leisurely life." Although he was a famous handsome man in the Wuling world, and in his early years he was also known as the Jade Face Meng Chong, but he had to admit that Zhao Min's beauty in men's clothing was far superior to his. He could only comfort himself with illusory things like manliness. Zhao Min waved her hand and gestured for the courtesan to leave. Then, she sighed, the most popular courtesan of the largest brothel in the capital, but her guqin skills are only so-so. It's obvious that Liao is really declining. Visiting a brothel has developed the sentiment of worrying about the country and the people. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face, but this girl's guqin skills are indeed far inferior to the princess. After a pause, he said playfully, "If the princess goes to the sea, I guarantee that she will become the world's #1 courtesan." Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him but did not get angry. "Unfortunately, you will never see that day." Song Qingshu also realized that this joke was a little cold, so he could only change the topic. "By the way, how did you know I was there?" He couldn't help but be alert. After all, he was in the secret stronghold of the laundry brothel, but Zhao Min still managed to find him. Zhao Min said lightly, "With your influence in the Jin Kingdom, you are most likely in the laundry brothel. And I roughly know the locations of the laundry brothel's secret strongholds in Shangjing. At most, I will send people to each location, and one of them will definitely find you." Song Qingshu's brows furrowed. A secret agency was actually known by another secret agency like the back of their hands. How scary was that? It looked like the political turmoil this year had caused the cleaning house's military affairs to be lax. Wan Yanping's main focus was still on the country, helping her sister goodbye. She had neglected the management of the other country's bases. "The reason why I asked you to come this time is because Ye Luqi needs to see you before he can be at ease." Just as Zhao Min finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. "Speak of the devil and he will appear." Zhao Min laughed lightly and signaled for her subordinates to open the door. Very quickly, two people wrapped in cloaks walked in. After closing the door, they took off their cloaks and revealed their true appearances. One of them was naturally Ye Luqi with an imposing appearance. The other was an old man with white hair and beard. The most eye-catching feature was the heavy bags under his eyes. However, Song Qingshu would not treat him as an ordinary old man because according to the information he had, he could roughly guess that he was Ye Luqi's father, Ye Luqiu Kai. When he saw Song Qingshu, Ye Luqi couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Previously, when the princess said that the king of Qi was in Shangjing, I didn't really believe it. You really managed to fool everyone in Shangjing." Song Qingshu stood up to greet him. "My identity is a bit sensitive, I have to be careful." "That's true," Ye Luqi smiled, moving to the side to introduce the old man. "This is my father. I've long heard of Mr.'s great name, my apologies for not recognizing you." Song Qingshu was not being polite. It must be known that Ye Luqiu Kai was the most famous official in history. Many of the Yuan dynasty systems were created by him. The Mongols immediately conquered the world, and later on, they were able to sit peacefully under him. Yelu Chukai had a lot of credit. Although Yelu Qi was also a rare talent, but if one really wanted to compare, 10 Yelu Qis could not compare to 1 Yelu Chukai. Feeling the eagerness in his eyes, Yelu Chukai felt somewhat flattered. Prince Qi is really flattering. These past few years Prince Qi's name has been like thunder piercing the ears. In this world, Liao had not yet perished, Yelu Chukai and the others had not yet arrived in Mongolia. Naturally there would not be a plot in The Return of the Condor Heroes where he was forced to go south to join the Song dynasty because of the emperor's persecution. Relatively speaking, Yelu Chukai had not even shone brightly on the stage of history. Purely in terms of reputation, he was indeed far behind Song Qingshu. However, Song Qingshu was a person who had transmigrated and knew Yelu Chucai's ability, just like playing the Three Kingdoms series. At the beginning when Sun Yu, Zhuge Liang and the others had not yet become famous, the feeling of winning the lottery was naturally indescribable. Because of Song Qingshu's enthusiasm, the atmosphere between the two sides was very good. After a period of greeting, Yelu Chukai finally spoke of the purpose of this time's visit. Princess has already told us about the relevant matters. After our family has discussed, we only want to confirm one of the conditions with Prince Qi. As long as Prince Qi can agree to this condition, we will immediately bring our family members east to join the Golden Snake camp. What condition? Song Qingshu looked at Zhao Min suspiciously. Why did she not inform him beforehand? Zhao Min raised her wine cup and took a sip, showing no intention of answering, instead looking like she was watching a good show. Yelu Chukai then unhurriedly said, Qi also has a younger sister named Yan. Although she is not a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city or state, she is still pretty. As long as Prince Qi agrees to marry her, our family will completely rely on Golden Snake Camp. He had been in Liao for so many years, naturally he had his own informants, already knowing that Yelu Hongji wanted to kill them. If it were any other crime, it would be fine, the family would just reluctantly abandon Yelu Qi, but this time Yelu Chukai was framed, and it also involved Wen, having an affair with another. The Qingshu's family, Yelu Chukai, said, Yen, Qi, to say, Chai, Yen, he, but this was related to the fate of the family. Yelu Chukai did not dare to be careless. He did not dare to casually put his future on an illusory promise. If in the future, Song Qingshu did not treat them with courtesy, or after crossing the river, it would be too late for regrets. But if the other party married his daughter, then it would be different. The two sides would become a community of interests. He would not have to worry about being neglected, nor would he have to worry about being schemed against. At the same time, he was more confident that he could convince some of the hesitant people in the family. After all, to completely betray Liao, not everyone had the determination. Marriage? Song Qingshu looked at Zhao Min, unhappily thinking that he had unknowingly been sold by her. Zhao Min smiled at him proudly, not showing the slightest apologetic look. Instead she instigated, Old Mr. Yelu is too modest, Yelu Yan is a famous beauty. Okay. Song Qingshu did not hesitate to agree. After all, for people like him, what was more important was the practical benefits. The other party's appearance was not important. After all, he never lacked beautiful women around him. Of course, with his status, the other party would not bring an ugly girl to marry him. Obviously, Zhao Min was the same kind of person, so without asking Song Qingshu, she made this agreement for him. It did not even cause any emotional fluctuations. She, who was born in the royal family, was too used to this kind of marriage, plus she understood Song Qingshu, she knew he would not refuse. As for Yelu Yan, Song Qingshu only remembered that in the original work, she was a supporting female with a very low sense of existence. He did not even remember whether she married De Wu or Xiao Wu. Unlike Huang Rong and Xiao Long Nu, who filled him with longing and fantasy from the beginning, he could be said to have no feelings for Yelu Yan. If it was only for Yelu Qi, Song Qingshu may not agree to this marriage, although he did not mind marriage, but he still valued the marriage partner and the power. The previous marriage, one was with the 9th princess, to win over the old Ming dynasty troops, another was with Renaniang, to join forces with the Sun Moon sect, whose followers were all over the world. Originally, the last marriage was with Li Yuanji, to win over Li Keqiu's Jiangnan Green camp, but unfortunately, Li Keqiu was too greedy, and in the end, she lost her daughter and troops. The current Yelu Yan obviously could not compare with the 9th princess and Renaniang, although Yelu Qi was a rare talent. He could not compare with the power behind Jiao and Ying, but now there was Yalu Chukai, who was this era's Wangshui talent, such as Zhuge, Sun Yu, and just him alone was enough. But there is one thing I need to say in advance, I have a wife at home, your daughter. Song Qingshu was worried that the other did not know in advance, and if he suddenly found out in the future, he would not be able to be in-laws, but would instead become enemies. You don't have to worry about that, Yalu Chukai replied with a smile. The Khans of the grassland have always married several wives. It's normal for a world-famous hero like you to have 3 or 4 wives. Zhao Men also pursed her lips and smiled, our great Genghis Khan, at the same time, had 4 empresses, as for the other concubines, it is even more uncountable. Song Qingshu was originally a little disappointed, why did Zhao Men not seem to be jealous at all, but now he completely understood, growing up in such an environment, her views in this regard were indeed different from ordinary Han women. In fact, in the original work, Zhao Men did not mind Zhang Wuji having 3 or 4 wives at all, for example, she liked Xiao Zhao very much, and even tacitly allowed Zhang Wuji to accept Xiao Zhao. But her attitude towards Zhou Zhirua was completely different, after all, Zhou Zhirua's martial arts, intelligence, and the advantage of being a childhood sweetheart, was enough to threaten her position. It was obvious that the current Yalu Yan and Zhao Men were not at the same level of opponent, she naturally did not mind. After the marriage was settled, the relationship between the two sides was completely pulled closer, and then they began to discuss the next movement back to the east. After all, it was not just 1 or 2 people going, but a whole family going. Yalu Qi was after all the imperial palace commander, and had military power, in addition to the fact that Yalu Hongji did not take the rumors of rebellion seriously at first, so he was not thrown into the Ili courtyard's prison, and at the same time, because the time was too short, his official position was not even suspended, this provided the possibility for his family to escape. Of course, this official position only provided the convenience for Yalu Qi to escape Shengjing City. The Imperial Palace Division under the Imperial Palace Commander was the most elite troop of Liao, and also the troops directly loyal to the Emperor, usually under Yalu Qi's command, but knowing that he had committed treason, why would they follow him? Yalu Qi could only mobilize the troops of his family, adding up to about 2,000 to 3,000 people. Thanks to the nomadic Khitans, even the women and children could ride horses, and could be converted into soldiers at any time. Otherwise, if it were the big families of the southern dynasty, it would be wishful thinking to bring their entire families and escape successfully. The group of people discussed in the room for a few hours, and finally decided on the next course of action and the various details. After Yalu Chukai and his son left, Zhao Men also waved to Song Qingshu, let's go too, don't tell me you still can't bear to part with the girls here? Song Qingshu snappily said, I don't care about these mediocre women. Zhao Men giggled, the bride I found for you will not be common, right? Don't worry, I will help you get through this, Yalu Yan is indeed a beauty, how are you going to thank me? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes, come to think of it, I still haven't settled the score with you, you got another marriage for no reason. Be careful, the next time you see Zhirua, she will give you 2 9 white bone claws. Now that I've learned your traceless sand treading, I'm not afraid of her. Zhao Men raised her chin proudly, the reason why I arranged this marriage with the Yalu family, other than to give them a reassurance, is mainly because I want to see the surnamed Zhou's face after suffering a loss but not getting angry. She even laughed happily at the end. Song Qingshu thought it was possible. With Jirua's personality, she would most likely not say anything about it on the surface, after all, it would help his great cause. But deep down, she would most likely be depressed to the point of suffering from internal injuries. After all, she was his only wife back then, but in less than 2 years, he had married more and more wives. Do you know that in our hometown, there are a lot of busybodies on the internet who put you and Jirua together as a couple, watching you two fall in love and kill each other? Seeing Zhao Min's smug look, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. What do you mean by that? Zhao Min was taken aback. She prided herself on being smart, but she could clearly understand the other person's words, but when he put them together, she couldn't understand what was going on. It really surprised her. Nothing, Song Qingshu clearly didn't plan on sharing his transmigration with her. Let's go, we'll go find Xia Qingqing and the others first, then we'll go save them together. The meeting time with Yalu Qi and the others was just before dawn. This was the time when people were asleep the most, so it was naturally the best time to escape. Although time was extremely tight, if it was delayed until tomorrow, Yelu Hongji's imperial edict might come down. At that time, Yeluqi wouldn't have the convenience of having officials stationed in all the palaces, so the chances of success in escaping would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, he was very likely to be directly captured and sent to the Ili courtyard. Only by catching them off guard and taking advantage of the time difference would there be a chance of escape. Finally willing to take me to see your hidden mistress? Zhao Min said with a teasing expression. Song Qingshu held his breath, but he did not deny it. He smiled awkwardly, seems like nothing can hide from your eyes. Zhao Min snorted, the wife of the former Golden Snake King and Hu Yidao's widow. Your taste is comparable to Cao Cao during the Three Kingdoms period. Song Qingshu was not angry at all. Princess, you really think highly of me to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wei Wu. What's there to think highly of about a mere Wei Wu? Zhao Min replied calmly, he'll only unify the north in his life. He won't be able to rule the world. Song Qingshu was stunned and could not help but smile bitterly. Princess, you're quite broad-minded. Zhao Min tilted her head and looked at him with a faint smile. Are you satisfied with being Wei Wu? Song Qingshu did not answer and said, now that the Mongolians are so powerful in the north, I'm afraid I can't be Wei Wu even if I want to. Zhao Min's expression darkened. She knew that the two of them were destined to be enemies in the future. It was just that she would subconsciously ignore this problem every time she thought about it. The two of them had their own thoughts and did not speak along the way. Before they knew it, they arrived at the laundry yard's base. Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow came out to greet him. When they saw Zhao Min, they subconsciously stopped in their tracks. Song Qingshu introduced, this is Xia Qingqing. You've met her before. This is Icy Snow. This is Princess Xiao Min of the Ruyang residence. The three women stared at each other, not knowing how to deal with this situation. Instead, Zhao Min broke the silence first. This time, I'm here to ask you to save Yuan Qingji together. Hearing her talk about business, the awkwardness between the three women eased up a lot. Upon hearing her words, Xia Qingqing looked at Song Qingshu in confusion. Song Qingshu coughed and explained, didn't I tell you before that there's a way to save Yuan Qingji? Now that we've come up with a plan, we'll take action tonight. In such a hurry? Icy Snow asked in surprise. As the saying goes, speed is the most important in war. Zhao Min gave a brief explanation of what had happened. Song Qingshu, who was listening, was secretly impressed. He knew that he did not have the ability to explain the whole story in such a short amount of time. After hearing Zhao Min's explanation, Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow roughly understood. At the same time, they also felt a lot less alienated. Change your clothes and let's go, Song Qingshu instructed. After all, it was too conspicuous for them to wear white dresses in the middle of the night. Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow didn't have any problems and quickly returned to their rooms to change into their night clothes. On the other hand, Zhao Min stood still. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. I'll ask them to lend you a set of clothes. Zhao Min snorted. No need. This set of clothes is enough for me to change my appearance. Song Qingshu scrutinized her. Now that she was disguised as a man, she was indeed a lot less of a target. But you'll be recognized in the crowd at a glance with this white dress with silver embroidery. So what? I've always been such a dazzling existence. Zhao Min raised her chin and couldn't hide her smugness. Stop being so smug. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes at her. Today's operation is extremely dangerous. If you go like this, won't you be a live target at night? Zhao Min was a little indifferent. Don't I have you to protect me? The world-renowned Great Master Song can't even protect a weak girl like me, right? As she spoke, her upper body leaned forward slightly. Coupled with the elegant fragrance on her body, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. You're really good at seducing people, princess. Bah, who seduced you? Zhao Min was a young girl after all. Being teased like this, she couldn't help but blush. Okay, I still have a lot of clothes in my room. You can go change yourself. Song Qingshu was wearing dark clothes today, so he didn't need to change into a nocturnal outfit. Zhao Min was just flustered by his words. When she entered the room, she realized something. She turned around and said warily, "You won't peek, will you? Then do you want me to peek?" Song Qingshu looked at her playfully. "Go away." What responded to him was a slam of the door. Although Ilibai Courtyard's prison was heavily guarded, Song Qingshu had brought along all the experts that Ye Luqi had carefully selected. With Song Qingshu leading the way, it could be said that they were like a hot knife cutting through butter. After all, no one expected that anyone in the capital would dare to openly attack the prison of Ilibai Courtyard. In addition, Ye Luqi made full use of his identity as the commander of various palaces to frequently mobilize several troops. This caused the city guards and imperial guards of the palace to be on high alert. Even if they received a request for help from Ilibai Courtyard, they dared not come out to help. Therefore, Song Qingshu quickly rushed into the prison. Yuan Qingji and the others in the prison were shocked to see them. Xiao Ban had seen Song Qingshu at the Golden Snake Gathering. In addition, he attacked Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow not long ago, so he thought that Song Qingshu was here to avenge his woman. It was not until Song Qingshu sent people to untie their shackles and explain the ins and outs of the matter to them that he gradually came to his senses. When he heard that Song Qingshu wanted to escape with them, Xiao Ban's eyes flickered. However, he was more shrewd after all. Xiao Zhonghui couldn't help but stand up to express her opposition. After all, she sacrificed herself to enter the palace for her family. Now she was even more worried that she would implicate her family if she left. "Do you think that if you don't escape, your family will be fine?" Zhao Min rudely interrupted her fantasy. Then she told her about the Ili Courtyard's newly fabricated story about her and Yuan Qingji's adultery, and how they secretly gave birth to Prince Jin. At the same time, she also mentioned that Xiao Ban colluded with Ye Luqi in an attempt to usurp the throne and make Prince Jin the emperor. Hearing the sinister plan, not only Xiao Zhonghui, even Xiao Ban, who had always been sitting on the fishing platform, turned pale with fright. After all, this matter was far beyond his control. In addition, this black pot was too big and too heavy, and the chain of evidence was also closely linked, causing him to be unable to explain himself. Xiao Ban bitterly looked at Yuan Qingji and his daughter Xiao Zhonghui. He knew that something would happen to them, but he didn't expect it to happen at this critical moment. Although he knew that his daughter was innocent, what would other people think of this matter? If they didn't know about Yuan Qingji's existence, it would be fine. But if they knew, everyone's gossip mentality was enough to fill up countless detailed details in their mind. "But if we leave, won't our people?" Unlike Xiao Zhonghui's hesitation, Xiao Ban was worthy of being a person who had experienced many big scenes. He quickly analyzed the pros and cons. He knew that staying here was only a dead end. The only thing that worried him was the people in his family. "Don't worry, Ye Luqi has already contacted your people," Song Qingshu replied. This was also the reason why Ye Luqi and the others were willing to take the unnecessary step of breaking into the prison. After all, the Xiao Ban clan was also a force that could not be underestimated. When the time came for them to escape, they would have a reliable fighting force by their side. Originally, Xiao Ban was slightly worried that all of this was a show put up by Song Qingshu. However, when he saw a core member of the Xiao clan in the crowd, he finally dispelled his doubts and agreed to join Song Qingshu's side. But Xiao Zhonghui suddenly shouted, "I won't leave, little Ao is still in the palace. If I leave, he won't be alive." Just when the two sides were in a deadlock, Zhao Min opened her mouth and said, "Don't worry, I promise that one day, your son will be safely delivered to you." "What makes you promise me?" Xiao Zhonghui angrily said. "Because I am the Mongolian princess Xiao Min." Zhao Min raised her head and said proudly. Xiao Zhonghui was shocked. She had also heard of Zhao Min's name and knew that she had great power. But this matter concerned her son's life, how could she easily believe it? Just as she was about to say something, Xiao Ban rushed to stop her. "Since the princess has spoken, we can naturally trust you." Father Xiao Zhonghui immediately became anxious. Xiao Ban quickly whispered in her ear, "Right now, Yelu Hongji needs to rely on the Mongolians to survive. How can he offend the powerful Ruyang household?" Hearing his explanation, Xiao Zhonghui reluctantly agreed. Then, the group rushed out of Shangjing through the east gate that Ye Luqi had bribed. Ye Luqi had already brought his clan members to wait in the suburbs. After the two sides met up, they did not dare to delay and rushed all the way to the east. On the way, Zhao Min was somewhat disapproving. If it were me, it would be better to use these thousands of people to attack the palace. As long as it is done properly, it may even change the dynasty, which is much safer than escaping like this. Yeluqi smiled bitterly and said, Princess, you may not know, but the reason we have been able to successfully leave so far is because I used my identity as the commander of the Imperial Palace to mobilize a few troops from the Palace Division to delay the Shangjing City Guards and the Imperial Guards of the palace. However, this was achieved when the information was not smooth at night. After the two sides figure out what is going on in the morning, I am afraid that they will come after us together. The Palace Division is, after all, loyal to the Emperor. If I had ordered them to attack the palace from the beginning, I am afraid that we would not even be able to leave the city. After listening to his explanation, Zhao Min could not help but poke Song Qingshu, who was beside her. Congratulations on obtaining a rare general talent. She grew up in Mongolia, so it was normal for her to do such actions while riding a horse. Song Qingshu smiled but did not say anything. He looked meaningfully at Yeluqi Kai, who was not far away. Although Zhao Min was smart, she did not have the ability to predict the future like he did. She did not understand who he really valued. Meanwhile, in the palace, Yelu Hongji's face was dark. No one would be happy to be woken up in the middle of the night from his concubine's bed. Moreover, he knew that there was a mutiny in the capital. He was even more distraught. On one hand, he arranged for the palace division to strictly guard the palace gates, and on the other, he sent people out to find out what was going on. Unfortunately, it was late at night. Not long after the scouts left the palace, they were assassinated by Zhao Min's spies. Yelu Hongji had been on tenterhooks in the palace until daybreak, but he still did not know what had happened. It was not until daybreak when Xiao Feng, Yelu Isin, and the others each brought their own troops to rescue the emperor. Both sides exchanged statements and finally understood what had happened last night. Yelu Hongji was extremely angry. He immediately ordered Xiao Feng to bring 5,000 of the most elite cavalry to chase after the group of traitors. These 2 days, my family is sick and hospitalized. I can only find some free time to write. Please forgive me. I will fill in the missing chapters later. Song Qingshu and Yeluqi galloped eastward with their men. There were many checkpoints along the way, but Yeluqi's betrayal was too sudden. Even the people in Shangjing did not expect it, not to mention the other cities further away. In addition, the news did not spread so quickly. The guards still thought that Yeluqi was the commander of the imperial palace. When they saw him arrive, they were all flattered and welcomed him warmly. Yeluqi only lied that he had a secret mission assigned by the emperor and did not stop at all. Most of the guards did not ask much. After all, the rules were one thing and the actual operation was another. Yeluqi was the commander of the Imperial Palace Division and was the favorite of the emperor. Who would offend him because of a little suspicion? But even so, there were still a few stubborn guards on the way. They insisted that Yeluqi had to go through the relevant paperwork before they could let him pass. Yeluqi was not soft on such people. When the other party saw the paperwork, he killed him with a sword and then put the crime of obstructing urgent military affairs on his head, successfully frightening the other soldiers. Seeing all of this, Zhao Min couldn't help but praise, I've heard that Yeluqi has the air of a modest gentleman. I was worried that he would be indecisive and delay the opportunity, but now it seems that my worries were groundless. Song Qingshu sighed, this time it concerns the lives of thousands of people in his family. Even a modest gentleman will become iron-blooded. Just like that, the group of people overcame all the obstacles along the way. After daybreak, they had run about 160 miles to the east. Fortunately, they were all cavalry and Yeluqi had transferred good horses from all the palaces. Even so, these few hours of running were enough to make the horses tired. While the troops were resting, Song Qingshu said in a low voice, we can't go on like this. We are at least 400 kilometers away from the sphere of influence of the Golden Snake Battalion. Considering the necessary rest time midway, it will take at least 2 days. By this time, the people in Shangjing must have reacted and sent elite cavalry to chase us. It is only a matter of time before they catch up with us. In fact, Song Qingshu did not know much about the speed of marching in ancient times. There were all kinds of traveling hundreds of kilometers in a day in historical records, which seemed to be beyond the limits of physics. But when he came to this world and led the troops through the baptism of war, he had a general understanding of this problem. The most important thing was that the length of a li in ancient times was different from that in modern times. In ancient times, 1 li was more than 300 meters. 3 li was about 1 kilometer in modern times. In ancient times, an infantry that could travel 20 kilometers a day was already considered a top-level army. Cavalry was a little faster, but like the Mongols, who had 1 soldier and 3 horses, they could only travel about 95 kilometers a day. Of course, if they completely abandoned their supplies and desperately marched. Regardless of whether it was infantry or cavalry, their speed could be a little faster. But this would not last long. Once they suffered a setback midway, coupled with the loss of supplies, it was easy for the whole army to be wiped out. About 4 hours had passed since they left Xianxia, and they had run more than 50 kilometers. In the eyes of Yeluqi and Zhao Min, this was already a very fast speed, but Song Qingshu could not help but complain. One had to know that in his previous world, the world record for a marathon was only 2 hours and 20 seconds, which meant that they could run about 21 kilometers per hour. Now, they had run for 4 hours on a good horse, and they had only run about 50 kilometers. It was not even as fast as the people in his previous world. Of course, complaining was one thing, but Song Qingshu also understood that the comparison could not be so simple. After all, the marathon did not have to carry any weight, and the journey was smooth, and there were supplies along the way. On the other hand, the cavalry had to cross mountains and pass through various checkpoints along the way, which took time. More importantly, there were more than 3,000 people in this army, including many women and children. A large army needed to maintain formation at all times, and it was not as convenient and fast as a single person. There was also the marathon. After all, they only had to run about 42 kilometers in total, and they just had to finish it. The cavalry, on the other hand, had to conserve their horses to a certain extent. Otherwise, with the speed of the marathon, it would not take long for the horses to die from exhaustion. We are already mentally prepared for this problem. This time, how many of us can escape will be up to fate. Yeluqi was in the army, so he was naturally very familiar with the speed of marching. He had already considered this problem before. Song Qingshu frowned and glanced at Zhao Min, seeing that she was not surprised at all. He knew that she was thinking the same way. He could not help but sigh. These people were used to being in positions of power, and they really did not care about human lives. Of course, he was not so saintly as to want to save everyone. However, these people were going to rely on him, and every one of them was an excellent rider. He could use them as seeds to train a large number of excellent knights. If they died on this wild mountain escape, it would be a waste. How about this? We will split into 2 groups, and leave one group as a distraction to cover the retreat of the main army, Song Qingshu suggested. Zhao Min frowned slightly, and Yeluqi also smiled bitterly. Those who are wise will die, and those who stay behind will not do their best. They will most likely collapse at the first touch, and they might even expose our information. Zhao Min also agreed. Yes, although there may be those who are willing to stay behind to cover the retreat, there are few people after all. If the others are forced, it will be difficult to guarantee the effect. The army often chose suicide squads and tempted people with wealth and official positions. Although it was dangerous, there was still a chance of survival. It was not like now, where those who stayed behind to cover the retreat would definitely die. Faced with the doubts of the two, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "What if we take the lead?" Zhao Min and Yeluqi were both shocked. "What do you mean?" "We will take the lead to cover the retreat of the main army," Song Qingshu explained. "In this way, those who stay behind with us will not think that they will die." Zhao Min and Yeluqi nodded inwardly. With them taking the lead, it was a good idea, but there was a big problem. Then won't we also fall into a dead end? Song Qingshu shook his head. "Do you think I am the kind of person who will seek death?" He remembered in his previous life, Taizu's classic crossing of the Red River 4 times. Against the pursuit of hundreds of thousands of enemies, he managed to escape with his life. At that time, their situation was even worse than now. With such a genius example, combined with the complex terrain of the Taihang Mountains, it was not impossible to shake off the pursuers. Hearing his general explanation, Zhao Min and Yeluqi were acutely aware of the possibility of success. To the side, Yelu Chukai also sighed with emotion. Everyone says that the Prince of Qi is a famous general that has never been seen before. Before, this old man felt that the people were exaggerating. Today, I have seen the Prince of Qi for myself. A young girl in the crowd was also curiously sizing him up. Although the young girl was tall, her face still had a childish look. She was not a stunning beauty, but when she suddenly pursed her lips into a smile, there was a shyness and charm to her. Song Qingshu knew that she was his cheap wife, Yelu Chucai's daughter, Yelu Yan. He politely nodded and smiled at her. Who knew that Yelu Yan's face would suddenly turn red, and she would turn her face away? Song Qingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although she was born in the grasslands, she was still too young. It was normal for her to be so shy. Noticing that the two of them were exchanging glances, Zhao Min put her hand to her mouth and coughed lightly. Indifferently, she said, "Since that is the case, let's split up." Song Qingshu nodded, his gaze scrutinizing the crowd. "Me, Princess, Yelu Qi." When his gaze fell on Xiaoban, he paused for a moment before adding him to the list. "Lead a suicide squad and stay behind to cover the rear." He then called Xia Qingqing and Icy Snow over and said, "Qingqing, Icy Snow, you two and Mr. Jin Qing will lead the main force to the east. I'm afraid the cities in the east don't know what happened in Shangjing City yet. With Mr. Jin Qing on the way, there shouldn't be a problem passing through." Yelu Chucai's name was taken from the spring and autumn annals of the Zhua clan. Although Chu was talented, Jin was practical. Hence, his name was Chukai and courtesy name Jin Qing. Although he was a descendant of the Liao royal family, Liao had already perished by the time he was born. Hence, he should be considered a Jin citizen. Unfortunately, his talent wasn't used by the Jin Empire. Instead, he became a famous minister in Mongolia. It must be said that his name was really well chosen. Song Qingshu paused for a moment before continuing, "A few hundred li from here is the Pingding province, which is Blackwood Cliff's territory. Now that the Sun Moon God sect and Golden Serpent Battalion have formed an alliance, take my token and give it to Sect Chiefrin. When the time comes, he will help you return to Golden Serpent Battalion's territory. Next, I'll have to trouble you and Ajo to settle down well." Icy Snow shook her head. "No, I'll stay with you. Firstly, I'm not good at dealing with government affairs, so I won't be of much help. Secondly, I still want to seek revenge on Murong Jingyue. I don't want to leave Shangjing City like this." Song Qingshu pondered for a moment. "Alright then, you can come with us. I'll return to Shangjing City after this." "Thank you." Icy Snow didn't know that Song Qingshu was also looking for Murong Jingyue. She thought that he was doing this for her, so she couldn't help but burst into tears. Xia Qingqing also hurriedly said, "I want to stay with you too." Song Qingshu smiled and pinched her cheek. "Icy Snow is staying to avenge her husband. Why are you staying? Besides, the other team needs you to lead. Who else can I send other than you to deal with the Golden Snake Battalion and find the Sun Moon sect?" Xia Qingqing was recognized as one of the most important leaders of the Golden Snake camp. She, along with the 9th princess, was regarded as Song Qingshu's right-hand man, whether she was the widow of the former Golden Snake King or Song Qingshu's secret lover. Ren Wuxing had met her before and knew that Ren Yingying was her sister. Ren Wuxing could give her some face. Who knew what the temperamental Ren Wuxing would do if someone else went? Xia Qingqing's face in. Xia Qingqing 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 Xia. Qingqing and Qing's was and felt. Qingqing's looked. Qingji's. Fortunately, Yuan Qingji did not have any strange expression. It was clear that he had not recovered his memory. Xia Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, but she was also secretly angry. What was wrong with her? She had clearly already made up her mind, so why was she still subconsciously looking at him? Song Qingshu guessed her thoughts and comforted her with telepathy. "You're Madame Yuan in the eyes of the world. If you don't have any emotions for him now, I'll think you're a little cold." "Thank you, Brother Song." Xia Qingqing almost burst into tears when she heard his warm and gentle voice. She wiped her tears and raised her voice. "Don't worry. I'll bring them back to the Golden Snake Battalion safely." At this time, she had calmed down. She could distinguish the priorities of the matter. She knew that whether it was the thousands of excellent writers or Yelu Chukai, who was the king's assistant, they were all highly valued by Song Qingshu. She couldn't let her man's efforts go to waste because of a moment of anger. After arranging everything, when he saw Yuan Qingji and Xiao Zhonghui, Song Qingshu couldn't help but hesitate. The identities of these two people were sensitive, especially Yuan Qingji. It was not convenient for him to appear in the Golden Snake Battalion. He really didn't know how to deal with them. Noticing his gaze, Yuan Qingji stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Brother, thank you for saving my life. In fact, I've always wanted to take Xiao Zhonghui and fly far away. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to do so. I'll take this opportunity to take her overseas. It can also be considered as fulfilling one of my wishes." Song Qingshu was startled. He wondered if he had recovered his memory. Otherwise, why would he be so sensible and self-exile? But he suddenly remembered that at the end of Sword of Blood, Yuan Qingji was also disheartened and went to a large island near the Henny Kingdom to live in seclusion. Maybe there was a hidden gene in his bones. Even if he had lost his memory, he would still have the same ending. But Xiao Zhonghui hurriedly shook her head. "No, I haven't reunited with Xiao Ao." As he spoke, he looked at Zhao Min, who was next to him. After all, she was the one who had promised to rescue her son. Zhao Min frowned slightly. She naturally understood how sensitive Yuan Qingji's identity was. If he regained his memory or was used by someone with ulterior motives, Golden Serpent Camp would inevitably be in an uproar. Even though Golden Serpent Camp was now completely under Song Qingshu's control, but with the new and old kings fighting, there would still be turmoil and their strength would more or less be weakened. Originally, it was an excellent solution for Yuan Qingji to go overseas, but Xiao Zhonghui's unwillingness to cooperate could very likely mess things up. Thinking that Yuan Qingji did not hesitate to stay in the palace as a guard for Xiao Zhonghui, Zhao Min couldn't help but secretly despise him. She thought that whether it was before or after losing his memory, he was always so indecisive and led by the nose by women. It was no wonder that both his wife and lover threw themselves into the arms of other men. Perhaps it was because of Zhang Wuji, Zhao Min hated indecisive men. Instead, she somewhat admired Song Qingshu's shamelessness at times. "Princess, do you have any good ideas?" Song Qingshu was a little overwhelmed. He had no choice but to seek help from Zhao Min in the current situation. But he didn't know that he was being ridiculed by the other party. "Of course there is a way. But if I help you solve this problem, how will you thank me?" The corners of Zhao Min's mouth were always curved into a faint smile. It added a strange charm to her already peerless beauty. "If worst comes to worst, I'll make a sacrifice and pay with my body?" Song Qingshu said seriously. "Go to hell." Zhao Min kicked him. She was obviously angry, but her peach cheeks were red. All the men around them stared at her. "I'll deal with you later." Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. Then, she walked to the side and pulled Xiao Zhonghui to the side. She whispered, "Miss Xiao, I can naturally protect your son. But I'm more worried about you." "Worried about me?" Xiao Zhonghui was a beautiful woman, but when she stood next to Zhao Min, she paled in comparison. "You and young hero Yuan are clearly in love with each other. Now that you're ready to live in seclusion together, why do you insist on bringing your and Yalu Hongji's son? No matter how magnanimous a man is, when he sees someone else's son every day, he will inevitably think of some scenes of you serving other men in the palace. At first, he may be able to bear it, but after a few years, the rift between the two of you will grow. I don't need to say what will happen, right?" With every sentence that Zhao Min spoke, Xiao Zhonghui's face became paler. In the end, it was even possible to faintly see the fine sweat on her forehead. Just when Zhao Min thought that she had succeeded, Xiao Zhonghui suddenly shook her head firmly. "If Big Brother Yuan dislikes me in the future, I deserve it. I won't have the slightest complaint. But if I don't bring little Ao with me, I will be immersed in pain and regret for the rest of my life. In that state, I am even more unworthy of Big Brother Yuan." Hearing her answer, Zhao Min was dumbfounded. After all, she was a young girl. She had never been a mother. Naturally, she did not understand how much a mother valued a child, so she miscalculated. However, if she was stumped by this, she wouldn't be called Zhao Min. When she realized that she had missed this point, she quickly thought of a new countermeasure to make up for it. "Miss Xiao, have you ever thought about another problem?" If your son follows you to live in seclusion overseas and grows up in the wilderness, how can he grow up like a normal child? Even when he's sick, you can't find a doctor. It wasn't easy for him to grow up safely. If he continues to stay in Shangjing, I can guarantee that he will still be a prince and enjoy everything the royal family has to offer. He will also receive a royal education. It's much better than wandering overseas with you, right? This. Xiao Zhonghui was indeed moved. Especially when she thought about her son's health, education, and future, she was even more shaken. But, can you really guarantee that Xiao Weiyou will still stay in the palace? Although she knew she was innocent, this matter had become so big. In addition, her entire family had fled. How could Yalu Hongji tolerate his son? Zhao Min clasped her hands behind her back and said proudly, Liao today is no longer the overlord of the north. It's all because of the Mongolians that we are barely able to preserve our country. As long as I explain it, Yalu Hongji will naturally give me face. Xiao Zhonghui nodded. She knew what she said was the truth. These years, Yalu Hongji had often sighed in the harem. It was clear that he felt helpless about Liao's current situation. Seeing that Zhao Min had convinced Xiao Zhonghui to change her mind, Song Qingshu walked over and gave her a thumbs up. Princess, you are truly amazing. You must be unparalleled in the world when it comes to controlling people's hearts. Humph, Zhao Min raised her head proudly. She was clearly very proud of herself. Song Qingshu then changed the topic. But you're a girl. Saying that Yuan Qingji will imagine her under another man in the future, cough, that's really vicious. Zhao Min's face was light red. She said. Unhappily, one is marked by the company one keeps. After being with you for so long, even a little white flower will learn bad things. Song Qingshu hadn't expected to shoot himself in the foot. Fortunately, Xia Qingqing was about to leave with her team and bid farewell to him, which resolved his awkwardness. The two of them confided in each other, and Song Qingshu finally asked, Qingqing, are you really not going to acknowledge Yuan Qingji? Xia Qingqing smiled and shook her head. He already has his own happiness now. Why bother him with the past? As the saying goes, it's better to forget each other in Jianghu than to help each other in difficult times. It's good for everyone. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Song Qingshu did not say anything else. After watching her leave with the troops, Song Qingshu gathered Yalu Qi and the others to discuss what to do next. This time, we are indebted to you for saving our lives. We will stay and do our best. Yuan Qingji cupped his hands. Song Qingshu knew that with Yuan Qingji's current martial arts skills, it would be much easier for him to escape with Xiao Zhonghui than with the rest of the troops. Song Qingshu tried to persuade him, but when he saw that Yuan Qingji was determined, he stopped persuading him. After all, it was better to have one more martial arts master by his side than one less. Next, their team cleaned up the hoof prints and other traces left by the troops led by Xia Qingqing. Then, Song Qingshu prepared to lead the suicide team in another direction to lead the pursuers away. At this time, Yeluqi stopped him. Now we are facing a very big problem. Yeluqi's words attracted everyone's attention. We Khitans came from the grasslands. Experienced hunters can analyze the number of enemies and where they are going through the hoof prints. The ones chasing us must be the best of the best. There must be similar talents among them. We left behind too few people. I'm afraid it will be difficult to hide from the other party. If they don't follow us but go after the main force, it will be troublesome. This is a little troublesome. Song Qingshu frowned. After all, he was not a native of this world, nor had he grown up on the grasslands. He naturally had not thought of these details on the battlefield. Fortunately, Zhao Min immediately had an idea. If I remember correctly, there is a military horse farm nearby. If we go and steal some horses, we should be able to bluff our way through. Yeluqi was surprised. That's right. There is a horse farm nearby. If Princess had not mentioned it, I would not have thought of it. Song Qingshu glanced at Zhao Min with some fear. It must be known that although a country's horse farm was not an absolute secret, it was still a military secret. For her to know it like the back of her hand, one could imagine how pervasive her intelligence network was. How much does she know about me? Since they had decided on a target, the group rushed toward the nearby pasture without stopping. On the way, Song Qingshu suddenly remembered something. Urging his horse to Xiao Ban's side, he said, "Hero Xiao, no, I should address your excellency as imperial father-in-law." Xiao Ban smiled bitterly and said, "I have already become a stray dog. King Qi should not make fun of this old man." Song Qingshu smiled. Life was unpredictable. A moment ago, he was high and mighty, but now he was fleeing in panic. "There is something I have always wanted to ask you." Xiao Ban sighed, "I have been waiting for King Qi to come and denounce me." The reason why he dared to attack Xiaoqingqing and Icy Snow was because he thought that Song Qingshu would not be able to reach them. But now that Song Qingshu was in Shangjing, he must have known about the attack. "There is no need to denounce me," Song Qingshu replied indifferently. "But shouldn't Hero Xiao tell me why you attacked her?" Icy Snow looked at him curiously. After all, they had no enmity and did not know why he attacked her. Xiao Ban hesitated for a long time and finally sighed, "Forget it. Now that we have escaped Shangjing, our decades of hard work are destined to be in vain. There is no harm in telling King Qi." Xiao Ban paused for a moment before saying, "The reason why I attacked her was mainly for the Mandarin duck saber in her hand." Mandarin duck saber? Not to mention Song Qingshu, even Icy Snow was confused. She said blankly, "I don't have a Mandarin duck saber. It is the cold moon saber that my late husband left behind." Xiao Ban's tone was calm, but his words were earth-shattering. "The cold moon saber is the Mandarin duck saber." Not many people in the world have seen the true appearance of the Mandarin duck saber, but I know that the Mandarin duck saber is not one saber, but two sabers, one male and one female. The cold moon saber is the male saber. Song Qingshu and Icy Snow looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although they had vaguely guessed that it was related to the Mandarin duck saber, they did not expect the cold moon saber to be one of the Mandarin duck sabers. What the hell is going on? Even Zhao Min's interest was piqued. After coming to Shangjing, she had received information about the Mandarin duck saber. Unfortunately, it was too messy, and the Mandarin duck saber was incomparably mysterious. Even she could not analyze anything. Xiao Ban raised his head and looked into the distance. When he saw Yuan Qingji and Xiao Zhonghui chatting intimately at the back of the group, he called Song Qingshu and the others to the side and slowly recounted a past event. Hundreds of years ago, the Ming dynasty had 3 treasures. The first was the sacred flame insignia, which was known to be able to command the heroes of the Ming dynasty. The second was the heaven and earth great shift, which had the ability to connect the heavens and the earth. Usually, only the sect master could practice it. The third was the Mandarin duck saber. The Mandarin duck saber is from the Ming dynasty? This time, it was Song Qingshu's turn to be shocked. It seemed that the Ming dynasty in the Golden Book world had a long history. In terms of heritage, even the Wu-Tang clan could not compare to it. Only Shaolin could compare. That's right. Xiao Ban nodded. I learned about it by chance. It is said that the Mandarin duck saber is the first of the 3 treasures of the Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, it is only a legend. No one knows how powerful the Mandarin duck saber is. Song Qingshu was a little moved. One should know that the sacred flame token was a symbol of power. It was also engraved with the profound martial arts of the Persian Ming dynasty. The heaven and earth great shift was the treasure of the sect. For hundreds of years, the master of the Ming dynasty had relied on this martial art to gain a reputation in the martial world. How could the Mandarin duck saber be ranked above the 2? Since it is the treasure of the Ming dynasty, why don't we just capture a few high-level members of the Ming dynasty and interrogate them? Zhao Min, who was standing at the side, asked curiously. Although the people of the Ming cult were demons who struck terror in the hearts of the people of Jianghu, they were not a threat to her. After all, she had captured those people countless times. Xiao Ban shook his head. According to the results of my investigation, the Ming dynasty lost the Mandarin duck saber 100 years ago. It is said that the secret of the Mandarin duck saber can only be revealed when the 2 sabers are combined. Therefore, even the people of the Ming dynasty did not know the secret. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat time. Icy Snow sighed faintly. Obviously, she was thinking of her late husband. Song Qingshu held her hand to comfort her. He continued to listen to Xiao Ban. I learned this secret by chance decades ago, so I have been looking for the Mandarin duck saber. Heaven rewards those who wait. I finally found the whereabouts of the missing Mandarin duck saber. Oh? Although he now knew that the cold moon saber was the Mandarin duck saber, Song Qingshu was still curious about what happened back then. Xiao Ban explained, the Mandarin duck saber passed through many hands and ended up in the hands of Yuan Chenghuan. Yuan Chenghuan? Song Qingshu subconsciously glanced at Yuan Qingji in the distance and asked curiously, how did it end up in his hands? Xiao Ban shook his head and said, I am not sure about that. Back then, Yuan Chenghuan was suppressing bandits everywhere. Furthermore, he held a high position and authority. He had many chances to obtain this saber. And then? Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed. The Mandarin duck saber might have fallen into the hands of some rich family, and then it was robbed by bandits. Finally, it was destroyed by Yuan Chenghuan, so it was not strange for it to fall into his hands. Yuan Chenghuan obviously didn't know that it was the Mandarin duck saber. I hurriedly rushed over and wanted to get my hands on it. Unfortunately, when I arrived in Beijing, I happened to see Yuan Chenghuan being executed by 1,000 cuts. Speaking of this past, Xiao Ban also sighed. Although I didn't have any friendship with Yuan Chenghuan, I admired him as a hero. Unfortunately, I couldn't save him. The only thing I could do was save his orphan and not let him die. Of course, Xiao Ban laughed self-deprecatingly. I also thought that his son might know where the Mandarin duck saber was. Unfortunately, Yuan Qingji was still young at that time and knew nothing about it. Xiao Ban sighed. Left with no choice, I fled with Yuan Qingji. When I passed by Mount Hua, I handed him over to the famous divine sword immortal ape Mu Renqing to raise. Mu Renqing remembered my loyalty and specially passed the art of the primordial chaos to me. Song Qingshu's eyes moved. He had always been curious about how Xiao Ban knew the art of the primordial chaos of the Mount Hua sect. Only now did he know the cause and effect. After leaving Mount Hua, I returned to Beijing and found out that Yuan Chenghuan's house had been confiscated. The Mandarin duck saber had also fallen into the palace treasury. I wanted to enter the palace to steal it, but I ended up running into a terrifying old eunuch. Xiao Ban still felt some lingering fear when he spoke of the past. That eunuch's martial arts were so high that I've never seen anything like it in my life. Fortunately, he didn't seem to have any interest in leaving the inner palace, so I barely managed to escape with my life. Song Qingshu immediately understood that Xiao Ban had most likely run into Patriarch Sunflower. That fellow always hid in the palace and used the qi of the emperor to cultivate. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered to move much. Song Qingshu wondered how Patriarch Sunflower was doing in the Manqing Dragon Vein on Mount Deer Cauldron. His cultivation must be even more terrifying now. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. Ever since he achieved great success in his martial arts, he was even confident in facing off against the Sweeper Monk and Huang Chang. However, he wasn't confident in facing Patriarch Sunflower. After all, his cultivation method of absorbing the qi of the true dragon was too strange, even somewhat beyond the scope of martial arts. Fortunately, he didn't have to consider Patriarch Sunflower's threat for the time being. Song Qingshu continued listening to Xiao Ban. After escaping from the palace, I originally didn't dare to have any ideas about the Mandarin duck saber. However, not long after, the roaming king invaded Beijing. The Ming dynasty fell, and the Mandarin duck saber fell into the hands of the roaming king. Li Chuan bestowed it to the head of his 4 imperial bodyguards, Flying Fox. Ah! Icy Snow cried out in surprise. Flying Fox was her father-in-law. At this moment, she finally understood why the cold moon saber was called the Mandarin duck saber. I secretly went to look for Flying Fox in an attempt to steal the saber, Xiao Ban continued. Unfortunately, Flying Fox's saber technique was exceptionally brilliant. On top of that, he was the head of the roaming king's imperial bodyguards and had many helpers by his side. I wasn't a match for him, so I had no choice but to give up. I planned to cultivate the art of the immemorial before going to look for him. Who knew that after I cultivated the art of the immemorial, I would discover that the roaming king, who had a great reputation, had been eliminated by the Manchurian Qing, and Flying Fox was nowhere to be found. I searched for a long time, but to no avail. I had no choice but to give up. Xiao Ban sighed. Clearly, he was still brooding over this. He pointed at icy snow and said, "Not long ago, I received news by chance that the saber in her hand was the mandarin duck saber that Flying Fox used to possess. That was why I tried to steal it. Unfortunately, I failed at the last moment." Song Qingshu frowned. Previously, he thought that it was only the cold moon saber, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he found out that it was the mandarin duck saber, it shouldn't be a coincidence that it disappeared from the prison storeroom. What happened to the other mandarin duck saber? Zhao Min suddenly asked. Xiao Ban glanced at Song Qingshu. Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't try to avoid suspicion, he said, "The mandarin duck saber has been kept in the hands of the Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, the people of the Ming dynasty didn't know its secret. Gradually, the mandarin duck saber turned from a sacred object to an ordinary saber. Even so, the Ming dynasty was full of experts. I couldn't steal the saber." Later, Feng La rebelled. The Song court sent Huang Chang to lead an army to annihilate him. After Feng La died, the mandarin duck saber fell into the hands of Prime Minister Zhong. Prime Minister Zhong led the remnants of the Ming dynasty to flee to the west to the Dongting Lake, where they gradually gained a foothold. Prime Minister Zhong was eager to take revenge. When he practiced the heaven and earth great shift, he went mad and was killed by the Song general, Kong Yanzhou. The mandarin duck saber fell into the hands of the next cult leader, Yang Yao. Yang Yao was much more powerful than Prime Minister Zhong. Under his management, the Ming dynasty gradually regained its former glory. Unfortunately, they soon met the god of war, Yu Fei. Xiao Ban's tone was full of sorrow. Obviously, he admired Yang Yao very much. I knew that Yang Yao would lose, so I hurried to the south to see if I could take advantage of the chaos to get the mandarin duck saber. Unfortunately, Yu Fei was too powerful. In a short time, he collapsed the huge Ming dynasty. When I arrived, I only had time to save Yang Yao's pregnant wife. Unfortunately, Madame Yang didn't know about the mandarin duck saber. I guessed that it had fallen into Yu Fei's hands. Although Yu Fei's power shook the world, I couldn't resist the temptation of the mandarin duck saber. I still tried to snatch the saber from him. Who knew that he had a mysterious white-clothed woman by his side? Xiao Ban was filled with emotion. That woman was simply the most beautiful woman in the world. She was more beautiful than any woman I have seen in my life. However, I never expected that such a delicate and weak beauty was actually a top martial arts expert. I was not her match and could only escape with injuries. However, that woman's qigong was really too high. She quickly caught up with me. Originally, when I thought that I was going to die, she saw Madame Yang by my side and thought that she was my wife. Seeing that she was pregnant, her heart was moved and she let us go. Song Qingshu's heart moved. Listening to his description and connecting it to the information he had previously obtained, the white-clothed woman he spoke of was most likely Xiao Longnu's mother, Li Songhai. She was Li Qiushui's younger sister and was proficient in the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect. Xiao Ban was naturally not her match. Because of Madame Yang, she saved my life. In addition, I saw that she was alone and had no one to rely on. I couldn't bear to leave her alone, so I saved her and brought her back to Liao. Xiao Ban continued. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. Looking at his expression, he had most likely taken Madame Yang into his room. Not only was she a wife, but she was also a pregnant woman. His taste was even heavier than mine. What about Yang Yao's posthumous child? Zhao Min acutely grasped the key point. Xiao Ban subconsciously glanced at Xiao Zhonghui and sighed faintly. Madame Yang didn't want her to participate in the Jianghu's vendetta anymore, so she didn't tell her about her background. From the moment she was born, I raised her as my own daughter and named her Zhonghui. Note, in the original novel, the mandarin duck saber was killed by the emperor in the hands of a hero surnamed Yuan and a hero surnamed Yang. Yuan Guanan and Xiao Zhonghui were the children of the two heroes. In the original novel, it was mentioned that Xiao Zhonghui's father was the Sanxiang swordsman, Yang Buchong. The one with the surname Yuan didn't seem to have a name. In this novel, appropriate changes were made to integrate the plots of the various books. I didn't expect there to be such a secret. Song Qingshu thought to himself that this was even more melodramatic than the 8 o'clock dramas in his previous life. Yuan Qingji and Xiao Zhonghui could be considered to be fated. Both of them were saved by Xiaoban when they were young. Strange, then why doesn't he know Yuan Qingji? Song Qingshu's suspicions grew, but he soon understood. After all, Xiaoban had only seen Yuan Qingji when he was young. Later on, he sent Yuan Qingji to the Mount Hua sect. How could he recognize Yuan Qingji when he was older? Who got the Mandarin duck saber in the end? Zhao Min had no time to care about their love and hate. She was more concerned about the mysterious Mandarin duck saber. Could it have fallen into the hands of Qin Hui? After all, Yu Fei's death at the Pavilion of Disturbance was orchestrated by Qin Hui and Ma Qixing. I don't know, Xiaoban shook his head. From then on, the Mandarin duck saber disappeared for nearly 20 years. It was only recently that there was news of it again. It seems that it fell into the hands of the Xianxia family by chance. The Xianxia family named it the deer-cutting saber. They wanted their daughter to bring the deer-cutting saber to the crown prince. Who knew that on the way there, they would be robbed and killed? All the guards were killed. Huh? Song Qingshu immediately reacted. Wasn't Shen Bijuan kidnapped by Xiao Shilang? Xiao Shilang was also Ye Luisan's subordinate, so the deer cutter was most likely in his hands. Thinking back to the conversation he had eavesdropped on Xiao Shilang and his son-in-law, Xiao Shamu, it seemed that he was the root cause of the turmoil in Shangjing. Could it be that he had some sort of relationship with Murong Jingyue? At this time, Zhao Min also looked in Song Qingshu's direction. Obviously, she had the same idea as Song Qingshu, and also had doubts about Ye Luisan. But now that they were on the way to escape, even if they had doubts, they could not do anything for the time being. Not long after, the group arrived at the horse farm. The guards of the farm were not prepared for the sudden appearance of the people and had no time to organize a resistance. Soon, the farm was occupied by Song Qingshu and the others. After getting the war horses, Song Qingshu took the people and the horses back to the place where they had just separated. Fortunately, Ye Luqi and his clansmen were all good at training horses. Otherwise, Song Qingshu really did not know what to do with so many horses suddenly. Removing the hoof prints left when there were fewer horses, and then leaving the hoof prints left when there were more horses, all the way to the north. Looking at many people in the team with serious faces and eyes full of confusion and fear, Song Qingshu knew that they could not simply escape like this, or it would be easy for them to be chased to the north. At that time, the morale of the army would be broken and it would become a rout. In his previous life, Taizu was able to lead the army to cross the Qishui River 4 times under the siege of hundreds of thousands of enemies without collapsing because of the implementation of the political commissar system. The army had spiritual beliefs, and the cohesion was far greater than that of ordinary troops. But now, this temporary team obviously did not have that condition. There was no condition to create conditions. It just so happened that the scouts behind found that the vanguard of the pursuing army was approaching, so Song Qingshu ordered the army to ambush in a valley a few miles away. Hearing that they had to stop, many people in the team did not understand and thought that they should seize the time to escape. But Song Qingshu was not moved, and anxiety and suspicion gradually spread in the team. Fortunately, the pursuers quickly caught up. It was a 500-man light cavalry unit. After all, it took time for the main force to assemble, so they first sent a small team to chase after them. Their assigned task was to constantly harass and bite Ye Luqi's group to slow down and buy time for the main force behind them. They chased all the way for fear of wasting any time, but they did not expect that the hunters would become the prey. When stones and logs fell from the sky, the whole team suffered heavy losses. Following that, Song Qingshu led the cavalry that was lying in ambush and charged down. The pursuers were already terrified, thinking that the 3,000 people who had escaped were all lying in ambush here. None of them had any thoughts of resisting and ran with all their might. In the end, the more they ran, the more chaotic their formation became. There was no way for them to organize an effective counterattack. In less than an hour, the 500 cavalry was completely annihilated. Song Qingshu had Ye Luqi gather the horses and arrows of the pursuers and once again set out on the journey north. Previously, Ye Luqi and Xiaoban's clansmen were still suspicious of him, but after the battle just now, the group of people looked at him with respect and fear. Just now, there were countless steel swords floating around Song Qingshu, and his whole body was like a meat grinder as he rushed into the enemy camp. Wherever he went, there was no one who could stand up to him. Anyone who saw it would be terrified. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers, even Yeluqi and Xiaoban were shocked. Yeluqi was fine, but Xiaoban had once thought of Song Qingshu as an imaginary enemy. He had thought that with his primordial chaos art, even if he couldn't defeat Song Qingshu, he should be able to escape with his life. But after seeing Song Qingshu's attack, he was extremely glad that they had turned from enemies to friends. Even Xiao Zhonghui was dumbfounded. She quietly asked Yuan Qingji beside her, "Is he a human or an immortal?" Yuan Qingji also sighed, half human and half immortal. His tone was full of melancholy. It was obvious that he was also shocked. "You were quite handsome just now." Zhao Min came to Song Qingshu's side and smilingly stretched out a finger to poke him. Song Qingshu lightly replied, "I've actually always been quite handsome." "Shameless." Zhao Min snorted, but the slight smile on her face showed that she was in a good mood. When Xiao Feng led the main force to the place where Song Qingshu had split up, he saw the hoof prints heading north. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. It's understandable that they went east to the south, but why did they go north? Although Xiao Feng looked like a tall and sturdy man, he was actually extremely meticulous. He hadn't been the beggar sect leader for so many years for nothing. Here, he could immediately see that something was wrong. Just as he was about to send people to the east to continue chasing, he suddenly saw a few defeated soldiers fleeing from the north, their faces full of panic. Recognizing their clothing, Xiao Feng hurriedly sent people to capture them. After questioning them, he found out that the vanguard had been ambushed and the enemy was running north. After receiving the confirmed news, Xiao Feng immediately led his troops to chase north. Because of this interruption, he momentarily forgot to send troops to investigate the situation in the east. Otherwise, he would have found the main force by running east for more than 10 miles. For the next few days, Xiao Feng led his troops to chase after them. The more he chased, the more suspicious he became. Why did they run north? A deputy general next to him said, "Could it be that they planned to seek refuge with the Mongolians, so they went all the way north to get out of the fortress through Yanmen Pass?" Xiao Feng's expression changed. "Yanmen Pass is the northern barrier of our Great Liao. If it is broken through, the enemy will be able to move south, and the northern side of Shengjing will be defenseless." Another deputy general said, "Yanmen Pass is heavily guarded. I'm afraid that Yeluqi's men won't be able to break through." Xiao Feng shook his head. Under normal circumstances, of course they won't be able to break through. But don't forget that Yeluqi still has the reputation of the imperial palace. Now that this happened so suddenly, the entire country doesn't know what happened in the capital. If he finds a loophole, it'll be over. We've already sent pigeons to various places. Looking at the time, everyone should have received the news by now, the deputy general said hesitantly. "Pigeons don't always arrive," Xiao Feng said with a frown, "and as far as I know, Yeluqi has tamed a few green sea turtles, which are specially used to hunt enemy pigeons." When the deputy generals heard this, they were all stunned. If the information didn't reach the place, it was possible that Yeluqi would be able to break through. But I'm more curious about why we haven't caught up with them after chasing for so long. Xiao Feng had traveled lightly this time. Other than some dry rations, he didn't bring any other supplies. His supplies were completely provided by the counties along the way. Moreover, he had brought the most elite cavalry. There was no reason that he couldn't catch up with Yeluqi and the others who were dragging their families after so long. "I heard that they had plundered a horse farm before." "It's probably because they can change horses without stopping," a deputy general replied. "Maybe," Xiao Feng frowned slightly. He still had some doubts in his heart. Forget it, everything will be revealed when the encirclement is formed. Along the way, not only did he chase after them, but he also constantly deployed troops to form an encirclement. He would be able to draw in the net within a day at most. However, just as he had this thought, a horse suddenly came to report that Yeluqi's troops had suddenly turned west, in the direction of Ningwu Pass. Ningwu Pass? Are they going to seek refuge with Western Xia? Xiao Feng was a little confused. He really couldn't figure out what Yeluqi and the others were planning. Liao's current territory was roughly the future Xianxia province and some places in the eastern part of Xianxia. Xianxia province was surrounded by the Taihang Mountains to the east, the Luliang Mountains to the west, the Hang Mountains to the north, and the Yellow River to the south. There were a few small basins in the middle, which was a typical example of a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. There was Yanmen Pass to the north, and Ningwu Pass to the west. They blocked the main traffic routes in the north and west. After passing through Ningwu Pass, they would enter the Lus Plateau, and it wouldn't be long before they reached the western Xia sphere of influence. However, it was obvious that Yeluqi's group was closer to Yanmen Pass than Ningwu Pass, so Xiaofeng's previous arrangement had been based on the premise that the other party would go straight to Yanmen Pass. The other party suddenly turned west and instantly got out of the encirclement he had arranged. Xiaofeng had no choice but to turn northwest and chase after them. At the same time, he sent someone to order the previous troops to change direction to the west, and to prevent the other party from changing direction again to go north to Yanmen Pass. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu's group was resting at the foot of a mountain. After days of rushing, everyone was exhausted. Even Zhao Min, who had always been delicate and beautiful, had a haggard look on her face at this time. She was no longer as gorgeous as she usually was. "Are we really going to take a detour through Western Xia?" Yeluqi asked in puzzlement. After all, the road to Ningwu Pass was not a flat plain, and they still needed to cross the Cloud Mountain. Although this could slow down the pursuers, their speed would also be slowed down. Moreover, by the time they arrived at Ningwu Pass, most of the guards there would have already received the news. Their small number of people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Of course not. "We'll turn around and head east, go out of Pingxing Pass, and leave through Flying Fox Star," Song Qingshu replied. "My God!" Yeluqi exclaimed, "at this time, the pursuers are gradually closing in on us. If we turn around and head east, won't we be walking right into a trap?" There was a long and narrow corridor from east to west between Mount Hang and Mount Wutai in the northeast of Xianxia. Going all the way east was Pingxing Pass, which had shown extraordinary splendor during the anti-Japanese war, and further east was Flying Fox Star. Although the Taihang Mountains were a natural moat, there were also 8 exits that were similar to choke points. They were the 8 Xingxing of the Taihang Mountains. From north to south, they were Zhenda Xing, Puyin Xing, Feihu Xing, Jingxing, Fuku Xing, Baixing, Taihang Xing, and Lianguan Xing. Hearing Yeluqi's exclamation, even Zhao Min felt the same way. Although she was smart and witty, she didn't have enough resources and information. Faced with such a situation, she was helpless. "The reason why we went north, west, and east was to mobilize the troops in the northern part of Liao. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for us to pass through the choke points. But now that these garrisons have moved, there will inevitably be a gap. As long as we can seize the gap caused by the poor coordination between the troops, we will be able to escape smoothly," Song Qingshu explained. One had to know that marching and fighting a war was not a simple matter. Even a school organizing a spring outing would have a lot of trouble. With so many troops chasing after them, with the speed of information transmission in ancient times, it was impossible to achieve perfect coordination. There would definitely be a lot of gaps between the troops. One had to know that there were countless times in history when a few troops attacked the enemy. In the end, the other troops were completely annihilated, and the remaining troops did not even know what happened. There will indeed be gaps, but gaps in the battlefield are fleeting. How can it be so easy to coincidentally pass through the gaps between the troops? Yeluqi raised an objection. Although he was young, he was considered a veteran general in the army. All the generals knew this, but it was easier said than done to seize the gaps between the troops. After all, no one could stand from the perspective of God and look at the whole situation. "Others may not be able to, but I am an exception," Song Qingshu replied calmly. There was an unparalleled confidence in his tone. Hearing his words, Yeluqi and others subconsciously had some doubts. After all, it was too beyond their military common sense. But on second thought, Song Qingshu had always been a person who created miracles. On the battlefield, he summoned thunder and lightning, and in the Linen Palace, he went to the sky to pray for rain. Which of these could not be understood by common sense? In addition, they had witnessed him on the battlefield like a demon god, so they all believed him subconsciously. "Lend me your Hai Dongqing, and I will use it to transmit information to you." Song Qingshu looked at the handsome Hai Dongqing on Yeluqi's shoulder and could not help but admire it. This thing flew many times faster than pigeons, and it would not be caught by natural enemies on the road like pigeons. In addition, it flew high and fast, and even human archers could hardly hurt it. It was simply the best weapon for information transmission. The only disadvantage was that it could not be cultivated on a large scale like carrier pigeons, but it was just right for special operations. Yeluqi seemed to have guessed his plan. You want to go behind to investigate the information of the pursuers? Yes. Song Qingshu nodded. The marching speed of this world's army was far less than the Qinggong of Jianghu masters. But for most masters, running at full speed for more than 2 hours would be tired and out of breath, unlike the endurance of horses. In addition, cavalry often had several horses that could be changed, so they could gallop at a relatively constant speed. Therefore, in most cases, when martial arts masters raced with cavalry, they would have the upper hand at the beginning, but when their internal energy was exhausted, they would be easily overtaken by the cavalry and would no longer be able to turn the tables. But Song Qingshu was different. At his level of martial arts, his internal energy had long been endless, not to mention that he was best at Qinggong without leaving a trace. It should be known that when Zhou Badong chased Qiu Qianren, he chased him from Jiangnan to the western region, which was more than 10,000 miles. Even the world's most elite cavalry could not march 10,000 miles in a short time. During the period of the Three Kingdoms, Cao Cao sent the Tiger and Leopard cavalry to pursue Liu Bei on the slopes of Changban. Their march of 300 li in one day and one night had already shocked the world. Later, with the development of the stirrup, the speed of the cavalry should have greatly increased. However, a march of 10,000 li was still out of reach for the cavalry, but for the top experts in Jianghu, it was achievable. Of course, that was also because both Qiu Qianren and Zhou Badong were top-notch lightness skills experts. One was iron palm drifting on water, and the other was the best of the five greats. Even top experts like Reverend Yiding and Hong Qigong wouldn't be able to travel thousands of kilometers in a short time. Song Qingshu's lightness kung fu was still above Qiu Qianren's and Zhou Buotong's. Naturally, he was confident that he would be able to find information about the pursuers ahead of time. No, that's too risky. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall, Zhao Min said worriedly. Song Qingshu smiled and said, with my martial arts, I'm afraid no one in this world can hurt me. There's no such thing as a wall. Zhao Min was startled. Then she smiled bitterly and said, that's true. I don't know how you practice your freakish martial arts. Then, Song Qingshu said to Yeluqi, Zhao Min, and the others, you guys stay here and build up your strength. Wait for me to send you a message. Then, according to the instructions from above, go through the gaps between the pursuers. Remember, no matter how ridiculous the order is, even if it makes you feel like you're walking into a trap, do it. Don't hesitate, or you'll lose your chance. Okay, we'll get it. Yeluqi nodded. Then, Song Qingshu used his lightness skills and flew toward the east. Watching the figure disappear like a wisp of smoke, everyone who had never seen him before opened their eyes wide. Xiao Ban sighed and said, he's like a reincarnated immortal. Yeluqi was also impressed and said, even the best horse in the army is not as fast as him. I wonder how long he can last at this speed. At this time, Song Qingshu's internal energy was endless. Unless he frequently used the teleportation footwork of so close, yet worlds apart, which consumed a lot of internal energy, his internal energy would not be depleted by using traceless steps in his normal state. He used his lightness skills and flew all the way, thinking, this time, it really took a lot of effort, but I can use this opportunity to turn Liao upside down, so that he can no longer participate in the joint attack against the Jin kingdom. In addition, the Southern Song dynasty's envoy was killed by Shui Yi's men. My mission this time is considered to be half completed. The rest is to find the whereabouts of Murong Jingyue. According to the information obtained before, many clues pointed to Yeluisin. Most of the things that happened in Shangjing during this time were stirred up by him. Song Qingshu very much suspected that Murong Jingyue was hiding in Yeluisin's mansion at this time, but he did not know what identity he was using. In the next few days, Song Qingshu used his top-notch lightness skill to find out the distribution of the troops chasing after them. When there was a gap between the troops due to the lack of cooperation between them, he would pass the information to Yeluqi through Haidongqing. Yeluqi would lead his troops like an agile loach, always slipping through the encirclement of the various troops. After a few times, even Xiao Feng began to suspect, Is there a spy in the army who is tipping them off? Otherwise, why can they break through the encirclement at the right time every time? Unfortunately, the investigation he ordered was fruitless. After all, only a few high-ranking officers knew about the battle plan, and these people did not look like they would tip off anyone. After a few more days, the fishermen who had used all their methods were still unable to catch the sly fish. When Xiao Feng and his men chased after them to Flying Fox Xing, they just happened to see Ye Luqi and his men enter the northern plains. "Your Majesty, should we continue the chase?" a deputy general asked. Xiao Feng shook his head. "We are already in the territory of the Qing kingdom. If we recklessly chase after them, it is very easy to start a war between the two countries." The deputy general panicked. "But are we just going to let them go like this? When the time comes and His Majesty investigates." Xiao Feng sighed. "When the time comes, I will bear the responsibility. Let's go back to Shangjing." He had already guessed that the other party had the help of an expert in the army. Although Ye Luqi was a talented general, he definitely would not be able to perform such a series of amazing operations. In fact, from the beginning, Xiao Feng was not very willing to chase after Ye Luqi. After all, in his opinion, there were many suspicious points in the case of Ye Luqi and Xiaoban's rebellion. Most likely, they were framed. Now that Liao was already weak, this kind of internal strife would only further weaken its strength. Unfortunately, Ye Lu Hongji was stubborn and did not listen to advice. Xiao Feng was originally considering whether or not to secretly let Ye Luqi go after him after catching up to him, to preserve a bit of strength for Liao. In the future, when the emperor's anger subsided, he could still bring them back. Otherwise, if he directly captured them and brought them back to Shangjing, the furious emperor would most likely kill them. In the future, if he regretted it, Ye Luqi, Xiaoban, and their clansmen would not be able to come back from the dead. Now that they had successfully escaped, Xiao Feng was surprised but also somewhat gratified. Note: in history, during the last years of Liao, Ye Lu Yujian was framed for rebellion. In fear, he fled with his trusted subordinates, but in the end, they were still caught up by the pursuing troops. However, the generals of the pursuing troops knew that he was wronged and felt sorry for him. So, after a private discussion, they released Ye Lu Yujian and went back to report to the emperor that they did not catch up with him. After Song Qingshu led his people to the territory of Hebei, Ye Luqi still did not relax at all. "Now that we have entered the territory of the Qing dynasty, the Lady Zhenren and the Khitans are mortal enemies. If she knows our whereabouts, she will not let us go. If we don't run this way, how can we escape the pursuit of the Liao soldiers?" After all, Song Qingshu was not a god. Although he could use his peerless lightness skill and high dongqing to warn them in advance, the fleeting opportunity was not easy to come by as the pursuing troops increased in number and density. They could be wiped out at any time in the hinterland of Liao, so they could only run to unexpected places to have a chance of survival. In the eyes of the pursuing troops of Liao, Ye Luqi and his people should either go north to the Mongolians, west to the western Xia, or southeast to the Golden Snake Camp. As for the Jin kingdom in the south and the Qing kingdom in the northeast, they did not pay much attention to them. After all, the two countries were mortal enemies. Even if Ye Luqi wanted to defect, he would not go to these two countries. It was a pity that they did not know the relationship between the Qing dynasty and the Golden Snake Camp, which gave Song Qingshu a chance to escape with his people. Seeing Ye Luqi's worried face, Song Qingshu comforted him. "Don't worry. The people of Qing kingdom will not trouble us." He had arranged for Xia Qingqing to lead the troops away first so that he could communicate with Dongfeng Muxue. Now that more than 10 days had passed, Dongfeng Muxue must have made the proper arrangements. Ye Luqi was very suspicious at first, but under the leadership of Dongfeng Muxue for the past 10 days, he had escaped from the pursuit of tens of thousands of pursuing troops of Liao, so he had been convinced. Seeing that Dongfeng Muxue was so sure, he believed him completely. Sure enough, for the next few days, they did not run into any traces of the Qing army. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. Then they found Xia Qingqing and her party waiting for them at the border of Shandong and Hebei. The two sides met up smoothly. "Next, I will leave these people to you and Jiao. Make the proper arrangements for them when the time comes." "I have to go back to Shangjing City," Song Qingshu said to Xia Qingqing. "Don't worry. Leave it to us." She understood that Song Qingshu returned to Shangjing City this time to seek revenge on Murong Jingyue for icy snow, so she understood very well. At this time, Yuan Qingji came over with Xiao Zhonghui and said goodbye to Song Qingshu. This matter is settled. We are going to go out to sea and live in seclusion. Song Qingshu knew that they could have left a long time ago, but they stayed to help him because they wanted to repay him for saving their lives and because they were worried about their clansmen. Now that they saw that their clansmen had been properly settled, they naturally had to say goodbye. I wish you both happiness and a safe journey. Song Qingshu did not force them to stay. He smiled and cupped his hands. Looking at the two figures going away, Xia Qingqing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, we have said goodbye to the past. Song Qingshu snorted, don't be so anxious when you see Yuan in danger in the future. Xia Qingqing blushed slightly, gently hugged his arm, and said softly, in the future, I will only be anxious when Song is in danger. Cough cough. At this time, Zhao Min suddenly appeared. Song, we should be on our way. Xia Qingqing did not know if it was a coincidence or if she heard their conversation and deliberately said this. For a moment, she was so scared that she hurriedly let go of Song Qingshu's hand, blushing. Song Qingshu winked at her, laughed, and returned to Liao with Zhao Min and icy snow. At this time, in the imperial palace in Shangjing, Yelu Hongji was looking at a secret report with a gloomy face. The report said that Xiaofeng secretly betrayed him, which was why the tens of thousands of troops could not catch a mere 2,000 or 3,000 rebel soldiers. After reading the secret report, Yelu Hongji took the letter to the fire and burned it. Thinking of the scene where Xiaofeng protested for Yelu Qi and Xiaoban, Yelu Hongji's face was bright and dark under the illumination of the fire. In order to let the readers have an image of the route Song Qingshu and Yelu Qi took this time to escape, I will write a geographical introduction of this world's Liao in the next few days on my official account. Everyone should understand after looking at the map. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu returned to Shangjing City with Zhao Min and icy snow. Due to the previous uproar of the rebellion case, even the air in Shangjing City was filled with a murderous aura. As the two women had already met, Song Qingshu simply brought icy snow to the Ruyang Mansion stronghold in Shangjing, Little South Tower. Icy snow entered the courtyard and quickly noticed the pavilion where Zhao Min often played the guqin. She saw two lines of poetry on the pillars on both sides of the pavilion. The stars are pale and colorless, the jade mirror floats alone in the sky. Song Qingshu had seen it before, but he didn't pay much attention to it. On the contrary, Icy Snow, who was also a woman, could faintly feel Zhao Min's thoughts. Looking at the graceful handwriting, it was obviously written by a woman. It was most likely written by Zhao Min herself. She didn't expect that the awe-inspiring Princess Xiao Min would also be filled with weakness and confusion. While she was deep in thought, she heard Song Qingshu say, I learned from Yelu Qi that when you and Qingqing were arrested and sent to prison, the relevant items were under the care of the judge of the imperial palace, Yelu Yango. Previously, I went to the imperial palace deployment courtyard and only found Qingqing's golden snake sword and your silver bell and golden lock. Your cold moon saber is missing. Now that we know the cold moon saber is the Mandarin duck saber, we might be able to find the mastermind by following this clue. That's right, Zhao Min also agreed, and I have a faint feeling that Murong Jingyue is definitely related to this. After all, a person like him definitely can't resist the temptation of the Mandarin duck saber being invincible in the world. Icy Snow had always wanted to find her late husband's relics, so she naturally had no objection. Then, Zhao Min summoned her subordinates to inquire about the magistrate Yelu Yan's residence. However, since the people in Shangjing City had quit smoking several times more than before, they didn't dare to break into the residence of an imperial court official in broad daylight. It just so happened that they had been on the run for some time. Although they had rested on the road for a few days, they were still very tired. So, Zhao Min arranged for them to sleep in their rooms and wait for the sky to turn dark. Nowadays, Song Qingshu wasn't used to sleeping alone on an empty bed. He originally wanted to share a room with Icy Snow, but after looking at Zhao Min, he didn't bring up such a suicidal idea in the end. At most, I'll just sneak in after you're asleep. Song Qingshu felt relieved when he thought about it this way. However, he had been racing against time with Liao's cavalrymen with his qinggong. Over 10 days of exhaustion had taken a toll on him. Initially, he planned to get up later and go to the next room, but who knew that he would fall into a deep sleep the moment he collapsed. He only woke up after 2 o'clock at night. Originally, the night was dark and windy, and it was a good time for them to have some fun. Unfortunately, they still had a mission to complete. The residence of a magistrate Yaluyan wasn't a dangerous place. Song Qingshu didn't feel any pressure bringing the two women in. In fact, with Icy Snow and Zhao Min's martial arts, as long as they were careful, it wouldn't be a problem for them to enter alone. Soon, the three of them found him in the inner residence. He was fooling around with a beautiful concubine. When Zhao Min and Icy Snow understood what was going on inside, they spat and turned away with blushing faces. Although Song Qingshu had the intention to watch the show, he couldn't possibly wait outside with the two women until he was done, right? Left with no choice, he barged in. Before the concubine could react, her sleeping acupoint was sealed. As for Yaluyan, he wasn't so polite and directly threw him to the ground. A moment ago, he was at the top of the clouds, and the next moment, he was thrown to the ground. Any man would be furious, not to mention that Yaluyan was an official of the imperial court. However, as soon as he opened his mouth to curse, Song Qingshu kicked him so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. He immediately became as quiet as a cicada in winter. However, when Zhao Min and Icy Snow came in, his eyes immediately widened. He had never seen such beautiful women. His concubines were considered pretty, but compared to the two women in front of him, they were like pheasants and phoenixes. Why is the cold moon saber missing? Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a man's instinct to be lustful. He was already in such a predicament, yet he still had the mood to look at beautiful women. Cold moon saber? Yaluyan couldn't react for a moment. Zhao Min was already somewhat unhappy with his gaze, especially when he was naked and looked as wretched as one could imagine. Seeing him still foolishly staring at her, she was even angrier. She kicked his face and sternly said, "I'm asking you a question." Yaluyan realized that although the woman in front of him was beautiful, she was also very dangerous. He hurriedly replied, "What cold moon saber? I don't know what you're talking about. I have many ways to make you speak the truth. Believe me, you definitely don't want to try." Faced with such a situation, Zhao Min was already used to it. Song Qingshu replied indifferently, "There's no need to go through so much trouble." So he directly used the soul-shifting technique. As expected, Yaluyan's expression became stiff, and he answered every question. After listening to his confession, Song Qingshu knocked him out with a punch. When he woke up tomorrow, he would only think that he had a nightmare and wouldn't remember what happened in the middle of the night. Someone from the Wei Palace took it away. Thinking about the information he just received, Song Qingshu's brows furrowed even tighter. Yalu-isan again. Do you still remember the conversation we overheard between him and the son-in-law, Xianxia? When Fei's fall from grace and Yalu Qizhao's half-betrayal were most likely his handiwork, Zhao Min said, "Looks like it's time for us to investigate this Yalu-isan." Song Qingshu frowned, "But I've infiltrated the Wei Palace several times before, and I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I also couldn't find any trace of Murong Jingyue. Don't tell me you're soft-hearted because he's the father of your little lover." Zhao Min teased. "How is that possible? I really didn't find anything out of the ordinary in the Wei Palace." Song Qingshu explained. However, when he thought of Yalu-Nanxian, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Could it really be like those melodramatic dramas in his previous life? Her father would be the villain, and he would be the enemy who killed her father, blah blah. Of course it's hard to find anything just by looking at the flowers on horseback. If you want to find anything, you have to live in the Wei Palace for a while. Zhao Min said thoughtfully. Song Qingshu was startled. "You can't really think of me as a god, right? The Wei Palace is not like Yaluyan Ji's Judge Palace. I can infiltrate it for a short period of time, but to live there for a long time and become a guard of the Wei Palace, is that for nothing? Of course I'm not asking you to go with your current identity, but to disguise yourself." Zhao Min rolled her eyes at him. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. "How do you want me to disguise myself?" "Let me prepare first, I'll tell you when the time comes." At this time, the three of them had already returned to the little southern inn. Zhao Min left in a hurry to gather her subordinates to discuss something. "Qingshu, your relationship with this princess is quite good." Icy Snow, who had been quiet all this while, said with a faint smile. "She's both an enemy and a friend." Song Qingshu didn't know how to describe the relationship between him and Zhao Min. It was closer than ordinary friends, but also a little less than a couple. Although this princess looks strong on the outside, there's a hint of softness in her bones. Icy snow said as her gaze fell on the 2 lines of the poem on the pavilion. The stars were pale and colorless, and the jade mirror floated in the air. Song Qingshu didn't pay much attention to it before, but now that she reminded him, he realized that there was an indescribable loneliness in the depths of Zhao Min's heart. For Zhang Wuji? Song Qingshu pondered. Back then, Zhao Min abandoned everything for Zhang Wuji. She didn't even hesitate to betray her country and people. But in the end, she didn't succeed. Zhang Wuji was actually possessed by venerated Ming. Left with no choice, she could only return to Mongolia and borrow the power of the Ruyang residents to avenge her lover. But in the eyes of outsiders, she was abandoned, and it was because love turned into hatred that she went against the Ming dynasty. Although they hadn't heard of it, it was obvious how much slander and pressure she had endured in the Mongolian aristocratic circle. For a person like Zhao Min, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that her lover, whom she had pledged her undying love for, was already separated from her. This was the biggest blow to her. She still maintains the radiant image of Princess Zhao Min. I'm afraid that she often feels sorry for herself in the dead of night. Song Qingshu suddenly felt that he didn't care much about her spiritual world. After talking about Zhao Min's matters, Icy Snow and Song Qingshu looked at each other and suddenly felt a little awkward. In fact, their relationship didn't need to be like this. But now that they were in Zhao Min's territory, she felt very awkward. After all, she was still a widow, and she couldn't let it go in front of outsiders. Song Qingshu had roughly guessed her concerns, so he did not press her further. He just chatted with her about some things that had happened over the years. After all, the 2 of them had been separated for many years, and too many things had happened during this period that were worth talking about. Just like that, they chatted for more than 2 hours. The sky was getting darker. Although they had just taken a nap, it was apparent that it was time for them to sleep again. Song Qingshu whispered a few words into Icy Snow's ear and her snow-white skin flushed instantly. She shook her head like a rattle drum and hurriedly ran back to her room, locking the door with a loud bang. Song Qingshu was left alone with a bitter smile on his face. Why did he always encounter this kind of predicament where 3 monks have no water to eat? The next morning, Song Qingshu was woken up by Zhao Min. She said excitedly, "There's a good opportunity now. Yelu Isan is recruiting a Han musician." Song Qingshu saw that her eyes were red, and there was a trace of exhaustion on her bright face. Obviously, she had worked all night last night. He felt pity and puzzled. Recruiting a musician? What kind of opportunity is this? Have you forgotten that we overheard the conversation between Yeluisan and Xiaoxiama? Zhao Min rolled her eyes. Xiaoxiama framed Yeluqi and the others. Now that Yeluqi and the others have defected, Yelu Hongji may vent his anger on Xiaoxiama. In order to protect Xiaoxiama, Yelu Isan must speed up the implementation of the honey trap. This time, King Wei's mansion specially recruited a Han musician, most likely for that poor crown princess of the southern Song dynasty. Shen Bijuan? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled when he thought of the beautiful and gentle woman he saw that night. Previously, when my family was hospitalized, I will update a little every day. I hope you don't mind. But Shen Bijuan is the eldest miss of the Shen family and comes from a scholarly family. She is also the candidate for the crown princess. She must be skilled in the 4 arts. Why would she need a zither master to teach her? Song Qingshu suddenly found it strange. I'm not too sure. Zhao Min frowned. Perhaps Shen Bijuan needs some accompaniment when she enters the palace. Song Qingshu nodded. There were dowries in this world. Not only were there maids, but there were also other talented people. Does Princess plan to apply for a Han zither master? Song Qingshu teased. With Zhao Min's skills, she was more than qualified to apply for a zither master. Zhao Min's lips curled up and she said lightly, "It's not me, it's you." I'll go? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. I can't even differentiate between Gong, Shang, Jiao, Jing, and you. How can I be a zither master? What does that matter? Zhao Min was unconcerned. Won't you learn it if I teach you? Forget it. I think it's better if you go by yourself. In his previous life, he was a musical idiot. Song Qingshu felt a headache just thinking about playing the zither. Wei Wangfu is filled with danger. Morong Jingyue might be hiding inside. Are you really that heartless to let a weak girl like me take such a risk? Zhao Min looked at him pitifully. In order to make it more convincing, she purposely teared up. Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Zhao Min's acting skills. Compared to some of the actresses in his previous life who had to use eye drops to cry, Zhao Min's tears flowed freely. Her acting skills were many times better. However, even though he knew that she was acting, Song Qingshu was still worried about Zhao Min entering the Wei Wangfu. She was known as the #1 beauty in Mongolia, and he knew very well how beautiful she was. If something were to happen to her in the Wei Wangfu, he would regret it for the rest of his life. But since King Wei's residence is recruiting, it shouldn't take long. How can I learn it so easily? Song Qingshu reckoned that even if he was not a master like Chu Yang and Lu Jingfeng, he should at least be very skilled in the zither. How could a beginner like him be qualified to enter? Isn't first young Master Song known as a martial arts prodigy who can learn any martial arts at a glance? Zhao Min snorted. Not to mention, there's a great teacher like me to guide you. I guarantee that you'll finish your apprenticeship within 3 days. 3 days? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. He wasn't as confident as Zhao Min. But now that things had come to this, they could only bite the bullet. Next, Zhao Min led Song Qingshu to her room, took out a jiaodong zither, and softly said, the 12 melodies are, Huangzhong, De Lu, Taizun, Jiazhong, Gushi, Zhonglu, Laobin, Linzhong, Yizhe, Nanlu, Wuxi, and Yingzhong. This has existed since ancient times. It's said that the Yellow Emperor ordered Ling Luan to be the rhythm. Hearing the cry of the phoenix, he created the 12 melodies. The 7 strings of the zither are Gong, Shang, Jiao, Wei, and Yu. The first string is the Huangzhong, and the third string is the Gong tune. The 5 tunes are Slow Jiao, Qing Shang, Gong tune, Slow Gong, and Laobin tune. She explained in detail. Although Song Qingshu knew nothing about music, he was smart and could understand it easily. Zhao Min liked it very much. She immediately taught him the finger technique and taught him to play the extremely short Song of the Jade Firmament. Song Qingshu learned it a few times. When he played it, although the notes were not correct and the finger technique was not smooth, it was still elegant. It was like a clear blue sky with no clouds and 10,000 li. When the song ended, Zhao Min couldn't help but praise, in the way of the zither, finger technique is after all a small skill. What's more important is the mind of the zither player. You are magnanimous and have lofty ambitions. Although your technique is not smooth, you can still restore the meaning of the zither. The prefectural bishop is still the best. Song Qingshu said with a smile. When learning the zither, the two of them would not be too far apart. Smelling the elegant fragrance coming from Zhao Min, he felt relaxed and happy. Young Master Song has a sweet mouth. Zhao Min pursed her lips and smiled. But flattery is useless. I teach people very strictly. As she spoke, she waved the bamboo whip in her hand, as if she would hit him if he did not learn well. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. He could only continue to seriously memorize the rhythm and figure out the finger technique. Fortunately, he had a very good memory, and coupled with his extremely strong mental strength, he was able to learn much faster than ordinary people. I think I can play the thinking you just taught me. Song Qingshu said with some excitement. But he was surprised to find that Zhao Min had fallen asleep on the table. Only then did Song Qingshu remember that Zhao Min had stayed up all night to plan for the future. This morning, she had started teaching him how to play the zither. Listening to his own messy zither music, she probably could not take it anymore and fell asleep. Although it was obvious that she was tired, her delicate skin still made her look beautiful. She was usually in high spirits, but now that she was asleep, her slightly furrowed eyebrows made people feel pity for her. Song Qingshu knew that sleeping on her stomach was very uncomfortable, so he got up and gently carried her to the bed. His movements had never been so gentle before, for fear that he would wake her up if he was not careful. After covering her with the quilt, Song Qingshu returned to the bedside and gently figured out the finger technique. Because he was worried that he would wake up the sleeping person, he did not really play the music. Instead, his 10 fingers were moving in the air. While he was exploring the finger technique, Zhao Min, who was on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She quietly stared at his back in a daze. Although Song Qingshu's movements were gentle enough, a woman's natural instinct made her immediately wake up. But for some reason, she didn't show it. Song Qingshu, who usually had a glib tongue, did not do anything else. His gentle and considerate actions caused Zhao Min's heart to gradually soften. Thus, she revealed a faint smile as she looked at his back. She completely relaxed and unknowingly fell into a deep sleep. In the next 2 days, one studied without eating or sleeping, and the other taught with all her heart. Soon, Song Qingshu reached the level where he could finish his apprenticeship. Although he is still far from being a famous musician, he should be able to apply for a musician. Zhao Min evaluated. What identity should I use to apply for the job? Song Qingshu asked. Although there were no television or newspapers in this world, and his photos were not all over the world, there were still many people who had seen him. Moreover, there might be a Murong Jingyue hiding. Naturally, he could not go to the mansion of Wei with his original appearance. I have already forged an identity for you. Zhao Min took out a document and handed it to him. You are a down-and-out musician outside the border. Because of the chaos of the 3 border defenses, you had to leave your hometown to make a living. Not long ago, you came to Shangjing City. Song Qingshu knew that only by setting the background to the faraway border would he not be found out by Yeluisin. But staring at the name on the document, he could not help but exclaim, Zhao Wei? Why does he have such a strange name, and he has the same surname as you? There are many people with stranger names in the world. Zhao Min blushed for some reason and quickly replied, what's more, this person really exists. A few days ago, he heard that the mansion of Wei was recruiting a dormitory, so he rushed to Shangjing City. Halfway, he was intercepted by our people, so you replaced his identity. I see. Song Qingshu nodded, stood up, and said, there's no time to lose. I'll go disguise myself first, and I'll go to the mansion of Wei to apply for the job later. I hope my efforts in the past 2 days were not in vain. Zhao Min also stretched, revealing a seductive curve of her chest. I won't send you off. I'm exhausted these few days, so I need to catch up on my sleep. After saying that, she collapsed on the bed and fell asleep without a care for her image. Song Qingshu smiled and returned to his room. While putting on a disguise, he talked about the following arrangements with Icy Snow, who had rushed over after hearing the news. Icy Snow was worried. The Wei Wangfu is dangerous everywhere. Furthermore, we don't know where Murong Jingyue is hiding. You must be extra careful. Song Qingshu said with a smile, don't worry, I've even gone in and out of the palace countless times. A mere mansion of a down-and-out empire is nothing to me. He wasn't afraid of raising flags. After all, in the face of absolute strength, he had the confidence to face all difficulties. 2 hours later, Song Qingshu appeared in front of the Prince of Wei's residence. At this moment, he had the appearance of a downtrodden zither player. Even those who were most familiar with him would not be able to recognize him as the Prince of Qi whose might had shaken the world. Are you here to apply for the zither player position? What's your name? Where are you from? The main door of the mansion naturally wouldn't open for ordinary people. At the side door, a person who looked like an official stood there and asked arrogantly. As expected of a rank 7 official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. However, he wasn't angry over such a small matter. After all, in order to reach the peak of the disguise technique, apart from having similar looks, one's personality and tone must also be the same. Zhao Wei. Song Qingshu answered the other party's questions one by one. Suddenly, his heart stirred. Zhao Wei, Zhao Wei. Could it be Zhao Min's Wei? Such a guess surprised and delighted him. After all, although Zhao Min had an ambiguous relationship with him, she had never formally expressed her feelings. Could it be that she wanted to use this method to confess her feelings? However, Song Qingshu quickly thought that with Zhao Min's character, she probably wouldn't do such a wishy-washy thing. Moreover, she had also mentioned that Zhao Wei really existed, and he was just replacing his identity. It should be a coincidence. Although he kept telling himself that, Song Qingshu's heart was suddenly filled with an inexplicable expectation. After the interrogation, Song Qingshu was led to a side courtyard. He secretly recalled what Zhao Min had taught him in the past 2 days. He was afraid that he would forget what he had learned at the last minute at a critical moment. Then, he saw that there was more than one person in the side courtyard. They must be the musicians from various places who had heard the news. Although Song Qingshu was not confident, after all, he had been through a lot, and such a small scene was not enough to make him nervous. At most, I'll just use the soul transfer technique to cheat on the examiner. Song Qingshu thought to himself. If he couldn't do it, he might as well use some extraordinary means. Soon, someone came to interview them on some questions about music. Many people were eliminated, but Song Qingshu passed the first round without any mishaps. Then, a person who looked like a butler came out and said, "Everyone knows how to be an armchair strategist. In the end, it still depends on your zither skills. In a while, a noble will come to judge. Remember not to make a noise, and don't be rude to the noble." The people around him nodded submissively. After all, this was the Prince of Wei's mansion, and they could lose their lives if they were not careful. Song Qingshu didn't mind. He just thought to himself, I wonder who the noble is. It can't be Yeluisin, can it? Suddenly, his ears twitched. He heard a string of gentle footsteps, accompanied by the faint sound of jingling pendants. As the footsteps got closer, there seemed to be an additional elegant fragrance in the air. It was like an orchid, but not an orchid, and like musk, but not an musk. Today, the geographical map of Liao was updated, as well as the escape route of the protagonist in the previous chapters. Combined with the topographic map, it will be more intuitive. Interested readers can go to the public account, Moncler review in the latest article. Unlike the people around him who were looking down at their toes in trepidation, afraid that they would be killed if they looked any longer, Song Qingshu carefully looked inside and saw a graceful figure slowly walking in from behind the curtain. Oh, it's Shenbijuan? Although he couldn't see her face through the curtain, Song Qingshu could tell from her figure and the sound of her footsteps whether it was the same person. In particular, the unique fragrance on her body that was like an orchid or a musk was even more unforgettable. One by one, play what you're best at and wait outside for the results, the butler said. Shenbijuan was the judge? Song Qingshu was a little surprised, but on second thought, it was expected. After all, the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were things that the Han people were good at. In terms of zither skills, there was probably no one in Shangjing who could compare to Shenbijuan. Naturally, there was no one more suitable than her. Next, one by one, Song Qingshu went up to play. Before, he was still in high spirits, but now his heart gradually sank. After all, he was making a last-minute effort, and the people who came were all famous people from all over the country. All of them had been immersed in the zither for decades. How could he catch up in such a short time? Although he was a layman before, after 2 days of tutoring, Song Qingshu could easily judge the quality of the zither skills. He roughly calculated that there were at least 8 people present who were better than him. This time, there was only one person to be a zither master. No matter how good he was, he probably wouldn't stand a chance. Could he only rely on the soul transfer technique? Song Qingshu was a little hesitant. Now that Shenbijuan was sitting behind the heavy gauze curtains, he couldn't even see her eyes. How could he use the soul transfer technique? What's more, there were so many famous people present, and they weren't deaf. If he couldn't convince them and won by cheating, it would be a lot of trouble if they made a fuss. Just as he was struggling, he suddenly heard the butler call Zhao Wei. It turned out that it was his turn. He had been a little nervous before, but now that things had come to a head, he calmed down. He had experienced so many storms and waves. A mere zither master interview was nothing. Even if he failed, he could think of another way. He calmly sat down and was about to play the song he had prepared before when he suddenly remembered what Zhao Min had said when he was learning the zither. The zither was the heart of the heart, and the mind of the player would reflect the image in the sound of the zither. This was not an objective competition of their skills, but rather a competition of who Shenbijuan thought was the best. The other interviewees didn't even know who she was, but he knew who she was. He already had a great advantage. Shenbijuan had been kidnapped and taken to a foreign country. She had no one to rely on and lived a precarious life. She was filled with fear and dread for the future, and it was likely that she would miss her home and worry a lot. Roughly guessing Shen Bijuan's current mood, Song Qingshu had a plan. Of course, he couldn't directly play a song about homesickness. After all, ancient culture paid attention to euphemism, and he couldn't express what he was thinking so directly. Thus, he began to play Thinking. Thinking was an ancient song from the Han Dynasty. It had a gentle rhythm, and the most amazing thing about this song was that it had different effects depending on the audience. If people who lived carefreely and happily listened to it, they would only feel that it was bland and tasteless. However, if the listener happened to be in the mood to be sad, it would be amazing. It would easily arouse the thoughts in the other party's heart. When someone was heartbroken, they would think of the past and the love of the deceased. As for Shen Bijuan, it could be said that she had a lot on her mind at the moment. As expected, after the sound of the zither sounded, Shen Bijuan, who had been sitting there, suddenly trembled. She couldn't help but take out a handkerchief to gently wipe her tears. It had to be known that a noble young miss like Shen Bijuan had been very strict with her bearing since she was a child. This was proof that her emotions were extremely agitated. When Song Qingshu saw that there was hope, he subconsciously infused his internal energy into the sound, making it even more penetrative and able to touch people's souls. It wasn't just Shen Bijuan. Many of the other zither masters had confused and complicated expressions on their faces. It was clear that the sound of the zither had stirred up their thoughts. Before the song finished, Shen Bijuan suddenly stood up from behind the curtain and hurriedly left with the help of her maids. The zither players outside were all stunned. What's going on? Why did she leave? We haven't even played yet. As the crowd was whispering, the housekeeper from before came out and announced, "The interview is over. Everyone can go back." What's going on? That's it? But we haven't played yet. The crowd was in an uproar, but when they saw the housekeeper's cold expression, they realized that this was King Wei's matter. They didn't dare act presumptuously and could only dejectedly leave. Although Song Qingshu had some confidence, he wasn't sure if he should leave or not. Fortunately, the housekeeper came over and called out to him, "Xiao Wei, right? Come with me. It seems I've made the right bet." Song Qingshu felt like a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. The housekeeper took many twists and turns before bringing him to an extremely remote courtyard. He then threatened, "Brat, the noble person inside wants to see you. You must remember your status. If you offend the noble person, I'll throw you into the mass grave outside the city tonight." Yes, yes, yes. Song Qingshu pretended to be a yes man as he thought to himself, Shen Bijuan has already been moved to King Wei's matter. It seems that Yalu Isan is indeed preparing to send her to the palace. On one hand, he can appease Xiaoxia, and on the other, he can deepen his influence into the harem. After all, since ancient times, powerful officials always needed the help of a favored concubine in the palace. However, Shen Bijuan had been captured by them, so how could she possibly follow Yalu Isan's orders so obediently? Weren't they afraid that she would tell the emperor everything after entering the palace? While he was deep in thought, Song Qingshu had already walked in. Shen Bijuan was sitting in a pavilion, staring blankly toward the south. There were two pretty maids standing to the side to serve her, but because they were next to Shen Bijuan, no one would pay attention to them. Although Song Qingshu had seen Shen Bijuan once before and only saw her profile this time, he still couldn't help but feel amazed. She wasn't wearing particularly gorgeous clothes, but no matter what kind of clothes she wore, as long as she wore them, they would become exceptionally outstanding. She didn't wear any jewelry, nor did she put any makeup on her face because for her, jewelry and makeup were superfluous. No matter how precious the jewelry was, it couldn't take away her brilliance, and no matter how noble the makeup was, it couldn't add to her beauty. Song Qingshu had seen many stunning beauties, but most of them were chivalrous women in Jianghu. It was the first time he had seen a lady from a noble family who was gentle, beautiful, and elegant like Shen Bijuan. In fact, Nan Lan and Qing Yaojia could also be considered ladies from a noble family, but Qing Yaojia wasn't a stunning beauty. Nan Lan was, after all, a married woman. Her temperament was still very different from Shen Bijuan's. Perhaps only Shui Baochai, whom he had met in Lenin, could be compared to her. But after seeing the other side of Shui Baochai in the Imperial City Department, the mark of a noble family on her was not so obvious. Reminded by the maid, Shen Bijuan turned her head and looked at him curiously with her beautiful eyes. She asked softly, "Are you from the Song dynasty?" Song Qingshu was startled. Could it be that he had exposed himself somewhere? But when he noticed Shen Bijuan's expectant gaze, he realized that it was most likely the song that had stirred her thoughts. "No, I'm from outside the borders." Oh, Shen Bijuan's disappointment was evident. "When I heard you play thinking just now, although your technique was a bit shaky, the meaning behind the song was extremely high. I thought you were from the south." "Thank you for your praise, Mississippi." Hearing her evaluation, Song Qingshu sighed to himself that he had gambled correctly. As expected, it was impossible to win with technique. Knowing that he wasn't from the song, Shen Bijuan quickly lost interest and no longer spoke. She sighed faintly and turned to leave, leaving Song Qingshu alone with a dumbfounded expression. What's going on? Just as Song Qingshu was feeling gloomy, someone led him to a nearby residence and warned him not to go out as he pleased. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. If it was a normal zither player, they wouldn't care even if their freedom was restricted. But Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't be so obedient. After the person left, he quietly slipped out. Unfortunately, this kind of aimless search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Song Qingshu walked around the Wei Palace but didn't find any valuable clues. He had originally planned to go see how Yalu Nanxian was doing, but when he snuck into her room, he found that she wasn't there. Listening to the conversation of two passing maids, ever since her brother Yalu Sui's incident, she would often go out searching for the murderer, often disappearing for 3 to 5 days. Song Qingshu returned to his room dispiritedly. This was different from what he had imagined. Even though he had infiltrated the Prince of Wei's mansion, it seemed that it would be difficult to find anything useful. Was he really going to stay here for 10 days to half a month? Just as he was lying on his bed, bored to death, a maid came to inform him that Shen Bijuan was calling for him. Eh? Song Qingshu was a bit puzzled. Was his charm so great that even with his disguise, he couldn't hide his attraction to women? Of course, this was just a joke. He knew that Shen Bijuan hadn't come looking for him because she liked him. There had to be something else. Along the way, he wondered if he should get closer to Shen Bijuan. Perhaps he could get some information about the Mandarin duck blades from her. After all, the Mandarin duck blades had been kept by the Shen family for more than 10 years. Unfortunately, when he saw Shen Bijuan, he saw that her face was as cold as ice. She was no longer as amiable as before. His heart skipped a beat, and he swallowed all of his plans. "I don't know who you are, nor do I know your goal in coming here." Shen Bijuan gave him a fright as soon as she opened her mouth. Song Qingshu wondered if his disguise skills were so bad that even a young miss who never left her room could see through him. Fortunately, Shen Bijuan's next words made her sigh in relief. "In the next few days, I will teach you some of the local customs of the Southern Court. No matter what it is, I will only say it once. As for whether you can remember it or not, that will depend on your ability." The local customs of the Southern Court? Song Qingshu was completely confused. Fortunately, he was a transmigrator from the future and had read countless novels and dramas. Although he only had a few words, he could roughly restore the original situation. It was most likely that Yalu Isin had asked her to teach him the local customs of the Southern Court. Thus, she had subconsciously thought that he was Yalu Isin's confidant, and thus didn't treat him well. As for why Shen Bijuan would listen to Yalu Isin's instructions, it wasn't hard to understand. There were simply too many ways to make a delicate woman submit. Song Qingshu casually imagined that if it were him, there would be at least 23 ways to make her obedient. The word teach lingered in his mind. As for why Yalu Isin had asked her to teach him the local customs of the Southern Court, this was something he couldn't understand. While he was still thinking, Shen Bijuan began to speak. The entire process could be said to be extremely fast, and from time to time, she would mix in the dialect of Shaoxing. It should be known that nowadays, the dialects of Zhejiang were often difficult to understand even if they were separated by a village, let alone in ancient times. "Miss, can you speak an official language?" Song Qingshu naturally knew that she was doing this on purpose. Even the most gentle of ladies would find it difficult to be in a good mood after being kidnapped and constantly threatened. In addition, she thought that he was one of Yalu Isin's people, so it wasn't surprising that she was deliberately making things difficult for him. Since I want to teach you the local customs, these Shanin dialects are naturally the local customs. Seeing his sweaty appearance, Shinbijuan couldn't help but smile. Her mood, which had been clouded for the past few days, finally showed a trace of happiness. Shinbijuan's face had always been full of worry, but now, for the first time, she smiled. Although it was only a faint smile, it was like the first flowers blooming after the snow melted. In the past, only Xiaolong Nu had given him a similar impact. Seeing him staring at her in a daze, Shinbijuan immediately realized that she had lost her composure. She immediately straightened her face and continued to explain. This time, in order to punish him, not only did she still use the Shanin dialect, but she also deliberately spoke faster. Soon, more than 2 hours had passed. Shinbijuan looked at him maliciously. Let's stop here for today. How much do you remember? About 70 to 80%. In reality, with Song Qingshu's current memory, he actually remembered everything. He just didn't want to attract too much attention, so he said he remembered 70 to 80%. Even this was enough to shock Shinbijuan, but she didn't believe it, shameless boasting. The disgust on her face became even stronger. It had to be known that she had mostly used the Shanin dialect to explain. Not to mention the northerners, even the people of the Song country wouldn't be able to understand. Shinbijuan was the #1 beauty of Shanin city and her reputation had spread far and wide. Ever since she could remember, many young masters liked to go to the Shin gardens and use the poetry and lantern festivals to show off. Many times, in order to not show weakness in front of her, they would pretend to understand and pretend to be something that was in the sky. This kind of man was what she despised the most. Thinking of how Song Qingshu was in a daze when he saw her, Shinbijuan unconsciously thought that he was the same kind of person. She was too lazy to say another word to him and turned to leave with a heavy expression. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders and thought to himself, who did I offend? I can clearly understand. Do I have to lie and say that I don't understand? It had to be known that Miss Qing, Lu Wushuang, and the others had lived in Shanin City for a long time. They had spent the most time with Miss Qing. That sweet-tempered young woman was usually the most shy and reserved. Occasionally, when they were in bed, she would uncontrollably speak in a special tone. It was clear and lively, very rhythmic, and very pleasant to listen to. Song Qingshu asked and found out that it was the Shanin dialect. Because he wanted to know what Miss Qing said when she was aroused, he pestered her to learn the Shanin dialect. At first, Miss Qing didn't agree, but she couldn't stand his coaxing and pestering. She taught him sentence by sentence, and with Song Qingshu's amazing memory, he was able to learn most of it. When he heard Shinbijuan speak the Shanin dialect, he wasn't used to it at first, but after getting used to it, he found that he could actually understand it. There were some parts that he didn't understand that he could guess from the context. Who knew that Shinbijuan would misunderstand? Over the next few days, one taught Song Qingshu about the customs of the south while the other studied seriously. Because Song Qingshu could understand the Mountainine language and had a good understanding of the south, he learned quickly. Of course, in Shinbijuan's eyes, he was just pretending to understand. 2 days later, Yelu Isan suddenly appeared with some people and asked how Song Qingshu was doing. Shinbijuan deliberately praised him, saying that he now knew the customs of the south like the back of his hand. Many people in Jiangnan could not compare to him. At first, Song Qingshu was a bit dazed. He didn't understand why Shinbijuan suddenly spoke up for him, but he quickly realized that she was deliberately putting him on a pedestal to raise Yelu Isan's expectations. When the time came, the higher he was, the harder he would fall. As expected, the astute Yelu Isan was clearly not satisfied with listening to her side of the story. Instead, he personally tested Song Qingshu on some of the customs of the south. After all, this was related to a very important plan. He asked all kinds of questions, and Song Qingshu was secretly surprised. Yelu Isan was a Khitan, but no one had such a deep understanding of Han culture. But then he thought about it. The nomads of the north had a certain degree of Han culture after entering the Central Plains. Even the emperor and empress imitated the Han people in poetry and painting. It wasn't strange for a noble to know these things. Song Qingshu was only surprised, but Shinbijuan's eyes widened in shock. Many of Yelu Isen's questions were relatively unfamiliar, and even she didn't know how to answer them. Who would have thought that this man would answer so cleverly? After the test, Yelu Isen was very satisfied with the result. Miss Shen is indeed a famous talented woman to be able to teach like this in just a few days. Of course, he didn't think that this ordinary zither player was talented and subconsciously attributed it to Shen Bijuan. Shen Bijuan had an awkward expression and didn't know how to respond. She secretly glanced at Song Qingshu and saw that his expression was calm and didn't seem angry at all. He also didn't have any intention of complaining to Yelu Isen. She couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. Then she became even more curious. So he didn't lie to me, but how did he understand the Shawnee language? By the way, I came here today to inform you that you will be sent to the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning, Yelu Isen suddenly said. Us? Song Qingshu was stunned. That's right. As a zither player, you will enter the palace with Shen, Miss Xiao. Yelu Isen had changed his address at the last minute. Shen Bijuan was no longer the young miss of the Shen family from Jiangnan. She now had a new identity, the younger sister of the son-in-law Xiao Tanzi. Song Qingshu glanced at Shen Bijuan and saw that her face was expressionless. Yelu Isen had clearly informed her beforehand. What, do you have a problem? Yelu Isen's eyes flashed fiercely. No problem. Song Qingshu forced a smile. He thought that he had to find a chance to discuss this with Zhao Min. After all, he had infiltrated the Wei household to investigate Murong Jingyue's whereabouts. Now that he had found nothing and was being transferred to the Imperial Palace, wouldn't that mean that all his previous efforts had been for naught? That's good, Yelu Isen said lightly. Miss Xiao, please return to your room and rest. I still have some things to tell Sir Zhao. In reality, he had no intention of consulting Shen Bijuan. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant girl supported Shen Bijuan and left. But as Shen Bijuan left, she looked deeply at Song Qingshu. As expected, he was one of Yelu Isen's people. The faint trace of apology and curiosity that had risen up earlier instantly disappeared. After Shen Bijuan left, Yelu Isen's face suddenly darkened. You should know what you are going to do after entering the palace. Song Qingshu was shocked. He thought, what the hell do I know? I didn't expect that Zhao Min would actually trigger a hidden plot by randomly choosing someone to impersonate. Seeing him stutter, Yelu Isen sneered. I know what you are worried about. I came here today to tell you that I have arranged for your parents, wife, and children to be well protected in a safe place. As long as you follow my instructions obediently, they will be fine. Yes. Song Qingshu lowered his head slightly, taking the opportunity to hide his shocked eyes. He wondered what task Yelu Isen had given Zhao Wei. It seemed that Zhao Wei had been selected long ago. Even if he hadn't performed exceedingly to arouse Shen Bijuan's worries, he would still have been selected in the end. After nightfall, Song Qingshu secretly found a chance to sneak out and return to the Little South Tower. He told Zhao Min and Icy Snow what had happened today. Hearing that he was going to be sent to the palace as a dowry, the two women laughed unkindly, making Song Qingshu's face turn darker. After laughing, Zhao Min said, It's good to take this opportunity to enter the palace to investigate. I suspect that Murong Jingyue's other hiding place is in the palace. But what about the Wei Wangfu? Song Qingshu frowned. I have sent a few people to infiltrate the Wei Wangfu through other means in order to support you. Let them be in charge of the investigation. Zhao Min continued, and it seems that Yelu Isen has a big plan. If we don't do anything, it may harm our interests. You should take advantage of the situation and develop things in our favor at the critical moment. Song Qingshu nodded. That's good too. Thinking about how Xiao Ban and Yelu Qi were framed, he vaguely felt that Yelu Isen was weaving a big net. He just didn't know who would be caught in it in the end. He realized that he couldn't see through Yelu Isen. In the future, they would most likely be enemies because of their different standpoints. At that time, how to face Yelu Nanxian would be a big problem. That Miss Shen is also a pitiful person. Qingshu, help her if you can. Icy Snow had heard about Shen Bijuan's experience from Zhao Min. She couldn't help but sympathize with her. The kind-hearted Icy Snow couldn't help but advise Song Qingshu. Before Song Qingshu could answer, Zhao Min burst into laughter. Elder sister, you can rest assured. Even if you did not say anything, with his tender and protective nature, he would definitely not sit by and watch young Lady Shen suffer. Am I right, young Master Song? Song Qingshu hurriedly said sternly, of course, it's the duty of us righteous people to fight the strong and help the weak. TSK, you make it sound nice. Zhao Min snorted disdainfully. Why don't you go help those homeless beggars on the roadside? At this time Icy Snow also pursed her lips and smiled. I heard that Miss Shen is known as the first beauty in Shining City. She must be very beautiful. She's not just the first beauty in Shining City. If it weren't for the fact that she stays at home and doesn't have a good reputation, it wouldn't be a problem for her to compete for the first beauty in Jiangnan. Zhao Min recalled the scene when she first met her and couldn't help sighing. Even a woman like me can't help but be moved by that pitiful look, let alone some playboys. Song Qingshu broke into a sweat. When did you two become so tacit? You're teaming up to tease me. Zhao Min raised her smooth jade-like chin. I'm just reminding you not to be blinded by beauty. Song Qingshu couldn't stand the two women's continuous bombardment. He hurriedly said that he had been out for too long and was afraid of being discovered by Wei Wangfu's people. Hearing the two women's bell-like laughter coming from the room behind him, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the emperors of each dynasty would let the women in the harem fight each other. Otherwise, if those women were happy and harmonious, they would unite to target the men. When he returned to Wei Wangfu, Song Qingshu suddenly saw a shadow flash in the corner of his eyes. He turned his head and saw a black shadow flying into the fu from a remote place. His qinggong is actually this good? Song Qingshu was startled. A qinggong that he recognized was definitely first-rate in Jianghu. His expression immediately became strange. Usually, the qinggong of a rapist in Jianghu was not bad. Moreover, he didn't look like a good person from sneaking around. It would be bad if he had any ideas about Xianxia. With this thought in mind, he could no longer suppress the worry in his heart. He hurriedly and quietly followed. The black-cloaked man's movement technique was exquisite and he was also very alert. From time to time, he would look back to see if anyone was following him. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's qinggong had reached an unprecedented level. Otherwise, he really might have been discovered. Seeing that the black-cloaked man did not go in the direction of Ye Lunanxian's residence, but instead headed towards the western courtyard, Song Qingshu finally relaxed. It seemed like he wasn't looking for Ye Lunanxian. Suddenly, he remembered that Ye Lunanxian hadn't been home for the past few days. He had worried for nothing. But very quickly, his expression turned serious again. He found that the direction the black-cloaked man was heading in was a little familiar. It was the place he had been living for a while. Of course, Song Qingshu didn't think that this person would go through so much trouble to sneak into Wei Wangfu just to find a downtrodden zither player. It was obvious that he was aiming for a more attractive target. As expected, the black-cloaked man turned left and right and finally arrived at Shen Bijuan's courtyard. The guard stationed in the courtyard didn't even have time to react before he killed them with a single slash. It could be said that in the blink of an eye, a cold light appeared in the black-cloaked man's hand. The speed of his sword was so fast that it was rarely seen in the world. Shuiyi's men. Seeing the other party attack, Song Qingshu had already recognized his identity. When Ye Lunanxian's brother was killed in prison, he had suspected that it was Shuiyi's men who did it. So he went to find Qin Keqing and the others. But when he arrived at the southern Song stronghold, it was already empty and it was obvious that there had been a fierce battle. I wonder how Qin Keqing is doing? As the saying goes, a night of marriage means 100 days of love. Qin Keqing's soft body and endless gentleness and charm was something that Song Qingshu couldn't forget. After recognizing the other party's identity, Song Qingshu wasn't in a hurry to show himself. After all, Shuiyi was from the Imperial City Department and had been investigating Shen Bijuan's whereabouts. Perhaps he was here to rescue her. The moment Shuiyi entered the room, there were two muffled groans. It was clear that Shen Bijuan's maid had been knocked unconscious. Sensing a black-cloaked person barging in, Shen Bijuan subconsciously cried out, but Shuiyi quickly said, "Young Miss Shen, I'm from the Imperial City Department." Outside the window, Song Qingshu frowned. Shui had actually called her Miss Shen and not Crown Princess. But thinking about it, it was easy to understand. After this incident, even if Shen Bijuan was still pure, the Southern Song imperial family wouldn't allow her to become the crown princess. These 2 days, the university's tutors had come here to play and had to receive them, so the updates were a bit unstable. In addition, the most recent chapter mentioned Shen Bijuan. Last night, on a whim, he wrote a picture about Shen Bijuan and posted it on the public account. Those who were interested could add the public account, Monk Lu Ru, and see what the #1 beauty of the martial world looked like. Shen Bijuan was pleasantly surprised. Someone from the Imperial City Department? Even though Shui Erin was a high-ranking member of the Imperial City Department, she was just a young miss raised in her own home. Naturally, she didn't recognize him. Young Miss Shen, where's the deer-cutting knife you were escorting? Shui Erin's gaze quickly swept across the room. Unfortunately, there was no place to hide the knife. Outside the window, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. This Shui Erin had really lost all human emotions in order to practice the sword. He ignored such a beautiful woman in front of him in the middle of the night and went to ask where the knife was. Was this any different from Sun Wukong going to eat a peach after capturing the 7 fairies? Hearing his words, Shen Bijuan imperceptibly furrowed her brow. Have you found the culprit who destroyed the Shen garden? Shui Erin's attention had been focused on searching the room for the deer-cutting knife. When he heard her words, he was shocked. How do you know something happened to the Shen garden? Not to mention him, even Song Qingshu was shocked. Shen Bijuan was imprisoned here, so how could she know what was happening 1,000 li away? But on second thought, she suddenly realized that the only possibility was that Yelu Isan told her on purpose. No wonder she agreed to pretend to be Xiao Shama's sister and enter the palace. First, the Shen family had been destroyed, and even if she escaped, she would be alone. Second, she could use the power of Liao to avenge her parents by becoming an imperial concubine. You don't need to know how I know. Just tell me who the culprit is. Shen Bijuan was originally a delicate and timid young miss. She had been raised as a young lady from a noble family. Her words were always gentle and calm, but now there was a trace of coldness in her voice. It seemed like hatred really could change a person the fastest. Shui Erin shook his head. The culprit's methods were very clean, and it was done in the middle of the night. Even though we found a few suspects, we eliminated them one by one. So you haven't found anything? Shen Bijuan said coldly. Young Miss Shen, don't worry. The Imperial City Department has already been mobilized. We will definitely find the culprit, Shui Erin comforted. Shui Erin comforted her. He then changed the topic and continued, Miss Shen, where is your deer-cutting knife? Song Qingshu, who was outside the window, could not help but sneer. Shui had indeed become stupid from practicing the sword. He was not good at interacting with people, and his conversation was so stiff. As expected, Shen Bijuan's eyes were filled with wariness. Are you here to save me or to find the deer cutter? Shui stilled, clearly stumped by her question. In the beginning, the imperial court had indeed tried to find this future crown princess at all costs. Unfortunately, the people of the Imperial City Department could not find her no matter how hard they searched. As time dragged on, everyone lost hope of finding her. Moreover, Shen Bijuan was a famous beauty. After being missing for so long, she had probably been raped by bandits. After the Jingkong incident, countless concubines and princesses were kidnapped and raped. It was a thorn in the hearts of the royal family and the government's bottom line. In recent years, there had been a rise in Confucianism to encourage women to keep their chastity. In other words, the public opinion of the entire country was that it was noble for women to sacrifice their lives to protect their chastity. Men did not have the ability to protect their women and instead wanted them to sacrifice their lives to keep their chastity. This was criticized by many in later generations, but it was still the mainstream view in this world. After discovering that Shen Bijuan had been missing for so long, even the most anxious crown prince was not as concerned. Moreover, the Shen family had been destroyed. Without the political support of the other family, she was not a suitable marriage partner. Although the crown prince was young, he was born in the royal family and naturally understood the rules of the game. It was not difficult to make a choice. His only regret was that he could not enjoy the beauty of his fiancée. Shui hesitated here. In fact, all the forces in Lin did not want Shen Bijuan to appear again. It was just that no one came out to point it out. Shui was a core member of the Shui family and naturally understood all this. However, although he was not good with words, he was not a fool. He knew that telling the truth was not a good idea. He suddenly had an idea and said, according to our latest findings, the case of the Shen family being destroyed is related to the whereabouts of the deer cutter. If Miss Shen can provide us with the whereabouts of the deer cutter, I believe it will help us solve the case as soon as possible. Outside the window, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. If Shen Bijuan was still the naive and sweet young lady she used to be, she might really believe this. However, during this period of being trapped in a wolf's den, she had no choice but to mature. Song Qingshu had been with her these days and could clearly feel her growth. As he expected, Shen Bijuan shook her head and said, "Come and find me when you find the murderer of the Shen family." Shui was a person who had killed his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Suppressing his temper for this long was already his limit. Hearing her words, he finally could not hold it in anymore and said, "Miss Shen, you must know that the only person who can help you now is me. It is very difficult for me if you do not cooperate." He no longer concealed his murderous aura. No matter how much Shen Bijuan had grown, how could she withstand such an aura? She subconsciously took a few steps back. Thanks to the stubbornness in her bones, she did not fall to the ground and said, I will only tell you the whereabouts of the deer cutter after we find the murderer of the Shen family." Looking at her stubbornly raising her head, Song Qingshu somewhat admired her. It seemed that he had misunderstood her before. In the original novel, the woman who could betray her family and marriage for freedom was not a weak person who would submit to adversity. Shui looked deeply at her. Miss Shen probably does not even know where the deer cutter is? A trace of panic flashed through Shen Bijuan's eyes. Even though she quickly concealed it, it could not be hidden from an experienced person like Shui. Miss Shen is a bird in someone's cage. The Mandarin duck blade is most likely in the hands of the person who captured you. Northern Bureau Secret Envoy Yeluisen? I'll go find him directly, Shui said lightly and turned as if he was about to leave. Song Qingshu was feeling a bit of schadenfreude. In reality, he had always wanted to test Yeluisen, but he was afraid of alerting the enemy. Adding on that the other was Yelu Nanxian's father, he had to be cautious. It was good that someone had done this for him. Suddenly, his eyes focused because he felt a murderous aura. If it was just Shui's aura before, now he really had murderous intent. "Miss Shen, do you know that many people do not wish for you to live in this world?" Shui said lightly with his back to Shen Bijuan. Shen Bijuan was first shocked and then gave a self-deprecating laugh. Of course. How could those people in the palace tolerate the existence of a crown princess who has brought shame to the imperial family? Miss Shen's bearing is admirable. I have seen too many heroes of the Jiang who shout so loudly before they die, Shui said emotionally. But Miss Shen, do not worry. In the future, the world will only know that you were unyielding and committed suicide to prove your innocence. The people of Jianshan Academy will even write you into the women's biography. At that time, your name will go down in history and bring glory to the Shen family. Outside the window, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. He was black-bellied enough, but compared to these real politicians, he paled in comparison. These people were black-hearted and didn't care about a person's life at all. Am I going to die? At this moment, Shen Bijuan's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. No matter how calm she was still just a teenage girl. She had always been a flower in a greenhouse, and now that she was suddenly faced with death, she felt a sense of loss and unwillingness. She thought that she would die before she could avenge her parents, and a strong desire to live arose in her heart. Unfortunately, although she didn't know martial arts, she could see that the person in front of her was very skilled. It was not someone she could fight against. Who can save me? She wanted to shout for help, but when she opened her mouth, no sound came out. The intense nervousness made her lose her voice. Just as Shuiren was about to draw his sword, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Miss Shen, Miss Shen? He couldn't help but frown, and the sword in his hand subconsciously stopped. Shen Bijuan could tell that it was Zhao Wei's voice. Although she had always hated him because he was Yelu Isen's confidant, his voice was like the sound of nature at this time. Who is outside? Shuiren asked in a low voice. After all, he was in the Wei Palace, so he didn't dare to be careless. It's Yelu Isen's subordinate. Shen Bijuan had just recovered from the shock, and her voice was trembling. Miss Shen, sir asked me to ask you some questions. Can I come in? The voice outside sounded again. Shuiren frowned. According to his character, he would kill them all with a sword, but he had come with a mission this time. He wondered if this person was here to ask about the whereabouts of the deer-cutting knife, so he lowered his voice and said to Shen Bijuan, act according to the situation later. Don't reveal that I am here, or else. He didn't finish his sentence, and just held the sword against the back of her waist. Although they were separated by clothes, the coldness from the sword had already caused a layer of goosebumps to appear on Shen Bijuan's skin. After threatening her, Shuiren flashed behind the screen. At this time, Song Qingshu had already opened the door. If he had pushed open the door without permission on any other day, Shen Bijuan would have scolded him. But today, she was so excited that she wanted to cry. She wanted to take this opportunity to leave, but a terrifying aura locked onto her. Although she didn't know martial arts, she knew that if she moved, she would be killed on the spot. She had no choice but to continue sitting in the chair in front of the screen. She gave Zhao Wei a look and said, "What do you want?" Seeing that eldest Miss Shen, who usually paid great attention to her bearing, was blinking so much that sparks were almost flying out of her eyes, Song Qingshu secretly laughed and pretended to be at a loss. Are your eyes cramping? Why do you keep blinking? Shen Bijuan, who was usually well-mannered, wanted to curse at him. What kind of stupid teammate was this? This person in front of her was the perfect example. She was just about to say something when she felt the killing intent behind her increase. It was clearly a warning. It's mainly because I forgot what you taught me 2 days ago, so I came to ask you. Song Qingshu knew that he had teased her enough and was worried that things would get out of hand. It's mainly because I forgot what Miss taught me 2 days ago, so I came to ask Miss again. Song Qingshu knew that he had teased enough and was worried that he would get angry if he continued. But she was smart. When she saw Zhao Wei blink, she quickly realized that he was probably using this as an excuse to save her. However, she was also considered smart. When she saw Zhao Wei blink quietly, she quickly realized that he was probably using this as an excuse to save her. What did you forget? Shen Bijuan suppressed the joy in her heart and asked calmly. Song Qingshu smiled and quickly said in the Shanin language, Miss Shen, I have already informed the guards in the residence. We will temporarily stabilize the person behind you. The south was different from the north. The southern language could be separated by a mountain or a river, not to mention that the Shanin language was notoriously difficult to understand. Although Shuiren was also a southerner, there was a high chance that he wouldn't understand. Sure enough, Shuiren didn't move after hearing his words. Obviously, he had made the right bet. Shen Bijuan was stunned at first, then she was pleasantly surprised. She also replied in the Shanin language, How did you know that something happened to me? At the same time, she realized that she had misunderstood him in the past. He could communicate with her fluently in the Shanin language, so it was obvious that her previous difficulties did not affect him. He claimed that he had learned most of the knowledge that she had taught him and was not trying to show off. I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and saw him by the window. I was worried that he would harm you, so I secretly followed him. Song Qingshu's answer was reasonable and did not arouse her suspicion at all. It's all thanks to you today. Shen Bijuan was so touched that she wanted to cry, especially since he had helped her despite what she had done to him previously. She had seen too many evil people these days. Even Shuiren, who was supposed to be on her side, wanted to kill her, which made her feel a little hopeless about the world. Suddenly meeting a good person like Zhao Wei made her feel extremely touched. Song Qingshu was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Shen Bijuan's hand and ran out. At the same time, the screen exploded, and a snow-white light lit up the room. Shuiren pulled Shen Bijuan away by himself. The sword had already taken their lives. It turned out that although Shuiren didn't understand the Shanin language, he was not stupid. Seeing that the two of them were communicating quickly, he knew that they were most likely talking about him, so he simply stabbed them with his sword. He would kill Shen Bijuan first to prevent the royal family from being humiliated. He would find Yalu Isan to verify the matter of the deer-cutting knife. As for the man who had come in, he had no interest in understanding him. So what if he killed him? Shin Bijuan blushed when an unfamiliar man suddenly grabbed her hand. The restraint she had developed over 10 years made her extremely angry. Just as she was about to scold him, she suddenly realized something and looked back. She saw Shuiren stab out with his sword. The chair she had been sitting on was instantly torn to pieces by the sword energy. If she had been there, it was obvious what would have happened. She had just recovered from the shock and didn't have the time to scold him. Shuiren was startled. He clearly hadn't expected the other to react so quickly and pull Shin Bijuan away, causing his sword to miss. However, he wasn't in a hurry, because he wouldn't give the two of them any chance for the next attack. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to his wishes. At this time, a dozen or so guards from the Wei Manor rushed in. It turned out that before Song Qingshu had come in, he had used a 1,000-mile sound transmission technique to notify the guards closest to him. At first, they thought it was an auditory hallucination, but since this was related to Shin Bijuan, they didn't dare to be negligent and still sent some people over. They just happened to see Shuiren attack Shin Bijuan. The group of people didn't dare to hesitate. As they shouted, they pulled out their swords and charged forward. Shin Bijuan recognized a few of them as the people who had kidnapped her in Jiangnan. These people's martial arts were very high, and the Shin family's guards could be considered elites. Even with the escort army sent by the government, they were not a match for these people. In just a few rounds, they had been completely slaughtered. Even the servant girl accompanying them had been killed with a single slash. At the time, she had hated these people, but now she had no choice but to rely on them to save her life. She hoped that their martial arts were as high as possible. They should be able to delay the person behind us. Shin Bijuan still hadn't woken up from this absurd feeling when she suddenly saw a snowy light flash in front of her. At this moment, it was as if the moon in the sky had lost its color. She couldn't help but close her eyes. When she opened them again, the dozen or so experts who had been full of life seemed to have suddenly stopped moving. Shin Bijuan was startled, but the next scene caused her body to go weak. A bloody mark had appeared on the necks of those experts, and then blood sprayed out, forming a bloody rain that dyed Shuiren's body red. Song Qingshu had never agreed with this kind of violent aesthetic. Killing people was killing people, but why did they have to be covered in blood? If this wasn't a pervert, then what was? Blood-robed, man. The guard with the highest martial arts barely had a breath left, but after barely managing to shout out a name, he died. Blood-robed man? Shin Bijuan's hands and feet went cold. Although she was a young miss, Shuiren's status in the Southern Song dynasty was extraordinary. It could be said that he was a legend in the army. Even she had heard of his name, and the elders in her family had boasted that he was invincible. In addition, she was close friends with the 7th miss of the Lu clan, Lu Wushuang. She knew that Lu Wushuang used to be a member of the Jianghu. Out of curiosity, she had once asked Lu Wushuang how Shuiren compared to the experts of the Jianghu. Lu Wushuang had told her that Shuiren would be a peak expert in the Jianghu, and that there would be no more than 5 people who could defeat him. Then Lu Wushuang had proudly boasted that Song Qingshu was one of them. Seeing Lu Wushuang's exultant expression, Shin Bijuan thought that it was just a young girl admiring her lover and didn't take it to heart. However, Shuiren's strength was deeply imprinted in her mind. She hadn't expected that one day she would have to face the blade of this invincible swordsman. I knew that you guys wouldn't be able to stop Shuiren, but you shouldn't be this useless, right? While Shin Bijuan was shocked, Song Qingshu was also extremely depressed. He hadn't expected these guards to be able to defeat Shuiren, but he thought that they could at least stop him for a while. Using that bit of time, he and Shin Bijuan could escape to another part of the Wei Manor and wait for the Wei Manor's defense forces to come out and deal with Shuiren. Who would have thought that Shuiren's unity of man and sword would be so powerful? More than a dozen guards with decent skills were instantly killed by him. Now, the defense of the Wei residents had not even reacted yet, and Shuiren was going to use his third strike. Was he going to expose his martial arts? Then wouldn't all the effort he had put in to infiltrate this place be for naught? Song Qingshu was in a dilemma when he suddenly had a thought and looked towards the wall at the side. Shuiren seemed to have sensed something as well and raised his head to look in the same direction. Under the moonlight, he saw a young man dressed in white standing there like an immortal. The silver mask on his face made him look even more mysterious. Song Qingshu? Shuiran frowned and said in a low voice. Hearing Shuiran's words, Song Qingshu was startled. His first reaction was to wonder if he had been exposed. However, when he saw that Shuiran was not looking at him, but at the person standing on the wall, he realized that Shuiran had mistaken that person for him. In actuality, Song Qingshu had immediately recognized that this person was Zhao Min disguised as a man. After all, they had been friends for a long time, and they had even studied the zither together. He was extremely familiar with Zhao Min's posture and even her breathing. Even though she was wearing a mask, it could not be hidden from Song Qingshu's eyes. As for why Shuiran had mistaken her, it was most likely because he had seen the silver mask on Zhao Min's face. It had to be known that Song Qingshu would sometimes wear a mask to avoid trouble. Even though not many people knew, the Imperial City Department was the intelligence agency of an empire, so it was not strange for them to find out about this. On the other hand, Shen Bijuan was curiously examining the man on the wall. In these past few years, Song Qingshu's name had spread far and wide. Even she, who had been living in seclusion, had heard of his name for a long time. Adding on the fact that Sang Feihong's Five Lakes sect had spread all sorts of stories about him, the noble ladies of Jiangnan would often talk about him during their leisure time. This caused Shen Bijuan, who had never been interested in the matters of Jianghu, to become curious about him. This was especially true for her close friend Lu Wushuang. Every time she mentioned Song Qingshu, she would become excited, describing him as an unparalleled hero. This made her even more interested in this legendary man. Shen Bijuan thought of Song Qingshu's fairy-like stories and immediately felt a sense of anticipation. Noticing Shen Bijuan's expectant gaze, Zhao Min smiled at her, causing her to blush slightly. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. With Zhao Min's rosy lips and white teeth, pretending to be a young master, he was extremely attractive to women. However, Shui was a little unromantic. Instead, there was a kind of fanaticism in his eyes. I've long heard of your great name. I've wanted to challenge you twice before, but I didn't get what I wanted. As the saying goes, nothing can happen more than 3 times. Today, let's see if your sword chi is stronger or if my treasured sword is sharper. The first time was when he blocked a sedan chair on the streets of Linen, but his younger sister, Shui Baochai, persuaded him to leave. The second time was when he was outside Linen City, and he was struck by Western Xia's Class 1 Hall's sorrowful softening wind. Hence, Shui had always been brooding over the fact that he did not fight against Song Qingshu. Right now, when he saw him again, the anger that he had been suppressing in his heart instantly erupted. A cold glare shone, and Shui drew his sword. This sword was as flawless as the white clouds in the clear sky. This attack came from below, and the momentum of the sword was brilliant and swift. It contained a sword chi that could chill even the bones. The sword's edge was so terrifying that it could not be blocked. Zhao Min only saw a sword light fly at a diagonal angle. It was as fast as lightning, like a rainbow cutting through the sky, but the smile on his face didn't change. Shen Bijuan was filled with admiration when she saw this from below. She thought that even though she was so far away, she still felt weak from the momentum of this sword, but Shui did not even frown. As expected of someone who could banish immortals from the legends. Shen Bijuan was filled with admiration, but Zhao Min groaned in her heart. It wasn't that she didn't want to move, but that Shui's sword was too terrifying. The air around her seemed to have frozen. She wanted to move, but she discovered that her acupoints were sealed. The fear in her bones made her unable to move. Am I going to die like this? Zhao Min's mind was blank. There was only one thought left in her mind. Song Qingshu, who had been blamed by Shui, also turned pale with fright. He had never seen Shiman Chuishua's sword god's smile or Yi Gu Cheng's transcendent flying immortal, but he believed that their sword techniques were on par with Shui's sword technique. Of course, he couldn't just watch as Zhao Min died. He waved his hand, and a green sword chi condensed in the air in front of Zhao Min. It blocked Shui's earth-shattering sword. However, it was a sword chi that he had sent from so far away. Although it could block Shui's sword, it couldn't force him back. At this moment, Shuiran's shock was no less than his own. He's just standing there, and he hasn't even raised his hand, but he's actually able to condense such a powerful sword chi. His martial arts have already reached such a high level. Although he could sense that the other party's sword chi was slightly weaker than his own, the terrifying thing was that the other party had only casually struck out with his sword. The other party did not even blink or move. This made him feel that the other party was extremely unfathomable. Therefore, he felt a little fearful and did not dare to continue attacking. Whether it was Shui or Shinbijuan, both of them had focused on what they were doing. That was why there was such a misunderstanding. Now that Zhao Men had escaped death, her back was soaked in cold sweat. She couldn't help but curse Song Qingshu to death. I won't pretend to be someone with the surname Song anymore. He's playing with his life. What kind of enemies does this bastard have to provoke every day? Just as Shui was hesitating, a clamor of shouts came from nearby. It was clear that the guards of the Wei Manor had finally reacted. A large number of experts were rushing over. Although Shui's martial arts were high, it was difficult for him to fight against so many people. With so many guards rushing over, he could only retreat. Next time, I'll choose a time and place where no one will disturb me before I fight King Qi to my heart's content. Shui cupped his hands, and his tone became more respectful. After all, although they didn't fight, the formless sword was enough to make him treat Shui as an opponent of the same level. Zhao Men could only barely maintain a faint smile. After Shui left, she glared at Song Qingshu in annoyance and prepared to leave as well. However, this flirtatious and angry look of hers would naturally have different meanings in the eyes of different people. Song Qingshu naturally understood the meaning behind it, but because he was standing next to Shinbijuan thought that the look was directed at her. Zhao Men already had a pair of soul-stirring eyes. Coupled with the lingering power of the previous battle, this look caused Shinbijuan's heart to beat faster and her mouth to go dry. Seeing that he was about to leave, Shinbijuan didn't know where she found the courage to step forward and call out to him, "Prince Song." Zhao Men stopped and turned around with a smile that wasn't a smile on her face. "What's the matter, great beauty?" To the side, Song Qingshu was incomparably depressed. Zhao Men was currently using his identity to flirt with girls, which made him feel very strange. Shinbijuan's face heated up. In the past, if she had encountered such a frivolous and dissolute young master, she would have immediately stormed off. But this time, for some reason, she didn't feel the slightest bit angry. On the contrary, she gracefully bowed and said, "This little woman is the daughter of Imperial Censor Xinyan. Now that the Xin clan has been exterminated and I have been abducted 1,000 li away, I have nowhere to go. I hope that young master can lend me a hand." Her voice was already extremely pleasant to listen to, and now that she was overcome with sorrow, her voice became even more moving. Any man who heard it would probably soften their heart. Unfortunately, the object of her confession was a woman. Zhao Men indifferently replied, "Why should I help you?" Ever since she was a child, Shinbijuan had always been a proud daughter of heaven. She had a good family background and was beautiful. She was also a famous talented woman in the circle. All kinds of advantages made her very popular among the younger generation. Who knew how many princes had expressed their affection for her? If she nodded, there might even be a prince who would run to the sky and give it to her. She hadn't expected that when she took the initiative to ask for help, she would be directly rejected. However, during this period of time, her pride had almost been destroyed, especially when even the higher-ups from the Imperial City Department wanted to kill her, which shattered her last bit of fantasy. Although she was still alive, what was the difference between her and being dead? The people of Xingyuan were all dead and the country had abandoned her. A weak girl already had no country and no home. Now that she was rejected by Song Qingshu, it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing her usually clear eyes to be filled with a gray and white aura. "That's right, why would you help such an unlucky person like me?" Shinbijuan smiled self-mockingly. She had no value at all and was a hot potato. Song Qingshu had just been conferred the title of Prince of Qi by the Southern Song dynasty. Why would he risk the wrath of the world to save an abandoned crown princess like her? At the side, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh that Zhao Men was truly a troublesome seductress. No matter if it was a man or a woman, she could always make them worry with just a few words. Song Qingshu glanced at her and sent a secret message, "Hey, you're making it hard for me to work in the future." Zhao Min's mouth twitched and she muttered in a small voice, fine, 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 you have tender feelings for the fairer sex. Shen Bijuan stilled, what did young master say? Because they were a bit far away and Zhao Min's voice was soft, she didn't hear clearly. Zhao Min reacted quickly and smiled, Miss Shen, don't worry. It's not that I don't want to help you, but the time is not right. At this time, the guards of the Wei Manor were about to arrive. She didn't dare delay and hurriedly left behind a few words. That's right, just as she was about to jump down the wall, she suddenly turned around and said, I saw that the person beside you was fearless in the face of danger just now, and is extremely quick-witted. Miss Shen should get closer to him. With a chuckle, she used her qinggong and disappeared into the night. Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. What was Zhao Min doing? Wasn't she putting him on the fire to roast? He just wanted to keep a low profile and investigate Murong Jingyue, but now that he was involved with Shen Bijuan, how could he keep a low profile? As expected, Shen Bijuan looked at him with a much gentler gaze than before. Thank you so much for today. Song Qingshu grimaced, anyone else would have helped you, not to mention that the one who saved you was Prince Song. He's the legendary godly person who can summon the wind and summon the rain. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that he really does live up to his reputation. In any case, he was the one being praised, so he didn't mind praising him a bit more. Prince Song is indeed not an ordinary person. A trace of light appeared in Shen Bijuan's eyes again, but she continued, young Master Zhao, there is no need to undervalue yourself. If you hadn't helped me just now, Bijuan would have died long ago, so it is natural to thank young master. Song Qingshu felt a chill when he heard this. Don't keep calling me young master. You hated me to death before, but now you keep calling me young master. It sounds strange. Shen Bijuan blushed. I misunderstood young master before, it was Bijuan's fault. I hope young master can forgive me. Don't. Song Qingshu hurriedly waved his hand. I am only a zither master in the estate. If you keep calling me young master and King Wei hears it, I will be in deep trouble. Right now, he only wanted to keep a low profile in King Wei's estate. He didn't want to attract anyone's attention. Otherwise, the chances of him being exposed would increase. Shen Bijuan wasn't stupid. She knew that with his status, it wasn't appropriate to address him like this. Then I'll call you Mr. Zhao in the future. That's fine. Song Qingshu nodded. In this era, people didn't use the term Mr. to refer to their husbands like in the future. It was more of a respectful title for fortune tellers, feng shui masters, storytellers, and other metaphysical or artistic workers. Now that he was a zither master, it wasn't inappropriate for her to call him Mr. By this time, Yelu Isin had arrived with a large group of people. Seeing the mess in the courtyard, he couldn't help but frown and ask, what happened? Shen Bijuan recounted what had just happened, but to Song Qingshu's surprise, she hid the fact that Zhao Min had come. Instead, she said that Shui Yi's men had been forced to retreat after hearing that the guards of King Wei's estate had arrived. I forgot to remind her just now. Song Qingshu wiped his sweat in relief. If she had mentioned Zhao Min, his whereabouts would have been exposed. At that time, it would be even more difficult to catch Murong Jingyue. The people of the Imperial City Department are really going overboard. Yelu Isin snorted angrily. He immediately ordered his subordinates to inform the Secret Bureau and the City Defense Army to arrest the people of the Imperial City Department. After giving the order, Yelu Isin looked at Song Qingshu strangely. Hey, why are you here? Shen Bijuan hurriedly explained for him, saying that it was thanks to him that they had been delayed. Yelu Isin was very happy and waved his pen. Reward. You will be heavily rewarded. Shen Bijuan was related to a great plan, and nothing could happen to her. Knowing that Zhao Wei had saved her, he was naturally happy. After asking someone to take Zhao Wei away to receive the reward, Yelu Isin said to Shen Bijuan, Miss Shen, now you should understand that you have been abandoned by the country. Only by cooperating with me and listening to me can you fulfill your wish. When he spoke, he dispersed the people around him, but he didn't expect that Song Qingshu's skills were profound. Although he had already left the courtyard, he could still hear their conversation. No wonder Shen Bijuan agreed to enter the palace as a concubine. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. The Shen family was destroyed. Not only could the identity of the crown princess not help her, but it would also bring her a fatal disaster. Now, the only thing he could rely on was the Liao kingdom. Yes, I still had a trace of fantasy before, but now I have completely figured it out. Shen Bijuan nodded. Although her voice was weak, it was full of determination. Because there were others around, it was inconvenient for Song Qingshu to stay outside and eavesdrop, so he could only leave with that person. However, he didn't have to worry about what Ye Luisan would do to Shen Bijuan. After all, she was about to be sent to the palace as a concubine. Before entering the palace, she would definitely be checked to see if she was innocent. Ye Luisan was in a high position, so he would know what was important. Early the next morning, Song Qingshu was still sleeping soundly when he was woken up by someone. After asking, he found out that they were going to enter the palace today. He couldn't help but be shocked. So fast? It was said that there were still a few days before. Hearing that person's explanation, he understood that after what had happened last night, Ye Luisan was worried that a long delay would bring trouble, so he had to send them to the palace early. Let's go to the palace. These past few years, he had been in and out of the palace for a long time. Song Qingshu naturally wasn't afraid. After all, Liao was a country founded by the people of the grasslands. Marriage wasn't as complicated as it was in the song. Not long after, a group of people walked toward the palace. Looking at the luxurious flower carriage in the distance, he could faintly see Shen Bijuan's beautiful figure. Song Qingshu couldn't tell what she was feeling right now, but he guessed that it wasn't joy. However, he didn't have any thoughts of saving her. First, the two of them weren't related, and second, Zhao Min was right, this wasn't the right time. But just because he didn't have such thoughts didn't mean others didn't. Suddenly, a black shadow charged out of the ground, heading straight for Shen Bijuan in the flower carriage. At first, Song Qingshu thought that Shui had returned because he didn't want to see Shen Bijuan marry into the Liao Imperial Palace and bring shame to the southern Song Imperial family. However, he quickly recognized the difference between the man's figure and Shui's. Could it be an assassin? Song Qingshu couldn't understand why Shen Bijuan was in so much trouble. He had just dealt with Shui yesterday, and now a new assassin had appeared out of nowhere. However, he didn't move. After yesterday's incident, Ye Luisan was already on guard. Apart from the dowry like himself, the rest of the guards were the best of the best. As expected, the guards disguised as the procession quickly took out their weapons and moved to block the man. However, the black-clothed man was also quite skilled. A cold light flashed in his hand as he unsheathed his saber. Even Song Qingshu, who was far away, could feel the sharp saber energy. This person's saber technique has already reached the level of a grandmaster. In time, his attainments in saber techniques will not be inferior to Shui's attainments in swordsmanship. Song Qingshu objectively compared the two of them. This black-clothed man was slightly inferior to Shui, but it was mainly in terms of skill and experience. Although this black-clothed man was masked, Song Qingshu could still see that he was still young and had a bright future. Eh? Song Qingshu suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. Although the black-clothed man's saber technique was fierce and he had defeated more than 10 guards in a few moves, those guards had only temporarily lost the ability to fight. Their lives weren't in danger. The black-clothed man was unstoppable and quickly broke through the guards' defensive circle. Of course, it wasn't because the Wei Manor's guards were useless, but because everything had happened so suddenly that the guards didn't have time to stop him. As long as the guards could recover, no matter how fierce a tiger was, it would be bitten to death by a pack of wolves. Song Qingshu frowned, worried that something might happen to Shen Bijuan. He was just about to secretly stop the black-clothed man, but what happened next caused him to pull back his hand in surprise. After the black-clothed man rushed into the carriage, he grabbed Shen Bijuan's arm. "Bijuan, I'll take you away." Eh? Song Qingshu felt like this was a melodramatic play. From the current situation, this black-clothed man wasn't an assassin, but a bride. He felt the black-clothed man's voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. However, he could tell from his words that he knew Shen Bijuan. He would wait and see how she would react. As expected, Shen Bijuan recognized him. However, she pulled back her hand and shook her head. Although her voice was weak, it was filled with determination. "I'm not leaving." What? The black-cloaked man was stunned. It had to be known that he had made a mental struggle for a long time before he decided to take the risk to come here. Who knew that he would get such an answer in return? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you'll be in danger when the guards arrive. Shen Bijuan urged. If it was half a month ago, she would be very happy to have this chance, but now she knew that Xin Yuan's family had been exterminated and she was being chased by the Song dynasty. Even if she escaped, what could she do? Shen Bijuan urged. If it was half a month ago, she would have been very happy to have such an opportunity. But now, she knew that the Shen family had been exterminated and she was being chased by the Song dynasty. Even if she escaped, what could she do? Although Song Qingshu was far away, he could still hear their conversation. He thought of all the people that Shen Bijuan might know. Who would appear here to save her and be skilled with the saber? Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. He finally remembered who this black-clothed man was. He was Xiao 11th Lang, who was entangled with Shen Bijuan in the original work. He hadn't thought that in this world, the two of them would have a similar relationship based on fate. Presumably, the time they spent together on the road from Linan to Shangjing had caused Xiao 11th Lang to unknowingly fall in love with this fated woman. Song Qingshu thought that it was no wonder he felt the other person was familiar. He had seen Xiao 11th Lang at Xiao Shama's place and had fought with him. That was why he felt the other's voice was familiar, but he couldn't remember. At this time, Xiao 11th Lang noticed the determination in Shen Bijuan's eyes and knew that she wouldn't go with him. In addition, the nearby guards were gradually surrounding them. He knew that if he stayed any longer, he would die here. Helplessly, he could only look deeply at Shen Bijuan. Then he used his qinggong and disappeared into the distance using the complicated terrain. Song Qingshu secretly complained, wondering why Xiao 11th Lang had to do it in broad daylight if he wanted to snatch the bride, especially on such a heavily guarded day like today. The degree of difficulty was many levels higher. Could it be that the hero complex in his bones was causing him to think that this would move the bride even more? As he silently cursed, this little interlude did not affect the procession. After all, Yelu Isen's subordinates had made all kinds of preparations beforehand, and this kind of disturbance was expected. The rest of the journey was calm. Very quickly, they arrived at the Liao Imperial Palace. Shen Bijuan's flower carriage was led through the palace gates by the servants. A gentle breeze blew past and coincidentally lifted a corner of the curtain, revealing her sorrowful but devastatingly beautiful face. To the side, many palace maids and eunuchs couldn't help but discuss, this new concubine is as beautiful as a fairy. In the future, she will definitely be doted upon. I don't think so. The Empress's appearance is not inferior to hers. That's true. Hearing the whispers of these people, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be curious. What kind of person was this Empress they spoke of? In their hearts, she was on par with Shen Bijuan's appearance. Someone had already come to lead the dowry in another direction. Song Qingshu was not surprised. After thinking about it, he could not go in and out with the emperor's concubine. However, he was not picky about his living environment. It was fine as long as there was a bed. He began to think about how to find possible traces of Morong Jingyue in the imperial palace. Before he knew it, he had already arrived. After being led into the room, Song Qingshu suddenly realized something was wrong. This did not look like a place for people to live in. Feeling the temperature in the air was several degrees higher than outside, and seeing the small shovels in the hands of the eunuchs, and the moaning that came from some of the rooms, Song Qingshu couldn't help but pause. He instinctively raised his head and saw the 3 words on a signboard, ceremonial room. What's going on? Song Qingshu was dazed for a moment. Then someone led them to their own small rooms. Lie down. An old eunuch glanced at him and said coolly. At the same time, he played with a small shining shovel to sterilize the fire. What is this place? Song Qingshu's expression was not good. He had a faint guess in his heart. Of course it is a place to be cleansed. The old eunuch had no intention of paying attention to him. Instead, it was the person who had led him here who explained, the imperial palace cannot allow men to enter as they please, so you musicians as part of the dowry have to be cleansed. What? Before entering the palace, Song Qingshu had imagined a lot of possible scenarios. He had even thought of a plan to expose his identity as soon as he entered, but he had never thought of this. The famous king of golden snakes, who had many confidants, had been sent to the ceremonial office to be castrated? If outsiders knew about this, they would probably laugh their heads off. Are you kidding me? I'm a musician, not a eunuch. Song Qingshu was speechless. He subconsciously moved back, but unfortunately, he had already been stopped from behind. Ordinary musicians don't need to be castrated, but musicians like you who are going to be a concubine often go in and out of the palace. How can you not be castrated? The person who led him explained. However, the old eunuch in the room was obviously used to it. He snorted impatiently, "Don't dilly-dally, there are people waiting behind you." Just as he finished speaking, a few eunuchs came over and grabbed Song Qingshu's hands, wanting to tie him to the operating table. Song Qingshu's expression changed. Although he wanted to sneak into the imperial palace to investigate Murong Jingyue's whereabouts, even if he had to sacrifice a little, it definitely didn't include sacrificing a man's life. Of course, a few eunuchs could not stop Song Qingshu. He was thinking about sending them flying and then killing his way out of the palace. Suddenly, he had an idea. He could use the soul transfer spell to brainwash these people, making them subconsciously think that he had already done it, so that he could continue his task. Just as he was about to do it, there was a knock on the door. The people in the room stopped and the door opened. A white and fat eunuch stood at the door. Judging by his clothes, he seemed to have a high status in the palace. The old eunuch in the room had a dead face, but when he saw the eunuch, he hurriedly smiled and went out to greet him. The rapid change in his flattering attitude made Song Qingshu feel sick. The two of them whispered a few words, and the old eunuch suddenly looked embarrassed. "I'm afraid this is a little inappropriate. Now the palace is lacking musicians. After being cut by you, he will not be able to get out of bed for at least 2 months. By then, it will be too late." The eunuch saw that he still wanted to say something and impatiently waved his hand. "Don't worry, if there's anything, I'll take responsibility." The old eunuch didn't have anything else to say. He could only allow them to take him away. Song Qingshu followed behind the eunuch, but he was very surprised. His skills were profound, and the conversation between the two people at the door just now could not escape his ears. Although the reason the eunuch gave him seemed reasonable, in reality, it was not tenable at all. It should be known that the Forbidden Palace was very guarded against men. If one was not careful, heads would roll. Although the eunuch's position in the palace was not low, there was no need for him to take such a big risk for someone who was not related to him. Unless, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of the movie The Deer and the Cauldron that he had watched in his previous life. Wei Xiaobao was brought into the palace by Hai Dafu when he was about to be castrated. The reason why Hai Dafu did not mind whether he was castrated or not was because he needed to send him to die as cannon fodder. He wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days anyway, so it didn't matter if he was castrated or not. Song Qingshu was shocked. It seemed that this eunuch had ulterior motives. He had an idea and asked tentatively, "How should I address you, eunuch?" "My surname is Gao," the eunuch answered. "Thank you, eunuch Gao, for today," Song Qingshu said casually. "Please thank Prince Wei on my behalf, eunuch Gao." The eunuch was stunned. He was obviously a little surprised, but he still nodded. "Prince Wei must have trusted you since he sent you here. Do well, young man. It really is Yeluisin." Song Qingshu had expected it to be him. With his cultivation, he could naturally see that the eunuch in front of him was just an ordinary person and not someone like Eunuch Hai. No matter how bold an eunuch was, there was no reason for him to do such a thing. It was most likely that someone had instructed him to do so, and the most suspicious person was Yeluisin. After all, he had put in a lot of effort to recruit the musician and had even captured Zhao Wei's parents, wife, and children to threaten them. He would not have done anything in vain. Now, it seemed that he wanted him to enter the palace to complete a dangerous task. However, he hadn't received any notification yet, so he didn't know what he wanted him to do for the time being. He was led by eunuch Gao to a courtyard in the palace. The eunuch said, "You can rest here for the next few days. Someone will bring you food on time. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. After all, normal people can't get out of bed for a month or 2 after being castrated. Don't fall into the eyes of others and be suspected." Song Qingshu was originally worried that his work as a musician would make it difficult for him to move around. Now that he was arranged to live in such a secluded place without anyone to control him, it was exactly what he wanted. After sending off Eunuch Gao, he was thinking about going to the palace to investigate when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Song Qingshu was stunned. Who would be looking for him at this time? After opening the door, he was even more shocked because it was Shen Bijuan standing at the door. Miss Shen? Of course, Song Qingshu was a bit surprised. Today was the day she would enter the palace. Although the emperor was in court and couldn't sleep with her, there was no need for her to run around like this. Mr. Zhao. Shen Bijuan gently called out to him with a strange expression. In the end, she said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I only learned not long ago that you were sent to, for a young lady of a noble family, that kind of place was very difficult to speak of." However, Song Qingshu understood that she also knew that he had been sent to the household of servants. I originally wanted to save you, but you know that I can't protect myself right now, and no one will listen to me when I enter the palace, so. Shen Bijuan's face was full of guilt. After all, the person in front of her had saved her yesterday. Today, he had suffered the greatest humiliation a man could suffer because of her. She didn't know how to comfort him. Miss, don't take it to heart. This is my destiny. Song Qingshu gave a self-mocking smile and began to comfort her. Of course, this was because he hadn't been truly hurt. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the mood to pay attention to her. At the same time, he sighed with emotion that Shen Bijuan was a young miss of a boudoir and didn't have much knowledge about physiology. Otherwise, looking at his rosy complexion and the fact that he could still stand here and chat with her, he didn't look like he had been cut by a knife. The two of them chatted a bit more before Shen Bijuan said apologetically, "Mr. Zhao, I secretly found a palace maid to send me here. I must go back. I can't harm others." As she spoke, she took off a jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it in Song Qingshu's hand. "I don't have anything I can help you with right now. This jade bracelet is still worth a bit of money. Take it and buy some supplements to nourish your body. In reality, everything in the palace costs money." After speaking, she didn't wait for him to object and hurriedly left. Holding the jade bracelet that was still warm from her body, Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl's heart was quite kind. Putting away the jade bracelet, Song Qingshu's attention returned to proper business. He decided to use this opportunity to go to the emperor's place and investigate. He had a faint feeling that he would be able to obtain some useful information from there. From the conversations of some palace maids and eunuchs, Song Qingshu learned that Yelu Hongji had already finished his court meeting and was in the imperial study meeting with the privy emissary of the northern courtyard, Yelu Isan. Song Qingshu thought it would be good to hear what they were talking about, so he hurried in the direction of the imperial study. Although he had never been to the study of Liao, he had been to the palaces of the Qing, Jin, and southern Song dynasties many times. No one knew the layout of the palaces better than he did. He roughly guessed the direction of the study and quickly found the right place. Even though the imperial palace was heavily guarded, Song Qingshu was now wearing the clothes of a palace attendant and had a certain degree of confusion. Coupled with his elusive Qing Gong, he would occasionally use the soul-shifting technique to hypnotize the guards blocking his way when he really could not avoid them. Finally, he managed to sneak to the side of the imperial study. Suddenly, there was the sound of a teacup falling to the ground, followed by an angry roar. "I gave him the most elite cavalry of the Gong division, but he still let Yalu Qi, Xiao Ban, and those traitors run away with their families. Everyone in the world thinks I'm a joke." Song Qingshu knew that the speaker was most likely Yelu Hongji. From his words, he must be very dissatisfied with Xiao Feng. When he was escaping with Yalu Qi and the others, he didn't know that Xiao Feng was chasing them. But as he gathered more and more information, he naturally knew who was chasing them. King Xiao has tried his best, but he didn't expect those enemies to be so cunning. Then Yelu Isan's voice came from the room again. Although it seemed like he was comforting him, Song Qingshu knew that when Yelu Hongji was angry, it would not only not comfort him, but also add fuel to the fire. Sure enough, hearing his words, Yelu Hongji roared even louder, "I know Xiao Feng's level on the battlefield better than you. In the past, he was always victorious against strong enemies, but now he can't catch up with the old, weak, women, and children. Do you believe it? Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. His voice was really loud. Perhaps he was worried that the guards outside would hear and leak the secret, so the guards around the imperial study had all been chased far away. That was why he was able to find the opportunity to eavesdrop here so easily. Maybe King Xiao has his own difficulties, Yelu Isan said hesitantly. Difficulties? Yelu Hongji harumphed coldly. Isn't it because he thinks Yelu Qi and Xiao Ban he were wrongly accused? That's why he came to the palace to plead on their behalf, but when he saw the evidence, he didn't dare to say anything. Most likely, he's still unconvinced, that's why he's pretending to agree but secretly opposing. Then, Yelu Isan said, in fact, if you want to know whether King Xiao is loyal to the emperor or secretly disobeys, there is a simple way to judge. Oh? What method? Not only Yelu Hongji, even Song Qingshu couldn't help but be curious. Yelu Isan said unhurriedly, according to the latest intelligence, Yelu Qi and Xiao Ban have fled to Golden Snake Camp. Golden Snake Camp accepting traitors from our country is an extremely serious provocation. Your Majesty can use this reason to order King Xiao to lead the army to attack Golden Snake Camp and force them to hand over Yelu Qi and Xiao Ban. Song Qingshu was shocked to hear this. He didn't expect to hear news about Golden Snake Camp, and such bad news at that. Although he had expected Liao's revenge when he accepted Yelu Qi and Xiao Ban, he and Zhao Min had analyzed at that time that Liao had internal and external troubles. At most, they would quarrel with each other, but most likely it wouldn't escalate to the point of war. What's more, Golden Snake Camp wasn't weak at all. After all, Golden Snake Camp had been recuperating for a long time, allied with the Qing and Song kingdoms, and had no worries. Of course, it was better not to fight. After all, at this stage, accumulating strength was the way to go. Yelu Hongji obviously had the same thought as him. He frowned and said, "We have no conflict with Golden Snake Camp. Moreover, the Qing and Jin kingdoms are watching us covetously. If we start a war with Golden Snake Camp now, I'm afraid," Yelu Isan said with a smile, "Your Majesty is worrying too much. Of course, we won't really start a war with Golden Snake Camp. We are just using this to test King Zhao's reaction. If he directly agrees, it proves that he is still loyal to your Majesty. But if he tries to make excuses..." He didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. King Wei's plan is great. Yelu Hongji was overjoyed, causing Song Qingshu, who was standing outside the room, to grumble incessantly. No wonder Yelu Hongji was known as a fatuous ruler in history, his ability to distinguish between good and bad was unparalleled. Even he could see the flaws in attacking the Golden Snake Battalion. How could Xiao Feng, a dragon among men, not be able to see through them? It would be a miracle if he agreed to attack Golden Snake Camp. While he was complaining, Song Qingshu suddenly felt someone approaching. He hurriedly hid himself. It turned out that an eunuch had come forward to report, "Your Majesty, the king of the southern courtyard is here to see you." "Speak of the devil." Yelu Hongji laughed. "Quickly let him in." At this time, Yelu Isan said, "Your Majesty, it is not convenient for me to stay here. I will take my leave first." Who knew that Yelu Hongji waved his hand indifferently? No need. After a pause, he also felt that it was not appropriate for Yelu Isan to stand here and test Xiao Feng. He waved his hand to let him hide behind the screen. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. With Xiao Feng's martial arts, how could he not feel that there was an extra person in the room? What was the use of hiding behind the screen? But soon, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. He keenly sensed that Yelu Isan's aura had completely dropped. If he hadn't known in advance that Yelu Isan was hiding behind the screen, even he might have overlooked that there was someone here. Yelu Isan is actually a hidden expert? Song Qingshu was naturally shocked. Moreover, he could see that Yelu Isan's martial arts were not ordinary. At this time, Xiao Feng had already entered the imperial study. He reported to the emperor the details of the pursuit of Yelu Qi, Xiao Ban, and the other clansmen. At the same time, he expressed his guilt and self-blame for not completing the mission. If he had heard these words 2 hours earlier, Yelu Hongji would probably still be angry. But now, he had something more important to worry about. After a few words of comfort, he threw out the question that he had prepared for a long time. Hearing that he was going to lead troops to attack Golden Snake Camp, Xiao Feng was so shocked that he instantly jumped out of his chair. Your Majesty, this must not be done. Golden Snake Camp has previously annexed the Jianghuai region. Now, their power has greatly increased. They have more than 100,000 elite soldiers under their command. It is not so easy to defeat them. Moreover, Golden Snake Camp's leader, Song Qingshu, is a godly commander. These years, he has continuously created miracles. Yelu Hongji coldly snorted and directly interrupted, don't boost the morale of others and belittle your own. No matter how powerful the surnamed Song is, he is only a Jianghu person. Those stories are mostly rumors and cannot be taken seriously. Xiao Feng knew that those who had not seen Song Qingshu would mistakenly think that his abilities were fake. But only those who had seen him personally would know how terrifying he was. But Xiao Feng also knew that he could not make the emperor understand in a few words. He could only change his words. Not long ago, the southern Song dynasty sent an envoy over and invited us to attack the Jin kingdom with Golden Snake Camp. The Jin kingdom is our great Liao's mortal enemy. How can we lose the bigger picture because of a small gain? Outside the window, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Brother Xiao is really straightforward. He jumped into the trap that the other party set for him. Although what he said was very reasonable, the other party was already prejudiced. How could he listen to it? Yelu Hongji snorted and interrupted Xiao Feng. The Golden Snake Camp knew that they were about to form an alliance with Great Liao, but they still took in that traitor Yelu Qi. Even if the Golden Snake Camp has ulterior motives, now is not a good time to punish them. Wait until we destroy the Jin kingdom, then we can invite other countries to attack them together. After all, the Golden Snake Camp has been growing in power for the past few years, and all the surrounding countries feel threatened. Xiao Feng was still trying to persuade them. Outside the window, Song Qingshu secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, Xiao Feng was not in power in Liao, or else it would be a big problem. Xiao Feng was really something. He had saved him time and time again, but he still schemed against them. Of course, he also knew that his blame was unreasonable. After all, this was official business. If Xiao Feng did not think for his country, then he would not be Xiao Feng. As the saying goes, everyone has their own master, so there was nothing to criticize. To Song Qingshu's surprise, Yelu Hongji did not refute. Instead, he suddenly nodded and said, my sworn brother is right. Thank you for your hard work these days. What followed was another joyous and harmonious scene. Outside the window, Song Qingshu was a little dazed. He thought that Yelu Hongji was really moved by him. After Xiao Feng left, Yelu Hongji immediately stopped smiling and said, Prince Wei, I didn't expect you to be right. Your Majesty is wise. Yelu Isan walked out from behind the screen. He had hidden himself very well, and his aura was also covered perfectly. Xiao Feng did not notice him. Only now did Song Qingshu realize that Yelu Hongji's performance just now was all an act. He couldn't help but lament that he had underestimated the wisdom of the ancient people. Although Yelu Hongji was a famous muddle-headed person in history, he had been an emperor for a long time, he still had the shrewdness and means necessary. I am so angry. I shared the country with him, but he still had evil intentions. Yelu Hongji became angrier as he spoke. He smashed another teacup. Yelu Isan timely said, Your Majesty, please calm down. It just so happens that Xiaoxiama's sister is in the palace today. Your Majesty can go and see her. Xiaoxiama colluded with Yelu Qi to rebel. I haven't even settled the score with him yet, but he's smart enough to offer his sister to me. Yelu Hongji naturally knew what Xiaoxiama was planning. It's rare for the prince consort to mend his ways. Moreover, the prince consort's younger sister is famous for her beauty. When she heard that her brother had committed a crime, she took the initiative to forgive him. If your Majesty wants to punish someone, why don't you vent your anger on that beauty? Yelu Isan's words had a double meaning. Song Qingshu, who was outside the door, was dumbfounded. He thought that these grassland countries were indeed much more open in this regard. How could the officials of the Han dynasty dare to talk about this with the emperor? Sure enough, Yelu Hongji was tempted. I'm going to see what this legendary beauty looks like. If you're lying, I'll punish you and Xiaoxiama together. Yelu Isan hurriedly said, How could this subject dare to deceive your Majesty? I guarantee your majesty will be satisfied. Outside the door, Song Qingshu frowned, wondering why Yelu Nanxian's father was like this. How did he give birth to such a pure and refined daughter? Soon, Yelu Isan bid farewell to the emperor. Watching him leave, Song Qingshu wanted to take this opportunity to test him, but Yelu Hongji was also heading towards Shen Bijuan's palace. He couldn't help but hesitate, but in the end, he followed Yelu Hongji. If he didn't know Shen Bijuan, it wouldn't have mattered, but the two of them had been together for so long. She had even risked her life to visit him when he was injured. Not to mention, he had promised her father to save Shen Bijuan back in the Shen garden. Song Qingshu took out the jade bracelet from his bosom and sighed. In the end, he still decided to help her first. Meanwhile, Shen Bijuan was feeling uneasy in the palace. She had been in the palace for so long, but she hadn't even seen the emperor's face. She didn't know how she was going to survive in the palace. When she thought about how she was going to avenge the Shen family, she couldn't help but be at a loss. Was her choice really wise? Although she was a young miss who never left her home, she was still a member of an official's family. She knew that Liao was like a sun setting over the western mountains. It was difficult for him to even protect himself. Did she really have the ability to help him get revenge? But there was nothing else she could do. Now that even the southern Song court wanted to kill her, she was destined to be abandoned by her country. The only person she could rely on was Liao. At this time, the voice she had heard that night suddenly appeared in her mind. But as soon as her expectation rose, it was extinguished by her reason. Song Qingshu and I are not related in any way. Why would he take such a great risk to help me? And I heard that he recently became the Prince of Qi in the Song Kingdom. Why would he offend an entire country for a woman like me? In the past, when she was in Shanin, she was still a bit conceited about her appearance, but during this period of time, all her pride was shattered to nothing. It made her realize how worthless things like beauty were in the eyes of those in power. For the sake of power, fame, and so on, they could sacrifice her without hesitation. Just as she was feeling sorrowful, she suddenly heard the rising and falling voices of "Long live the Emperor." She couldn't help but nervously stand up, her heart thumping fiercely. She didn't know how she should face the man who was about to enter. For some reason, she suddenly wanted to retreat. She felt that she had been too hasty in agreeing to Yelu Isan's request to enter the palace. But she also knew that there was no room for regret. Yelu Hongji quickly entered the palace. Shen Bijuan copied the surrounding palace maids and bowed. She was so nervous that she didn't even dare to look at him. She only dared to stare at the pair of feet on the ground. Raise your head. Seeing Shen Bijuan's beautiful figure, Yelu Hongji was 70% satisfied. He wanted to see her face even more. He was the emperor. There was naturally no need for any tactful methods. He could directly give an order. A sliver of humiliation flashed through Shen Bijuan's heart. It had to be known that she had once been a famed beauty in Shanin City. All the young masters of the aristocracy who wanted to see her had to expend a great deal of effort. But now, she had to raise her head like a piece of merchandise for a man to examine. But she had no other choice. She could only slowly raise her head, revealing a charming face that caused Yelu Hongji's breathing to become a bit heavier. He had heard Xianxia and Yelu Isan describe how beautiful she was. In truth, he hadn't paid them much attention. After all, as the emperor, what kind of woman hadn't he seen? Especially since his empress was a devastatingly beautiful woman. He didn't believe that this woman could be more beautiful than his empress. But when Shen Bijuan raised her head, Yelu Hongji immediately realized he was wrong. This woman was more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen, even his most beautiful empress was slightly inferior in appearance. Of course, the empress' natural charm was not something the young girl in front of him could compare to. All in all, the two of them were better at winning than the plums, orchids, bamboos, and chrysanthemums. All of you, leave. A ball of fire rose in Yelu Hongji's lower abdomen. He waved his hand at the eunuchs and palace maids in the room. While Yelu Hongji was sizing her up, Shen Bijuan was also sizing him up. The man in the dragon robe in front of her had a full beard and a majestic expression on his face. However, she was a young miss who grew up in the south. Her sense of beauty had been trained since she was a child to prefer handsome young masters. Even Xiaoxi Lang's bold and uninhibited style was something she liked. However, this bearded man was far beyond what she could bear. Seeing the eunuchs and maids scatter, Shen Bijuan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Although she had decided to enter the palace, she found that she wasn't prepared. Yelu Hongji sat on the side of the bed and patted it, ordering, "Come here." Shen Bijuan's expression immediately changed. She had imagined countless scenarios with the emperor, but she hadn't expected him to be so direct. It seemed like he was going to pamper her right now. Seeing her stand there in a daze, Yelu Hongji couldn't help glancing at her with a dissatisfied expression. Shen Bijuan opened her mouth, but her throat was dry and she couldn't say anything. She couldn't help feeling regret. She usually thought of herself as intelligent and talented, but at this critical moment, her mind was completely blank. Yelu Hongji had a belly full of anger because of what had happened with Xiao Feng. Seeing her stuttering like this, he became even more displeased. Fortunately, Shen Bijuan's beauty was high enough, otherwise he would have already exploded. Seeing that she wasn't moving, Yelu Hongji assumed it was because of a young girl's shyness. He didn't care too much and directly walked forward, reaching out to grab her. Your Majesty. Shen Bijuan was so flustered that she couldn't speak properly. She wanted to find a reason to avoid this disaster, but her mind was blank and she couldn't think of anything. Yelu Hongji pulled her over to the window and kissed her on the face, causing Shen Bijuan to cry out in shock. She didn't know where she got the strength to push him away, but she hid in a corner like a frightened rabbit. After being rejected again and again, Yelu Hongji's expression couldn't help but darken. Your family is becoming more and more outrageous. The older brother colluded with Yelu Qi to rebel and the younger sister disobeyed us. Do you want your family to be exterminated? Hearing his words, Shen Bijuan finally remembered her goal for entering the palace. If she couldn't win the emperor's favor, how could she get revenge for her parents? But did she really have to give herself to this bear-like man in front of her? While she was distracted, Yelu Hongji took the opportunity to carry her to the bed. He tore off her outer robe. As the emperor of the 9-5 realms, in addition to his anger, he naturally did not have the heart to be gentle with the fairer sex. Feeling a chill, Shen Bijuan's eyes filled with tears. But she was afraid of angering him and causing all of this to fail. She had no choice but to hold back her tears. She had never felt such pain before. Suddenly, Shen Bijuan's body sank as she felt the other party pressing down on her. Shen Bijuan almost fainted from the weight of his body. Has this moment finally come? She closed her eyes in resignation. After a long time, she opened her eyes with some surprise because the thing she imagined did not happen. The emperor pressed down on her body and did not move at all. What's wrong? Do you still enjoy the feeling of being pressed down by a man and can't bear to get up? At this moment, a teasing voice suddenly rang out beside him. Shen Bijuan turned around and saw a man leaning against the bed with a faint smile on his face. The familiar face made her relax a little. Who else could it be other than Zhao Wei? Why are you here? Shen Bijuan's mind was a little confused. If I wasn't here, you would have been he-he-he'd by Yelu Hongji. The person who came was naturally Song Qingshu. Although he was following behind Yelu Hongji, it still took some effort to avoid his imperial guards. Fortunately, he arrived in time and did not let Shen Bijuan be taken advantage of. Shen Bijuan's face turned red. Although she had never heard Fei Yuqing's classic jokes, it did not prevent her from understanding the meaning of he. Only then did she notice that Yelu Hongji had fainted. Her face paled in fright. What happened to him? Don't worry, he's not dead. He just fainted. Song Qingshu smiled. Shen Bijuan glared at him, clearly not understanding his nonchalant attitude. Don't you know that this is a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of your family? Hurry up and find a chance to slip out of the palace before anyone notices. I'll help you stall for time. Seeing her worried expression, Song Qingshu's lips curled up even more. This little girl was really kind. Even at a time like this, she still knew how to worry about him. You're still smiling? Shen Bijuan was about to go crazy. She felt that the person in front of her really didn't know what was important. He was actually still acting so sloppily. You really don't need to wear clothes? Song Qingshu pointed at her chest and teased. Shin Bijuan looked down and remembered that Yalu Hongji had just torn her jacket. She screamed in fright and turned around, her voice choked with sobs. Close your eyes. Song Qingshu curled his lips. Only a bit of your shoulders and arms are exposed. I can't see anything else. In my hometown, this isn't a big deal. However, Shin Bijuan didn't listen to him at all. She had been raised as a lady since she was young, so she felt that this was a matter of chastity. Seeing her extreme reaction, Song Qingshu knew he couldn't continue to tease her. He could only say, "What are you panicking about? Wasn't I already sent to the service room?" He wasn't lying. He had indeed been sent to the service room, but he hadn't become a eunuch in the end. Shin Bijuan had indeed been misled. At this time, she had already tidied up her clothes. She turned around and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up your sad matters, it's nothing." Song Qingshu's open-minded attitude made Shin Bijuan admire him. How could he not be open-minded? There was nothing like that. That's right, why did you save me? Shin Bijuan suddenly thought of something. As she asked, she looked worriedly at Yalu Hongji. The emperor had been knocked unconscious. How was she going to resolve this matter? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I was asked by your father before he died to save you. As he spoke, he took out a keepsake that Imperial Censor Shen had given him. Seeing her father's old keepsake, Shin Bijuan's tears immediately fell. Father, this was a keepsake that her father had promised her in private. Outsiders wouldn't know about it, and it would prevent anyone from stealing or robbing his keepsake to trick her. Miss Shen, my condolences. Seeing the girl in front of him pretend to be strong and only now reveal her weak side, Song Qingshu couldn't help but comfort her. Since you've seen my father, you must know how he died, right? Shin Bijuan cried for a while before raising her head and looking nervously at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and then roughly recounted what had happened that night. In the end, he added apologetically, that person's martial arts were very high and I was in a hurry to save him, so he escaped. If you had not appeared, my father would have suffered even more. Shin Bijuan was very understanding and did not blame him for this. Right, do you know the identity of that person? Song Qingshu shook his head. That person was wearing a mask. It was clear that they were deliberately hiding any features that could reveal their identity. Who is so vicious that they want to destroy our Shin family? Shin Bijuan's fists were clenched and there were faint traces of blood on her lips. Song Qingshu began to analyze. According to your father's last words, they should have come for the Shin family's deer-cutting knife. Deer-cutting knife, it's the deer-cutting knife again. Thinking of how she, the crown princess, had become a prisoner because of this knife, and now the entire Shin family had been killed because of this knife, Shin Bijuan was filled with hatred. How does this broken knife have such a great power? Song Qingshu carefully looked at Shin Bijuan's reaction. Although Shin Yan claimed that he did not know the secret of the deer-cutting knife, it was difficult to guarantee that he did not deliberately say that to guard against him. Now, looking at Shin Bijuan's reaction, it was likely that he really did not know. After you were captured, whose hands did the knife fall into? Song Qingshu knew that as long as he knew who had the deer-cutting knife, then that person would be the one behind the scenes. Shin Bijuan opened her mouth to answer when she suddenly thought of something. She said with some suspicion, "You are not deliberately trying to get a confession from me, are you?" Her experiences in this period of time had made her less trusting of others, especially when Shuiyi's people had asked her the same question before. It naturally made her more vigilant. You are a zither master, how can you know martial arts? Also, aren't you from outside the borders? How could you appear in Jiangnan's Shin garden? The more Shin Bijuan spoke, the more suspicious she became. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said half-truthfully, I'd been investigating your whereabouts because of your father's dying request. Not long ago, by chance, I found out that you were imprisoned in the Wei Palace. It just so happened that they were recruiting a musician, so I disguised myself as a musician and snuck into the palace. Those identities are all for the Wei Palace's inspection. So that's how it is. Shin Bijuan slowly nodded. But she still didn't dispel the misgivings in her heart. You aren't related to my Shin family at all. Why did you spend so much effort to save me? I don't believe that there is such a good person in this world who doesn't ask for anything in return. Everything that had happened in this period of time had allowed her to see the ugliness of the human heart. Song Qingshu didn't know how to explain. He could only say jokingly, maybe Miss Shen is too beautiful. You know, men can't resist the attraction of beautiful women. Shen Bijuan had been in the middle of aggressively questioning him, but when she heard his reply, she couldn't help but be startled. Her snow-white skin instantly blushed. Hey, you're still not obedient after being castrated. Song Qingshu held his breath. This little girl was becoming less and less like a lady from a noble family. At this time, Shen Bijuan also realized that something was wrong. She said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. What else could Song Qingshu say? He could only wave his hand and say, forget it. A great person doesn't remember a small person's wrongdoings. Shen Bijuan couldn't help but be speechless. Seeing that he had started to rummage through Yalu Hongji, she couldn't help but be shocked. What if you wake him up? Her attention had been diverted by the news of Xin Yuan. Now that she had returned to her senses, she couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. They were now in the palace. When Yalu Hongji woke up, she and Zhao Wei would be unable to escape. That's to wake him up. Song Qingshu smiled at her and then released Yalu Hongji's sleeping acupuncture point. Yalu Hongji opened his eyes in a daze. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was attracted by a pair of incomparably dark eyes in front of him. There was a voice in the dark telling him, you dote on the new concubine who entered the palace. She makes you very satisfied. You will be pleased and bestow her the title of concubine Hui. Seeing Yalu Hongji open his eyes, Shen Bijuan was so scared that her hair stood on end. But what surprised her was that Yalu Hongji didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he just sat there with a blank expression. Listening to Song Qingshu's words, Shen Bijuan was confused. Just as she was feeling strange, she saw Yalu Hongji nod his head and repeat what he just said mechanically. Then, he fell asleep again. What exactly is going on? Shen Bijuan was completely confused and couldn't help but ask. Song Qingshu casually replied, it's just a little bit of Jianghu magic. It can make him forget what just happened, so you don't have to worry about him punishing you when he wakes up. That's amazing. Shen Bijuan opened her mouth. She still hadn't recovered from the shock. After dealing with Yalu Hongji's matter, Song Qingshu asked again, now you should tell me who has the deer-cutting knife, right? Thinking that the other had her father's keepsake, Shen Bijuan didn't hide it anymore. When the convoy was attacked by Xiao 11 Lang and his men, I was kidnapped by him all the way to Shanjing. Song Qingshu suddenly had a strange expression. He was also the one who came to steal the wedding today. I can see that he treats you pretty well. He did treat me politely along the way. Shen Bijuan sighed faintly. But if he hadn't captured me, I wouldn't have become a prisoner. He's just a knife in someone else's hand. He didn't have a choice. Song Qingshu naturally didn't want to slander others. In some ways, Xiao 11 Lang was pretty good. That's right. Even though he's the deputy inspector of the imperial palace, he was saved by the Prince of Wei, Yelu Yisun, when he was young, so he secretly listens to Yelu Yisun. Shen Bijuan was a famous talented woman. After a period of interaction, she had figured out the relationship between Xiao 11 Lang and Yelu Yisun. He doesn't hide anything from you. Song Qingshu laughed softly, but his heart grew heavy. It really was Yelu Yisun. He had guessed it before, but he wasn't sure. Now that he was about to become enemies with Yelu Nanxian's father, he was still very conflicted. I don't know how Morong Jingyue influenced him. Song Qingshu naturally knew that there was another cunning fox hiding behind the other. Didn't you say that beautiful women always have an advantage in this area? Shen Bijuan's smile was full of self-mockery. It was clear that beauty didn't bring her happiness, but more misfortune. The darkest time is over. Everything will change for the better, trust me, Song Qingshu said in a low voice. Shen Bijuan smiled, clearly taking it as a comforting remark and didn't take it seriously. Sleep for a while. You probably didn't sleep at all last night. Sensing the tiredness in her eyes, Song Qingshu comforted her. Shen Bijuan glanced at Yelu Hongji and smiled bitterly. How can I sleep in a situation like this? I will protect you from the side. Don't worry and sleep. Song Qingshu picked up Yelu Hongji and threw him behind the screen so he wouldn't scare Shen Bijuan. But Shin Bijuan still didn't move. Instead, she looked at him as if she wanted to say something. Song Qingshu finally reacted and couldn't help but laugh. Did you forget that I just came out of the greeting chamber? It wasn't that he had a fetish for pretending to be a eunuch, but that he would be visiting Shin Bijuan's place often in the future. With this identity as a cover, it would avoid a lot of awkwardness. I'm sorry. Only then did Shin Bijuan react. Thinking about how her father had asked him to save her, and he had actually sacrificed so much, she was filled with guilt. She thought that if she showed any disdain for him, wouldn't that hurt him too much? With this thought, she couldn't chase him out. She reached out to unbutton her clothes and planned to go to bed. Seeing Shin Bijuan undress in front of him, Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. Even though he had purposely misled the other in order to make it easier for them to interact later, it was too careless of her to take off her clothes in front of him. However, it was not convenient for him to say it now. After all, if she knew the truth, it would be troublesome if she became angry. However, he didn't want to take advantage of her and turned around without a trace. A woman's thoughts were more delicate. Even though his movement was light, Shin Bijuan still noticed it. She hadn't expected him to be such a gentleman. Her heart warmed and her gaze softened. However, when she thought about how he had been sent to the greeting room, she felt uncomfortable. Last night, thinking about entering the palace, Shin Bijuan was restless and couldn't sleep. Today, she experienced the kidnapping of the bride and the fright from Yalu Hongji. Now that she could finally relax, Shin Bijuan felt sleepy and quickly fell asleep. She didn't know how long she slept when she suddenly felt someone push her on the bed. Shin Bijuan woke up in fright and tightly covered her chest with the blankets. Seeing her like a frightened rabbit, Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. I just wanted to remind you that Yalu Hongji is about to wake up. You should prepare ahead of time. So it's you. Shin Bijuan gradually came back to herself and showed a trace of embarrassment. She suddenly noticed the light outside and said in surprise, I slept all night? Song Qingshu also had a depressed expression. I didn't expect you to sleep for so long. I wanted you to rest for a while and I would rest. However, seeing you sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up. Shin Bijuan blushed at the thought of a well-bred girl who didn't care about her manners and slept like a dead pig. Thank you. Last night was the best sleep she had ever had. Ever since she was kidnapped, she was always worried about being humiliated, so even the slightest movement would wake her up. It had been a long time since she had experienced the feeling of being able to sleep all the way until the sun rose. In a bit, just pretend that the emperor favored you last night. Song Qingshu began to instruct. But I'm worried that if I don't act properly, he'll find out, said Shin Bijuan timidly. Song Qingshu comforted her, don't worry, he's been enchanted by my illusions, he won't find any flaws. However, the eunuchs in the palace are a bit troublesome. He had been in the imperial palace for a long time and naturally knew that there were specialized people who recorded the emperor's daily life, especially the emperor's favored concubines. There were incomparably detailed records. This was because the emperor was worried that the bloodline of the imperial family was impure and that the heirs of others would steal the throne. The others are fine, but we still need to find a piece of white silk with a red stain. Song Qingshu pointed out the biggest flaw. Ah? Shin Bijuan was dumbfounded. Although there was a lack of knowledge in this era, women still knew about this. Her face immediately turned red and she stammered, How? How can I? Seeing her nervous expression, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh that the imagination of the people in this world was really poor. If it was in the future, anyone who had watched TV would know that a little bit of blood would be enough to solve the problem. It's not like I'm telling you to actually make a red stain. Song Qingshu could only teach the ignorant young women of this world about hygiene. Just bite your finger and sprinkle some on the bed. You're using mine? Shin Bijuan still hadn't come back to her senses. At the same time, she greatly admired the other's strange thinking. He had so easily thought of a solution. Are you going to use mine? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. Although he had tender feelings for the fairer sex, that didn't mean he would help the other without any principles. All right. Shin Bijuan felt a bit wronged at his retort, but she still reached out a trembling finger. Song Qingshu sighed with emotion when he saw that she wanted to say it several times but couldn't. You're indeed a rich young lady. After saying that, he pulled her hand and used his sword energy to make a cut on her finger. Shen Bijuan let out a cry, but she realized something and quickly closed her mouth. Tears were about to come out of her eyes. Squeezing out a few drops of blood from her finger on the bed, Song Qingshu nodded. That's about it. Shen Bijuan pulled her hand back and gently sucked on her finger. She said timidly, "You're hurting me." Being stared at by a beautiful young woman with watery eyes and hearing her speak in such a tone, even with Song Qingshu's strong will, his heart couldn't help but waver. Your Majesty, it's time to prepare for court. A eunuch's voice came from outside the door. Song Qingshu didn't dare tarry. He quickly gave Shen Bijuan a few instructions and then undid Yalu Hongji's sleeping acupuncture point. He took the chance to hide behind the screen to make sure nothing would go wrong. Shen Bijuan came from a family of officials. Although she was a bit nervous and shaky at the start, she adjusted herself better and better. She managed to deal with the situation without any danger. As expected, Yalu Hongji didn't find anything wrong. Because his soul had been moved, he thought that he had pampered the other last night. His desire to conquer had been satisfied and his mood improved. He made her a consort and gave her a large pile of things. Only then did he go to court, satisfied. Since it was almost daybreak, Song Qingshu naturally couldn't stay in Shen Bijuan's palace any longer. After all, the palace maids and housemaids would come in soon. So after saying goodbye to her, he returned to his own courtyard. Just as he returned to his room, there was a knock on the door. Song Qingshu stilled. He opened the door and saw Eunuch Gao, the one who had saved him in the greeting room, standing at the door. The two of them casually exchanged a few nonsensical words before Eunuch Gao finally revealed his intentions. In a few days, the Empress will hold a court music festival. I will think of a way to get you in. However, how to attract the Empress' attention and how to stand out will depend on your abilities. Empress? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. You don't know your mission? Eunuch Gao asked suspiciously. Song Qingshu's heart shook and he quickly nodded. I know. It's just that when I entered the palace yesterday, I heard the eunuchs say that the Empress is a celestial beauty. I was a bit curious. Eunuch Gao smiled and said, that's right. The Empress has always been the most beautiful. The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards dote on her. But now that Consort Hui has entered the palace, I think the 2 empresses will be equal in the future. After chatting for a while, Eunuch Gao warned him before he left. Think about how to stand out. Otherwise, when King Wei blames you, no one can save you. Song Qingshu agreed while secretly having a headache. He didn't know what kind of mission King Wei had assigned to the real Zhao Wei. Now that things had come to this, he could only take one step at a time. At the same time, he couldn't help but be extremely curious about the beautiful Empress. Song Qingshu was curious about the Empress. It was not only because he had heard the eunuchs and serving girls talk about her when he entered the palace yesterday, describing how beautiful she was. More importantly, it was because he had been investigating Morong Jingyue's whereabouts and suspected that he was hiding in the palace. So when he rescued Xiao Zhonghui, he had asked her about it. After all, she had been in the palace for so many years and could easily find abnormalities. In the end, after rescuing her and Yuan Qingji, Xiao Zhonghui told him that she had always felt that there was one person in the palace who was very suspicious. That was the Empress, the head of the harem. Once she entered the palace, she was doted on by thousands. The harem had never been a good place. Many concubines had secretly schemed against her, but every time, she had survived the crisis safely. What was even more exaggerated was that the concubines who had schemed against her would soon receive their retribution, and each of them had a tragic end. As a result, there were all kinds of strange rumors in the harem. Because the Empress was called Xiao Guanyin, everyone said that she was the reincarnation of Goddess Guanyin, and no one dared to go against her. Xiao Guanyin? Song Qingshu was secretly surprised. This Empress of Liao was very famous in history. It seemed that she had been involved in a case of adultery with a palace servant. Although the mainstream view was that she had been wrongly accused, there were also people who believed that the adultery was not groundless. I wonder who has this luck with women. Song Qingshu thought nosily. According to the descriptions of the people in the palace, this empress was skilled in music and was extremely beautiful. She could be said to be the best among women. If one could become her guest, even if that person was sentenced to death, his life would not be in vain. With all these messy thoughts in his mind, Song Qingshu fell asleep on the bed. After all, he had not slept for a night and was somewhat tired. Although with his current cultivation, it would not matter if he did not sleep for a day or two, sleep was better than no sleep at all. As for sleeping in the palace during the day, it was not a problem. In any case, he had just been cleansed from the room of worship and should be resting, so no one would disturb him. After sleeping for most of the day, Song Qingshu decided to take a stroll around the palace after waking up. He wanted to see if he could get any information about the Empress so that he could prepare for the upcoming mysterious mission. In the end, he didn't get any information on the Empress, but heard another even more shocking news. Because consort Wen Xiao Zhonghui was suspected of having an affair with a man in her bedroom, the inspector of the imperial palace was removed from his post and investigated due to his lack of supervision. Originally, it would have been fine if the inspector of the front palace was dismissed, but this person was someone that Song Qingshu knew. He was Xiao Feng's father, Xiao Yuanshan. When Xiao Yuanshan was young, he was the chief instructor of the Shan army under the Empress Dowager. His martial arts skills were well known in Liao. Unfortunately, he was attacked outside the Yanmen Pass and disappeared for 30 years. Not long ago, he returned to the country with Xiao Feng. When Yelu Hongji learned of his identity, he was very pleased and immediately appointed him as the chief inspector of the palace and put him in charge of the imperial palace's security. Consort Wen has been in the palace for 2 years, and Lord Xiao has only been in office for a few months. Why would he put him in charge? Obviously, the people in the palace were also shocked by this. A pair of young eunuchs who were passing by whispered to each other. "Do you want to die? How dare you try to figure out the emperor's intentions in private? In this palace, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. The less you know, the better." An older eunuch next to him hurriedly lectured him. "Yes, yes, yes." The young eunuch hurriedly nodded. Although the two's voices were soft, they couldn't escape Song Qingshu's ears. Watching them gradually disappear into the distance, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. In this world where human lives were like grass, these small characters could only do their best to protect their lives. The young eunuchs had their doubts because of their limited vision, but it was not difficult for Song Qingshu, who had enough information, to understand the meaning behind this. Looks like Yelu Hongji is going to make a move on Xiao Feng. Yesterday, Song Qingshu was almost fooled by the scene of the emperor and his official enjoying themselves. It could only be said that these politicians were all natural actors. Following that, Song Qingshu secretly left the palace and told Zhao Min and Icy Snow about the progress in the palace. After all, the two girls were still worried about him. After listening to his story, Zhao Min obviously came to the same conclusion: Xiao Feng is finished. Song Qingshu only guessed that Yelu Hongji was going to make a move on Xiao Feng, but he wasn't sure how long it would take. Zhao Min was born in the royal family, so she couldn't be more clear about this drama. Let's wait and see. Yelu Hongji will make a move on Xiao Feng at the earliest tonight, or at the latest tomorrow, Zhao Min said directly. So fast? Song Qingshu was extremely shocked. This speed was far beyond his expectations. This is what it means to cut a tangled knot with a sharp knife. Zhao Min chuckled lightly. If even you think it's impossible, then Xiao Feng definitely won't think of it. On the contrary, the longer it drags on, the more Xiao Feng will be prepared. It won't be so easy for Yelu Hongji to make a move. If my guess is correct, Yelu Hongji will use Xiao Yuanshan's dismissal as an excuse to summon Xiao Feng to the palace as a form of consolation. Once he enters the palace, it will be much easier to deal with him. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. After a long time, he sighed. I didn't know what it meant to destroy one's own Great Wall, but this time, I'm seeing it with my own eyes. You look hesitant. Are you planning to secretly inform Xiao Feng? Zhao Min suddenly asked. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still said, after all, he and I have known each other for a while, and I really admire his character. If I knew he was in danger and did nothing, it would be difficult for me to bear with my conscience. However, Zhao Min said seriously, if you were just a Jianghu hero, then I would naturally agree with you saving him ahead of time. But now that your ambition is to conquer the world, how can you let your emotions affect your decisions? If you save Xiaofeng now, will it benefit your cause? On the contrary, when Yelu Hongji destroys his own Great Wall, Liao will not be able to recover. At that time, it will be easy for Golden Snake Camp to take over Liao's territory. Otherwise, are you prepared to face the brave and invincible Xiaofeng on the battlefield? The reason why Song Qingshu hesitated was because he could see everything clearly with his reason. But reason was one thing, and emotion was another. Don't forget the purpose of coming this time. It is to stop Liao from going south and the Song Kingdom to attack the Jin Kingdom. Zhao Min sneered. At the side, Icy Snow finally said, Princess, you don't have to blame him too much. In fact, I also don't want to see him become a cold-blooded person who only cares about benefits and not friendship. Zhao Min rolled her eyes and said, Sister, you spoil him too much. You always think for his sake. Song Qingshu laughed mischievously and said, when a woman is 3 years older, she will hug a golden brick. A gentle big sister is the best. Fine. I'm the bad guy. Zhao Min pouted, obviously starting to sulk. Song Qingshu hurriedly flattered her, Princess, your wisdom is unparalleled. You can be said to be the Zhuge Liang among women. You definitely have a way to satisfy both loyalty and righteousness. Zhao Min's expression became better. She snorted and said, It is not that there is no way to fulfill the interests of Golden Snake Camp and fulfill your brotherhood. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up and he hurriedly leaned over, I hope you can forgive me. Zhao Min rolled her eyes and said, You can first sit and watch Yelu Hongji make his move, and then rescue him from the prison. Isn't that good? Not only will this help the Brotherhood, but you may also be able to subdue a powerful general. Isn't it killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Song Qingshu hesitated, but what if Yelu Hongji doesn't just imprison him, but kill him? Zhao Min shook her head, based on my understanding of Yelu Hongji's character, he won't choose to kill Xiaofeng. First, Xiaofeng is his sworn brother and also the king of the southern courtyard of Liao. These years, he is the god of war in the hearts of the Khitans. Killing him would cause too much noise. Second, with his personality, he will most likely lead his army to the Golden Snake Camp and force you to hand over Yelu Qi and Xiao Banhe. Of course, if he wins, it's fine. But if he is defeated by you, he will fly into a rage out of humiliation and Xiaofeng may really die. The way of thinking of these people in power is really traceable. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. During the period of the 3 kingdoms, Tian Feng also persuaded Yuan Shao not to be imprisoned for the southern expedition. Then, Yuan Shao suffered a crushing defeat at the Battle of Guandu. The jailer excitedly told him that he could be released. Tian Feng lamented that if Yuan Shao won the Battle of Guandu and was in a good mood, he would really be released. Now that Yuan Shao was defeated, he would really be dead. What happened later was just as he expected. Listening to the princess' words is better than reading for 10 years. Song Qingshu bowed, his mood suddenly became cheerful. Zhao Min smiled slightly, you are just too concerned. Speaking of which, how are you getting along with the eldest miss of the Shen family? Why do you sound so weird? Song Qingshu hesitated and didn't tell them about how he saved her from Yelu Hongji last night. After all, he didn't want to arouse the jealousy of the 2 girls. In order to divert their attention, he hurriedly mentioned the mission about the Empress. After listening to his description, Zhao Min fell into deep thought. No wonder Yelu Isin wanted a musician to go in. It was to get close to the Empress. She suddenly thought of something and looked at him suspiciously. The people in the palace let a man like you into the palace? No reaction at all? Of course I did. Song Qingshu gloomily recounted his visit to the worship room, making Zhao Min burst into laughter. Even Icy Snow couldn't help but smile. After laughing enough, Zhao Min continued, since Yelu Isin wanted to make sure you went in as a man and let you get close to the Empress, he obviously wanted you to hook up with the Empress. Song Qingshu frowned. As the master of the harem, the Empress has a high status. Why would she take a fancy to a mere musician? Why is Yelu Isin so confident that Zhao Wei can complete the mission? Zhao Min spread her hands. I am also very curious, but you need to investigate this yourself. Looks like it's time to go to the Empress. Song Qingshu nodded. Xiao Zhonghui also said that if there was a suspicious person in the palace, it would be the Empress. If he wanted to find out what secrets she had, he had to see the Empress personally. By the way, I heard that the Empress is a peerless beauty. When the time comes, our first young master Song won't fall into her honey trap and forget about his duties, will he? Zhao Min suddenly moved her face closer and said in an incomparably mocking tone. Smelling the elegant fragrance coming from her body, Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but sway. No matter how beautiful that Empress is, can she be more beautiful than the princess and sister Icy Snow? I can even control myself in front of you. How can I fall for her beauty trap? Icy Snow blushed. Don't drag me into your flirting. I don't dare to compare my looks to the princess's younger sister. Zhao Min immediately blushed and said angrily, Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Whoever says that you are not as beautiful as me must be blind. Looking at the two women quarreling, Song Qingshu didn't think that the harmony between them was fake. For Icy Snow, she was using the identity of Lady Hu and would definitely not reveal their relationship in this life. For Zhao Min, there would be no conflict of interest between her and Icy Snow at all. Instead, because of their ambiguous relationship, she and Icy Snow were in the same boat. It's better than the harem being in a mess. Song Qingshu wiped his cold sweat. Because the situation in the palace was changing rapidly, he didn't dare to go out for long. After bidding farewell to the two women, he returned to the palace. However, as soon as he returned to the palace, a palace maid happened to be standing at his door. Seeing him return, she immediately said with dissatisfaction, Where have you been? Song Qingshu was taken aback. Sister is looking for me? Although Zhao Wei was older than the other party, he could tell that the other party was an elder in the palace at a glance. As the saying went, it was easy to meet the king of hell, but difficult to deal with the little devil. Calling her sister would avoid some unnecessary trouble. Who else can I look for if not you? The palace maid snorted angrily. Zhao Wei, Her Majesty the Empress invites you over. Empress? Song Qingshu was really taken aback. He was just worrying about how to stand out in the next palace banquet to attract the Empress' attention. Who knew that she would come looking for him? Hurry up. We have been delayed for a long time. There was dissatisfaction in the palace maid's tone. She turned and led the way in front. Song Qingshu had no choice but to follow. At the same time, he secretly thought, why would the Empress look for me? Logically speaking, Zhao Wei and the Empress don't know each other. Why would the high and mighty Empress summon a zither player who just entered the palace? How do I address you, sister? In order to probe for information, Song Qingshu could only start with this palace maid. My surname is Shan, the palace maid replied coldly. Hello, Sister Shan. Why is Her Majesty suddenly looking for me? As he spoke, Song Qingshu took out a piece of gold jewelry and handed it over. Palace maid Shan took the jewelry, and her expression became better. Her Majesty is an immortal-like person. How can we, as servants, speculate about her intentions? However, you do not have to be perturbed. It should be a good thing that Her Majesty is looking for you today. Good thing? Song Qingshu's expression was strange. He thought, if the real Zhao Wei was here, he would probably pee his pants in fear. He had just entered the palace and was summoned by the Empress. Who knew if he would accidentally lose his head? However, Song Qingshu was skilled and bold. Seeing that he could not get any useful information, he calmly walked towards the bedchambers of the palace. Along the way, palace maid Shan led him to remote places with few people. Song Qingshu couldn't help but become suspicious. Could it be that the Empress invitation is just a pretense, and someone wants to harm me? But his worry did not last long. His vision suddenly brightened. A grand palace stood in front of him. With his familiarity with the palace, he quickly recognized that a palace of this scale could only be used by the Empress. What puzzled him was that they did not come to the main door of the bedchambers, but walked in from a side door. How sneaky. One look and I can tell he's up to no good. Song Qingshu also became vigilant. He did not know if it was because palace maid Shan led them to a remote place or for some other reason, but they did not encounter any other palace maids along the way. Even Song Qingshu felt his hair stand on end. He felt as if he had fallen into a huge trap. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance that smelled like orchid and musk. It turned out that the two of them had entered a side hall. Her Majesty, I have brought Jiao Wei. Palace maid Shan knelt down and bowed. Got it. You can leave now. A sweet and charming voice rang out softly. He did not know if he had caught a cold or something these 2 days, but he had a slight fever and felt dizzy. So he did not update yesterday. He was very sorry. The meaning of the words was very normal, but the voice made one's heart beat faster and face flush. It really could be called seductive to the bone. Song Qingshu was secretly amazed. Could it be that this empress knew the art of seduction? No wonder she was favored by 3,000 people. At the same time, what made him feel strange was that this voice sounded somewhat familiar, but after thinking about it carefully, he could not remember whose voice it was. He looked up curiously and saw a woman with a beautiful figure lying on her side on a chair behind layers of gauze curtains. The exaggerated and graceful line between her waist and buttocks was enough to make any man go crazy. It's a pity I can't see her face. Song Qingshu was filled with regret. Although his cultivation was profound, he did not know how to see through things. If there was only a thin layer of gauze, he might be able to see clearly, but these layers of curtains were enough to block his vision. I heard you are a new musician in the palace? After palace attendant Shan left, the empress spoke again. Song Qingshu's heart jumped when he heard this. This voice was too seductive. She didn't seem like a motherly empress, but a courtesan of the Qinhui River. Your Highness, I just entered the palace 2 days ago. Song Qingshu's heart suddenly shook. He was used to seeing great beauties. Why was he so aroused without even seeing the other person? His nose wrinkled. Smelling the sweetness in the air, he couldn't help but think. When he had entered the room, he had felt that the fragrance in the air was too sweet. Now that he thought about it carefully, he feared that there was a certain aphrodisiac in the fragrance. While his cultivation was high and he was almost immune to all poisons, this aphrodisiac was not poison. It only aroused some thoughts in people's hearts. So even he couldn't help but fall for it. This empress is becoming more and more mysterious. Song Qingshu's curiosity about her grew. Ben Gong heard that you are good at the guqin. Then play a song here. The empress' lazy but flirtatious voice came again from behind the gauze curtains. Song Qingshu's thoughts raced. From the empress's words, someone must have secretly recommended him to her. This person clearly didn't have good intentions. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be Yellow Isen's people. It seemed that they really planned to let Jiao Wei hook up with the empress. Where did they get their confidence from? Although Song Qingshu boasted of his charm, he was not so arrogant as to think that he could conquer the empress, who was the mother of the world, with his ordinary identity as a zither player. Moreover, he would not really do such a thing for Yellow Isen. But now was not the time for a showdown. He still had to deal with what needed to be dealt with. Now that the empress asked him to play the guqin, he could not just turn around and leave. Song Qingshu took a look and found that a zither had been prepared next to him. He sat down and began to think about what to play for her. However, he had learned it in the crash course, so it was really difficult for him to be as skillful as a real master. Thus, he could only play the song that he was most familiar with. After playing, Song Qingshu blushed a little. He felt that he didn't play very well this time. At most, he could only be considered average. The empress was probably going to be disappointed. That was fine, but the main problem was how to explain it to Yellow Isen. Unexpectedly, the empress did not show any disappointment. Instead, she asked, I heard you are from Jiangnan? Huh? Song Qingshu was surprised. The empress clearly didn't really care about things like guqin skills. No wonder Yellow Isen had asked Shen Bijuan to teach him the customs of the south. It seemed that he had prepared it to deal with the empress. I am indeed from Jiangnan. Song Qingshu was also curious. Why was she, the empress of Liao, so interested in the news of Jiangnan? What major events have happened in Jiangnan recently? Tell me. The empress moved her body, clearly adjusting her posture. Song Qingshu was surprised. He didn't expect that she wouldn't ask him about the customs of the south. It seemed that all of Yellow Isen's previous preparations had been in vain. However, this wasn't a problem for him because he had left Jiangnan not long ago. In the end, Wu Tianda of the Deshan Wu clan defeated Murong Fu of Gusu's Murong clan and obtained the position. Another major event was the crown princess of the southern Song dynasty, the eldest young lady of the Shin clan. She was kidnapped and her whereabouts are unknown. In addition, the Shin clan of Shanin was exterminated in one night. Song Qingshu thought about the major events that had happened not long ago and picked out the most dramatic events. He thought that the empress, who was deep in the palace, would be curious about these events. Of course, he instinctively skipped over his own matters. Who knew that after he finished speaking, the empress would not comment? After a long time, she finally opened her mouth and said, "I heard that some time ago, the Golden Snake King Song Qingshu also arrived in Jiangnan and was conferred the title of Prince of Qi?" Not expecting that she would take the initiative to inquire about his affairs, Song Qingshu was immediately dumbfounded. No matter how narcissistic he was, he wouldn't be narcissistic enough to think that he could use his title to cause ripples in the empress' heart. He truly didn't understand what the other party's intentions were. Song Qingshu was indeed conferred the title of Prince of Qi because he rescued several dozen Song princesses from the Jin and facilitated the return of Sichuan by the Mongols, so, before he could finish, the empress interrupted him and asked, "I heard that he also had a marriage alliance with two of the princesses he rescued?" Song Qingshu was startled, but he still answered truthfully, "That's right, he did have a marriage agreement with Princess Qingde and Princess Rufu of the southern Song dynasty." The empress sneered, "Humph, the two princesses, the southern emperor is quite willing to part with them." Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. He couldn't figure out the other party's intentions, so he didn't know how to answer. The empress asked again, "Are Princess Qingde and Princess Rufu beautiful?" "They are quite beautiful," Song Qingshu was just about to answer, but he suddenly remembered Zhao Wei's identity and hurriedly changed his words. "The two princesses are high and mighty. I'm just a commoner, how can I see the two princesses' true faces?" "What do you mean by high and mighty? Aren't you just from the laundry yard?" The empress snorted, and her tone was obviously a little indignant. Why does the empress seem to be jealous? Song Qingshu quickly put this thought out of his mind. It was really too ridiculous. At this moment, the eunuch's sharp voice suddenly sounded from afar, "The emperor has arrived." Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't want to meet Yalu Hongji at this time. After all, the higher-ups were temperamental. Now that Zhao Wei's status was low, if he were to be pushed down and beheaded by Yalu Hongji, he would have no choice but to expose his identity. "Your Highness, I'll take my leave first," Song Qingshu said hurriedly. The empress, who was behind the gauze curtain, suddenly sat up straight. Her voice was less lazy and more anxious than before. "It's too late, quickly hide in the room." "What?" Song Qingshu couldn't believe his ears. If he went out and met the emperor now, he would at most be reprimanded. If he was discovered hiding in the empress's bedroom, it would really be like yellow mud falling on his crotch. It would really be like *T even if it wasn't. Although he was a eunuch on the surface, there was no lack of palace maids and even concubines in the palace who were lonely and hung out with eunuchs. If he was treated as a food target by Yalu Hongji, it would be over. Moreover, he wasn't a real eunuch. "Why are you in a daze?" At this time, there was a sudden fragrance. It turned out that the empress had already quickly walked out from behind the gauze curtain. She pulled his hand and walked inside. Xiao Guaning's hands were very soft. In addition, a small part of her white jade-like arm peeked out from her sleeves. It made one's heart skip a beat. However, the current Song Qingshu was no longer an inexperienced young man. He wasn't captivated by her. Instead, he carefully sized her up because he felt a strange sense of familiarity from her. Her eyebrows were like a painting and her face was filled with peach blossoms. Her slender red phoenix eyes revealed a different kind of charm. Coupled with her alluring figure, it was just as the palace maids and eunuchs had described, she was a seductress who could charm people to death. Song Qingshu was puzzled. He had never seen the other's face before, but the sense of familiarity grew stronger. Xiao Guaning pulled him into the room and said in a low voice, "Hide here later. If you don't want to die, don't make a sound." Finishing, she didn't wait for his response and rushed to greet the emperor. "This is really strange." Smelling the enchanting fragrance in the room, Song Qingshu didn't understand why the other had lured him into her bedroom. Wasn't this giving her a handle? If Yelu Hongji found out, the two of them, who were clearly innocent, wouldn't be able to explain themselves. He didn't know how she would end up. At this time, a burst of laughter came from outside. Yelu Hongji strode in and reached out to hug the other. I haven't seen you for a few days, the Empress has become prettier. Who knew that Xiao Guanyin dodged without a trace and said bitterly, these days, the Emperor has been busy doting on the new Huifei, how could he have thought of me? As expected, Yelu Hongji's attention was diverted and he hurriedly tried all kinds of explanations to comfort her. Song Qingshu, who was in the inner room, was dumbfounded. No wonder they said that the Empress was doted on by everyone, it was not a lie. After a while, Yelu Hongji couldn't resist and wanted to hug her again. Xiao Guanyin diverted his attention again. Why did the Emperor suddenly come this time? Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the shadows, was amazed. Ever since Yelu Hongji came in, he had wanted to hug Xiao Guanyin several times. But the Empress had always dodged without a trace and didn't let him touch her body. It really didn't seem like a loving couple. Could it be that this is the so-called selling one's skills but not one's body? A thought popped into Song Qingshu's mind, but he quickly laughed. Everyone in the imperial palace knew that the Empress was the most favored. Were they all idiots? What's more, the Empress had even given birth to a prince and was appointed as the crown prince. It's most likely a means of resisting while welcoming. Song Qingshu concluded. At this time, Yelu Hongji also spoke from outside. We plan to invite the southern courtyard's King Xiaofeng and his women to a banquet. When they return to your place, we came to inform you in advance. Song Qingshu's heart tightened. Zhao Min's analysis that Yelu Hongji was about to make a move on Xiaofeng was indeed correct. Is the Emperor planning to make a move on Xiaowangyue? At this time, Xiao Guanyin also asked. As the mistress of the harem, she was deeply favored and trusted by the Emperor, so she could roughly guess his thoughts. Xiaofeng doesn't know what's good for him. In addition, he's disloyal. He can't be left alive. Yelu Hongji recalled Xiaofeng's previous refusal to go to battle and was still somewhat angry. In the inner room, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. A simple misunderstanding could cause Xiaofeng to destroy himself. It would have been better if they had just talked things out. Unfortunately, these politicians were all cautious and suspicious people. No one would be stupid enough to lay everything out, and even if they did, most people wouldn't believe them. Instead, it would make the other side more cautious. So almost everyone would choose to make the first move to gain the upper hand, but Xiao Wangyue's martial arts are unparalleled. Isn't it too risky to invite him here to make a move? Xiao Guanyin couldn't help but say worriedly. It was clear that Xiao Feng's reputation in Liao was well known by everyone, from the common people to the Empress. Don't worry, we have prepared this for him. Yelu Hongji took out a small porcelain bottle and shook it. He said proudly, this medicine can make him unable to use any of his martial arts. At that time, the fierce tiger of the past is not even comparable to a sick cat. Only then did Xiao Guanyin exclaim, Your Majesty really has a divine plan. In the inner room, Song Qingshu secretly nodded. In the original work, Yelu Hongji used a trick to make Zi give Xiaofeng this medicine, causing Xiaofeng to feel as if his heart was being pierced by thousands of needles. He couldn't summon any qi at all and was then thrown into prison. Now it seemed that although the plot had somewhat collapsed because of his interference, some events had amazing corrective power. Next, the two people outside began to arrange the details of the banquet later and discussed the filing of some unexpected situations. Song Qingshu listened until he was bored to death. He simply lay down on the Empress's bed and closed his eyes to rest. He wasn't the real Zhao Wei. Of course, he wouldn't tremble with fear like the other actors. After a while, the eunuch outside announced that the king of the southern courtyard had arrived. Song Qingshu then got up and quietly looked outside through the gap. Xiaofeng still walked like a dragon or a tiger, exuding a fierce aura. Song Qingshu secretly gave him a thumbs up. There weren't many people in the world with such spirit. The girl in red beside him had snow-white skin, smooth and crystal clear. Her figure was petite and exquisite. Although she wasn't as charming as the Empress, she had a trace of a girl's unique charm. Song Qingshu naturally recognized that she was Azu. He was a little curious and didn't know how Z was doing now. Z was sent by him to be a spy by Xiaofeng's side. Unfortunately, there was no chance for her to be of use. Your subject, commoner, greets your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty the empress. Xiaofeng and Azu respectfully saluted. There are no outsiders here. Sworn brother, there is no need to be so formal. Yelu Hongji and Xiao Guanin hurriedly stood up. One supported Xiaofeng while the other supported Azu. Song Qingshu, who was inside the room, was full of admiration. If he didn't know that Yelu Hongji was going to make a move on Xiaofeng, how could he have seen any clues from Yelu Hongji's current performance? This must be the Lady Azu that sworn brother mentioned before. As expected, I feel pity for you. You and sworn brother are a perfect match. Yelu Hongji looked at Azu and said with a smile. Xiaofeng hurriedly pulled Azu forward and introduced her. As Azu returned the greeting, she curiously glanced at Xiao Guanin. Just now, when the other party helped her up, she faintly felt that the other party's face was a little strange, but for a while, she couldn't tell what was strange about it. Soon, the dishes and wine were served by the palace maids. Yelu Hongji raised his cup and said, Worthy little brother and Lady Azu have gone through untold hardships to finally be together. We will take this opportunity to bestow a marriage. Tomorrow, we will announce to the world that Lady Azu will be the southern courtyard princess and will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. Xiaofeng was overjoyed. Many thanks to your majesty. He was not happy because of the rewards, but because of the marriage bestowed by the emperor. This honor was something that all women in the world yearned for even in their dreams. To be able to have Azu marry him in a grand manner, he was happier than anything else. Worthy little brother need not be so polite. Yelu Hongji raised his cup and said meaningfully, Come, let us drink this wine together and bless the two newlyweds in advance. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't stop Xiaofeng from drinking. After all, he wasn't a good person without principles. There were many things he needed to consider. He needed to be responsible for his women and subordinates, taking care of their interests. Of course, the main reason was that he knew that this poisonous wine wasn't the kind that would kill upon contact with blood, it only temporarily sealed Xiaofeng's cultivation. If Yelu Hongji really wanted Xiaofeng's life, he would still stop him. Xiaofeng and Azu were overjoyed at the news of their marriage, so how could they have any reservations? Raising their cups, they downed the wine. Both sides chatted for a while. The smile on Yelu Hongji's face became more and more playful. Xiaofeng was feeling strange, but suddenly, he felt as if thousands of needles were stabbing his heart. His face paled, staring at Yelu Hongji. Why? The smile on Yelu Hongji's face disappeared. He harumphed coldly, We ordered you to capture Yelu Qi and Xiaoban, his clansmen who betrayed us, yet our best cavalry couldn't even catch up to them. Do you think we're 3 years old? The other side is cunning. I have already reported the details to your majesty. Xiaofeng endured the pain in his body and hurriedly explained. If he was alone today, it wouldn't be a big deal, but with Azu by his side, he could only try his best to clear his name, even though he knew the chances were slim. Yelu Hongji obviously didn't want to continue this topic. Changing the topic, we received a secret report saying that you have a close relationship with Golden Snake Camp's leader, Song Qingshu. You even received a life-saving grace from him, and this time, Yelu Qi and the others just happened to be under Golden Snake Camp. Tell me, how can there be such a coincidence in this world? This official indeed has a good relationship with Song Qingshu, but public and private matters are private matters. How can this official be the kind of person who can't distinguish between public and private matters? Xiaofeng didn't think that Yelu Hongji would misunderstand him so deeply. You can't distinguish between public and private matters? Yelu Hongji sneered, It's not like we didn't give you a chance to lead an army against Golden Snake Camp, but how did you answer me? Xiaofeng's face paled, trying to explain. Unfortunately, Yelu Hongji wasn't going to give him the chance. Yelu Hongji waved his hand. Guards, the southern courtyard's King Xiaofeng is rebelling against his superiors, throw him into the heavenly prison. The imperial bodyguards, who had been waiting outside for a long time, rushed in and took Xiaofeng away. At this moment, Xiaofeng felt as if his insides were being pierced by knives and needles. How could he summon any strength to resist? After Xiaofeng was brought down, Xiao Guanyin, who was at the side, said with a smile, "Congratulations to your majesty for using a little trick to capture the unparalleled King Xiao. Ha ha ha, no matter how powerful a subject is, he can't escape from this emperor's palm." Yelu Hongji was very pleased with himself. Xiao Guanyin glanced at Azu, who was lying on the ground. "Your majesty, how should we deal with this Miss Azu? Do you want to stay in the palace?" In the inner room, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The empress really had the heart of a snake and scorpion. No wonder the people in the palace talked about her with respect and fear. If Yelu Hongji really reached out his claws to Azu, should he save her? If something happened that Xiaofeng would regret for the rest of his life, it was really, fortunately, Yelu Hongji shook his head. "Forget it, Xiaofeng has done me a great favor. Guards, bring Miss Azu back to the southern courtyard's king residence. At the same time, seal off the entire residence. Without this emperor's orders, no one is allowed to enter or leave." In fact, if Azu wasn't Xiaofeng's woman, with her beauty, Yelu Hongji would be interested in taking her into his harem and have some fun with her. However, Xiaofeng's prestige in Liao had always been high. This time, Yelu Hongji imprisoned him for no reason was enough to cause panic among the people. If he took in his woman as well, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? Although Yelu Hongji was lustful, as the emperor, he still knew what was important. He wouldn't cause unrest in the court for a woman. This allowed Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, to heave a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would really be a headache. Although Xiaofeng has been captured, he has been the king of the southern courtyard for all these years. He does have some confidence. If we don't control them and they are incited to rescue Xiaofeng, it might cause unrest in the capital. This emperor must immediately arrange these matters. After Azu was taken away, Yelu Hongji also stood up. "Putting national affairs first, your majesty is truly a saint. How can this concubine be like dodgy Mimi? I respectfully send your majesty off." Xiao Guanyin also followed suit and bowed. "The empress is indeed a virtuous empress." Ha ha ha. Yelu Hongji was already happy that he had settled Xiaofeng today. After being flattered by Xiao Guanyin, he was even more pleased. Xiao Guanyin respectfully sent him off with a smile. After disappearing outside the palace with Yelu Hongji, her expression instantly calmed down. With an indifferent expression, she ordered the palace maids and eunuchs, "All of you go out. Without this empress's orders, no one is allowed to enter." After these people filed out, Xiao Guanyin then lifted the curtain and walked into the inner room. Song Qingshu had already been standing at the side waiting for a long time. Xiao Guanyin was originally very satisfied with his attitude, but her gaze suddenly fell on the messy bed and her expression couldn't help but change. "How dare you? You even dare to climb this empress's bed?" Song Qingshu cursed inwardly. Just now, he was only concerned with eavesdropping on the situation outside and forgot to tidy up the bed. He could only explain, "Just now, this subordinate was too flustered and accidentally tripped over a stool and fell on your majesty's bed. This subordinate hopes that your majesty will forgive me." Xiao Guanyin frowned, but in the end, she reluctantly acknowledged his words. She directly sat down at the table and coldly said, "Continue to answer the question just now." Song Qingshu then remembered that she was asking about himself. "I don't know what specific aspect does your majesty want to know?" Xiao Guanyin rested her chin on her hand, revealing half of her white wrist which was really as smooth as jade. "If I ask about those princesses, you probably haven't seen them before. It's useless to ask." "Well, then tell me about him going to the sky to pray for rain. It is said that everyone in Linen witnessed it with their own eyes that day." "Don't tell me you don't know." "Of course I know this." Song Qingshu had no choice but to describe the scene of that day. Initially, he had intended to be humble, but after thinking about it, he realized that he was now using Zhao Wei's identity, so he was not boasting about himself. It would be a waste of such a good opportunity if he did not boast about himself. Ahem. With a plan in mind, Song Qingshu really described the incident of him praying for rain in Linen as if he was an immortal descending to earth. After he finished talking, even he was a little impressed. If he wrote an essay in his previous life, it would be a perfect score. As expected, Xiao Guanyin's beautiful eyes were full of brilliance as she listened. In some moments, she could even see stars in her eyes. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be stunned. Was his charm so great that the queen of a country thousands of miles away had become his little fan? A real man should live like this. After all, Song Qingshu was a person who experienced it personally. The details described were much richer than the information Xiao Guanyin received. Xiao Guanyin really praised him after listening to it. Song Qingshu secretly laughed, thinking that there should be some reward or something like that. Who knew that Xiao Guanyin's face suddenly changed, and her voice became as cold as ice. Your mission is completed, you can die now. Xiao Guanyin's voice had just fallen when she lightly flicked her finger. The ornamental finger glove instantly shot out and shot towards the space between Song Qingshu's eyebrows. Due to the stimulation of internal energy, the usually beautiful ornament had now become the most frightening weapon. Song Qingshu hurriedly tilted his head. The finger glove shot into a pillar at the side and instantly sank into the pillar. Seeing this, he secretly clicked his tongue. If it had shot into a person's head, that person would not have survived. Huh? Xiao Guanyin did not expect her sure kill attack to be dodged by the opponent. Who are you? I should be asking her ladyship this question. Song Qingshu understood that an empress would not have such profound martial arts. It was really strange everywhere. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, Xiao Guanyin waved her hand and attacked. She originally did not expect an answer when she asked, she only wanted to distract the opponent. However, with Song Qingshu's rich experience, this kind of small trick naturally could not be hidden from him. Moreover, with his current level of cultivation, letting the opponent make the first move did not affect him at all. Originally, he could very quickly capture the opponent, but in order to investigate the opponent's identity, he had been using martial arts that were about the same level as her. He planned to take the opportunity to understand her martial arts. As expected, after continuously attacking for more than 20 moves without any effect, Xiao Guanyin finally could not hold back anymore. Her hands suddenly became incomparably soft, her martial arts completely different from before. Bone-melting soft palm? Song Qingshu recognized the martial arts used by the opponent and was momentarily shocked. However, Xiao Guanyin's shock was even greater than his. Who are you? How do you recognize this martial arts? Song Qingshu also looked at her strangely. Who are you, her ladyship? How do you know the martial arts of Divine Dragon Island? Xiao Guanyin did not continue attacking because after dozens of moves, she had already understood that the opponent's martial arts were far above hers. Previously, she was only trying to test her sex martial arts. She very naturally lay down on the couch at the side, intentionally or unintentionally showing off her exaggerated and graceful curves, especially her thin waist and perky buttocks. It made her exude an endless sense of femininity. She didn't answer Song Qingshu's question. Instead, she tucked her messy hair behind her ear, and her voice regained its previous alluring tone. Do you think I'm pretty? Song Qingshu subconsciously looked over. Under the illumination of the candlelight, every inch of her skin was exuding endless temptation. Especially the ecstasy in her voice, it simply made one want to pounce on her, press her under his body and ruthlessly ravage her. Oh, she is quite beautiful. Song Qingshu told the truth. Although this woman was full of danger, she was also full of temptation. And it was precisely because of that danger that made her temptation even more irresistible. However, Song Qingshu's heart suddenly trembled, because he suddenly discovered that the other party's eyes suddenly emitted a strange light, and the expression in his eyes became increasingly strange. I actually met a kindred spirit? Song Qingshu naturally recognized that she was using something similar to the soul transfer grand technique. He sneered in his heart and used the soul transfer grand technique to counterattack. Even though he was quite familiar with the bewitching art, how could it compare to the vastness of the Nining manual's soul-shifting art? What's more, even if the cultivation technique was the same, the power of the person using it would be as different as heaven and earth. The two of them cast spells at the same time. How could the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? Xiao Guanyin let out a cry and immediately fell onto the bed. Even though her face was flushed, her eyes were filled with fear. Who exactly are you? Her bewitching art had always been successful. It could make men become her slaves, but there were advantages and disadvantages. Even though she could use it to enslave men, if she failed and suffered a backlash, she would become someone else's slave. Whether it was life or death, it would all be in the hands of others. This time, it was obvious that she had failed. Song Qingshu walked over and looked down at Xiao Guanyin, who was lying on the bed. Now you have no right to ask me. I should be the one asking you, who exactly are you? Even though he had a vague guess in his heart, this woman's appearance was very different from what he remembered. I am. Because of the bewitching arts backlash, Xiao Guanyin was already considered to be a slave to a certain extent. When she heard Song Qingshu's question, she subconsciously wanted to answer, but her rationality made her resist this impulse. Not going to say? Song Qingshu snorted coldly. Just as he was about to cast the soul transfer grand technique again, Xiao Guanyin suddenly spoke softly and weakly. Qingshu, is that you? Song Qingshu was stunned and a thought flashed through his mind. Su Quan? It's really you? Xiao Guanyin suddenly sat up and looked at him happily. She had only asked tentatively and didn't expect to get an unexpected surprise. Your face? Song Qingshu reached out to touch the skin on Xiao Guanyin's face and couldn't help but be moved. Although it was smooth and moving, he was good at disguising and could naturally distinguish the subtle difference between real skin and the mask. Xiao Guanyin smiled and reached out to remove the mask on her face, revealing a beautiful and charming face. Her face was flushed and her eyes were watery, full of charm. Song Qingshu was overjoyed and also tore off the mask on his face, and the two hugged each other excitedly. How did you become Empress Liao? Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask curiously. It's a long story. Back then in Xinjiang, I met my father, who is now the great Liao Northern Mansion's prime minister, Xiao Pity. Su Quan explained. How did Xiao Pity become your father? Song Qingshu asked in surprise. Su Quan replied, in the early years, Xiao Pity wasn't the prime minister of the Northern Mansion yet. At that time, he wandered in the Han dynasty, took the name Suyin and met my mother. Later, Liao's country almost perished. He returned to the country and helped Liao to stand firm and gradually rose to the prime minister of the Northern Mansion. At the same time, he was also in charge of the Great Secret Bureau. Your father's identity is really colorful. Thinking of their previous interactions, Song Qingshu couldn't help but click his tongue. Because the position of Empress Liao is empty, my father called me back to participate in the Empress selection. I thought whether it was the 9th princess, Xia Qingqing, or sect leader Zhou, the women around you all have a lot of power behind them to help your great cause. Although I have Divine Dragon Island, it's difficult for my influence to reach the Central Plains, so I wanted to take this opportunity to help you. Su Quan explained softly, because my identity is too sensitive, I was worried that the information I sent would be exposed on the road, so I didn't dare to tell you the truth. I could only ask you to come to Liao as soon as possible. I see. Song Qingshu finally understood why there were so few letters from her before, and each time she was vague. These 2 years have been really hard on you, but am I actually the kind of person who relies on sacrificing his own women to achieve success? Su Quan smiled sweetly. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I haven't let Yalu Hongji touch my body these days. Being seen through, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile sheepishly. How did you do it? Of course it's that immortal music soul manipulation. Su Quan pursed her lips into a smile, proudly raising her jade-like chin. Although it's not as good as your soul-shifting technique, it's enough to deal with a mere Yalu Hongji. Yalu Hongji is that stupid? Song Qingshu curiously asked. Although Yalu Hongji was famous for being a fatuous ruler in history, the way he dealt with Xiaofeng was quite clever. That's why I also used the fragrance of the leopard umbrella magic mushroom to make him fall into a kind of blissful dream every time he comes here. The happiness brought to him by others is never as great as the happiness he brings to himself. That's why every time he comes to my place, he's satisfied, and even more trusting of me. Su Quan opened a small hidden box on the dresser, took out a yellow and white striped mushroom and handed it over. Leopard umbrella magic mushroom? Song Qingshu thought of the sweet fragrance he smelled when he first entered the room and couldn't help but slowly nod. After Su Quan's explanation, he also understood the origin of this mushroom. This mushroom grew on Divine Dragon Island, and because of the yellowish-brown stripes on its surface that resembled leopard patterns, coupled with its hallucinogenic properties, it got its name. Thinking about how every time Yalu Hongji came here, he would have that kind of dream, and what kind of game, Song Qingshu silently mourned for him. It was really unfortunate that he met this witch Su Quan, a dignified ruler of a country was played in the palm of her hand. But I heard that you gave birth to a son for Yelu Hongji, and that he made him the crown prince? Song Qingshu suddenly thought of another question, and couldn't help but frown slightly. That's a child I found in a farmer's house. Because I already have Yelu Hongji under control, as long as I deal with the related eunuchs and nannies, it's not a difficult matter. Su Quan calmly narrated. Song Qingshu understood that behind this tranquility, there was no telling how much blood of eunuchs and old mama had been spilled. However, thinking that she came from Shenlong Jiao, who killed people without batting an eye, it was hard to blame her for this kind of matter. On the other hand, Song Qingshu was also full of admiration. He knew that when he impersonated Kangxi, he risked his life. He did not expect Su Quan to imitate him and actually did a good job on Liao's side. Although because she needed Yelu Hongji's power, she could not replace Kangxi like he did. But she, a weak woman, was able to do this in the palace. It was enough to prove her intelligence. Seeing that Song Qingshu kept silent, Su Quan suddenly panicked. Qingshu, do you not believe me? That's really not my child. If you don't believe me, you can try. How do I test this? Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily. This was not the future, there was no DNA testing technology. There was only blood test, which was completely unreliable. Su Quan's face was pink. She gently unbuttoned her clothes and pulled it down. Biting her lips, she said, now that Crown Prince is only a few months old. If I gave birth to him, I haven't weaned yet. You can try it yourself. Her voice had always been charming and moving. Otherwise, she would not have been able to cultivate something like the celestial sound soul assimilation technique, which was similar to the great soul shifting technique. Now that she was speaking in such a tender and sweet manner, it was even sweeter and cloying. Song Qingshu's heart swayed when he heard it. I'll try it. Song Qingshu's throat was a little dry. They had been separated for a long time. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Especially since Su Quan was already very charming, he directly pounced on her and pressed her down on the bed. The two of them fooled around on the dragon bed. Just as the boat was about to enter the alley, they suddenly heard the sound of His Majesty has arrived. The two of them hurriedly got up and tidied up their messy clothes. Damn it, why did he come back at such a critical time? Su Quan's face was like a peach blossom. As she buttoned up her clothes, she couldn't help but sigh. Her watery eyes almost dripped water. Should I hide for a while? Song Qingshu was also in a bad mood. He was intimate with his own woman, but in the end, he looked like an adulterer who had been caught. It was really depressing. Don't panic. Stand behind the screen. I'll quickly take care of the trouble. Su Quan put on the fake leather mask again and tidied up her somewhat messy hair. After making sure there were no major flaws, she hurriedly got up and went out. Just at this time, Yelu Hongji walked in with large strides. He said with a smile, Empress, as soon as I finished dealing with the remnants of Xiaofeng's party, I rushed here without stopping. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the shadows, spat without any malice. Humph, if you had rushed here a few steps earlier, you would have seen your Empress rolling in the sheets with me. That would have been really surprising. Su Quan brushed aside a strand of hair, hanging down, and bowed gracefully. Your Majesty is indeed swift and decisive. You finished such a large case so quickly. Wasn't it because I was in a hurry to see you? Yelu Hongji found that Xiao Guanyin today seemed to be even more beautiful than usual. Her cheeks were red and her large watery eyes seemed to emit a silent temptation. Has the Empress already fallen asleep? Yelu Hongji noticed that her clothes were slightly wrinkled and her hair was slightly messy. However, he didn't think too much about it. At this time, a normal person would have already fallen asleep. In addition, Xiao Guanyin in this state had an even more touching charm. This Jia thought that your Majesty was going to spend the night in the imperial study, so I went to sleep first. Now that my clothes are disheveled, I hope your Majesty will forgive me. Su Quan blinked her large eyes. Her tone was full of touching charm. Haha, it's fine. Zhen likes the Empress's disheveled appearance. Yelu Hongji said as he reached out to hug her. However, Su Quan's small waist twisted and she dodged without a trace. This chia will help your majesty undress. Good, good, good. Yalu Hongji laughed and nodded. He couldn't wait to open his arms. Su Quan first went to the side and lit a stick of incense. Song Qingshu's eyes were sharp and he recognized that it was sandalwood mixed with the powder of the leopard umbrella illusion mushroom. Originally, he could have taken care of Yalu Hongji faster. However, he also wanted to see how Su Quan usually dealt with Yalu Hongji. Therefore, he was happy to watch from the side. Still not done? Seeing that she didn't move for a long time, Yalu Hongji couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. I'm coming, I'm coming. Your Majesty, don't be in such a hurry. This chia needs to prepare. Su Quan acted like a spoiled child. Even Song Qingshu, who was in the dark, felt his heart flutter. Her voice right now was sweet and coquettish. To put it bluntly, it was coquettish and seductive. Which man wouldn't be moved? Good, good, good. Empress, whatever you say. Yalu Hongji really started to be attracted to her. Your Majesty, do you think I'm beautiful today? Su Quan asked coyly. Yalu Hongji hurriedly nodded his head. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All the women in the world can't compare to the Empress. Even the new Hui Fei can't compare to this chia? Su Quan said as her sleeve brushed his cheek. At first, Yalu Hongji was still a bit hesitant. However, when he smelled the special fragrance on her sleeve, his eyes became misty. Of course not. Su Quan smiled sweetly. How about this chia dance for your Majesty? Why are you still dancing at a time like this? Let's just do it. Yalu Hongji impatiently closed his arms and wanted to hug her. Unfortunately, Su Quan's martial arts were high. How could she let him hug her? She lightly moved a few feet away. This chia will dance while taking off my clothes. Yalu Hongji swallowed his saliva. He almost had a nosebleed. Denjin will enjoy it. Looking at Yalu Hongji's lecherous behavior, Song Qingshu was displeased. He even had the urge to jump out and teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Su Quan didn't make him wait too long. The poison of the leopard umbrella mushroom had already begun to take effect. She unknowingly used the celestial melody spell, and Yalu Hongji's clear eyes gradually became blank. You're already very, very happy. Now that you're happy, you're very, very tired. You should sleep. Su Quan paced around Yalu Hongji, the fragrance of the mushroom on her sleeves brushing against his face. Yalu Hongji's body swayed, and he finally fell asleep on the ground. After sealing a sleeping acupoint, Su Quan happily said to Song Qingshu, "It's done. Qingshu, you can come out now." When Song Qingshu came out, he also praised, "You used medicine and the celestial melody spell, it's really ingenious and ingenious. It can't be helped." Su Quan pursed her lips and smiled. If I could directly transfer my soul to another person like you, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Song Qingshu laughed and hugged her slender waist. It's already very impressive that you can do this alone. Su Quan took off the mask on her face, revealing her originally beautiful face. She pursed her lips and looked at him seductively. Do you want to continue? Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Of course, continue. I haven't finished checking just now. He hugged her and rolled onto the bed. After a while, Su Quan's cheeks blushed, and she pouted coquettishly. Now you know that I'm not lying, right? Song Qingshu reluctantly raised his head from between her breasts and purposely said with a straight face, I've only checked one side. I haven't checked the other. Scoundrel. Su Quan pouted, but she didn't seem to be angry at all. However, when Song Qingshu wanted to continue, he was stopped by her slender hand. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he heard Su Quan's soft voice. Wait a minute. Song Qingshu was naturally not the kind of reckless man who did not know how to flirt. He was also very curious about what she was going to do. Who knew that she would pick up the mask from before again? After fiddling with it for a while, she returned to the appearance of Xiao Guanyin. Who are you? How dare you be so rude to me? At this moment, Xiao Guanyin's phoenix-like eyes were filled with fear. She wanted to push away the man on top of her. Song Qingshu was startled, but when he noticed the slyness in her eyes, he instantly understood what she was playing at. He was naturally happy to cooperate with her, the emperor is addicted to wine and women. He has a beautiful woman like Xianxia and recently took in a new concubine. He did something wrong to Xianxia, can't Xianxia take revenge? Xiao Guanyin was also startled. Clearly, she didn't expect Song Qingshu to enter into the scene so quickly. However, she reacted quickly and quickly revealed a hesitant and struggling expression. He is the emperor. Naturally, he can take in whoever he wants. How can I compare? No, I can't let His Majesty down. Seeing that she was struggling to leave, Song Qingshu held her down. Xianxia, why do you need to deceive yourself? In fact, you know better than anyone else. Look, your body's reaction can't lie to anyone. Because they had been hiding in the palace all year round, they needed to deal with all kinds of people and resolve all kinds of dangerous situations. As a result, the two of them had superb acting skills. In a moment of impulse, the two of them really got into character. It was as if one was really the lonely Empress Xiao Guanyin in the palace, and the other was a handsome and demonic mysterious young master. Your Majesty, quickly save this concubine. This concubine doesn't want to. Suddenly, Xiao Guanyin finally released her big move. She stretched out her hand, trying to find the unconscious Yalu Hongji to ask for help to save her who was about to be pulled into the abyss. Seeing this scene, Song Qingshu's heart beat twice as fast as usual. What a demon. After the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped, Xiao Guanyin's whole body curled up in Song Qingshu's embrace. Her face was also tightly pressed against his chest. Her slender fingers lightly drew circles on it, her fingernails painted with balsam juice looked even more red and moving under the candlelight. Qingshu, do you really think I am Xiao Guanyin? You don't feel any pain when you use me. This short sentence, coupled with her seductive expression, almost caused Song Qingshu to turn over and press down on her again. Sometimes, he had to admit that some women were really seductive to the bone. Every word and action, even one look, could make you feel endless pleasure. Are you not Xiao Guanyin? Song Qingshu reached out and brushed his hand over her beautiful brows, unable to help but tease. Su Quan was startled, then immediately smiled. Yes, in a sense, I am indeed Xiao Guanyin. Xiao Guanyin is me. These days, I have heard every day that there is an unparalleled beauty in the palace who spoils 3 palaces. I have always been curious about what kind of person Xiao Guanyin is. I didn't expect it to be you. Song Qingshu said with emotion. Su Quan also sighed softly. These days, I have been thinking about the day when I reunite with you, but I didn't expect it to come so dramatically. Everything was so surprising that I thought I was in a dream. Song Qingshu smiled gratefully and reached out to pinch her. So this is the scene in your dream. Su Quan trembled from his pinch and hurriedly begged for mercy. Song Qingshu, don't pinch there. The two of them cuddled for a while, then Su Quan remembered the serious matter. By the way, Song Qingshu, how did you suddenly become Zhao Wei? It's a long story. Song Qingshu told her about how he came to destroy the Liao Song alliance and investigate Murong Jingyue. Then he mentioned that he had a vague feeling that Murong Jingyue was hiding in Yaluisan's mansion. Maybe he was Yaluisan, so he sneaked into King Wei's mansion. He didn't expect to be sent to the palace by a freak combination of factors. Yaluisan has indeed risen quickly these years. Su Quan recalled the changes in the court over the years and couldn't help but nod secretly. By the way, the reason why Yaluisan sent Zhao Wei here this time seems to be to get close to you. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of the task he had received before and hurriedly reminded her, I don't know what they are planning. It's most likely for my father. Su Quan snorted, the real privy envoy Yalu Renxian has been in the northwest for a long time, far away from the capital. Now that the king of the south courtyard, Xiao Feng, has fallen, only my father, who is the prime minister of the north mansion, will be a stumbling block for Yaluisan. He must want to overthrow my father through me. I see. Song Qingshu finally understood. Then you have to be careful. Don't worry. I know his purpose now. Even you, a chess piece, have betrayed him. What kind of storm can he stir up? Su Quan hooked her arms around his neck and said with a smile. That's true. Song Qingshu also relaxed. The two of them fought fiercely all night and soon fell asleep while chatting. When they woke up the next day, Song Qingshu was wearing his clothes and feeling depressed. I'm with my woman, but I have to sneak away in advance. It's really depressing. Su Quan comforted him with a smile. Oh, bear with it. I'll think of a way to solve this problem as soon as possible. Okay. Only then did Song Qingshu reluctantly leave the Empress Palace. He wondered how Shen Bijuan had been last night since he had suddenly disappeared, so he went to her palace to take a look. Who is it? As soon as Song Qingshu entered her bedroom, he was discovered. Song Qingshu was also stunned. After all, with his current martial arts skills, it was almost impossible for him to be discovered. He hurriedly looked over and saw that it was Shen Bijuan looking at him nervously. It's you. Shen Bijuan finally let out a sigh of relief when she recognized Zhao Wei. Why aren't you asleep yet? Song Qingshu closed the window and asked as he walked in. I'm scared, so I can't sleep. Shen Bijuan couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. You're afraid that Yalu Hongji will break in, so you've been watching the door? Song Qingshu immediately felt relieved, thinking that it was no wonder that she had discovered him. Although his qinggong was excellent and could be almost silent, he could not be invisible. She had been watching the door and windows, so how could he hide the slightest movement from her? Shen Bijuan smiled a little embarrassedly. Song Qingshu was also speechless. So what if you're watching the door? If Yalu Hongji wants to break in, do you think you can stop him? Actually. Shen Bijuan hesitated and finally murmured, Actually, I was waiting for you. Waiting for me? Song Qingshu was stunned. Seeing the picturesque girl looking at him like this, a man's vanity was greatly satisfied. However, he also understood that this was just Shen Bijuan grasping at straws when she had nowhere else to go. She might not have any other intentions towards him. And Shen Bijuan blushed and nodded. She had never expected that she would say something like that to a man. It had completely toppled her decades of upbringing as a lady from a wealthy family. However, when she thought about it, he had already gone to the service room. From a certain point of view, he was no longer a man, so it wasn't rude. Now that I'm back, you should take this opportunity to have a good rest. Song Qingshu didn't know that in the girl's heart, he was now a best friend, or else he would have jumped in anger. Okay. Shen Bijuan bit her lip, her beautiful face full of exhaustion. She had been too afraid to sleep before, but now that this man was by her side, she suddenly felt her heart calm down and quickly fell asleep. This sleep was exceptionally sweet. When Shen Bijuan woke up, she found that the other person was standing in front of the window, examining the distant palace. His back was exceptionally tall and sturdy. There wasn't the slightest bit of the feminine air of a palace eunuch. It was clearly a peerless hero standing there. Shen Bijuan shook her head, dispelling the unrealistic and absurd thoughts in her mind. Hearing the noise, Song Qingshu turned around. You're awake? And Shen Bijuan sat up and shyly tucked her messy hair behind her ear. She thought about how she had gotten used to having a man in her room while she slept. In the past, it was inconceivable. Don't worry, Yalu Hongji won't have time to deal with you these days, he still has to deal with the Southern Yard's King Xiaofeng. Song Qingshu comforted, finally letting Shen Bijuan understand that she was temporarily safe. After comforting Shen Bijuan, Song Qingshu decided to go back to Su Quan's place to see if she had finished dealing with Yalu Hongji. By the time he arrived at the Empress Palace, Yalu Hongji had already left to attend court. Song Qingshu sneaked in. Su Quan was very surprised that he had returned. The two of them quickly got together and talked about what had happened since they were separated. I heard that you became the son-in-law of the kingdom of Song and married two princesses at the same time. I wonder how many men in the world worship you as an idol, Su Quan said with a faint smile. Song Qingshu was a little embarrassed. After all, he had used the identity of Zhao Wei to brag about himself. Now that the matter had been exposed, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Are those two princesses very beautiful? Are they as beautiful as me? Su Quan came over and asked the same question again, a sly smile on her face. They are indeed beautiful, but they are far from comparable to you. Song Qingshu was not lying. Zhao Huaner and Zhao Yuanyuan were not inferior to Su Quan in terms of appearance, but they were still young, after all. How could young and inexperienced girls compare to Su Quan's mature charm? Humph, you only know how to use these words to coax me. Despite what she said, the smile in her eyes revealed the happiness in Su Quan's heart. As the two of them were flirting, palace maid Shan, who had brought Song Qingshu here, suddenly asked to see him. It wasn't convenient for Song Qingshu to show himself, so he hid on the empress bed. Su Quan went out to summon her. Your Highness, this servant has recently obtained a poem written by Terry Jian of the Kingdom of Song. I have specially brought it to you. Palace maid Shan knelt on the ground, holding a handwritten book in her hand. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the room, paused for a moment before realizing that Terry Jian meant empress in the Liao language. Oh, let me have a look. Because it was inconvenient for Su Quan to get news of Song Qingshu in the palace, she would intentionally or unintentionally ask palace maids and eunuchs about what happened in the south. After all, it was inconvenient for her to directly ask about Song Qingshu. This way, the palace maids would mistakenly think that she liked the culture of the southern dynasties, so they would compete to please her. Su Quan was happy to use this misunderstanding to cover up for herself and had no intention of clarifying. Palace maid Shan came forward and handed the book over. This is circulated outside the palace. It should be a handwritten book circulated among the common people. The handwriting isn't good. Your Highness, please don't be offended. Su Quan nodded. She obviously didn't care about this. She took it and opened it, only to see the words written on it: black hair 7 feet long, pulled up as inner makeup, sleepless on the pillow, I feel the fragrance of green clouds. Red silk is strong, light as white jade, try to open the chest, better than trembling and fragrant. The hibiscus loses its new beauty, the lotus flower loses its old makeup, both are comparable, like the fragrance of pink cheeks. That foot is not? Long beard imitates the phoenix, last night on my arm, the fragrance beside my neck. The soup tastes good, sending words out of the palace merchants, and Zhilong's mouth contains a warm sweet fragrance. Not related to the smell of wine, not the fragrance of the lipstick, but when the flowers are unraveled, the fragrance is sent by the wind. Since plucking the rose, I also personally went to the imperial garden, returning hand in hand the fragrance of spring bamboo shoots. The phoenix boots fit perfectly, the stockings remove the light frost, who carved the warm white jade into the soft hook fragrance. Unraveling the belt, the palms become more and more busy, inside the silk skirt, the sole has another fragrance. Coughing with 1,000 flowers wine, the skin is dressed like a lily. Nothing more than looking at the deep water, full of fragrance. The more Su Quan read, the more she blushed. She spat and said, how could the empress of the southern dynasties write such obscene words and songs? Palace maid Shan hurriedly explained, although it is somewhat decadent, I can see that the literary talent of the southern dynasties is not bad. It is not bad. Su Quan nodded. At this time, Palace maid Shan suggested, now that the empress of the southern dynasties is writing lyrics, it is a pity that these manuscripts were copied by common people and are not worthy of the lyrics. Why don't your Highness write one yourself, and the 2 empresses of the north and south wrote it together? Then it can be said to be excellent in both poetry and calligraphy. Stop flattering me, Su Quan scolded with a smile. The empress of the southern dynasties wrote a good poem. How can Ben Gong copy it and it can be called the same? Palace maid Shan snickered and said, your Highness can present the poem you wrote to the emperor. The emperor will definitely be pleased if he knows it is the work of the 2 empresses. Also, Consort Hui who entered the palace these days is extremely beautiful. Your Highness, if you don't pay attention, the emperor's heart will be stolen by other women. Su Quan was finally moved. She wasn't thinking of pleasing Yelu Hongji, she was thinking of pleasing Song Qingshu, who was in the inner room. Serve me brush and ink. Su Quan finally became interested. Palace attendant Shan quickly finished sharpening the brush and ink. She raised the brush and wrote down the 10 fragrances courtyard CI. While she could not be considered a master of calligraphy, her words were still graceful and had a hint of heroism. There was also a hint of charm in the heroism. Palace attendant Shan praised loudly at the side. Su Quan had a sudden impulse. She did not put down the brush and wrote another poem. In the palace, only the Zhao family's dowry is counted. The rain and clouds mislead the king. Only the moon knows the truth. I once saw a swallow fly into the sun. Palace attendant Shan stilled and then reacted. Your Highness' literary talent is much better than that Terry Jian of the southern dynasty. The other's words are vulgar. Your Highness' words are clearly more elegant. There's no need for you to flatter this consort. In terms of literary talent, how could us Khitan people compare to those people from the southern dynasty? However, poetry is only a minor Dao. Fighting on the battlefield is what us Khitan people are good at. Su Quan smiled. As she looked at the poem she had written, a heroic figure appeared in her mind. Your Highness is right. Palace attendant Shan appeared to be enlightened. You can leave first. Su Quan clearly did not have the energy to waste with her here. She could not wait to return to Song Qingshu's embrace. Yes. Palace attendant Shan respectfully retreated. She had just left and closed the door when Su Quan impatiently took the poem she had written and leapt into the arms of Song Qingshu. Song Lang, this is for you. For me? Song Qingshu took it and read it. Unfortunately, he was not a person of the literary world. After reading for a long time, he could not tell if it was good or bad. Speaking of which, I feel that the one written by the Empress of the Song dynasty is more interesting. For men, the poem written by the Empress of the Southern Song dynasty was more interesting. Su Quan immediately pouted. This was written especially for you. Written especially for me? Song Qingshu picked up the poem and read it again. Unfortunately, he was still confused. Looking at his confused expression, Su Quan knew that he didn't understand. She could only explain for him, in the palace, there is only the Zhao family, there is the word Zhao, and there is also the only in this sentence, and the one here. This poem hides your name. Song Qingshu said gloomily, Zhao Wei is obviously not my name. Song Qingshu's name is too conspicuous. I don't dare to hide it directly in this poem. It's easy for others to see through it. Su Quan was equally depressed. I don't care. Anyway, you're Zhao Wei now. Alright. Zhao Wei will be Zhao Wei. Song Qingshu also understood that it was too risky to hide his real name here. If he was not careful, the situation that Su Quan had worked so hard to open up here would go down the drain. In the next few days, Song Qingshu often protected Shen Bijuan during the day and went to find Su Quan in the middle of the night. It could be said that he lived like a god. On this day, Shen Bijuan was chatting with him. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed. He gave Shen Bijuan a look and then stood up respectfully, as if he was a serious actor receiving instructions from his concubine. Shen Bijuan was stunned at first, but when she saw a large group of guards walking in, she suddenly understood. When she saw that the leader was actually Xiao 11th Lang, Shen Bijuan's expression changed. Thinking that the other party was coming for her, she subconsciously took a step back. What do you want? Xiao 11th Lang looked at her deeply. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge against the other party for rejecting him last time. However, in front of so many guards, it was naturally not convenient for him to show anything. He glanced at Shen Bijuan, then suddenly turned his eyes to Song Qingshu. He waved his hand and said sternly, "Take him down." Song Qingshu immediately froze. He had been standing to the side, planning to watch a melodramatic drama. Who knew that Xiao 11th Lang would actually turn his target to him, while he was still in a daze? The surrounding guards had already drawn their blades and surrounded him. Song Qingshu was still able to remain calm, but Shen Bijuan's face had already turned pale. She subconsciously thought that her relationship with him had been exposed. But now, he was her only hope. She hurriedly asked, Xiao 11th Lang, what is the meaning of this? Many of the guards present sized up the two of them in surprise. From her tone, it seemed that the relationship between the two of them was a bit unusual. However, everyone in the palace was shrewd, so no one said anything. Reporting to Your Highness, Zhao Wei is involved in promiscuity in the harem, so he needs to be thrown into prison for investigation, Xiao 11th Lang explained. Promiscuity in the harem? Shen Bijuan's pretty face immediately flushed. She thought he was talking about her and couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry. Nonsense. Xiao 11th Lang saw her expression and knew she had misunderstood. He hesitated and then walked over to tell her in a low voice, someone reported that Zhao Wei has been going in and out of the Empress's palace recently. Ah? Shen Bijuan was instantly dumbfounded. She had never thought that Zhao Wei would have any relationship with the Empress. The two of them spoke softly, but how could it escape Song Qingshu's eyes and ears? He was secretly shocked. How had his relationship with Su Quan been exposed? He knew very well that he had been very careful every time he went to her chambers and had never been discovered by anyone. With his martial arts, if he couldn't even be sure of this, he could buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. At this time, in the royal study, Yelu Hongji was looking with a dark expression at the poetry of Xianxia court in his hand. He naturally recognized this was the Empress notebook. The ambiguous pink words in it were so eye-piercing. The more Yelu Hongji read, the angrier he became. He was so angry that he threw the paper in his hand to the ground and glared at palace maid Shan, who was kneeling on the ground. "Speak, what is going on?" No man could bear the humiliation of being deceived. The more he doted on the empress, the stronger this anger was. Palace maid Shan knelt on the ground and trembled. "I dare not lie to your majesty. Yesterday, Zhao Wei said that Empress Ida ordered him to play the zither. At that time, the empress made 10 pieces of Xianxia courtyard and ordered Zhao Wei to play the zither. From morning to night, the empress looked under the curtain and played the zither with Zhao Wei through the curtain. At night, she ordered the candles to be lit and Zhao Wei to take off his official robes. He wore a green scarf, a gold cloth, a narrow-sleeved purple gown, and black boots with beads. Hearing this, Yelu Hongji's eyes twitched. Clearly, thinking of his wife asking another man to take off her clothes in front of him, he felt as if there was a grassland on his head. Palace maid Shan glanced at him quietly and continued, "The empress wore a purple and gold phoenix gown, an apricot and gold skirt, 100 treasure flower hairpin, and red phoenix flower boots. She ordered Zhao Wei to set up the inner tent again and play the pipa with her. She said it in such detail that even every detail was restored clearly." This made Yelu Hongji feel as if he was there, but no man would want this kind of feeling. Palace attendant Shan did not seem to know that Yelu Hongji was on the verge of exploding. She continued, "The two of them drank with each other, drinking wine and playing the guqin until the courtyard drum was struck 3 times and the servants were ordered to leave the tent. I was on duty at the time and did not hear the sound of guqin or drinking, but laughter. Thus, this servant secretly eavesdropped from outside the tent. I heard the empress say, 'I can make you my husband.' Zhao Wei said in a low voice, 'Your servant may be strong, but I am only a small snake, naturally I cannot defeat the Khan's real dragon.' The empress said, 'Although I am a small fierce snake, I am better than a real lazy dragon.' Like a child crying in his sleep. Yelu Hongji's old face almost turned green. It was as if palace maid Shan was describing a real erotic scene. What, like a child crying in his sleep? It was obviously the sound a woman made when she was extremely happy. Especially the words "really lazy dragon, little fierce snake" and so on, it almost made him go crazy. Palace maid Shan continued to describe the scene of that day. The courtyard drum was struck for the 4th time. The empress ordered me to open the tent and said, "Zhao Wei is drunk and unconscious. Wake him up for me." I called him many times before he woke up, so he got up and said goodbye. The empress gave him a box of gold and silk. Zhao Wei thanked her and left. Drunk? Yelu Hongji gritted his teeth so hard it felt like they were about to shatter. His tone was incomparably cold. Palace attendant Shan continued, "After that day, the empress missed him very much and wrote the 10 fragrances CI for Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei showed off the poem of 10 fragrances in front of the red-crowned crane of the musical house, and the red-crowned crane snatched the poem away. Later, we went to the Prince of Wei in fear and asked him to pass the memorial on our behalf." Yelu Hongji glanced to the side, and Yelu Isan hurriedly said, "When I received the news, I knew that this was a serious matter, so I didn't dare to neglect it, so I reported it to the emperor." Yelu Isan paused, then took out a poem and handed it over. "Your Majesty, this poem was also improvised by her ladyship." Yelu Hongji took it and looked at it. "In the palace, there is only Zhao Jia's dowry. Only a piece of the moon knows the truth. She once spied a swallow flying into the bright sun. Humph, the empress only likes to play around with the Han people all day long." Seeing that he didn't see anything, Yelu Isan had no choice but to point it out for him. Zhao Wei's name is hidden in these few lines of the poem. These words were like the straw that broke the camel's back. Yelu Hongji was completely driven mad. He slammed his hand on the teacup, not even caring that his hand was bleeding. Wasn't Zhao Wei castrated by the imperial household when he entered the palace? How could he still mess around in the harem? Although he was a fatuous ruler, he was not a fool. He quickly thought of the key point. At this time, Yelu Isan calmly replied, according to my investigation, Zhao Wei was indeed sent to the honorific office when he entered the palace, but just as he was about to be castrated, Gao Changming came and took him away. Zhao Wei must have given him a lot of money, so Gao Changming protected him. Where is Gao Changming? Bring him to me. Yelu Hongji had always doted on the empress. At this moment, he even had a glimmer of hope that this was all a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, Yelu Isan shattered his fantasy. When I sent people to capture Gao Changming, I found that he had already committed suicide to escape punishment. The people in the honorific office can testify that he took Zhao Wei away. If Song Qingshu was here, he would naturally know that the Gao Changming they were talking about was the eunuch who had brought him into the palace. At the same time, he was shocked at Yelu Isan's ruthlessness. After all, from the conversation with eunuch Gao, he should also be Yelu Isan's man. He did not expect that he would end up being an abandoned pawn. Yelu Hongji finally erupted. Flog Gao Changming's corpse, grind his bones into ashes. The people on duty in the honorific office who neglected their duties that day will all be executed as a warning to others. Send people to capture Zhao Wei, I want him to be executed by 1,000 cuts. As for Empress Xiao Guanin, throw her into prison. And interrogate by the privy envoy of the North Courtyard, Yelu Isan, and the privy envoy of the North Courtyard, Xianxia. In addition, temporarily remove the Prime Minister of the North Residence, Xiao Pidi, from his official position. The people of the Xiao family are not allowed to leave the residence without my permission, or they will be killed. Yes, Your Majesty. Yelu Isan bowed his head and accepted the decree, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Everything was developing according to his plan, even more smoothly than he had planned. After all, he did not expect Zhao Wei to gain the trust of the empress so quickly. Now that the privy envoy of the North Courtyard, Yelu Renxian, was old and far away at the border, the king of the South Courtyard, Xiao Feng, had fallen from power, and the prime minister of the North Residence, Xiao Pidi, was probably going to be exterminated because of his daughter, Xiao Guanin's case. The entire Liao could be said to be under his control, so how could Yelu Isan not be proud? The only thing he needed to do now was to silence Zhao Wei to prevent him from revealing his relationship with him. Moreover, Xianxia, who was handling the case with him, was one of his own, so it was easy to make the case an ironclad one. Back in Shenbijuan's palace, Song Qingshu still hadn't reacted to this sudden crisis. He was hesitating on whether he should allow them to take him away or resist and escape. After all, different choices meant different plans for the future. However, he was suddenly alarmed. It turned out that one of the guards had suddenly stabbed him in the back with a knife. This time, there was no need to make a choice. Song Qingshu would not have to continue acting as Zhao Wei when danger descended. These people obviously wanted to kill him. If he surrendered, he would be really stupid. The guard who had been waiting for the blood to appear with a hideous smile suddenly realized that he could not move his knife. He looked down and saw that the tip of the knife was pinched lightly by 2 fingers. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it at all. How is this possible? Before he could cry out in alarm, Song Qingshu had already moved. Everyone in the room felt their vision blur, and the originally aggressive imperial bodyguards all fell to the ground one by one. Xiao 11th Lang was originally talking to Shen Bijuan, but the next moment, he found that the guards around Song Qingshu had fallen, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. He could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Although he had not been paying attention to them, it was possible that he had taken care of so many imperial guards in an instant. This person's martial arts were really too terrifying. However, the word fear did not exist in Xiao 11th Lang's dictionary. He was only shocked for a moment, and then the next moment, he pulled out his knife and pounced on Song Qingshu. At this time, Song Qingshu was not in the mood to be entangled with him. Since so many people had come to capture him, it was obvious that Su Quan was in more danger. After forcing Xiao 11th Lang back with a few moves, his figure flashed and disappeared among the many palace walls in the palace. Of course, before he left, he sent a secret voice transmission to Shen Bijuan, telling her not to worry and that he would come back to save her. At this time, Shen Bijuan was still in a deep state of shock. A second ago, she had just seen a group of imperial guards come to capture someone aggressively. The next second, the other party defeated everyone and successfully escaped, including Xiao 11th Lang, who was highly skilled in martial arts. When Xiao 11th Lang came to kidnap her, the guards of the Shen family could be said to be vulnerable in front of him. Who on earth is this person? At this time, Xiao 11th Lang also came to Shen Bijuan's side with a look of shock and fear. His martial arts are actually this high. I don't know. Shen Bijuan shook her head and answered softly. Although she knew that the other party's martial arts were high, she did not expect it to be this high. Although the two of them did not have any relationship, her heart was still filled with joy. Hearing the other party's casual denial, Xiao 11th Lang couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "He entered the palace with you and often goes in and out of your side. How could you not know?" Shen Bijuan's expression turned cold. She said lightly, "If I really knew him, it would be easy for him to save me with his martial arts. Why would I always be manipulated by you?" Xiao 11th Lang started and thought that what she said made sense, so he didn't say anything else. After Song Qingshu charged out, he didn't leave the royal palace. Instead, he headed straight for the empress' bedroom. Since someone had been sent to capture him, it was clear that Su Quan would be in greater danger. By the time he reached the bedroom, he found that it was already empty. There were only some guards standing guard, but there was no sign of Su Quan. From the whispers of the serving girls and eunuchs outside, he learned that the empress had been taken away by the guards. As for where they had taken her, he wasn't sure. Up until now, Song Qingshu was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand how the matter between him and Su Quan had been exposed. It had to be known that he had been extremely careful every time he went in and out of Su Quan's bedroom. No one had discovered him. Could it be that Yelu Isin has made a move? A guess popped up in Song Qingshu's mind, but he couldn't be sure. After hesitating for a while, he decided to go ask Xiao Min first. After all, she had always been well informed, and he lacked information at the moment. He needed to understand the current situation first. He ran out of the palace without stopping and hurried to the secret stronghold of the Ruyang Palace. Xiao Min and Icy Snow were anxiously discussing something. Seeing him return, they couldn't help but let out a great sigh of relief. "Sister Shui, I told you that with his abilities, he wouldn't be in any danger. You still had to worry about him." Xiao Min giggled and pushed Icy Snow beside her. Icy Snow couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just now, who was so anxious like an ant on a hot pan? Why is it all my business now? Sister Shui. Xiao Min scolded lightly. She stole a glance at Song Qingshu, her beautiful face even more alluring. "Do you already know what happened in the palace?" Seeing the expressions of the two women, Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. "The case of the Hui Xian courtyard CI is so explosive. Although the palace has tried its best to suppress this matter, how can such a thing be hidden?" Xiao Min showed a trace of a teasing expression. "Now, all of Shangjing is discussing who the musician, Zhao Wei, is, that person who could seduce the beautiful empress. The news has spread so quickly?" Song Qingshu was astonished. The speed at which the news spread was too fast. If someone said that there was no one behind the scenes adding fuel to the fire, he would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. At the side, Icy Snow revealed an odd expression. "Qingshu, even I have to admit that you're really good at dealing with women. It's only been a few days, it's not what you think." Seeing that Icy Snow was also gossiping, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be speechless. He had no choice but to explain the relationship between Su Quan and him. The twists and turns in the story made the two pairs of beautiful eyes widen. Xiao Min said with emotion, "Even Empress Liao is your woman. My admiration for you is really endless like a surging river." Song Qingshu was speechless. He had told Xiao Min this classic line from a movie in his previous life before, but he didn't expect her to learn it so quickly. "Don't tell me that. One day, even the Empress of our Mongolian Great Khan has a relationship with you too?" Xiao Min sized him up suspiciously. Song Qingshu became more and more depressed. "Don't make me look like a planter, okay?" Xiao Min curled her lips. "I don't care. Anyway, you're not allowed to bring it to Ruyang Mansion. If I find out that you have something going on with my concubines or sisters-in-law one day, I'll castrate you." Song Qingshu only felt a little cold down there. He hurriedly changed the topic. "We've gone too far. What happened in the palace today? Zhao Min stopped smiling and said seriously, I heard that someone in the palace reported to the emperor that the empress had an affair with the musician Zhao Wei. Yelu Hongji was so furious that he killed a large number of people involved in the case, including those who failed to perform their duties in the greeting office. Hearing that eunuch Gao committed suicide to escape punishment, Song Qingshu showed a strange expression. He was clearly Yelu Isen's man. I don't know whether he accepted his death voluntarily or committed suicide. Zhao Min snorted coldly. Thinking back to when Yelu Isen asked you to find a way to get close to the empress, it's clear that he was the mastermind behind all of this. Song Qingshu said with some annoyance, I was really careless. I thought that his plan couldn't be carried out before I took action. I didn't expect that he would directly frame me. It's not really a frame, Zhao Min said with some joy. You do have an affair with the empress. Song Qingshu looked depressed. Can you stop being sarcastic? Who told you to be so obsessed with women in the palace that you forgot your business? Zhao Min snorted coldly. Clearly, she was dissatisfied. Song Qingshu opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't explain. After all, he was indeed careless here. Forget it. If I cause your little lover to die, you will hate me for the rest of your life. Zhao Min suddenly smiled and took the initiative to break the awkwardness in the room. According to the information I received, your little lover is now in the heavenly prison of Yili Courtyard. She is being interrogated by Yelu Isen, the Privy Commissioner of Jibei Courtyard, and Xianxia, the Privy Commissioner of Tongji Courtyard. Although the two of them don't seem to have any relationship, according to the information of the Ruyang mansion, Xianxia should be Yelu Isen's man. Your little lover is in their hands. Even if she is pure, she will probably confess under torture, not to mention having an affair with you. The heavenly prison of Yili by Courtyard? Song Qingshu stood by the window and looked in that direction. I'm really fated with this place. He had saved Xia Qingqing's icy snow and Yelu Qi's Xiao Zhonghui several times. Do you plan to make a move today? Zhao Min came to his side and asked. Yes. Song Qingshu nodded. The longer Su Quan is in their hands, the more dangerous it will be. Well, we will go with you. I just want to confirm a guess in my mind. Zhao Min said thoughtfully. Song Qingshu looked back in confusion. What guess? It's not the time to say it yet. Zhao Min shook her head. Seeing that she was unwilling to say it, Song Qingshu couldn't force her to say it. Then, the three of them began to prepare for the prison break. Originally, he planned to go alone, but Zhao Min and Icy Snow insisted on going together. He hesitated for a while and agreed. After all, both of them were masters. Even if they couldn't help, they could at least protect themselves. The three of them soon arrived at the periphery of Yili Courtyard. Zhao Min frowned and said, I know you're very skilled in martial arts, but are you going to rush in and save them? Song Qingshu raised a small porcelain bottle in his hand. I haven't had the chance to use the grieving wind softener that I obtained from the Western Xia's first-class hall. This time, I can make the disaster come to you. Zhao Min was stunned. Then, she smiled and said, I'm afraid the Western Xia people are going to be in big trouble this time. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's expression changed. He quickly pressed the two women down and said, someone is coming. It's a top master. Zhao Min and Icy Snow hurriedly crouched down. From Song Qingshu's tone, it was obvious that this person wasn't on their side. They saw a middle-aged man in white slowly walking toward Yili by Courtyard's prison with an elegant and calm demeanor. Although he walked very slowly, no one could ignore his imposing manner. The man in white had his hands behind his back and didn't look like he was carrying a weapon. However, Zhao Min and Icy Snow immediately noticed what weapon he was carrying. Even from such a distance, they could sense a penetrating sword aura that sent chills down their spines. This sword aura clearly didn't come from a sword. Instead, it came from the man himself. Shui. Song Qingshu had already recognized the man's identity. He was the Southern Song dynasty's #1 expert, Shui. Why is he here? Asked Zhao Min curiously. Song Qingshu shook his head as he was also curious. Just like that, Shui strolled into the courtyard. At this moment, the guards of Yili Courtyard had already reacted. They drew their swords and surrounded Shui. Unfortunately, there seemed to be an invisible force field around Shui. When these ordinary guards got close to him, their faces turned pale and they had difficulty breathing. They had no choice but to retreat. A few of them didn't believe it and forcefully slashed at Shui. Unfortunately, the surrounding people only saw a blur. In the next moment, these people were already covered in wounds and fell to the ground. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. As a result, the encirclement around him instantly doubled. No one dared to stay within a 3-meter radius of him. The guards could only surround him from afar. As he walked forward, the encirclement gradually retreated. "This person's martial arts are so high," Icy Snow exclaimed. She didn't even see what happened and those guards were already lying on the ground. "He can indeed be ranked among the world's top experts," Song Qingshu praised. Although Icy Snow didn't see it clearly, he did. Shui attacked just now. It was just that his speed was too fast for ordinary people to react in time. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel proud. If he was in Shui's shoes, he probably wouldn't even need to raise his hand. "Why doesn't Prince Wei come out?" Shui suddenly stopped and raised his head towards Ili Bai courtyard. Although it didn't seem like he was shouting at the top of his lungs, his voice clearly spread to every corner of Ili Bai courtyard. It was clear how strong his inner strength was. His voice kept echoing in the courtyard. Shui wasn't in a hurry and just stood there quietly as if waiting for something. Not long after, the gates of the dungeon opened and Yelu Isin walked out, escorted by a group of guards. The man with the mustache next to him is Xianxia, the prefect of the northern courtyard. Zhao Min pointed at a Han official next to Yelu Isin. "These two have gathered together. They must have started to interrogate the empress." Song Qingshu couldn't help but worry about Su Quan's safety. "Don't worry. Interrogating the empress is not a small matter. Usually, several parties need to be present at the same time. Looking at the situation, they should have just started when they were interrupted by Shui's people." Zhao Minhui knew what he was worried about. "I hope so." Song Qingshu nodded and continued to pay attention to the situation. "What business do you have with me?" Yelu Isin frowned slightly as he looked at the scene before him. "Why is Prince Wei asking when you already know the answer?" Shui Yiren said coldly. "First, where is Shen? Family's young lady now. Second, hand over the mandarin duck knife." That night, he wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill Shen Bijuan. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Song Qingshu and had no choice but to temporarily leave. When he went to King Wei's mansion again, he found that Shen Bijuan had already left. Shen Bijuan had always been an important part of Yelu Isin's plan, so her identity was a top secret in the Wei household. Shui's men had interrogated a few of the maids and guards, but none of them knew where she was. He didn't really want to save Shen Bijuan. It was just that it would be a great blow to the imperial family's reputation if the news got out that the future crown princess of the court was in the hands of another man. After the painful experience of the humiliation of Jing Kong, if something similar happened again, it would be a heavy blow to the entire country. At the same time, he had been searching for the mandarin duck knife. From all the information he had, it was likely that both knives were in Yelu Isin's hands. He had planned to go to King Wei's mansion to find him, but Yelu Isin had been busy framing the empress and the prime minister of the northern residence. If he wasn't in the palace, he was at Ili Yard. Shui's men grew impatient and decided to go to Ili Yard to find him. At this time, Song Qingshu and the others also understood the purpose of his visit. Zhao Min couldn't help but smile and said, "You're really lucky. There's actually a super expert who came out to fight for you." Song Qingshu finally revealed a hint of a smile. "I hope he can muddy the waters as much as possible." "How dare you? What do you think this place is? Take him down." Yelu Isin's expression was dark, his expression unfathomable. Zhang Xiaojia, on the side, couldn't restrain himself. He had been provoked in his own territory. If he didn't teach him a good lesson, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? With the order from their superior, the hesitating soldiers outside could only bite the bullet and charge forward. Fortunately, they were in a group this time, so they didn't have to worry about being killed instantly like the unlucky fellows before them. Shui's martial arts were high, but he wasn't a simple-minded brute. He naturally didn't have the time to waste on these small fries. He suddenly moved, and the spears that were stabbing at him were all broken. Before anyone could react, he had already passed the encirclement of the soldiers like a rock spreading its wings, charging directly at Yelu Isin in the distance. Everyone understood the principle of capturing the ringleader first. Protect King Wei. Protect King Wei. Xianxia was shocked. He hurriedly called for the guards beside him to charge forward while he took a few steps back. However, he and Yelu Isin were both high-ranking officials of the imperial court, and the guards around them weren't for nothing. They all orderly stood in front of the two. First, a group of shield-bearers stepped in front of the two. Then, the archers knocked their arrows, and in one go, dozens of arrows shot towards Shui in midair. Unfortunately, Shui's movement technique was too ingenious. He left several afterimages in midair, and his entire body was like a graceful swan. The arrows couldn't hit him at all. In just a short while, Shui had closed the distance between the two sides. The shield-bearers at the front all shouted, raising their shields and charging forward. Shui frowned. This thing couldn't be avoided, so he could only block one of the shields with his palm. Just as he was about to use the inner force in his palm to send the opponent flying to create an opening, suddenly, dozens of spears shot out from the gap between the shields, as if they could poke him into a hornet's nest in an instant. However, Shui was from the army after all, so how could he not be on guard against the military's methods? He instantly shot up into the sky and dodged the enemy's fatal attack. After that, everyone saw a brilliant sword light flash in midair. When everyone recovered from their shock, they discovered that the shields in the hands of the 3 layers of defense had been shattered into pieces, and the guards had fallen to the ground. As expected of the bloody-robed man who killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even with Song Qingshu's picky eyes, he couldn't help but admire the beauty of Shui's sword just now. Zhao Min stared closely at Yelu Isin. Seeing his slightly panicked expression, she couldn't help but look a little confused. Did I guess wrong? The heavily armed heavy infantryman, who looked overbearing just a second ago, fell miserably to the ground in the next second. It was obvious that they had no energy left to fight. In fact, this kind of heavy infantryman was a powerful weapon against martial arts masters. Ordinary masters who were surrounded by the shield formation would be pierced into a hornet's nest. It was a pity that their opponent this time was not an ordinary martial arts master, but one of the best swordsmen in the world. In addition, the opponent was originally from the army, so he was quite familiar with the formations of the army, so he was defeated so quickly. Now, most of the main soldiers in front of Yelu Isin and Xianxia had fallen, leaving only a few personal guards in front of them, trembling with fear. The reason for this predicament was that they had come to Ili Courtyard to investigate a case, so the guards were naturally in charge of the Ili Courtyard. Therefore, they did not bring many personal guards. Otherwise, although the Wei Mansion did not have as many top masters as the Ruyang Mansion, it was still worthy of a cloud of masters. Although Shui Isin was a little crazy with his swordsmanship, he was not a fool. On the surface, it seemed that he had directly charged into the Ili Courtyard's prison, but in fact, he had done some investigation and found that this was the time when the guards around Yelu Isin were at their weakest. Seeing the opponent walking towards him step by step, Xianxia was so scared that his legs trembled. Especially when he saw the beads of blood dripping from the opponent's sword, he almost fainted. Shui Isin sneered and stabbed his sword at Yelu Isin. He knew that this was the territory of the Khitans, so it was not suitable for a long battle. Otherwise, when more and more soldiers came, he did not want to be surrounded. The nearly 10 guards around Yelu Isin were famous figures in the martial arts world of Xianxia. Unfortunately, they had encountered Shui Isin, and a man in a blood-red robe, famous for his murderous aura. Before they even started fighting, they were suppressed by the murderous aura of the other party and found it difficult to breathe. They could not even use half of their martial arts. Then, they saw a flash of red sword light, and this was the last thing they saw in this world. Seeing that he was about to subdue Yelu Isin, the corners of Shui Isin's mouth rose slightly, and his expression finally eased a little. But before his smile could fully appear, his expression suddenly changed. He turned his sword back and flicked it, knocking back a flying saber. Audacious thief, how dare you behave atrociously in the Ili courtyard? The newcomer was tall and burly, emitting a hint of wild charm from head to toe. It was Xiao 11th Lang, who had taken over as the inspector of the front palace. He had originally come to announce the imperial edict, but he did not expect to see Shui committing the crime. Upon seeing Xiao 11 Lang, Zhao Min nudged Song Qingshu, who was beside her, and teased, "This person looks more manly than a pretty boy like you." Song Qingshu didn't take it to heart and replied indifferently, "I rely on my talent and inner qualities, not my face to make a living." "Shameless!" Zhao Min scolded jokingly. Icy Snow, who was at the side, nodded in agreement and continued watching. At this moment, Shui also saw the appearance of the person who had come. He could not help but laugh coldly. "Xiao 11th Lang? Just in time to settle the debt of kidnapping young Miss Shen before I leave." He had stayed in Shengjing City for a long time and had already found out who had kidnapped Shen Bijuan. Although he now planned to kill Shen Bijuan to avoid the humiliation of the imperial family, he hated the instigator of the incident even more. Therefore, he had already made preparations in his heart to kill Yalu Isan after finding out the whereabouts of the Mandarin duck saber. As for the fact that killing an important official of Liao would cause the relationship between Song and Liao to deteriorate, he did not care at all. After all, Liao was no longer what it used to be, and the two countries were not even bordering each other. Liao could not retaliate even if it wanted to. The only thing that could affect it was the joint attack on the Jin kingdom. However, the northern expedition was Han Xingzhou's matter. He was born in the Shui family and had always been on the same side as the Jia family, so he did not want to see Han Xingzhou succeed in this northern expedition. However, with such a huge ruckus in Liao, he would inevitably face impeachment from Han Xingzhou's camp when he returned. If he could solve the case of the kidnapper of the crown princess, not only would he not be punished, but he would also be meritorious. Naturally, he would not have to worry about the aftermath. Therefore, the gaze he used to look at Xiao 11 Lang instantly became fiery, causing the other party to feel a chill. Xiao 11 Lang only thought that it was because the other party's murderous aura was too strong, so he did not think too much about it. He directly brandished his saber and pounced over. He was very confident in his saber techniques. In the whole of Liao, apart from Xiao Feng and his son, as well as the mysterious great secret agent Suyin, he did not take anyone else seriously. Moreover, even if he were to go up against these three people, he did not think that he would lose. If he was given another 10 years to grow, he even thought that he could become the #1 expert in Liao. A sabersman should have a disdainful aura in his bones. Only then would he be able to reach the highest realm of saber techniques. However, during this period of time, his indomitable momentum had been somewhat reduced, because he had encountered two mysterious people twice in a row. The first time was the mysterious person he had met on the street that night. The two of them had exchanged dozens of blows, and he felt that the other party had not used his full strength at all and was just toying with him. The second time was when he had tried to capture Zhao Wei in the palace previously. The other party had actually left calmly under his nose, which was really a big blow to him. Thinking of these two things, Xiao 11th Lang's indomitable momentum suddenly paused, and there was a flaw in his perfect saber intent. If he had been up against an ordinary expert, it would not have been a problem. However, what kind of person was Shui? He had instantly caught that fleeting flaw. Everyone only felt that their vision had turned red, and it was as if a bright blood-colored flower had bloomed in the field. Only Song Qingshu realized that it was the sword aura released by Shui's bloodstained sword. At that moment, the sword aura was so dazzling that there were only a few people present who could open their eyes. Everyone only heard the clanging sound of the tip of the saber clashing. When the blood faded and everyone opened their eyes, they saw that Xiao 11th Lang was already half kneeling on the ground. There were more than 10 bloody holes all over his body, and his clothes were already in tatters. If it were not for the saber in his hand that was inserted into the ground to support most of his weight, he would probably have already fallen to the ground by now. The guards present were in an uproar. One must know that Xiao 11th Lang was a famous expert in the capital city, and he could be considered invincible in the army. No one expected that he would actually be defeated in an instant, and so badly at that. He actually survived my ultimate move. Shui let out a cry of surprise, but there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Only Song Qingshu understood that the current Xiao 11th Lang was not the Xiao 11th Lang in the original work who had comprehended becoming one with the saber. It was normal for him to be unable to defeat Shui. However, he had not expected that he would be defeated so easily. After all, he had exchanged blows with Xiao 11th Lang before and knew Xiao 11th Lang's martial arts. No matter what, it would take at least 180 moves to determine the victor. Why did he suddenly hesitate in that saber strike just now? Song Qingshu was very puzzled. How could he know that the other party's confidence had suffered a setback because he had exchanged blows with him twice in a row? As a result, his combat prowess had dropped by at least 30%. It must be known that confidence was very important for an expert who used the saber. However, he did not have the time to care about this now. Instead, he said to the two girls beside him, "You two keep watch over here. I'll take this opportunity to go in and save Su Quan." "All right." Icy Snow nodded. Zhao Min, who was at the side, seemed not to have heard anything and stared at a certain person in the field thoughtfully. Song Qingshu took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on Shui Yi's men outside to sneak into the heavenly prison of Yili Courtyard. Most of the guards in the heavenly prison had been drawn out, leaving only a small number of soldiers. Song Qingshu could easily avoid them, and those that he couldn't avoid were knocked out. This wasn't the first time he came to the heavenly prison. Song Qingshu didn't go to the west wing where the ordinary prisoners were locked up, but he easily found the east wing where the important people of the imperial court were locked up. He heard Su Quan's charming figure from afar and thought that something had happened to her. He hurried over, and when he saw the situation inside, he couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Su Quan was using the celestial music soul-seizing technique on a prison guard. Looking at the confused look in the prison guard's eyes, he had most likely fallen for the technique. Song Qingshu directly knocked out the prison guard, and with a wave of his sword qi, he cut off the shackles of the cell. He waved at Su Quan, "Come out quickly." Su Quan realized that there was a strong enemy outside. With her personality, she would not sit still and wait for death. She was concentrating on using her charm technique to confuse the jailer and take the opportunity to escape. However, she was shocked by the sudden change. When she saw the other party's face, her worry turned to joy. She immediately threw herself into his arms, and her voice trembled, "Qingshu, I thought I would never see you again." Previously, when she was resting in the palace, the guard suddenly barged in and brought her to the heavenly prison. Just a moment ago, she was the high and mighty empress, and in the next moment, she was beaten down to the ground. Su Quan was extremely terrified, thinking that her identity had been exposed. She couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. She had been forcing herself to hold on, and now that she saw Song Qingshu, she finally revealed a woman's weakness. "All right, it's all right. I'm here to save you now." Song Qingshu patted her shoulder, and felt the delicate body in his arms tremble slightly. He felt that the usually strong Su Quan was probably scared out of her wits this time. "I'm sorry. Originally, I wanted to use Liao's identity as Empress to help you. Who knew that my identity would be exposed, causing all my efforts to go to waste?" Su Quan couldn't help but feel sorrowful when she thought of all her years of hard work going to waste. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her, "Don't worry, this time it's not your fault, it's Yelu Isen's conspiracy." He hurriedly explained the whole thing, then pulled her out. "We'll talk about the details later, let's take this opportunity to get out." With his arm around Su Quan's waist, Song Qingshu quickly rushed out of the prison and found that it was a mess outside. Yelu Isen was nowhere to be seen, and even Shui was nowhere to be found. When they finally found Icy Snow, they realized that Zhao Min wasn't around either. Song Qingshu asked curiously, "Where's Miss Zhao?" Icy Snow was originally anxious, but when she saw him coming out safely, she heaved a sigh of relief and answered, "Shui Yi's men kidnapped Yelu Isen just now. From their conversation, it seems like they're going to get some Mandarin duck saber. Miss Zhao went after them and asked me to wait for you here." At this time, when she saw Su Quan in his arms, a strange look flashed across Icy Snow's eyes. She thought that this was the famous Empress of Liao. She was indeed peerlessly beautiful. "Hello, Miss Su." "Greetings, Sister Icy Snow." Su Quan also bowed in return. Icy Snow's jade-like body also amazed her. She sighed inwardly that even the women around her lover were so outstanding, putting a lot of pressure on her. When she was hanging out with Song Qingshu, she naturally knew of their existence in the capital city. Now that she heard that Miss Zhao wasn't around, it was obvious that this person was Icy Snow. In just a short moment, dozens of thoughts flashed through the minds of the two women. However, Song Qingshu frowned and said, it's too reckless for her to go after them alone. Although Zhao Min's martial arts were not bad, it was nothing in front of Shui Yi's men. Icy Snow suddenly remembered something and said hurriedly, Miss Zhao said that she will leave a mark along the way and asked you to follow her after you come out. Song Qingshu was relieved. Zhao Min was indeed not an impulsive and reckless person. She had already prepared a way out, then let's go quickly. He was worried that something might happen to Zhao Min. Without asking for their opinion, he directly hugged one in each hand and chased after the direction that Zhao Min left. On the other hand, Icy Snow was famous for being a good woman. Especially since she was now wearing the identity of Lady Hu, she was not used to being so intimate with Song Qingshu in front of other women. Icy Snow opened her mouth and noticed the worry between Song Qingshu's brows. In the end, she didn't say anything. Let's talk about it after we find Miss Zhao. I must find a chance to tell Qingshu not to do this to me in front of others in the future. She was this kind. Even if she felt a little uncomfortable, she would still consider the safety of others first. At this moment, Song Qingshu didn't have the time to pay attention to the thoughts of the women around him. He was more worried that he couldn't find Zhao Min. However, he soon relaxed. In the beginning, there was actually no need for him to look for the mark that Zhao Min left behind. He just needed to follow the soldiers on the street. After all, the Khitans would naturally chase after the Prince of Wei who was kidnapped. After chasing for a while, Su Quan couldn't help but say in astonishment, this Miss Zhao's Qinggong is really good. She had heard a little about Shui Yi's martial arts. Although he was carrying a person, even Liao's cavalry couldn't catch up with him. However, Zhao Min didn't lose him at all. This Qinggong made her sigh in admiration. Song Qingshu naturally knew the reason. If it was in the past, Zhao Min might not be able to keep up with Shui Yi. However, not long ago, he had taught her the Qinggong of treading on sand without a trace. Zhao Min was naturally talented, so she could get twice the result with half the effort when practicing Qinggong. Now, her Qinggong was considered top-notch in the martial arts world. After chasing for a while, he realized that the Khitan soldiers seemed to have lost their direction and started to split up to search. Song Qingshu had no choice but to stop and start to look for the mark that Zhao Min left behind. Fortunately, it didn't take long before he found the agreed mark on a tree. However, it didn't seem to be running out of the city, but back into the city. Song Qingshu instantly felt relieved. No matter how good Shui Yi's Qinggong was, he couldn't outrun the elite cavalry of the Khitan in the wild with a person. He could only make use of the complicated environment and terrain of Shengjing to shake off the pursuers and prevent the cavalry from using their sprinting speed. Following the marks left behind by Zhao Min all the way, Song Qingshu made 7 or 8 detours very quickly. Song Qingshu's Qinggong was very good. Not long after, he could vaguely see Zhao Min's silhouette in front of him. Zhao Min was lying on a tree, looking at a remote courtyard not far away. The arrival of Song Qingshu and the others gave her a fright. When she saw them clearly, she let out a sigh of relief. Shoo, they just entered the courtyard. I didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. Although Shui had left first, he had to shake off the pursuers with a person, so he wasted a lot of time. As a result, he arrived at about the same time as Song Qingshu, who had followed the mark. Is this the secret stronghold of the Imperial City Department? Song Qingshu asked curiously when he saw how remote this place was. Zhao Min shook her head. I don't think so. I know most of the strongholds of the Imperial City Department. This seems to be Yelu Isen's territory. I saw Yelu Isen giving directions to Shui Yi along the way. Are they really here for the Mandarin Duck Saber? Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh at Shui Yi's bravery. He actually dared to follow Yelu Isen's directions. Wasn't he afraid of an ambush? However, Shui Yi was so arrogant and conceited that he probably didn't care about any ambush. Let's go take a look. Song Qingshu sneaked into the courtyard with the 3 women. With his aura covering them, they didn't have to worry about being discovered by the people in the house. They sneaked into the courtyard. The entire place seemed to be abandoned. There were no servants or maids, so they were not discovered. When they came to a corner, they held their breaths and looked inside. Shuiren let go of Yeluisen and said coldly, "I found the place you mentioned. Where are the Mandarin duck sabers? If you can't find them, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll find them for you now." Yeluisen's tone was a little gloomy. Clearly, he was the number one person in the imperial court not long ago. Anyone would be in a bad mood now that he was a prisoner. As he spoke, he began to fiddle with the bed board. It turned out that there was a secret compartment under the bed board. Shuiren was not worried that his opponent would do anything strange. At such a close distance, he was confident that he could slit his opponent's throat with one strike. After fiddling for a long time, Yeluisen finally took out a long box from the secret compartment. As he spoke, he handed it to Shuiren. "This is the Mandarin duck saber." Shuiren took a step back and raised his sword. He said coldly, "Stand there and don't move. Open the box first." Although he was immersed in swordsmanship, he was not a fool. He knew that there were some traps in the pugilistic world that could trick martial arts experts, such as the torrential pear blossom needle. He was worried that the other party had something similar in the box. At such a close distance, he was not confident that he could dodge it. Yeluisen was obedient. He did not take the opportunity to rush over. Instead, he opened the box obediently. There were indeed two shining sabers inside. Mandarin duck sabers. Shuiren's eyes revealed a hint of joy. At this moment, Icy Snow, who was outside the window, also saw the sabers in the box. One of them was the cold moon saber that she had lost. But soon, a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. This saber, Shuiren waved his hand and sucked the wooden box over. He took out the two sabers and was still in disbelief. "I actually obtained the legendary Mandarin duck sabers?" However, he was also doubtful. No matter how sharp these two sabers were, they were at most like the heavenly sword and the dragon saber. How could they be invincible in the world? He carefully examined the sabers in his hand to see if there were any secrets on them. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. A saber suddenly appeared in Yeluisen's hand. The scabbard was black, the hilt was curved, and the blade was green. It was as green as the distant mountains, as green as the trees in spring, and as green as the lake in the eyes of lovers. The green saber light was curved. At first, it looked like a crescent moon. Suddenly, it turned into a rainbow. Even though it was not unsheathed, it exuded a threatening killing intent. Full moon scimitar? Although Song Qingshu had never seen the real full moon scimitar, he was certain that the one in Yeluisen's hand was the real one. At first glance, there was nothing special about the crescent blade, but when Yeluisen unsheathed it, there was a strange demonic aura that made people dizzy and confused. Song Qingshu could see him draw his saber, but in the eyes of the three girls, it was a very fast move. What an evil slash! This blade already had the power to shake the heavens and split the earth, the invincible full moon scimitar, the devil's scimitar that frightened the world, the divine scimitar that shook the world, a scimitar that shocked the world. There was suddenly light in the somewhat dark room. Moonlight, a full moon. Even though Shui had always been cautious, he was still overwhelmed by joy when he obtained the Mandarin duck sabers, causing him to let his guard down a little. By the time he noticed the saber light, it was already too late. In his haste, he did not have time to draw his sword. He could only use the two Mandarin duck sabers in his hands to meet the attack. Soon, there was a crisp sound in the room. When the moonlight in the room faded, Shuiisen retreated to the wall with a pale face. There was a hideous wound on his chest. The wound was so deep that bone could be seen. Clearly, he had been seriously injured. Yeluisen did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in place and sighed. As expected of the Shuiisen who shakes the world. When the divine scimitar is drawn, those who face it must die. I'm afraid you are the first person who can take the divine scimitar head-on and not die. Shuiisen looked at the broken half of the saber in his hand. How could he not know that he had been tricked? He said hatefully, "The one in your hand is the real Mandarin duck saber?" "That's right." Yeluisen no longer had any of his previous fear and humility. His face was full of pride. My painstaking efforts were not in vain. This Mandarin duck saber has finally fallen into my hands. The women outside the window were also shocked. Although they had guessed that there was something wrong with Yeluisen, they did not know that his martial arts were this high. They had seen Shui Yisan's martial arts, but he had been seriously injured by a single slash. That slash just now was too demonic. It made their souls tremble, and they felt like they could not muster the courage to resist. Only Song Qingshu had seen it clearly. That slash was indeed very demonic. With his current cultivation, if he had been unprepared, there was a high chance that he would have been seriously injured. That slash seemed to have touched the threshold of the rules, and it seemed to have transcended the martial arts of the mortal world. Of course, from Song Qingshu's point of view, Yellow Yisan's martial arts were actually about the same as Shui Yisan's. Even if it was slightly higher, there would not be a difference in level. The main reason why Shui Yisan had lost so quickly and so miserably was that he had been ambushed while he was unprepared. Being able to survive such a demonic slash in such a hurry was enough to show Shui Yisan's cultivation. Divine Blade Slash. Shui Yisan silently recited the move that had injured him. Suddenly, his expression changed. Could it be the Divine Blade Slash that the leader of the Ming dynasty used hundreds of years ago? Yellow Yisan looked at him in surprise. This happened hundreds of years ago. Even many people in the Ming dynasty don't know about it. I didn't expect you to know about it. In the exchange of blows just now, although he had broken the fake Mandarin duck saber in his opponent's hand and severely injured him, Shui had still picked up his sword again in that instant. No one could ignore a bloody-robed man with a sword in his hand, even if he was heavily injured. Therefore, Yellow Yisan did not mind talking to him for a while. His opponent now had such a big wound on his body. As time passed, his blood would take away more and more of his strength. Everyone knows that the secret of the Mandarin duck saber is invincible in the world, but no one knows how to use it to become invincible in the world. Yellow Yisan caressed the full moon scimitar in his hand. Song Qingshu and Icy Snow, who were outside the window, quickly recognized that the demonic full moon scimitar was a combination of the cold moon saber and another smaller saber. It must be the deer cutter that the Shen family lost. People only know about the heaven and earth great shift and the sacred fire insignia of the Ming dynasty, but they don't know that there was another treasure that was above them hundreds of years ago. Yellow Yisan caressed the full moon saber in his hand as if he was caressing the body of his lover. That is the invincible Divine Blade Slash. Whether it was Song Qingshu or Zhao Min and the other women, none of them knew about this secret. They looked at each other and decided to observe the situation first. Yellow Yisan seemed to be interested and began to explain. In those days, the hierarch of the Ming dynasty used the full moon scimitar and the divine blade cut to dominate the martial arts world. However, this scimitar seemed to have a demonic nature that could affect the mind of the person holding it, causing the hierarch of the Ming dynasty to be possessed by the devil. Therefore, rumors began to spread in the martial arts world that although the devil cult's martial arts began to improve rapidly, its foundation was not stable and it was easy to be possessed by the devil. The hierarch of the Ming dynasty was also very worried about this. Later, for some reason, the male scimitar was accidentally lost. Without the male scimitar, the power of the divine blade cut was greatly reduced. Later, the hierarch of the Ming dynasty had no choice but to learn the heaven and earth grand shift and sealed the scimitar together with the divine blade cut. Decades later, those old people passed away and the new generation of the Ming dynasty didn't even know the name of the scimitar. All that was left were some memories of the past. Because the full moon scimitar was a male and a female, it was gradually called the Mandarin duck scimitar. The secret of invincibility in the Mandarin duck scimitar also came from the Ming dynasty. However, few people actually know what the Mandarin duck scimitar is. Speaking of the past, Yellow Yisan also sighed. Since it is an item of the Ming dynasty, why did the Mandarin duck scimitar fall into the hands of the Shen family of Shanin? For some reason, Shui Yisan's wounds were still bleeding, but he still cared about these questions. Yellow Yisan looked at him in surprise, but as time went by, Shui Yisan's strength would become weaker and weaker. He didn't mind wasting some time. First of all, it was not the Mandarin duck scimitar that fell into the hands of the Shen family, but the female scimitar fell into the hands of the Shen family. At that time, the Ming dynasty lost the male scimitar. Although it was impossible to recreate the glory of the divine blade cut, the hierarch still passed down the remaining female scimitar generation after generation. However, after the Ming dynasty hierarch Fang La rebelled and was suppressed by Huang Shang, the female scimitar was passed down to the next hierarch Xianxia. Xianxia took the remnants of the Ming dynasty to Dongting Lake, but was killed by Song General Kong Yanzhou. The female scimitar fell into the hands of the successor Yang Yao, and when Yufei defeated Yang Yao, the female scimitar fell into the hands of the dynasty. The female scimitar was passed down to the scimitar and the clan Qing dynasty Yang family. Yelu Isan slowly recounted this secret. Song Qingshu, who was listening outside the window, nodded inwardly. This was not much different from the information he had received before. Shui Erin to be. Shui. Yun sect Shui family Jair, family Shilin. Yes. Yelu Iran didn't deny it. I searched for a long time and finally found the whereabouts of the female scimitar. Of course, I wouldn't let it go. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to the plots in your court that my people could get it so easily. Shui Erin knew that he was telling the truth. If it weren't for the open and secret struggle between Prince Yi and the Crown Prince, Liao wouldn't have been able to go so deep into the hinterland to kidnap the Crown Princess. Hasn't the male scimitar of the Mandarin duck scimitar been missing for a long time? Where did you find it? Shui Erin asked curiously. Speaking of the whereabouts of the male scimitar, I have to thank one person. Yelu Iran's tone was full of the smile of a victor. Clearly, he wasn't really thanking that person. The male scimitar is suspected to have fallen into the hands of Yuan Chonghuan. Yuan Chonghuan was killed by Chongzhan and the male scimitar fell into the hands of the Ming dynasty. Later, Li Zicheng conquered Beijing and the male scimitar naturally fell into his hands. However, he didn't know the secret of the Mandarin duck scimitar and thought it was just an ordinary scimitar. So, he casually gave it to the head of the 4 guards, Flying Fox. Icy Snow, who was outside the window, hurriedly covered her mouth, worried that the people inside would hear. She didn't expect that her late husband's Cold Moon scimitar was one of the famous Mandarin duck scimitars. Later, Flying Fox passed the scimitar to his son, Liaodong swordsman Hu Yidao. After Hu Yidao died in the battle with Miao Renfeng, the scimitar disappeared and only reappeared recently. Yelu Iran said. Shui Eran's heart skipped a beat. Is it the one that Hu Yidao's widow was carrying? As a secret agent of the Imperial City Department, he naturally knew everything that happened in Shengjing. That's right. Yelu Iran chuckled. At first, I was worried that someone was deliberately using the scimitar to lure the snake out of its hole, so I didn't dare to make a move. I could only ask the Xianxia people to help me test the waters. As expected, Xiao Ban was lured out. Outside the window, Song Qingshu and Zhao Men looked at each other and saw the sudden realization in each other's eyes. They connected the dots and realized that Yelu Isan was the one behind all this. Shui Eran suddenly asked a key question. How did you know the secret of the Mandarin duck scimitar, and how did you learn the divine scimitar slash? Yelu Iran stroked his beard proudly. There are very few secrets of the various sects in this world and secret martial arts manuals that I don't know. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. This Yelu Isan's tone is somewhat similar to someone in my memory. At this moment, Shui Eran suddenly attacked with his sword. A dazzling blood-red light bloomed in the room. This was the power of the blood-red man's swordsmanship. Yelu Iran was shocked. He didn't expect that Shui Eran would still have the strength to fight back after bleeding for so long. The brilliance of the other's sword was too dazzling. It could be said that it was the culmination of a lifetime's worth of martial arts. Yelu Iran didn't dare to face it head-on and could only temporarily retreat to defend himself. Shui Eran had been waiting for this opportunity. He took the opportunity to break open the window and ran out. In a few leaps, he disappeared from the courtyard. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. Shui Eran had deliberately chatted with Yelu Iran in order to secretly accumulate power. This must be the Shui family's secret technique. However, the price must be great. After this, Shui Eran would probably never be able to return to his peak. Watching his figure disappear, Yelu Iran sneered. Do you think you can escape? The other party was seriously injured and had burned his blood essence to worsen his injuries. How could he outrun Yelu Iran in his peak condition? However, just as he reached the window, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly turned his head. He was shocked to find a man and 3 women in the room. His expression changed drastically. Song Qingshu. Before Song Qingshu could answer, Zhao Men, who was at the side, smiled and said, as expected, you know him. It seems that my guess was correct. Long time no see, Physician Ping. Oh, no, you should be called Morong Jingyue. Icy Snow was shocked and furious. You're Morong Jingyue? She had finally found the enemy who killed her husband. How could she not feel mixed feelings? Su Quan looked at him doubtfully. It should be known that she had fought wits and courage with this powerful official as Xiao Guanyin. She didn't expect him to have another identity. Song Qingshu revealed an as expected expression. In fact, he had long suspected Yelu Iran's identity. After hearing the other party's words, he finally confirmed it. Yelu Isan stared at everyone coldly. To be honest, he had always been a little afraid of Song Qingshu. After all, a person's reputation was like the shadow of a tree. Moreover, he had fought with Song Qingshu before and knew that Song Qingshu's martial arts skills were really rare. However, now that he had learned the divine blade slash and had severely injured the super expert Shuiren with a single slash, he was bursting with confidence and no longer took Song Qingshu seriously. So what if I am? Yelu Isan glanced at Icy Snow greedily. I've long been interested in the beautiful widow, Hui Dao. However, it was inconvenient for me to make a move previously for the sake of the great cause, so I could only endure it. Now that the dust has settled, I don't have to suppress it anymore. Killing her husband and taking his wife is the happiest thing in the world. Icy Snow trembled with anger. Big brother, who was really killed by you? Initially, Black Spirit Ice wanted Hui Dao and Miao Renfeng to perish together, but unfortunately, only one died. Yelu Isan shook his head as if he was regretful. If I had known that Hui Dao and Miao Renfeng's wives are both great beauties, I would have done it myself instead of relying on Tian Guinong. Shameless! Icy Snow was trembling with anger, but she did not lose her mind. Her opponent's bewitching slash just now made her wary. She knew that not only would she not be able to take revenge, but she would also be easily controlled by him. Yelu Isan shifted his gaze to Zhao Min next to him. Princess, you're here too. Why? Are you here for the antidote of the 3-corpse brain pill? Don't worry, as long as you serve me well, I'll give you the antidote. Zhao Min said coldly, don't worry, I'll tear you into pieces. Really? Yelu Isan snorted. When he saw Su Quan next to him, he could not help but look surprised. The Empress is here too. Yelu Isan, I've learned of your plot. Just wait for your family to be exterminated. Su Quan was still using Xiao Guanyi's appearance, so she was using Xiao Guanyi's tone to speak. Your Highness can't even protect yourself right now, so why are you still putting on airs as an empress? Yelu Isan snorted. Do you think Yelu Hongji will believe you? Right now, he's in a state of extreme anger from being cuckolded. He probably won't even see you. Speaking of this, Yelu Isan suddenly looked at Song Qingshu with admiration. Sometimes I have to admire you for being able to get involved with so many famous beauties and chivalrous women in Jianghu. Now even the Empress of Great Liao can't escape from your clutches. Tut, 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 your luck with women is really enviable. Devil's Claw? Song Qingshu was speechless. Devil your sister's claw. Hearing his words, Yelu Isan's face was filled with anger. Humph, but that's all in the past. I'll gladly accept your female confidants. As soon as he said this, Zhao Min and the other 2 women blushed, obviously embarrassed and angry at the same time. Song Qingshu looked at him strangely. I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. Do you think you're invincible just because you've learned the divine knife slash from hundreds of years ago? Yelu Isan laughed loudly. My martial arts are already good enough to be arrogant in Jianghu. Now that I've learned the divine knife slash, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Song, I know your martial arts are good, but today you're destined to die under the full moon scimitar. Song Qingshu shook his head and sighed. From what you've said before, this knife is a demonic knife. It has a strange demonic nature that can easily affect its owner's mind. I didn't think much of it at first, but seeing how arrogant you are now, it seems that the rumors are true. Yelu Isan's expression changed slightly. Clearly, he had also realized the same problem when he heard the other party's reminder. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. Humph, with the divine knife in hand, I'm invincible. So what if I'm a little arrogant? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Even with the divine knife in hand, some people are destined to never become the god of knives. Then you can try. Yellow Isin sneered, and the unique dragon roar of a divine weapon rang out in the room. The scimitar in his hand was like an antelope's horn as it slashed towards Song Qingshu. Zhao Min and the other women could only see the full moon rise in the room again. They couldn't see anything else and could only be anxious but unable to help. Song Qingshu, however, had a different feeling. The moment the other party slashed at him, the surrounding air seemed to become sticky. He wanted to move, but found that his body felt like it had sunk into a swamp. To move, he had to use 10 times his usual strength. In a battle between experts, there was only a sliver of difference. This moment of delay was enough for the other party to kill you more than 10 times. No wonder the leader of the Ming dynasty could dominate the martial arts world with the divine knife slash. This martial art has indeed touched the threshold of space. At this moment, Song Qingshu was still in the mood to comment on the other party's knife technique. However, the next moment, the demonic knife light had already slashed to the end, cutting him in half. However, Yellow Isin didn't feel happy at all. Because the feeling of the knife just now made him understand that he hadn't hit the other party's real body, but only an afterimage. The knife in his hand didn't stop and directly swung back from the bottom. This was the advantage of the full moon scimitar. It could draw circles even more than Zhang Sanfeng's Taiji fist. With a crisp ding sound, the tip of the saber chopped the sword qi that was stabbing towards the back of his neck. The saber and the sword collided, and the dispersed sword qi shattered the mask on his face, revealing Morong Jingyue's original appearance. Morong Jingyue's heart sank. The attack just now had shattered his final fantasy. He had fought head-on, but he hadn't been able to dispel the other party's sword qi. Obviously, the other party's skills were above his. However, he didn't have time to care about anything else. Seeing Song Qingshu's gradually appearing figure, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide in shock. How is this possible? How did you suddenly appear behind me? Just now, he had firmly locked onto the other party, but the moment the knife was about to hit the other party's aura suddenly disappeared. He kept his eyes wide open, but the other party's clothes didn't even move. How could he directly appear behind him? Song Qingshu shook his head. The divine knife slash has indeed touched the threshold of space. Unfortunately, the person using the knife is still a person in the painting, unable to jump out of the box of space. Just now, when he executed Imminent Chasm, he wasn't in this space, so the divine knife slash naturally couldn't restrain him. Morong Jingyue's face suddenly flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. The crescent moon scimitar in his hand split into a male and female scimitar and shot towards Icy Snow and Su Quan in a strange arc. The speed of the scimitar wasn't inferior to the divine scimitar chop. Song Qingshu's expression finally changed. Although Icy Snow and Su Quan's martial arts weren't weak, they most likely couldn't withstand this bewitching and demonic knife. How could he sit still when he imagined the scene of the other party dying? He instantly executed Imminent Chasm twice to strike down the male and female knives. However, Morong Jingyue took advantage of this opportunity and arrived at Zhao Min's side. Zhao Min hastily counterattacked, but it was a pity that Morong Jingyue's martial arts had already advanced by leaps and bounds. In an instant, Morong Jingyue had seized the vital point on her neck. Song, you still lost in the end. With the hostage in hand, Morong Jingyue regained his confidence. Zhao Min was also unyielding. When she saw that she was restrained, she directly stabbed her only son with her sword. She planned to use moves like Living with Heaven and Earth and Jade-Shattering Kuan Gang to perish together with the opponent. However, Morong Jingyue's martial arts were profound and he had rich experience in the pugilistic world. He was already prepared for this. With a tap of his finger, he sealed the numbing acupoint on her elbow. Zhao Min's sword could only droop down powerlessly. Do you think you've won with the hostage in your hands? Song Qingshu's expression was calm as he quietly looked at the opponent. Of course. Morong Jingyue chuckled, Princess Xiao Min is the #1 beauty in Mongolia. Even I am moved when I see her. You've been ambiguous with her for so long. Are you willing to let her get hurt? There will be opportunities to capture me in the future, but if she dies, she can't be resurrected. Song Qingshu nodded, what you said makes sense. Zhao Min immediately became anxious, Song Qingshu, don't worry about me. Kill him for me. During this period of time, the poison of the three corpses brain pill was hanging over her head like the sword of Damocles. It made her unable to eat or sleep in peace. Thinking that if she let him go today, she would still suffer from the three corpses brain pill in the future. She might as well perish together with him today. Morong Jingyue tightened his grip, making it difficult for her to speak. Don't worry. He can't bear to let you die. As long as he's a man, he can't bear to let you die. Song Qingshu ignored him and said to Zhao Min, don't worry. Not only will I kill him, but I will also save you. Morong Jingyue was so angry that he laughed. Although your martial arts are high, I'm not much worse than you now. At such a close distance, you definitely can't save her from my hands. Is that so? Song Qingshu smiled lightly, obviously not taking his words seriously. All of a sudden, Icy Snow and Su Quan groaned. Their bodies swayed and they couldn't stand still. They hurriedly leaned against the wall to stabilize themselves. Zhao Min's body also went limp and looked like she was about to collapse. Morong Jingyue's expression changed, and he hurriedly pulled her back a few steps. He sniffed with the tip of his nose, and suddenly laughed out loud. I was wondering why you were so confident. It turns out that you want to use the sorrowful paralyzing wind to trick me. Song Qingshu frowned. Why are you fine? Morong Jingyue proudly smiled. Could it be that you've forgotten that I still have another identity? I'm one of the 4 great divine doctors, Ping Yizhi, and I'm also the disciple of Medicine King Merciless Hands. What can mere poison do to me? This is my miscalculation. Song Qingshu nodded, obviously a little annoyed. Morong Jingyue looked at Icy Snow and Su Quan, who were lying limp on the ground, and couldn't help but feel more proud. Ha ha ha, not only did you fail to trick me, but you also made your helpers lose their combat power. It can be said that you suffered a double loss. If I want to deal with you, why would I need their help? Song Qingshu shook his head. Why are you still pretending now? Morong Jingyue snorted coldly and tightened his hand on Zhao Min's acupuncture point. I'll count to 3. Break your right arm, or I'll kill her. As soon as he said that, all the women's expressions changed, and they looked at Song Qingshu. If you kill her, you'll die without the hostage, Song Qingshu said calmly. So what? With the #1 beauty of Mongolia accompanying me in death, I can be said to be a romantic ghost. Morong Jingyue had been in the underworld for decades, and he had long been indifferent to life and death. If I break my right arm, how can I be your opponent? Not only will I not be able to save Miss Zhao, but I'll also cause the other 2 women to suffer. How can I be so unwise? Song Qingshu was emotionless. It only proves that you love yourself more than anything else. Morong Jingyue lowered his head and chuckled in Zhao Min's ear. Princess, it seems that you're not high in his heart. He's actually reluctant to use an arm to save you. Zhao Min sneered. You still don't forget to sow discord at this juncture? If he's really stupid enough to agree to your condition, I'll look down on him. Even if I'm in his shoes, I'll make the same choice. Princess is indeed a heroine. It's a pity that you met the wrong person. Why don't you follow me in the future? Morong Jingyue impudently moved closer to Zhao Min's neck, intending to smell the delicate fragrance on her body. Suddenly, he only saw a flash of golden light and subconsciously looked up. He saw that Song Qingshu was clearly standing there, but a golden figure suddenly rushed out from his body. Morong Jingyue was shocked and hurriedly wanted to grab Zhao Min to block in front of him. At the same time, he was a little hesitant to kill Zhao Min at this time. However, he soon knew that he did not have the energy to care about Zhao Min because he found that he could not even move a finger. He could only watch as the golden figure rushed towards him with a majestic force. When the other party's finger touched his forehead, he instantly felt a tremble from the depths of his soul. He knew that the other party only needed to think about it to destroy his soul. What kind of martial arts is this? Morong Jingyue asked with difficulty, but it was a pity that he could not speak at all. However, the other party seemed to have heard his doubts. The golden figure answered, 23 swords. Looking at the golden figure in front of him, which was almost the same as Song Qingshu, Morong Jingyue seemed to have realized something. He said in shock, this is not a martial art of the human world, it's indeed beyond the concept of secular martial arts, Song Qingshu replied faintly. But isn't the divine knife slash the same? It's just that you haven't learned it well enough. It can only slash masters, not gods and demons. Song Qingshu had learned 23 swords when he was practicing the Taishan Sutra on the Island of Heroes. Originally, it did not have a specific name. However, when Song Qingshu thought of the killer move of the Sword Saint in the TV series Wind and Cloud in his previous life, he felt that the effects of the two were somewhat similar, so he named it. Ever since he learned it, Song Qingshu had never used it. After all, with his martial arts, he did not need to use this killer move. The only 2 times he almost used it was when he was facing Huang Chang and the Sweeping Monk. At that time, when they saw the golden figure in his eyes, they were also greatly alarmed, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. However, in the end, they did not fight. This time, when he was dealing with Morong Jingyue, his opponent had learned the martial arts of the divine knife slash, which was already unfathomable. Coupled with the hostage, he was not sure that he could save Zhao Min, so he could only find a gap to use this move. 23 swords finally reappeared in the human world. Where is the antidote for the 3-corpse brain pill? The reason why Song Qingshu did not kill him immediately was mainly to detoxify the antidote for Zhao Min. Antidote. Morong Jingyue knew clearly that this was the only thing that could save his life, so he could not say it out loud. Unfortunately, his soul was controlled, and his whole body seemed to be under his control, so he answered instinctively. The antidote. I don't have it, but the 3-corpse brain pill in the commandery princess's body is made of these 3 kinds of corpse insects. One is called ant green, and the other is, originally, even if there was no antidote, as long as he knew what kind of poisonous insects the 3-corpse brain pill was made of, it would not be difficult to make the antidote. However, when Morong Jingyue just finished talking about the corpse insects, there was a sudden noise outside. Everyone, surround this place. Don't even let a fly fly away. Pay attention to Prince Wei's safety later. The enemy's martial arts are very high. Everyone, be careful. Morong Jingyue could be considered as an ambitious and ruthless person. Now that Song Qingshu had the technique to directly control souls, he knew that he would not be able to escape this time. No matter how many people came from the outside, they would not be able to save him. Instead of falling into the enemy's hands and suffering a fate worse than death, he might as well end his own life. Just when Song Qingshu was slightly distracted by the sudden arrival of the soldiers, Morong Jingyue suddenly gathered all the power in his body and resolutely severed his meridians to die. In fact, if he could avoid death, he would definitely not choose to die. However, regardless of whether it was Song Qingshu, Zhao Min, Icy Snow, or even Empress Xiao Guanyin, they all had an irreconcilable feud with him. They would definitely not let him go. Since he was going to die, he might as well end his own life. Originally, he wanted to drag Zhao Min down with him. However, it was a pity that his entire body was restrained now. Even the strength to commit suicide was obtained after much difficulty. How could he have the strength to bring Zhao Min along with him? Sensing Morong Jingyue's abnormality, Song Qingshu turned around and was shocked to find that Morong Jingyue was already dead. While he was shocked, he could not help but admire Morong Jingyue's ruthlessness. So what if he was ruthless to others? He was ruthless to himself. With the #1 beauty of Mongolia buried with me, my death isn't in vain. Ha ha ha! Morong Jingyue could finally speak. He laughed wantonly and breathed his last. Song Qingshu pulled Zhao Min into his arms. Are you all right? I'm fine. Looking at Morong Jingyue, who slowly fell to the ground, Zhao Min's face turned extremely pale. Don't worry, I'll definitely cure you of the poison. Song Qingshu quickly comforted her when he felt her slightly trembling body. Yes, you should go and see them. Zhao Min nodded, but her heart was icy cold. Previously, when she was poisoned by the 3-corpse brain divine pill, she had utilized the power of the entire Ruyang mansion, but unfortunately, she was still unable to find a way to cure the poison. She could only find out which 3 types of venomous insects were used by the person who poisoned her. Now, although she knew one of the 3 types of venomous insects, there were still 2 types of venomous insects that she didn't know. There were thousands of venomous insects in the world, and trying to find the antidote was no different than a fantasy. At this moment, the noises of the soldiers were getting clearer and clearer. They would be arriving soon. Song Qingshu didn't have the time to pay attention to Zhao Min's thoughts. After helping her to sit on the stool, he ran over to help Icy Snow and Su Quan up. At the same time, he took out the antidote for the sorrowful wind softener and placed it in front of their noses. So smelly, the two girls pouted and finally regained their strength. What do we do now? Hearing the voices of the soldiers outside, Su Quan said with a worried expression. Now that Yelu Isin was dead here, and their identity was sensitive, they would definitely be pursued by the soldiers of Liao for thousands of miles if they ran into them. Song Qingshu also felt that it was a little tricky, but when his eyes fell on the human skin mask that Murong Jingyue had broken, he suddenly had an idea. I have an idea. When a group of soldiers rushed in, they found Yelu Isin sitting on a chair in a sorry state. There were some bloodstains on his face, and he was surrounded by several outstanding beauties. Everyone's minds were filled with question marks. Where's the assassin? Where's the hostage? Wasn't it said that a man took Prince Wei away? At this time, Yelu Isin was naturally Song Qingshu in disguise. He picked up the mask that Murong Jingyue had broken by the sword aura and pieced it back together. He was a master of disguise. Although the mask was broken into several pieces, it was not a problem for him. Some of the disguise materials he had were enough to make up for the cracks. Of course, he wasn't completely flawless, so he took some blood and smeared it on his face, pretending that his face was injured. This temporarily averted the immediate danger, and he had enough time to remake a perfect mask. I was brought here by the thieves. Fortunately, I was rescued by these ladies and chased them away. Song Qingshu pointed to Zhao Min and Icy Snow beside him and said, imitating Yelu Isin's voice. As for Su Quan, she naturally took off Xiao Guaning's mask and revealed her original face. At this time, she naturally could not appear as the Empress. Someone, come and take a look at Sir's injury. A person who looked like a general hurriedly called out to his subordinates. No need, it's just a superficial wound. These ladies have already taken care of it. Of course, Song Qingshu would not let a doctor examine it. Wouldn't the disguise be exposed immediately? This is the newly appointed commander of the Imperial Palace, Yelu Ta. He was promoted by Yelu Isin after Yelu Qi was framed. Zhao Min was worried that he did not know him, so she quietly introduced him to him. The one next to him who looks like a civil official is Zui Ili, Yelu Yango. He has always been close to Yelu Isin. As for Xianxia, Zhao Min did not introduce him. After all, they had just met in the imperial prison. Song Qingshu nodded. He had interacted with Yelu Yangu before and had interrogated him about the whereabouts of the Cold Moon Saber. The one on the far left is the Grand Protector Yelu Chaisai, and the one on the right is the close attendant Zaba. They should be on duty in the palace, but they actually came here. It seems that Yelu Isin's kidnapping has made them all panic. Zhao Min lowered her voice and quickly introduced them to him. Song Qingshu was very impressed. Zhao Min was really amazing. She actually remembered some of the important people in Xingjing City. With her by his side, it really saved him a lot of trouble. Who is this? At this time, the people who came in had already found Murong Jingyue lying on the ground and could not help but ask. Oh, he's that thief's accomplice. He was killed by these ladies. Song Qingshu answered calmly. In order to prevent others from knowing Murong Jingyue's identity, he had specially taken a mask to change his appearance. Song Qingshu knew that he would slip up if he spoke too much. If he allowed this group of people to come and ask about his well-being, who knew what kind of slip-ups would occur? Thus, he immediately stood up and assigned tasks to everyone. Some of them were to track down Shui Yi's people who had disappeared, some were to track down the remnants of the Imperial City Department, and others were to track down the whereabouts of the missing empress. After sending all the people away, Song Qingshu brought the three ladies back to King Wei's mansion. It was not that no one had suspected the three ladies' identities, but at this time, Yelu Isin's power was monstrous. It could be said that he was an existence that was second only to one in the whole of Liao. Who would dare to criticize his actions? With his identity, it was nothing for him to have a few female confidants around him. Besides, since they could drive away the Shui people who were highly skilled in martial arts, these ladies might be masters of sacrifice that Yelu Isin had carefully trained. Everyone had their own secrets. Who would be stupid enough to get to the bottom of it? After returning to King Wei's mansion and dismissing the servants, Icy Snow finally had the chance to thank Song Qingshu. Thank you for avenging Big Brother Who. Sister-in-law, this is what I should do. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh when he thought of the situation where he met Murong Jingyue when he had just transmigrated to this world and was in dire straits with Icy Snow and Icy Snow. The two of them sighed with emotion. Su Quan, who was beside them, said, Qingshu, what should we do next? Are we going to continue living as Yeluisen? No. Song Qingshu shook his head and looked out of the window with a deep gaze. Let's enter the palace. Enter the palace? The three women froze. Yes. Song Qingshu nodded. Yeluisen has too many confidants. I can hide it for a while, but I can't hide it forever. I should take this opportunity to cut the knot. Song Qingshu's eyes darkened. Today is messy enough. Let's make it even more complicated. Very quickly, the Wei Palace sent people to secretly gather the king of the northern courtyard Yelu Horu, the king of the southern courtyard Yelu Wuya, the envoy of the Northern Bureau of Military Affairs Xianxia, the commander of the Imperial Palace Yelu Ta Buyi, the Zhuili by Yelu Yenge, the North Forest Yashao de Ritter, the Grand Protector of the Imperial Bodyguard Yelu Chadi, the Direct Attendant Sa Ba, and the Prince Consort Officer Xiao Shamu. These people were the core of Yeluisen's group. They controlled all the key departments in Liao's military, government, and palace. No one knew what they discussed. Soon, an imperial edict came from the palace. Yeluisen and the others were summoned to the palace. The emperor wanted to ask about what happened today. Song Qingshu led the group into the palace and soon arrived at the imperial study. The emperor didn't expect so many people. He frowned. Why are they here? Song Qingshu imitated Yeluisen's tone and explained, they participated in today's chase. Your Majesty can ask them directly. Oh, Yelu Hongji nodded. I heard the empress was kidnapped? Zhuili and Yelu Yan had to answer, Your Majesty, the thief's plan was thorough. He first sent someone to provoke the guards to attract the attention of the guards. Then his companions took the opportunity to break into the prison and kidnap the empress. Then what are you doing? Yelu Hongji directly smashed a teacup and interrupted him. How long has it been since the last prison break? So soon, there's another prison break, and it's the empress. What do you think we need as Zhuili Bai for? I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Feeling the emperor's anger, Yelu Yan cowed out in fear. Song Qingshu took the opportunity to say, in fact, you can't blame Lord Zhuili for this. This time, it was Shui, the commander of the Southern Song Imperial City Department, who came to break the prison. There are many capable people under the command of the Imperial City Department. It's really impossible to guard against them. These southern barbarians are really hateful. On one hand, they said they would ally with us to attack the Jin Kingdom, but on the other hand, they did this kind of thing. Do they really think there's no one in our great Liao? Yelu Hongji's attention was indeed diverted. Your Majesty is wise, a group of people echoed. Suddenly, Yelu Hongji thought of something. He looked at Song Qingshu with a puzzled expression. I heard that Shui asked you for some Mandarin duck saber. The legendary Mandarin duck saber is in your hands? That's right. Song Qingshu did not deny it. Yelu Hongji's face tightened slightly, hesitating for a second before asking, what is the secret of the Mandarin duck saber? Your Majesty, please have a look. Song Qingshu said as he took out the Mandarin duck saber from his sleeve. When Murong Jingyue died, the Mandarin duck saber naturally fell into his hands. How could you bring a saber into the palace? Yelu Hongji's eyebrows twitched. He finally realized something was wrong. Song Qingshu ignored him. He handed the saber to Yelu Chaisai, Grand Guardian. Please present this saber to His Majesty. Yes. Yelu Chaisai took the saber and respectfully walked over to Yelu Hongji. Seeing that the saber was in Yelu Chaisai's hands, Yelu Hongji breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was a member of the palace, his Grand Guardian. But just as he was about to reach for the saber, something happened. Yelu Chaisai slashed at him with the saber. Yelu Hongji retreated in panic. After all, he was a king on horseback. Even though he was an emperor, he still had some martial arts skills. Although he managed to avoid a fatal injury, the sharp saber still left a large wound on his chest. Guards, protect His Majesty. Yelu Hongji shouted as he retreated, but his heart quickly sank. The officials below all looked at him expressionlessly, they had no intention of protecting His Majesty. At this point, Yelu Hongji knew what was going on. He looked at the door expectantly, but the guards outside didn't seem to hear him. He shouted several times, but there was no response. Yelu Hongji finally gave up, he didn't even look at Yelu Chaisai who was getting closer and closer. Instead, he glared at Song Qingshu, Yelu Isan, I have always treated you well, how dare you plot against me? As the emperor, he knew that Yelu Chaisai was only a knife in someone else's hand. The mastermind was the most important. Song Qingshu shook his head, Yelu Hongji, no wonder everyone calls you a fatuous ruler. Even at this point, you still ask such a childish question. Yelu Hongji's face turned red, he was obviously furious, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. Looking at the shining knife coming closer and closer, he suddenly understood, Yelu Qi and Xiao Banhe's rebellion case, you were the one behind it? And the southern courtyard's King Xiaofeng is in prison. Recently, he returned to the Heart Courtyard and caused the Empress and the Northern Mansion's Prime Minister Xiao Bidi to be imprisoned. He finally realized that he was destroying his own wall step by step, cutting off all the forces loyal to him. That was why he was in such a difficult situation. Unfortunately, it's too late to realize. Song Qingshu shook his head. In history, Yelu Hongji had been bewitched by Yelu Isan, causing the Empress and the Crown Prince to die unjustly. Many upright officials had also died. Such a muddle-headed ruler deserved to die. After that, each of them stabbed Yelu Hongji to death. This was actually a necessary step in a coup. Regicide was no small matter. Usually, everyone involved would have to make a move to cut off everyone else's path of retreat. The last knife is for Wei Wang. They handed the knife to Song Qingshu. Clearly, they didn't want Yelu Isan to be left alone. Okay. Song Qingshu took the knife and walked step by step towards Yelu Hongji. By now, Yelu Hongji only had half a breath left. Clearly, even without this knife, he wouldn't be able to live. Song Qingshu raised the knife. Suddenly, there was a flash in the imperial study. Full moon, everyone felt a flash before their eyes. Then, as if all their energy was sucked out, they fell into endless darkness. Watching the people in the room fall one by one, Yelu Hongji, who was on his last breath, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. Song Qingshu said to him, I've helped you deal with the people who killed you, you can die in peace. Yelu Hongji finally breathed his last, but his eyes were full of confusion. Clearly, he didn't understand what had happened even at the moment of his death. So this was Song Qingshu's plan. Rather than being careful and still being easily discovered by Yelu Isan's confidants, it was better to drive the tiger to the wolf. First, let them kill the emperor. Then, while everyone was complacent and relaxed, he would take out all of Yelu Isan's confidants in one fell swoop, completely eliminating any future troubles. This time, those who entered the palace with him were all core members of Yelu Isan's group. Each of them held important positions and controlled key military and political departments of the court. Under normal circumstances, it would be very troublesome to get rid of these people, but this palace coup was a very good opportunity. After all, regicide was not a sure thing. Under the circumstances of controlling the situation, the fewer people who knew the details, the better. Thus, in the imperial study, this group of big shots was at their weakest, giving Song Qingshu a chance to cut through the Gordian knot. Song Qingshu walked up to the dragon throne and took out Yelu Hongji's face mold. Very quickly, he created a lifelike mask. It wasn't that his disguise technique required him to take a model of the target's face, but it was faster and more convenient. After making the mask, he took off his own mask and put it on Yelu Hongji's face, then put Yelu Hongji's mask on his own face. Then he changed clothes. Seeing the bloody cuts on the dragon robe, Song Qingshu frowned. But this was proof of the tragedy of the coup. After arranging everything inside, Song Qingshu opened the door and staggered out. When Yelu Hongji had called for protection, no guards had paid attention to him because all the nearby guards had been transferred away by Yelu Chaisai and Sabah. After all, one was the grand bodyguard and the other was the head guard, so it was convenient for them to do this. But once he left the imperial study, he could find the palace guards. No matter how powerful Yelu Isen's group was, they could not control the entire palace guards. Seeing the emperor walk out covered in blood, the guards were shocked. "Your Majesty." Song Qingshu raised a hand to stop them from asking. Instead, he ordered in a low voice, "Seal the palace gates, no one is allowed to enter or leave without my permission. All guards at the front of the palace, no one is allowed to leave without permission. No one is allowed within 10 zhang of the imperial study. Also, issue an edict to lift the northern prime minister's house arrest. Summon Xiaoxi to the imperial study to see me." Song Qingshu issued a series of measures. It was all thanks to Shuiyi's men that things had gone so smoothly this time that Song Qingshu had managed to severely injure Xiao 11th Lang. Otherwise, Xiao 11th Lang, as the inspector of the front hall, would have controlled the imperial guards and cooperated with Yelu Isen. Now that there was no leader, the guards who had been bribed by the Yelu Isen group were unable to react effectively for a while. As for summoning Xiao into the palace, there was no other way. After all, although the core members of Yelu Isen's group had been destroyed, he had operated for so many years and had many disciples and old officials under his command. If he didn't deal with them properly, when a powerful figure emerged and gathered this group of forces, it would be a headache for Song Qingshu. When Wang Yin killed Dong Zhuo, he thought that he had settled the Xiliang army. When Emperor Xiaozhuang of Northern Wei killed Heir Zhurong, who had great power in the court, he did not expect that it would soon lead to the bitter revenge of the other party. Therefore, the decapitation plan was not as successful as Kangxi in capturing Oboi. There was no one more suitable than Xiao Pidi to deal with Yelu Isen's remaining forces. First of all, he was the prime minister of the Northern Mansion, and had always been on the same level as Yelu Isen. He was Yelu Isen's mortal enemy. Second of all, he was Su Quan's father. To some extent, he could be considered one of them. When Xiao Pidi received the news and rushed to the imperial study, he was shocked to see a room full of corpses, especially when he saw the faces of a few familiar faces. "No need to look," Song Qingshu said weakly. "Yelu Isen tried to rebel. Fortunately, the king of the north yard, Yelu Helu, and the king of the south yard, Yelu Wuya, risked their lives to protect him. Unfortunately, after a chaotic battle, although the Yelu Helu brothers killed the rebels, they unfortunately died for the country." The reason why he removed the Yelu Helu brothers was largely because there was no way to explain the scene. He couldn't say that Yelu Hongji was a hidden martial arts master who suddenly dealt with the rebellion, could he? What's more, the North Yard had always been powerful in Liao. If the king of the North Yard rebelled and was killed, his subordinates would rebel in fear to protect themselves. That would be troublesome. Now, not only did this appease the North Yard, but it also alienated the relationship between the North Yard and Yelu Isen, causing the two sides to seek revenge and kill each other. Xiao Pidi quickly glanced at the scene and sneered in his heart. The Yelu Helu brothers have always been close to Yelu Isen, advancing and retreating together. Would they betray him at this critical moment? If I didn't know martial arts, I would really believe your nonsense. These people were clearly killed by a saber master with one blow. Although he saw the flaw, he didn't say it. After all, everyone in this position was an old fox, and he also understood that it would be easier to deal with the remnants of Yelu Isen's group this way. But when he left the imperial study, he stole a glance at the emperor and suddenly felt that the muddle-headed emperor he had looked down on before seemed to have become somewhat unfathomable. For example, this time, he quietly dealt with Yelu Isen, and he didn't know what kind of trump card he had hidden. But his family had always been royalists, and could be said to be tied to the interests of the royal family, so he didn't feel any unease because of this. In the next few days, the case of Yelu Isen's rebellion was announced to the world. A series of related people were executed, and the Prince of Wei's mansion was also confiscated. Rebellion was a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the family, but Yelu Isen's only son Yelu Sui had died a violent death in the Ili Courtyard's prison not long ago, and his daughter Yelu Nanxian's whereabouts were unknown. The rest of his relatives were sent an edict from the palace. Since Yelu Nanxian still carried the mission of making peace with the Western Xia, they would be shown mercy and not be implicated for the time being. Song Qingshu had no other choice. After all, Yelu Isen was Morong Jingyue in disguise, and he couldn't really execute their 9 generations of the family. In the future, when Yelu Nanxian found out the truth, wouldn't she fight him to the death? but rebellion was a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of the family. Even as the emperor, he couldn't just absolve the crime with one sentence. Otherwise, wouldn't he be encouraging everyone to rebel? In any case, the crime could be pardoned in the end, but this would shake the foundation of the rule, and the other ministers would never agree to it. The higher a person's status was, the more helpless he was. In the end, Song Qingshu had to use the marriage between the two countries as an excuse to barely save the lives of Yeluisan's relatives. After dealing with the matter of Yeluisan's family, Song Qingshu also issued an edict to restore the reputation of Empress Xiao Guanyin. He said that the case of Hui Xian Courtyard Ci was all Yeluisan's plot to overthrow the prime minister's family and clear the way for him to rebel. A series of people involved in the case were executed, such as the palace maid Dan Deng and the musical house Red Crowned Crane. At the same time, he took the opportunity to purge a large number of palace maids and eunuchs around the emperor and empress, so as not to find out that Yelu Hongji had been replaced. The palace guards also underwent a major change. The first to bear the brunt was Yeluisan's trusted aide, Xiao 11th Lang of the front hall. However, because of the influence of the original work, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and did not kill him. Instead, he threw him into the heavenly prison and would think about how to deal with him in the future. As for the military, the king of the North Courtyard, Yelu Helu and his brothers, as well as the palace guards, were deployed. After the death of Yelu Ta Bai and the others, there was a vacuum in power. Song Qingshu couldn't think of a candidate to take over. After all, he couldn't hand over everything to the Prime Minister of the North Mansion, Xiao Pidi. No matter how loyal a person was, if he had military, political, financial, and power in one person, it was hard to guarantee that he or his subordinates wouldn't have any disloyalty. As Song Qingshu was holding the memorial in his hand, Empress Xiao Guanyin came behind him with a wisp of fragrant wind and gently massaged his shoulders. Song Qingshu, you'd better go and see Miss Xiao. She doesn't look well these days, and I'm afraid something happened to her. It was only then that Song Qingshu remembered that he had been busy stabilizing the political situation these days and neglected Zhao Min's feelings. Now that Morong Jingyue was dead and she didn't know the formula of the 3-corpse brain pill, she would probably be overthinking things. After thanking Su Quan for her reminder, Song Qingshu got up and rushed to the palace where Zhao Min was. After the coup, he brought Zhao Min and Icy Snow to the palace. Although the two girls were not used to it, they didn't refuse in the end for the sake of safety and convenience. Before he arrived, he could hear the melodious sound of a zither coming from a pavilion in the distance. After dismissing the accompanying palace maids and eunuchs, Song Qingshu walked over quietly. He wasn't in a hurry to disturb her, but stopped to watch and listen. In the past, Zhao Min's zither music always faintly revealed a sense of heroism, but now the tune was sad and melancholy. It was obvious that she was full of worries. The night breeze blew gently, and Zhao Min's dress swayed slightly, making her less charming and passionate than usual, but more lovely and touching. It's cold at night. Go back to the room, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say when he sensed that her body was faintly trembling. Zhao Min shook her head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. She said lightly, "It's too late to look at such a scenery. How can I not look at it more?" Song Qingshu heard the frustration in her tone. Just as he was about to comfort her, Zhao Min turned around and said, "Speaking of which, I haven't congratulated you yet. Congratulations on becoming the ruler of Liao and easily controlling a country. I really admire you." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "It's only nominal control. Now I'm dancing on a tightrope. If I'm not careful, I'll be doomed eternally." Zhao Min curled her lips and said, "You little fox, you're still not telling the truth. You must be very familiar with this kind of thing. It's not as dangerous as you described." "Princess, why do you say that?" Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. Zhao Min stood up and revealed her tall and beautiful figure. She walked over and looked at him with a faint smile. "I had my doubts when I saw you disguised as Tang Quobian in the Jin Kingdom. But I thought it would be easier to impersonate Tang Quobian because of his big beard. It was not until I saw Morong Jingyue and your miraculous disguise that I realized you could easily disguise as someone else." Song Qingshu hurriedly corrected him, "Although Morong Jingyue's art of disguise is not bad, it's mainly about changing his appearance. He can't disguise himself as whoever he wants. Previously, he had checked Morong Jingyue's mask and discovered that it wasn't made of plaster, but real human skin. It was clear that after he had harmed the real Ye Luisin, he had peeled off his skin, and that was how he had succeeded in impersonating him. Morong Jingyue's appearance-changing technique could only change his own appearance and disguise himself as someone that didn't exist. For example, Ping Yizhi. He couldn't change his appearance to anyone he wanted to. In the whole world, perhaps only Song Qingshu and Azu had this ability. It seems that I underestimated your level of disguise. Zhao Min chuckled and said, I thought you were just pretending to be a powerful minister of the Jin Kingdom. Now, combined with what happened in Liao, I'm afraid that you have already replaced the Jin Emperor. Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, how is that possible? We are always together, and the Jin Emperor is still sitting in the Daxing mansion. You can teach the art of disguise to someone else. Zhao Min walked up to him and carefully observed his eyes. For example, according to intelligence, Tang Qibian is also in the Daxing mansion. However, Song Qingshu's acting skills were well practiced. How could she see through him? Instead, he smiled and said, your breath is as fragrant as orchids. You smell so good, Your Highness. Zhao Min blushed and hurriedly took 2 steps back. She rolled her eyes at him and said, you scoundrel. I'm complimenting you. Is it wrong to tell the truth? Song Qingshu spread out his hands and looked helpless. Zhao Min spat. Obviously, she did not want him to change the topic. Liao is like this, the Jin Kingdom is like this. I have reason to suspect that the Qin Kingdom, where you were originally from, is the same. When you assassinated Kangxi, everyone in the world knew about it. I always felt that there was something strange about it. Zhao Min tilted her head and looked at him. This kind of reckless behavior is really not like you. But now I finally understand. Song Qingshu asked calmly, what do you understand, Your Highness? The entire world thought that the assassination attempt ended in failure. You were wanted by the Qin Kingdom's imperial court and fled the world. Zhao Min paused and suddenly said meaningfully, but now that I think about it, I'm afraid that Kangxi was already dead at that time. The reason why that kind of news was spread was only because you were trying to deceive the world. Song Qingshu was startled. He already knew that Zhao Min was smart, but he didn't expect her to be this smart. With just this bit of information, she was actually able to guess almost everything that he had meticulously planned all these years. But this matter was of great importance. If it was leaked, not only him, but also those confidants who had been helping him silently would be doomed. Feeling the sudden murderous intent in the air, Zhao Min shook her head. You don't have to worry. Anyway, I'm a dying man now. I won't reveal your secret. Your Highness, you must be joking. Song Qingshu calmed down. Now, whether it's the Jin Kingdom or the Qin Kingdom, their emperors are sitting in the palace, strategizing and running the whole empire to fight against their enemies. How can I control them? Zhao Min nodded and said, this is also what puzzles me. To help you rule over a country, the puppet emperor must be absolutely loyal to you. At the same time, he must also have the ability to govern a country. But who doesn't have the ambition to be as high as the sky? In addition, he holds the power of a country. How can he be willing to be manipulated by you? Song Qingshu suddenly laughed. So, Your Highness, you're thinking too much. Unexpectedly, Zhao Min shook her head. Whether I'm thinking too much or not, we'll know soon. What do you mean? Song Qingshu was stunned. Zhao Min revealed a sly smile. Because you've become the emperor in Liao, but you can't always be the emperor here. After you leave, I'll see how you arrange things here. Then, I'll know what you've done in the Jin Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. Song Qingshu held his breath. He said in a somewhat cold tone, Your Highness, haven't you heard that the less you know in the palace, the longer you live? Unexpectedly, Zhao Min smiled nonchalantly. But I don't have long to live. Instead of being a muddle-headed ghost, it's better to be a clear person before I die. After a pause, Zhao Min smiled sadly. Compared to dying under Morong Jingyue's 3 corpses brain pill, I think it's easier to accept dying in your hands. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kill you? Song Qingshu said angrily. He remembered that Zhao Min had vaguely guessed his plans in various countries, so in order to prevent the news from leaking, he had to keep her by his side. Unfortunately, this way, she would inevitably know more of his secrets. This time, if it was just a guess before, she was still a little uncertain. Now that she saw that he had become the emperor of Liao, Yelu Hongji, Zhao Min didn't need to think to know what was going on. Why can't you kill me? Zhao Min smiled faintly, this matter is so important, if I leak a little news, you will be doomed eternally. If I were in your shoes, I would most likely kill you, because in this world, only dead people can keep secrets. Princess won't kill me. Song Qingshu shook his head. Why? Zhao Min was stunned, she didn't understand where his confidence came from. Because I can't bear to. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Zhao Min was stunned, then shyly said, who can bear to? You are too narcissistic. Song Qingshu looked at her gently, because I can't bear to kill you. Zhao Min blushed and turned her head away unnaturally, I am now poisoned and will die. It doesn't matter if you kill me or not, so you can say whatever you want. It is true that you are poisoned, Song Qingshu paused, then said meaningfully, but you may not die. Zhao Min's heart skipped a beat, she turned her head and stared at him with a pair of big eyes, puzzled, what do you mean? At this time, looking at the watery eyes in front of him, her long and curly eyelashes trembled slightly, adding a liveliness to them, especially her slightly opened red lips, which exuded a moist luster. Seeing this, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, he directly lowered his head and kissed her. Zhao Min's eyes widened, and her mind went blank. Who would have thought that the other party would suddenly attack her? When she came back to her senses, the tip of her tongue had already been wantonly tasted by the other party. Pushing him away, Zhao Min was both embarrassed and angry. What are you doing? Your Highness, you should know that the higher a person's martial arts is, the harder it is to be poisoned. Song Qingshu said calmly, otherwise, I'm afraid the #1 expert in the world would be people like the Poison Hand King of Medicine. It's a pity that people who use poison in Jianghu are never seen in public. That's right, Zhao Min nodded, the higher a person's power, even if they are poisoned, they can use their internal energy to force the poison out. After answering, she couldn't help but stomp her feet, thinking that this had nothing to do with what had just happened. If you want to talk about the world's martial arts, the most powerful one is Zhang Wuji's 9 Sons Divine Skill. After mastering the 9 Sons Divine Skill, you can almost be considered to be immune to hundreds of poisons. Song Qingshu deliberately glanced at Zhao Min, but he didn't find any strange expression on her face after hearing the name Zhang Wuji. Besides the 9 Sons Divine Skill, the best one to force poison out is the Samadhi to stop movement and achieve Shinzu Scripture, which is also known as the Shinzu Scripture. It can even detoxify the cold poison of the ice silkworm. I think there are few poisons in the world that can't be forced out. You want me to learn the Shinzu Scripture to force poison out? Zhao Min's eyes moved, and she asked doubtfully, forgetting to question him. Recalling the postures that made people's blood boil when Qin Yuanyuan learned the Shinzu Scripture, Song Qingshu couldn't help feeling a little hot. He couldn't help imagining the scene of Zhao Min practicing this skill, thinking that it was a good idea to let her practice this skill. Zhao Min stretched out her hand and waved in front of his eyes, hey, what's wrong with you? No, nothing, Song Qingshu collected his thoughts and answered embarrassedly, the Shinzu Scripture can force out most of the poisons in the world, but the 3-corpse brain pill in your body has a special toxicity, I'm afraid that the Shinzu Scripture can't do anything. Oh. In fact, Zhao Min didn't have much hope. Hearing such an answer, she just snorted lightly, since it can't do anything, why do you mention it? Don't worry, Your Grace. Song Qingshu continued to explain, the reason why the Shinzu Scripture can't do anything to the 3-corpse brain pill is that the 3-corpse brain pill is usually not poisonous. The poisonous bug is suppressed by the medicine and usually hibernates in your brain. The brain is the most important and the most vulnerable part of the human body. Almost all the martial arts in the world can't connect the internal force to the brain, so naturally, it can't get rid of the poisonous bug from the brain. Almost all. Zhao Min was an extremely smart person. Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, she couldn't help but feel moved, obviously there are martial arts that can be practiced? Yes, Song Qingshu nodded, Your Grace, you should know that I experienced a big disaster some time ago. I was poisoned by the golden rippling flower in Yangzhou and almost died in a foreign land. I've heard about it. Speaking of this, Zhao Men also clicked her tongue. Your Grace, you can't resist its poison with your martial arts. It's obvious that the golden rippling flower is indeed the most poisonous. The golden rippling flower is invisible and it's really hard to guard against. After being poisoned, it can block the human meridians so that you can't use your internal force to expel the poison. Song Qingshu said with lingering fear, fortunately, I learned a magic skill by chance. Its route of operation is completely different from the ordinary meridian system, so I succeeded in expelling the poison. Zhao Men also sighed when she heard this, but she quickly reacted and said angrily with a red face, what does this have to do with me? Don't try to change the topic. Just now you. Of course it has something to do with me, Song Qingshu interrupted her. The reason why the three-corpse brain divine pill can't expel the poison with internal force is because the poisonous bug hides in the brain. Ordinary martial arts can't train internal force into the brain, but the magic skill I'm talking about opens the meridians in the brain. Is it that supreme mystery scripture? Zhao Men also vaguely heard him mention the things he had encountered before. That's right, Song Qingshu stood with his hands behind his back. Ever since you were poisoned, I've been thinking about the antidote. After all, Morong Jingyue was elusive at that time, and no one was sure that they could find him. Even if they found him, they might not be able to get the antidote. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I had a backup plan from the beginning. You've been helping me think about the antidote? Zhao Men looked at him blankly. Of course. Song Qingshu recalled the princess in the movies and the real person he had come into contact with in this world. He sighed with sincerity, you're a dream in my heart, in my past life, and in this life as well. How could I let anything happen to you? Hearing his words, Zhao Men subconsciously lowered her head, as if she was afraid that he would see the expression on her face at that moment. For the past 2 years, when she thought about the strange poison in her body and saw Song Qingshu flirting everywhere, it was inevitable that some hidden bitterness would rise in her heart. Now that she knew that he had been thinking of ways to save her, all the resentment from before was instantly swept away. Sect leader Zhou better not hear this, or she won't forgive you. When Zhao Men raised her head again, her face was full of smiles. Jiruo isn't as stingy as you think. Song Qingshu laughed. Really? Zhao Men stared at him with a faint smile. Well, I'll tell her what you said the next time I see her. Let's see how she reacts. Don't. Song Qingshu waved his hand immediately, looking embarrassed. What? Are you still afraid of upsetting your girlfriend? Zhao Men tilted her head with a playful expression. I'm not worried about her. I'm worried about you. Song Qingshu looked serious and said calmly, you're no match for her in terms of martial arts. If there's a conflict, you'll be at a disadvantage. I still have you. Zhao Men didn't care at all. Are you going to stand by and watch your fierce wife bully me? Fierce wife? Song Qingshu was speechless. He felt that these two were destined to be enemies. Yan. At this time, Zhou Jiruo, who was far away in Yangzhou, sneezed. She rubbed her face in confusion. Did I catch a cold because I've been too tired these days? Okay. Let's get back to the poison in your body. Song Qingshu knew that the topic just now was a minefield. If they kept talking about it, they might get hurt all over. I've been thinking about how to cure the three-corpse brain pill, and I finally came up with a solution. Under Zhao Men's doubtful and expectant gaze, Song Qingshu began to explain, the reason why the three-corpse brain pill is so difficult to cure is that no matter how good a person is at martial arts, he or she will not be able to train the inner force into the brain. However, the Supreme Mystery Sutra has created a whole new meridian system that can train the inner force into the brain. The 23rd blade was a direct attack on the soul. It could not be launched by meditation alone. Of course, it required the development of internal force to stimulate the brain in order to provide continuous power to the 23rd blade. Originally, the soul transfer method in the Nineteen Sutra also involved spiritual attacks, but it depended more on the strength of one's spiritual force and willpower. The development of the brain was only a superficial study, and it was far less complete than the system in the Taishan Sutra. As long as I can train my inner energy to the brain, I can get rid of the foreign zombie worms lurking in the brain. When Song Qingshu said this, he could not help but lament that this world's martial arts were indeed amazing, but the medical level was still not as good as the technological civilization. If it was in his world, the 3-corpse brain elixir that Zhao Min was poisoned with could be directly performed with a craniotomy, or even without a craniotomy, directly using MRI, infrasound, and the like would probably be able to kill the lurking cadaveric worms. Of course, with the conditions of this world, Song Qingshu did not dare to perform any craniotomy on Zhao Min. The Taishan Sutra is your greatest asset right now. If you teach it to me, won't you lose your greatest asset? Zhao Min looked at him worriedly. Who said I was going to give you the Supreme Mystery Sutra? Song Qingshu looked confused. So I was thinking too much. Zhao Min immediately turned her face away, but her heart was still full of hatred. She stomped her feet and snorted. Seeing that the effect was almost there, Song Qingshu said, the Supreme Mystery Sutra is very mysterious. If you don't have enough cultivation, you won't be able to master the Taishan Sutra if you force yourself to practice the Supreme Mystery Sutra. With your current cultivation, I'm afraid it will take at least 20 years for you to master the Supreme Mystery Sutra. Unfortunately, by then, it will be too late. Then what should I do? Zhao Min kicked her feet and kicked a pebble into the lake. The ripples spread out layer by layer, seeming to reflect her chaotic heart. Although you can't master the Supreme Mystery Sutra in a short time, there is a ready-made person who can. Song Qingshu mentioned the battle with Murong Jingyue. At that time, I used the 23rd sword to directly attack Murong Jingyue's soul. Similarly, I can also use the 23rd sword to attack the zombie worms in your brain. Can you really do that? Zhao Min's face was slightly pale. When the 23rd sword was used, everyone's soul seemed to be fixed. The feeling of destruction still made her feel a little scared. Don't accidentally destroy my soul. Of course it's not that simple, Song Qingshu said with a solemn expression. After all, Sword 23 is too aggressive, and the human brain is the most vulnerable part of the human body. If my attack is slightly off or a little bit heavier, not only will the cadaveric worm in your brain be destroyed, but your soul will also be destroyed. Zhao Min's face turned pale, but she was still intelligent and quickly responded, since you put it this way, you must have some confidence? If I just use it like this, the success rate can be said to be 0. But if you promise me one thing, Song Qingshu paused and said with a somewhat complicated expression, the success rate will be infinitely close to 100%. Zhao Min frowned and said doubtfully, promise to keep the secret for you? I can promise you, but for people like us, how can we believe a simple promise from the other party? Of course, I won't let you promise me something so boring. Song Qingshu hesitated and explained, the thing I want you to promise may be a little difficult. Unexpectedly, Zhao Min waved her hand indifferently, don't worry, no matter how difficult it is, it can't be compared to dying. Just say it, I'll promise you. I think with our friendship, you won't harm me. Of course I won't harm you. Song Qingshu hesitated and finally said that thing, I want to ask you, to marry me. Zhao Min was a little thirsty after talking with him for so long. So after saying that, she picked up the teacup and wanted to moisten her throat. Unexpectedly, when she heard what he wanted her to promise, she directly spat out the tea in her mouth. What did you say? Song Qingshu slightly leaned to one side and avoided her tea. Since you've already heard it, why do I have to say it again? You. Zhao Min's face instantly turned red, and she directly turned around. We were obviously talking about the method of detoxification. Why did we suddenly change to this kind of thing? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly, because it's related to the method of detoxification. Zhao Min turned around with a confused look on her face. Song Qingshu had to explain, although Taishan Sutra can expand the meridians into the brain is a delicate and sensitive place. A little carelessness will cause irreversible damage. Everyone's body is different, and the brain is also slightly different. I'm only sure that I can get rid of the foreign body in my brain, but I'm not sure that I can get rid of the foreign body in other people's brains. Unless I'm as familiar with her body as I am with my own. To do this, I can only use the combination of Tantric Buddhism and Zen. You completely open your body and mind and let my genuine chi enter. After I'm familiar with every meridian in your body, I'm sure that I can get rid of the corpse worm in your brain. The more he said, the redder Zhao Min's pretty face became, but she finally understood what was going on. Song Qingshu continued, I don't want your grace to be innocent, so I propose to let you marry me. So, Before he finished, Zhao Min interrupted him, "No, I refuse." End of chapter 1572. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.